Reevan bent over and gasped for breath. The party had sprinted all the way to the second-floor boss room and taken up position at the top of the stairs. They had waited for 20 minutes for the horde of revenants to appear, but they never did. After determining that the third-floor monsters wouldn't pursue them to the second floor, the party had retreated all the way to above ground. The feeling of suppression from the abyss mana lingered, and they didn't feel relieved until they were once more in the sunlight, eternally suspended over the dungeon. Looks like nobody's going to be clearing the third floor until some really high-level adventurers show up, Alicia said. The information from the Adventurers Guild only says that it's not advised for anyone to go beyond the second floor for now, Melissa commented. I thought that wouldn't apply to us because of how powerful our group is, but now I see that it's because of the suppression. I wonder why there isn't any more information than that on the third floor. Probably because all of the people who went down there and didn't turn back once they got uncomfortable died, Alicia pointed out. The church might know what's down there, but their priority isn't clearing the dungeon. They're here to prevent corrupted materials from spreading, and they only run the dungeon to gain levels and experience for the people here. They might send a high-level team to check it out, but it's not that important for them. Anyone high enough level to power through the suppression probably has access to dungeons just as good as this one anyway. If they know what's down there, wouldn't they spread the word to prevent needless deaths? Aaron asked. Yeah, that's why I said they might know about it, Alicia responded. I have a friend in the church, Reevan said after he caught his breath. He had taken a little more time than the others to recover because he expended vastly more resources than anyone else. I'll ask him the next time I see him. I should have realized what was going on when the others mentioned they were feeling uncomfortable, but I wasn't. Reevan mentally kicked himself. I got tunnel vision and I was so focused on looking out for revenants in my role as a vanguard, I hadn't been paying enough attention. Reevan shook his head, a frown on his face. Melissa looked at him and noticed the action. What's wrong with you? Melissa asked. You saved all of us by stopping the revenants and specters from overwhelming us in the corridor. Why are you shaking your head? I should have realized something was up down there, Reevan answered. I realized the issue was with the mana in the depths, but I didn't think it would do anything other than cause discomfort. My own immunity to it caused me to dismiss the possibilities. How were you supposed to know it would behave any differently than it has before? Alicia asked. I'm more sensitive to the different mana coming from the dungeon, Reevan said. If I had called a halt to our advancement, it might have given us a chance to discuss the issue. I might not have realized it would affect our own mana, but it would have at least given a chance to everyone else to consider what the implications could have been. Be that as it may, Melissa said, placing her hand on his shoulder. That was the first time we've ever experienced any kind of suppression from the different mana. It's not just on you. We all had the opportunity to call a halt when the situation changed. We were just too eager, and we ignored the warning. It's not just your fault. I suppose you're right, but that still means I messed up. It just means everyone else did, too, Reevan chuckled. I also tell myself to not let myself get complacent or to get tunnel vision, and yet it happens over and over. I wouldn't say this was a case where you grew complacent, Alicia remarked. You just didn't know what you didn't know. How were you supposed to realize we needed to stop and channel our mana to verify if it was still effective? It would be complacent of you if you ran into a similar situation in the future and didn't do so now that you know it's a possibility. You're welcome, Alicia said with a smile. Now, let's get out of here. I don't think we're going to be going back to the third floor anytime soon. That being said, I think it's a good idea to split our group up into smaller ones to maximize our experience and skill gains, and before we leave to go back to the capital, I want to challenge the full hard mode of the second floor boss. I think we can do it with a little more power. Reevan sat on his bed in meditation, circulating his mana affinities. He went over the events on the third floor and the actions he had taken, trying to come up with a better way to handle it. I didn't need to use so much mana to destroy the revenants and specters, Reevan thought. I was just panicking and throwing everything I had at the problem. If I had calmed down and thought more rationally, I would have realized I could have done it in a better way. Using myself as a focus for the Inferno Blast spell was a good idea, what with so many enemies rushing at us, but I didn't need to overpower it nearly so much. If I can figure out the most effective way of doing it, I should be strong enough to solo even that battle, especially after my parents finally helped me fill up my bloodline. It's still not fully unlocked. There seems to be some hidden trigger that even my parents don't know about, but I still gained a ton of additional stats from it. Reevan pulled up his status page. Status name, Reevan class, Light Magus LVL7. Fighter age, 11-17 health, 4,860, 4,860, plus 200 stamina, 7,821, 9,330, plus 260 mana, 1,933, 4,580 physical stats, mental stats STR, 447 plus 6 INT, 455 VIT, 486 plus 20 MAG. 461 dex, 447 plus 6 CLA, 400 CHA, 139 per, 404 LUK, 138 bloodline, unknown 26,413. Additional requirements to unlock. Experience 3,919, 8,000. Reevan had gained 216 additional points in each of his physical and mental stats, and an additional 72 points in charisma and luck. He had gained a total of 300 points in his normal stats and 100 points in the other two from dumping experience and treasures into his bloodline. The system simply calculated the equivalent experience by using the natural treasures that his parents provided. My bloodline is clearly an evolution of the combination of my parents, but I have no idea what it's going to do once I fully unlock it. There also aren't any hints at what needs to be done to do so provided by the system. The only hint I have is the origination of my mother's bloodline, but Dad says his family doesn't remember anything about theirs. He just knows that it's not a derivative of the Imperial Vin bloodline. He had been worried that he would lose the ability to siphon experience into his bloodline if he unlocked it, but his mother had allayed his concerns. Bloodlines can be upgraded further once they're unlocked, because your bloodline isn't fully activated, yet the materials required are just within reach of your father and me. Our bloodline is fairly powerful, though, and the level of materials required to upgrade it any further has to come from a Tier 5 region or higher. That's one reason why bloodlines found in lower tier regions are often weak. We had to flee our home before I was able to upgrade my bloodline. Our family routinely sought after the natural treasures required to do so, but it was customary to wait until Tier 3 to go through the process. His fears put to rest, Reevan had absorbed the energies from the pile of resources his parents had procured. Several of the herbs had been refined into pills, and he simply had to swallow them and let the medicine do its work. Many of the treasures weren't ingredients in pills, though, and not all of them were even herbs. Some of the items were toxic, and consuming them like a pill would kill one before it enhanced the bloodline. It had been a week-long process, and he did it during his break before heading to Magron, as the energies had to suffuse his bloodline. He simply didn't have a large enough stomach to take them all in quick succession. If he took too many at once, the large amount of energy could also be detrimental. To absorb the energies from the toxic herbs and metals, he had been guided by his mother to gather up the energy with his mana manipulation skill and slowly draw it into his body and direct it toward his heart. He could feel his body grow more powerful over time, and he was greatly anticipating what would happen when the experience counter finally reached the required 10 million. The treasures had finally ticked the number over, and he waited with bated breath for the unlocking to happen. After sitting for several minutes with nothing happening, though, he checked his status and saw the change in his bloodline. He had discussed the issue with his parents, but neither of them had heard of a situation where an additional trigger was required to fully unlock a bloodline. His parents had told him they would research their own bloodlines and see if they could discover any clues to the matter, though his father had said it would probably take a long time since the history of his bloodline had been lost generations ago. Reevan had also leveled up twice when he gained just over 14,000 experience, most of it from the 2 instances of gaining 5,000 bonus experience for technically clearing the second floor, from running the dungeon over the past 2 weeks. He got almost 0 combat experience, only getting a little for the couple of times he had intervened during the first foray with his roommates, and an additional 4,000 from decimating that horde of revenants and specters. I can definitely see some people exploiting this and running people through the first 2 floors for a fee. It's basically 5 experience crystals, and it could be sold at a cheaper price than the crystals themselves, because one would have to travel all the way here and actually spend the time in the dungeon. It might seem like a loophole in the system for quickly gaining experience, but then you run into the problem of gaining too many levels too quickly. The system is pretty fair in balancing these issues. Personally, I could wait a month and run the dungeon the same way 3 more times to reach level 9, or I could go ahead and turn my siphon ability back on It Still Works and move on to challenging the 3rd floor with my parents' people. I think it's a better idea to clear it with them first before I attempt to solo it. My priority right now isn't leveling up, and I only want to clear the 3rd floor for personal reasons. I can't see my future class options anymore because I'm not close to achieving the next tier, but I imagine I won't have any problems choosing an amazing class. With all of my previous achievements, I basically don't have any restrictions from stats for any rarity class, and I only have to worry about my skills. Since that's the case, I'll go ahead and run the dungeon with my parents' party next week, and then I'll try and figure out how to solo it. I have a ridiculous amount of stamina and mana now, so I should have enough resources to last a long time, but there were nearly 100 revenants from that first onslaught, and that was only one small corner of the giant cavern on the 3rd floor. For whatever reason, probably a warning from the system, we can see well past the limits of the dungeon lighting when looking down on the cavern from that hallway on the second floor, and it's huge. Decision made, Rievan continued his affinities training. Ah, this is a nice place, Jocelyn commented, relaxing back on the couch in the living room of Rievan's rented manor. It wouldn't be appropriate for the church to provide such luxury to our priests, as we wouldn't want their hearts to waver from their duties, but experiencing it in moderation while meeting with friends isn't a bad thing. Jocelyn was doing much better ever since the events of the dungeon break. He had visited Rievan the previous week, and they had caught up on all that had happened to each other over the past almost year. The first thing Rievan had done was apologize for his accusation during the hectic battle, but Jocelyn had simply waved it away, saying everyone had been under a lot of stress. His mental health had not only recovered, but he seemed to be a lot more grounded as well. He still told stories of being strict with his subordinates, but he wasn't as harsh or unapproachable to them. Jocelyn had taken command of the church outfit after the sword bishop had passed away, but he was too young to remain in such a position. He was rewarded, though, for his command of the retreat to Magron, and he had been promoted to a senior sword priest several years ahead of schedule. He wasn't the youngest in his position. The church spanned the entire continent, after all. He was definitely one of the youngest, and he had done it on his own merits. Yeah, we have such a large group all mingled together for this time around, Rievan replied. It didn't make sense for everyone to be scattered all over the place, and the setup here is perfect for having separate groups of boys and girls in the same house. We have enough people to form 4 separate groups and still clear the second floor. Speaking of, have any of the priests explored the third floor yet? No, not yet, Jocelyn replied. Sword Bishop Nix had scouted the entrance area of the third floor, but he said he would wait for a higher-level team to join him. He told us that he had an uneasy feeling, and that's all he said. If there hadn't been a dungeon break, he probably would have already gone down there. Have you guys explored it yet? We went to the very first encounter, Rievan acknowledged. That place is super dangerous. The mana density is much greater, and the corrupted mana becomes the dominant force. It puts a suppressing effect on our mana, and it isn't nearly as effective against the revenants. My immunity came in handy, and I was able to cover the retreat of my party members, but I don't think anyone below Tier 3 should go down there. It's that giant cavern that can be seen in the last hallway on the second floor, and as soon as you step out of the corridor into the open, all of the monsters attack at once. We had almost 100 revenants charge at us with almost 10 specters, and that was just the one corner of the cavern. I'll be sure to inform the new sword bishop, and we'll make sure to let the priests running the dungeon know that it's off limits. I'll also put a note in your record for contributing the information. It won't get you any kind of reward or anything, but it'll look good. Have you informed the Adventurers Guild branch? First thing we did after coming out, Rievan nodded. How about you? Are you still escorting the younger priests and sword priests to bring up their skills and levels? Don't forget to take the time for yourself, too. Yeah, I squeeze in a personal trip with a couple of the other officers once a month. Having responsibilities greatly reduces one's options for constantly working on personal growth, but I don't resent it or anything. This is the life that I've chosen, and it's very fulfilling for me. Have you met Prince Galwit from Eldire? Rievan shifted the topic. Yes, he's swung by a couple of times to meet with the sword bishop. I get a strange feeling every time he's around, like I'm missing something. Some of his followers also have a weird sense about them, but I can't place my finger on it. Rievan nodded his head. I know what you mean. I've met him a couple of times. He's been nothing but friendly, but daggers can hide behind smiles. Jocelyn gave Rievan a level look and nodded his head. I'll keep that in mind. The two young leaders continued conversing about various topics, and Jocelyn stayed for a meal prepared by Talon. Talon had finally unlocked the cooking skill, despite saying he hadn't deliberately worked towards it, and while it wasn't as good as something that could be purchased at a restaurant with professional chefs, there was a marked difference between his earlier meals. Jocelyn got along well with Melissa's crew and the roommates. His family wasn't nobility in the traditional sense, but they were well established in the local region's church hierarchy, so he was acquainted with some of the same people as they were. He obviously knew who Alijah was, and Rievan could tell that he was pleased to have made a slight, friendly connection with their family. Jocelyn wasn't a political animal of any sort, and he took his job as a senior sword priest very seriously. That didn't mean that he couldn't recognize the benefits of being friends with important secular factions, though. He was also in the enviable position where he could befriend various factions that were normally at odds with each other, as long as he kept a clear distinction between church and secular matters. Rievan could tell that his friend understood this point quite well. Rievan walked up to the fancy gates of the manor complex that had been described in the note he had received. There were a couple of guards standing at attention at a little post that had been built for them, and they eyed Rievan as he approached. I'm Rievan, he said to one of the guards. Prince Galwit should be expecting me. Yes, he is, the guard returned. Come, I'll escort you to him. Do I need to turn in any weapons or anything? Ryevin asked as he was ushered inside through the open gate. That won't be necessary, the guard replied. He kept a neutral expression on his face and only spoke what needed to be said, but he wasn't rude or standoffish. Ryevin followed the older man to the entrance of the manor, his sense threat skill passively informing him that it wouldn't be easy to overcome him in a fight, but that he wasn't a deadly threat. He's probably around the same level as Mr. Wyman. I feel a little bit of pressure, but nothing I don't think I couldn't handle if push came to shove. Granted, he's just one of the guards. Ryevin had received a missive from Prince Galwit to join him at his residence, and he had alluded to explaining some things that Ryevin had suspicions over. I might finally be able to clear the air and figure things out. I'm not too worried about my own safety, walking in here alone. I already met with my parents' people, and they're always around to keep an eye out. The manor itself was much more ostentatious than the one Ryevin and his friends had selected, and it had more facilities attached to it. It would have been unheard of for something this luxurious, even his own rented manor, a year ago. The guard led Ryevin through the common living area and up the grand staircase. Prince Galwit was in a little office a bit of a way down the hall on the second floor. Ryevin could see a couple of his followers doing their own thing, and he could hear the sound of training coming from the rear courtyard. He didn't spot Ren anywhere, and none of the other followers paid him too much mind. "Ah, you're here," Prince Galwit said, getting up to walk around the table and extending his hand in greeting. Come in, come in. Close the door behind you if you don't mind." The scene reminded him of meeting with Knight Lieutenant Brand on occasion in his office. They both had a similar vibe in how they treated their guests. Ryevin noticed that there wasn't a whole lot occupying the room, but there were a couple of personal effects to give a sense of home. It makes sense considering he'll only be here for a couple of months at most. He took a seat in a chair across from the prince. "So based on your reaction to me the couple of times we've met, I take it you've sensed something about me." Prince Galwit opened right into the main point of the meeting. Ryevin nodded his head. "And I'm guessing you're wondering why I've taken such an interest in you." Galwit raised an eyebrow while asking the question, and Ryevin nodded his head again. "Looks like I was right," Ryevin thought. "Maybe I'll finally get some answers. Well, just like how you've sensed something in me, I've sensed something in you. I felt your presence the first time I entered the capital of this little kingdom, and I've kept abreast of news about you ever since. I was ecstatic to find someone like you out in this tiny region, and I think bringing you along to Eldire and introducing you to the family would be a great boon for everyone. Introduce me to your family." Ryevin asked, slightly taken aback. "Is your entire family like this?" "I should hope so," Galwit said, surprised. "If they weren't, then they wouldn't be family. So it's not you personally that's associated with an abyss cult, but it's your entire family," Ryevin said. Prince Galwit's eyes widened, and he quickly pulled something out of a drawer, activating it. Ryevin could sense a magical barrier of some sort spring up and surround the office. Quiet. "This place wasn't warded," Prince Galwit exclaimed with panic. He frowned and eyed Ryevin seriously for a short moment. "How do you know about the abyss and my connection to it?" Ryevin pulled back in surprise. "Wait, what? Isn't that what we were talking about?" Ryevin asked. "No, I was talking about blood," Galwit said. "I felt a resonance in my blood when I passed by you nearly a year ago. Wouldn't that still be in the same territory?" Ryevin asked, confused. "Unless you really are an outlier, and it's just you that has an association with the abyss." Prince Galwit considered Ryevin across from him a moment before he responded. "No, it's my entire family," he said. "Eons ago, my ancestors were part of an invading force on this realm. We lost the war, and they capitulated, agreeing to swear fealty to those that had defeated them in combat. The way back to the Abyss realm had closed, and there was no way to retreat. My ancestors were split into two factions. One wanted to fully integrate into this realm, and the other wanted to maintain a level of separation, refusing to give up their Abyss mana. I figured that you were a descendant of the first faction, and it would have made sense that you didn't know about the connection to the Abyss realm if your ancestors had fully integrated and erased any evidence of their origin. That's why I was so surprised when you suddenly blurted it out." Galwit paused for a second to gather his thoughts. "So your family is aware of their origins then?" No, Ryevin replied. "I simply saw you and your followers using Abyss mana in the cobbled ruins. My family doesn't originate from the Abyss realm at all. I know perfectly well where my ancestry is from, the Tier 4 Vin Empire. I just happened to gain access to the Tier 5 Abyss affinity through an accident in the dungeon, and I thought that was what you had sensed." Galwit stared at Ryevin for another moment before throwing his head back and laughing. "This is even better," he cheered. "Our family's goal, over the millennia, has been to find a way to make Abyss mana mainstream and not seen as heretical, at least by the denizens of this realm. We had long conceded that it might be impossible for the system itself to recognize that fact. My goal was to bring you along to Eldire with me, and slowly, over time, use the example of your ancestry integrating into this realm as a means to further the goal. That is if you had been who I thought you were. This is even better, though. You're a true member of this realm, and yet you have access to the Abyss affinity. Do you know what this means? Ryevin shook his head. It means we might be able to find a way for the system itself to stop viewing Abyss mana as heretical. After all, you have it, and I can see that you aren't considered a heretic. How do you know that? Ryevin asked. And aren't you worried that I'll rat you out to the Church of Light or something? You would have already. Galwit waved away the concern. I know you're friends with Senior Sword Priest Jocelyn. You would have told him about your findings if you had wanted to, and that very relationship is the reason I know you're not a heretic. I have a special magical item that hides my Abyss mana, but I don't sense anything similar from you. Okay, so let me get this straight, Ryevin said. Your family is descended from people who lost an ancient war, and you've kept your connection to the Abyss this entire time. You're not part of some cult organization or have ties to one. HMPH, the cult, Galwit said with disdain. They were a splinter group expelled from our ranks thousands of years ago. They risk jeopardizing everything we've accomplished so far. And for what? Brief personal power. We're not going to muster any grand crusade again anytime soon. Well, that's a relief, Ryevin responded. He could tell Galwit's feelings over the matter were completely genuine. Is that why you've been so cautious around me? Because of the people who incited the dungeon break? Ryevin nodded his head. Well, let me ask you this. What do you know about the Abyss Realm? All I know is that it has bloodthirsty, sadistic people who turn other people into resources through dark alchemy. They can turn people into demons, and their overall vibe is one of darkness and death. Galwit stroked his chin as he considered Ryevin's words. You've only ever experienced things from the cult, Galwit pointed out. They were extremists. In reality, the Abyss Realm is almost identical to this realm. There are lifestyle classes and combat classes, and the vast majority of people pursue a regular life. I can see the question in your eyes. How do I know this if I've never been there? The answer to that is quite simple. My family was part of the group that chose to integrate, but we didn't want to give up our roots. We especially make sure to have internal lessons about the Abyss, and we've kept it up for thousands of years. Part of those lessons is to learn the truth of what the Abyss Realm is like. It's true that there are people like the cultists in the Abyss, and some people can be transformed into demons and other things, but that's not everyone. The way Abyss Mana works is it feeds on emotions to empower the people. Rage, hatred, and bloodthirst are common emotions for powerful combat classes, and so it would make sense that that is what you've experienced. Take Ren, for example. I recruited him as one of my followers because I had sensed the influence of Abyss Mana on him already. He was compromised by the people associated with the cultists who orchestrated the dungeon break long before you ever even met him. He was in the shadow of his twin sister his whole life, and that had fostered rage and resentment in him. I saw this connection, so I picked him up. This is the heart of the reason for our goal of making Abyss Mana mainstream. We're all just people like you. That's a lot to consider, Ryevin said. He sat in silence for a moment, mulling over the words. They rang truthful in his ears. I have one last question. For now, you don't exhibit anything like what you just described. More of a statement than a question, Galwit mumbled. He chuckled and answered the implied question. My lineage is one of nobility. It's not just that we're nobles in Eldir, but my ancestors were nobles in the Abyss, too. Common citizens of the Abyss are empowered through embracing their emotions and passions, and the nobles are empowered by nurturing those emotions and passions in their followers. It makes for a great system. Each group gives and gets something from the other, far more tangible even than the nobility structures of this realm. That's another reason why I recruited Ren. I was able to get him out of home confinement and help him develop his class and skills, and his loyalty directly contributes to my own. Okay, so all of that to convince me to join you in your grand endeavor, Ryevin mused out loud. Well, I have my own plans, but I'm also not against extending what help I can. I'm not biased against the Abyss per se, just the ones that want to slaughter innocents or turn them into experience crystals. I say we let nature take its course, and we can reconvene in Eldir once I move to their academy. That's all I ever hoped for, Galwit said with a smile. I'll help you out with anything when we're there, and feel free to ask for my assistance with anything at any time here as well. I won't keep you any longer. The two youths stood up and shook hands once more. Ryevin left feeling relieved that he wasn't going to have to defend against some other dark conspiracy involving a noble family of Eldir. I don't mind giving what assistance I can, especially if it leads to a peaceful conclusion, Ryevin thought as he exited the manor. I don't know why, but I'm sure that everything he said to me was the truth. Skill unlocked. Tier 3, Detect Lies Truth 01. Ah, that would explain it, he chuckled. Once we move past the boss room to the third floor, the corrupt mana in the dungeon will become dominant, and it will suppress your abilities, Ryevin reiterated to the older adventurers. It won't just make it harder to channel mana, either. If what I saw of the other two melee combatants in my last party is any indication, it will affect your stamina abilities as well. Ryevin had signaled to his protectors using the method his parents had shown him after his meeting with Galwit. The older subordinates had been briefed by Rafix, so they knew it was a possibility they would be called upon to help their young prince complete the Revenant dungeon. All of the people in the employ of his parents were loyalists to the Vin imperial family, so they knew the truth of the matter, and they gave their loyalty to Rievin almost as much as to Emelian and Rafix. I want to try and figure out the optimum mana and stamina usage to be able to solo the dungeon for the achievement, so I just need you to cover me in the corridor. All of the monsters will attack us together, all at once, so we'll engage them and draw them to the hall so they can't surround us. Yes, your highness, the adventurers responded. Rievin paused for a moment, still unused to being addressed that way. They didn't refer to him as such when they were outside of the dungeon, just in case there was someone listening that they hadn't detected, but they had immediately become deferential once they stepped into the dungeon and became isolated from the outside world. Okay, let's go, Rievin commanded. They packed up their sack and headed toward the stairs. Rievin walked in front, his shiny new gear finally fully replacing his old medium armor. The adventurers that he had been paired up with by his parents weren't the same ones that he had previously had encounters with, though they still had the same general makeup. There was a man in full plate armor with a large shield, though he carried a wicked-looking battle axe for his weapon. There was a lithe woman in light leathers specialized in hiding in the shadows and attacking from the rear or from a distance. There was a mage in light robes who used the sun affinity. It was a Tier 3 affinity that Rievin had never seen before, and the mage had explained that it was similar to his mother's celestial affinity, but it was a step down. He had been specifically assigned to the group for his ability to counter the dark nature of the abyss mana. There was one last adventurer, also dressed in robes like the mage, but he wasn't a combatant. He used predominantly water and wood mana with a smidgen of the Tier 4 life affinity. He was a healer who was able to perform healing magic outside of the influence of holy mana supplied to priests associated with a church. Holy mana was the mana used by priests and paladins. It wasn't literally holy, but it was the designation to divine mana that wasn't empowered like someone with a divine class would have. Rievin knew that there were healers outside of the influence of the churches, but learning that it took a speck of a Tier 4 affinity for it to work made him realize why it was so rare in the lower regions. The healer had explained that healers in typical adventuring parties were some sort of combat alchemist. Physicians and other mundane healers didn't usually go on adventures, preferring to be attached to a formal organization like a military or setting up shop inside of a city or outpost. The adventuring party had coasted through the first 2 floors of the dungeon, and they had initiated the hard mode of the second floor boss. The empowered Dullahan had proven no competition to the powerful team, and they had annihilated it with 0 problems. They had their own gear, and Rievin didn't feel bad about taking the loot that dropped from the system as he knew he could have done it on his own anyway. Quis, Defender of Light, a piece of heavy armor infused with the divine protection of the light. Provides minor protection against evil, 1/7 set piece, Defender of Light. Requirements: only denizens of the light may wear this armor. One must have never suffered misery unless forgiven by an ordained church. Greaves, Defender of Light, a piece of heavy armor infused with the divine protection of the light. Provides minor protection against evil, 1/7 set piece, Defender of Light. Requirements: only denizens of the light may wear this armor. One must have never suffered misery unless forgiven by an ordained church. Helm, Defender of Light, a piece of heavy armor infused with the divine protection of the light. Provides minor protection against evil, 1/7 set piece, Defender of Light. Requirements: only denizens of the light may wear this armor. One must have never suffered misery unless forgiven by an ordained church. Full set activated. All stats +1. Minor protection against evil, moderate protection against evil. I never noticed much of a difference from the minor protection against evil, but that might have been because of my immunity, Rievin thought as they descended further into the dungeon. Maybe I'll notice a difference now. The party quickly traversed the hall and made it to the end of the man-made bricks. Once they crossed over, Rievin halted the party. We should familiarize ourselves with the effects of the suppression from the mana before we head any further, Rievin said. This was one of the main mistakes we made last time. You're all much more powerful than my previous team, but you should still understand the difference in your abilities before engaging the enemy. Yes, your highness, came the reply. Rievin followed up with his own advice and activated several spells and skills to test out before there was any danger. He knew he could wrap his spells in the abyss affinity, but he still wanted a baseline of the suppressing effect. He channeled a simple fire bolt spell, and he was surprised to find that the suppression on his mana channeling through and out of his body was noticeably less than last time. So the protection against evil counters the suppression, and Rievin was enlightened. So the typical progression should be for parties to run the dungeon and defeat the empowered Dullahan until they have enough gear to offset some of the restrictions on the 3rd floor. Eric and Tal had gotten a sword and a shield, and they didn't have the protection against evil buff on them. It makes sense that they were struggling as much as they were even though they weren't using mana. I wonder if there is any loot for caster classes to get around the restriction. Maybe my luck stat is influencing the drops, and it's giving me what is most appropriate for me because it's so much higher than anyone else's. I'll have to ask the others if they get anything different from the hard mode reward. Everyone figure out your situations, Reevan asked after experimenting a couple more times. He had determined that he would still be able to function at least a little bit even without the Abyss affinity, though it would still be at a discount to his normal abilities. His stats had improved so much, though, that he would still probably be as effective as he was the time he had soloed the Dullahan. Yes, Your Highness, the four people answered. It seems like the power of the affinities is directly proportional to the suppression, the mage said. My tier 1 affinities are diminished about 90. My tier 2 affinities, though, are reduced by about 70. Tier 3 is operating at about 50. If I stick to tier 3 affinities to infuse my spells with, I should be able to more easily power through the suppression. It will just mean much greater mana expenditure, but I should be fine as long as I pace myself. My tier 4 life affinity is only suppressed about 10, the healer chimed in. The water and wood affinities are compromised a bit, but I should still be able to patch up any injuries in an emergency. Reevan once more lead the team toward the giant, open cavern. The other Vanguard adventurer took up position to Reevan's left, and the lithe rogue slunk into the shadows. She wasn't equipped to act as a vanguard like Talon would occasionally do, though she definitely had the stats to stand up to the Revenants. Even with their additional empowerment this deep in the dungeon, they were still fundamentally mid-tier 3, and each of these adventurers was at least tier 4, according to Reevan's sense threat skill and their previous performance. They quickly made their way to the open mouth of the tunnel's end, and the defensive adventurer volunteered to step forward to attract the enemies, just in case anything out of the ordinary happened. The Revenants immediately focused their attention on the intruder like last time, and they charged the man who had desecrated the place with his presence. Reevan took in some calming breaths as he watched them storm in their direction, the older man retreating to take up position next to him once more. Okay, here we go, Reevan thought, keeping himself calm. I have no reason to panic this time. I need to pace my mana usage. This is a marathon, not a sprint. Reevan used his dual casting skill to activate his elemental weapon spell, taking the mage's advice into account and infusing his mana sword with the light affinity. It didn't have much combat application, but the point was to bypass the Revenant's immunity to mundane damage. He simultaneously activated his mana shield skill, and he infused it with another tier 3 affinity, durability. He could feel the effects of the suppression, though it was further reduced to only about 20, he gauged, due to his moderate protection against evil. The first Revenants to reach their position were the minor variants, and they swung their pickaxes like weapons to try and kill the intruders. Reevan maintained his focus and threw all of his distracting thoughts away once combat was initiated. He wasn't frantic this time around, and he had a solid shield to his left. He wasn't worried about being surrounded or any monsters bypassing him to attack his companions. He methodically blocked and parried, and thrust and slashed at the enemies. Slashing and piercing attacks weren't the most effective against skeletal monsters, but solid strikes against the bones still did a surprising amount of damage. Piercing attacks, specifically, actually worked extremely well when targeting the skull and the little orb of miasmic mana empowering the bones of the skeleton. The armored Revenants were a little more tricky to deal with, as not only were their skulls protected by black, metallic helmets, but they were also experts with their weaponry. Reevan's own skills, though, were superior to his enemies, and after a short exchange of blows with the armored Revenants, he would thrust upward into the skulls whenever an opening presented itself. The strikes were just as effective as piercing straight through the tops of the miners' skulls. Reevan's battlefield awareness skill allowed him to remain apprised of the entire situation, and he wasn't flustered or surprised when the specters made their appearance, shrieking into the melee. Reevan strained his willpower a bit further and created a third spell to launch at the specters. He found it a bit easier to manage it when combining the dual casting skill with his mana weapon skill. Channeling his dual casting through additional, actual skills took some of the burdens off of adding more spells to his attacks, and he lassoed the specters with chains infused with the gravity affinity. He decided on gravity in order to reduce the chances of missing the specters with his mana chains, as he still had to maintain his focus on the melee combat with the Revenants. He could always command his companions to handle the specters, but he wanted to practice for a future solo attempt. He wasn't so pressed yet that he needed assistance. The Revenants kept coming in an endless stream, and Reevan slogged through the combat. They weren't able to all attack Reevan at once, so he was able to maintain control of the combat and dictate the pacing to however fast he wanted. The specters would join the combat in groups of 3 to 5, and they were the only things that caused him any kind of stress. The combat continued unabated, Reivin entering a zone of total concentration. He was still aware of everything going on around him, and of his companions, but everything else sort of fell away. Combat wasn't anything special once he got into the swing of things, but the specters were a bit of a nuisance. Every now and then there would still be a specter alive from a previous group when new ones showed up. He had lost count on the number of enemies he had slain, and the number of specters in their groups was beginning to be 5 at a time more consistently. If I don't pick up the pace that I destroy the specters, they might overwhelm me, and then I'll have to use assistance, Reivin thought. That won't be the end of the world, but I should really try and find a way to do it on my own. I'll try and use the trick of enveloping my mana in the Abyss affinity again, and hopefully, the loss of the 20 suppression will allow me to clear them all out. He put thought to action. Adding another affinity, utilizing the concept from yet one more, was almost too much for Reivin with his current abilities. He still managed to do it, only having to infuse the gravity chain whips, but it caused a bit of mental strain on him. The method was effective, though, and the specters began to be destroyed at a faster clip, reducing the strain of having too many piling up. Reivin's blood pumped through his body, and he could practically hear it thundering in his ears. He looked at the revenants with distaste. These monsters were incredibly annoying, and they were responsible for the deaths of many innocent people. People who hadn't even chosen for themselves to delve the dungeon. Reivin's sword flashed faster and faster, and he stepped forward, pressing against the tide of revenants assaulting their position. He needed to destroy the revenants. He needed to kill them. His attacks came faster and harder, and the revenants were reaped like wheat before his blade. Reivin was suddenly pulled out of his trance as something grabbed his waistband and yanked him back. He looked up in surprise and noticed that he had begun to abandon his favorable position in the mouth of the tunnel. "Be careful, Your Highness," the other vanguard said, some anxiety in his voice. "It wouldn't be good to lose yourself in the middle of combat. Considering what Galwit told me about Abyss Mana, I was obviously influenced by the affinity coursing through me," Reivin thought, sweat dripping from his brow. "I almost really messed up there. I don't think I would have been in danger right away, but if I didn't have someone to watch my back, I would have eventually been surrounded on all sides. They might not have been able to kill me right away, but would I have even paid attention to the damage accumulating over time from the revenants able to get behind my guard?" Reivin dismissed the Abyss affinity, dropping it like a hot potato. "It can come in handy in situations where I can quickly annihilate any specters that begin to pile up, but I'll need to release it and completely calm down before utilizing it once more." Reivin's heart thumped in his chest from the blunder, but he soon calmed back down as he continued the fight. Reivin didn't know how long he fought, but eventually the specters stopped coming. The revenants were in much greater number, and he had no idea how many he fought through, but they too eventually stopped coming. The ground would have been littered with countless bones if they weren't in the dungeon, but the additional revenants joining the fray stomped on the bones and caused them to dissipate back into the dungeon like every other monster. An armored revenant would drop a piece of their superior gear every now and then, but it wasn't enough to get in the way of the combat. Reivin finally slashed through the last skeleton, and quiet returned to the dungeon. He panted for breath and checked his vitals on his status page. Health 4,238, 4,860 plus 310, stamina 1,788, 9,330 plus 410 mana, 961, 4,580 plus 50. Having to use Tier 3 affinities really cuts into the mana expenditure, Reivin noticed. He felt a bit of pressure in his head from the usage, but it wasn't as bad as last time. Using it over a longer period of time prevented me from getting closer to having a backlash. I have just enough stamina and mana to be able to solo this floor. If I had tried before filling up my bloodline, I wouldn't have been able to do it. "It's our duty, Your Highness," the armored man said, inclining his head. "Still, I appreciate it." Reivin kept his sword and shield out, but he dismissed the elemental weapon and mana shield skills now that there were no longer any monsters around. No reason to let our guard down completely, he thought. Just because we think all of the monsters attacked us together doesn't mean there aren't others lurking about. "All right, let's go see what else this floor has to offer," Reivin said. The others nodded their heads, and they resumed their formation as they walked into the cavern. This dungeon was a resource dungeon, so Reivin wasn't surprised to see veins of metals and minerals on the walls of the cavern. The thing that did surprise him, though, was the lack of them. There weren't nearly as many as he would have suspected, but he guessed it was just because of how large the cavern was. Objectively, there's still a ton of resources available to mine down here. It just seems like it's not that much because of the amount of coverage. The party walked around for almost an hour, exploring every bit of the cavern in a methodical manner. The floor was so large that they often couldn't see the walls on any side, and Reivin's mental map played a large role in making sure they didn't get turned around. It doesn't seem like we're going to find much down here, Your Highness, the lithe woman commented. Seems that way, Rievin agreed, though there is one last thing I want to check before we call it a day. Rievin had noticed that the mana density intensified whenever they moved in a particular direction, so he led the troop towards the source. The abyss mana continued to become thicker and thicker as they moved towards the direction it was coming from, and Rievin was eventually able to see motes of darkness floating about even without his mana sight activated. What is this? The mage asked, reaching out and touching one of the motes. It was pitch black with a slight red tinge running through it. They flitted about in the air. That's the corrupt mana, Rievin replied, glancing at the mage from the side of his eyes. The mage jerked his hand back like he had been shocked. Don't worry, we'll get a round or two of cleansing from the priests when we leave, Rievin chuckled. I don't think we can accumulate enough corruption for it to hurt us even down here where it's coming from. Rievin left out the fact that he was immune anyway. If we don't find the end soon, we'll go ahead and turn back just in case. It didn't take much longer after the mana became visible for them to spot what was introducing the mana into the dungeon. Looming above them, stretching beyond the ethereal light of the dungeon, was a towering gate. It was built out of the same metal as the armor and weapons of the revenants, and it had a shiny, black appearance. Murals of demons and acts of violence were carved into it, and it was sealed tight. Abyss mana leaked through the central crack where the two doors of the gate sealed it shut. What in the armored vanguard trailed off as he looked upon the gate. The other adventurers in the team were speechless as they gazed upon the construct. Rievin ran his hand over the metal. It was smooth and almost frictionless, the murals providing the only bumps to his touch. So this is the source, Rievin mused. He felt a powerful pulse from the center of his being, calling out to him to open the gate and explore the other side. He looked at the gate, trying to find some sort of mechanism to open it, but there was nothing. He was unable to get any sort of hold on it to leverage his physical strength. I don't think we have any way to open this, Rievin said, turning to his companions. You want to open it, Your Highness, the mage exclaimed, aghast. Sure, Rievin nodded. We're in an instant's dungeon. Whatever we do in here isn't going to affect the outside world, so it shouldn't be a problem. I guess, the man said. He was clearly skeptical of the dubious proposition. Rievin couldn't explain his desire to open the gate, so he simply left it unsaid. It doesn't matter anyway, he said. We can't open it, so I guess we'll go ahead and call it here. Let's go back. The others nodded their heads and turned to follow Rievin, using his mental map, leading them to the exit. I'll have to consult someone knowledgeable of the abyss about this gate, Rievin mused. It just so happens that there's someone in town who fits the bill. Rievin walked out of the dungeon feeling good about the situation. The familiar notification popped up as soon as he stepped across the threshold. Exiting dungeon. I didn't get any experience from the first 2 floors because I just let the adventurers smash through it as fast as possible, Rievin mused. Looks like I got close to 90 of the experience from the 3rd floor. I wonder what the second hard mode is. I can't think of anything that could be considered hard for the 1st floor, and the 3rd floor doesn't even have a boss. Rievin threw the thought to the back of his mind. He was going to clear the dungeon solo the next week. Maybe he would learn something new then. It was a pleasure, the leader of the adventure party said, clapping Rievin on the shoulder. Always glad to have the leader of the Frostfire Thorns join us. Rievin gave the smiling man a skeptical look before he realized what he was doing, putting up a pretense for all of the observers and giving my group a bit of face while doing so. The entrance to the dungeon was always extremely busy, and people were constantly coming and going. If the city ordinance didn't prohibit it, Rievin was sure there would be hawkers setting up shop right here instead of the central market area. Some of the passersby noticed the exchange, but it wasn't really of all that import to Rievin. He's probably trying to get my party name talked about a bit for the guide in the Adventurers Guild, he thought. Speaking of, we haven't checked the balance in a while. I should go pull some money out for living expenses. Rievin nodded and waved to the group. They quickly faded into the background, still doing their job of shadowing their charge, as Rievin strolled over to the Adventurers Guild branch. They had been withdrawing a little bit of funds each month while in school, and Rievin had insisted that Melissa, Larissa, and Eric take a share as well. They didn't withdraw all of it, though, as the Adventurers Guild basically functioned as a bank for its members. There was no reason to take it out of the Adventurers Guild, to either just carry it all around or deposit it in another institution. The funds from the guide hadn't taken off until several months after the dungeon break, as not many people had returned to running the dungeon for a time while the town was rebuilt. The income had steadily increased after that, though, and they had accumulated almost 20 of the total profits seen from selling the experience crystals, which was more than Rievin had expected. Rievin quickly made the trip and grabbed some pocket money. He went ahead and grabbed enough to distribute to everyone in the original party so they wouldn't have to make another trip for themselves. I might as well head over to Prince Galwit's manor and see if he's available to talk since I'm out, Rievin thought. He secured the money in a pouch he kept in his inner breast pocket. He kept the money split up, so even though it was worth over gold, It was split 6 ways in silver and copper. He wasn't used to carrying so much around, even when in the capital. He could feel the weight and feel the jingle as the coins clinked against each other. Revan made his way to the manor, and it looked exactly the same as it had half a week before. It looks like everyone's here, he thought. The dungeon resets the same day of the week for everyone, but that doesn't mean everyone is going to rush to get their run done the first day. Is the prince available to meet right now? Revan addressed the same guard as last time. The man eyed Revan for a second before indicating for him to wait a moment. Revan stood outside the gate, contemplating how he was going to bring up the discovery to Galwit. He only had to wait a moment before the guard returned and jerked his head to motion for Revan to follow him. The guard led Revan to the same study, and Prince Galwit once more greeted him with an enthusiastic smile. "What's this, back already?" Galwit asked. "Did you already think about my proposition? That was pretty quick." "No, actually," Revan said as he took a seat. "I haven't really had the chance to consider it further. I'm going to wait to speak to my parents about the issue. I don't keep any secrets from them, ever, for any reason. I might forget to bring something up from time to time, but it's never deliberate. No, I came today because I cleared the 3rd floor with a higher-level party earlier today." Prince Galwit's eyebrows rose, and he nodded in appreciation. "I don't know if you know anything about the 3rd floor, but it should be a playground for you and your people. The Abyss mana is dominant down there, and it suppresses this realm's mana. Yeah, we've peeked into it once, but we weren't confident we had enough stamina and mana to last through the horde. I guess over-leveling it is an option. Yeah, most problems can be solved by overwhelming might, I've seen," Revan chuckled. "But I'm not here to talk about the fight on the 3rd floor. We explored the cavern and found something. There's a giant metal gate in the deepest part of the dungeon, and the Abyss mana is seeping into the dungeon through that gate. When I saw the gate, I felt a pulse in my very being, telling me there was something important for me on the other side. There's no obvious way to open the gate physically, though, and I wasn't about to channel Abyss mana in front of someone else to try and open it that way. Do you know anything about something like this?" Prince Galwit stared off into space, idly tapping the top of his desk with a serious look on his face. His facial expressions fluctuated as he went through different thoughts in his head before he had an aha moment. "Let me first ask you, do you know how infinitely instanced dungeons work?" he asked. "I don't know the fundamental theory behind them, if that's what you're asking." Revan frowned. "Yes, that's what I was talking about. Well, you can think of the realm as a bubble floating in a vast sea. There are countless bubbles, and they're all independent of each other. Sometimes another much smaller bubble is formed from within the realm bubbles, and they sit on the surface, reflecting what's in the realm. This is how infinitely instanced dungeons are formed. They sit outside of the realm, attached to it, and it reflects a snapshot in time from when the first hints of the dungeon formed. This dungeon here probably had the first seeds of splitting off a couple of 100 years ago. Otherwise, the denizens of the dungeon wouldn't be undead. Now, that's not when the dungeon formed, that was only recently. That was just when the snapshot was taken. Okay, that's a little lesson just to get to the main point. Sometimes these extra bubbles sitting on the surface of the realm bubbles will attach to more than one realm bubble at a time. It sounds like that's what's going on here." "So you're saying that the other side of that gate is the Abyss realm?" Revan asked, horrified. "No, not quite," Galwit denied, shaking his head. "The other side of that gate could lead directly to the Abyss realm, but that's extremely unlikely. It's far more likely that it leads to another, separate dungeon that's technically an infinitely instanced dungeon of the Abyss realm. It could also lead to somewhere else that leads to another dungeon or the Abyss realm, we don't know. The point is, it's likely a passageway that ultimately leads to the Abyss realm as an endpoint. And what makes you so sure of that?" Revan asked. "The history lessons I told you about before," Galwit said, and Revan nodded that he was following along. "There's a short snippet of how the invasion was facilitated. It took me a moment to remember it because it's just mentioned briefly, but apparently the armies traveled through connections inside dungeons. It sounds like this could have been one of the ancient connections, and it's still around. Wasn't that war like hundreds of thousands of years ago?" Revan was shocked. In the grand scheme of things, considering realms in their totality, 100,000 years is nothing. It's been a relative blip in history. Well, when you put it like that, it makes sense. But you said you felt something calling to you from beyond the gate, Galwit prodded. "Yeah, it was from the core of my very self," Revan nodded. "It's most likely something to do with my Abyss affinity. Who knows, it might help out your goal too. Well then, what are we waiting for?" Galwit stood up and headed to the door. "Wait, you want to go now?" Revan asked, also standing up. "Sure," Galwit said. "It doesn't matter to me if I lose a week's dungeon run, and you said you cleared all of the monsters. It should just be a stroll to the bottom to check it out. I'll bring one of my men along, not Ren, just in case." "Are you sure another person should know that I can use Abyss mana?" Revan asked. "It'll be fine," Galwit placated. "All of my followers can use it too, and if they outed you, they'd be outing themselves. Your secret is safe with me and mine." "Okay, Revan said, walking out of the study room behind the prince. Well, let me send a message back to the manor to let my friends know that I've gone back in. They'll be expecting me soon, and I don't want them to worry. Sure, I'll have guard still and send a note on our way out. Ryevin walked with the prince as he beckoned to the first follower they crossed. It was a Magic Academy student. Ryevin could tell by the robe, but Ryevin didn't recognize him. The man didn't ask any questions and simply got in position behind the prince. Ryevin created a new system party and invited the two of them to join. "Wow, it's magnificent," Galwit said, clearly in awe at the giant gate. The other follower who had accompanied them also had an appropriately bedazzled expression. Ryevin had noticed that the other Magic Academy student had suffered considerably less distress from entering the bottom-most part of the dungeon. "Really?" Ryevin asked skeptically. "It seems pretty creepy to me. I'm not talking about the murals carved on it." Galwit rolled his eyes. "I'm talking about it as a whole." He took a deep breath right in front of the twin doors of the gate, and Ryevin could see motes of the dark mana get absorbed into his body. "I've never felt more refreshed in my life. I didn't realize how stifling the local mana was to my family and me until this very moment." "Makes sense," Ryevin replied. "Everyone else feels suppressed when they come down here, so it's no surprise you would feel the opposite. You're probably just acclimated to the feeling since you've lived here your entire life, and nobody else in your family realizes it either. If we can get system recognition for our use of Abyss Mana, it could change so much more than just how others look at us," Galwit said, fervor in his voice. "Do you think we can open it?" Ryevin asked. "I think so," Galwit said. "We're on this side of the gate and it leads to the Abyss. I imagine it would require a blending of the two types of mana in order to unlock and open it." Galwit glanced at his follower. "It's a good thing we brought Leonard along, as we'll probably need all three of us acting together to open it. So what do we need to do?" "Well, if my guess is correct, I need to channel pure Abyss Mana. Leonard needs to channel pure Veridical Mana, and you need to channel a blend of the two. We combine it all together and push it into the gate, and it opens. I don't know. Like I said, I'm guessing. Won't hurt to try," Ryevin said. The three men took up position. Ryevin stood in the center with Galwit to his left and Leonard to his right. He could feel the intensity of the calling increase as they began to channel their own pure mana. Leonard had the hardest time of it, even though he didn't suffer nearly as much as the other people Ryevin had come down here with, that only applied because of the Abyss Mana he had somehow been infused with. Channeling Veridical Mana down here was still a chore. Galwit and Leonard didn't have the realm affinities, so the mana they were channeling was simply just the base mana of the two realms. Ryevin, though, infused his pure mana with the actual affinities. He formed an orb of Veridical Mana in his right hand and one of Abyss in his left. None of the three were sure how much they were going to need, so they simply pumped as much of their mana into their orbs as they could. The pulse within Ryevin continued to intensify as more mana was pushed out, and after a certain amount was channeled into the palms of his hands, he felt a click. The mana orbs from Galwit and Leonard were sucked into Ryevin's orbs like a magnet, and then those two orbs combined all on their own, forming a sphere perfectly halved by the two types of mana. Energy built up and then exploded toward the gate, like an empowered beam spell. Ripples of alternating white and black lines spread out from the impact of the mana on the center of the gate, and a loud groaning sound echoed throughout the cavern as the gate began to move. The very air in the cavern was sucked into the maw of the opening doorway like a vacuum, and the three young men stumbled forward before maintaining their balance. An equilibrium was quickly reached, and Abyss Mana began to pour into the dungeon from the now open gate. Ryevin peered into the darkness, but he couldn't see anything. It was like a wall of black separated the dungeon from whatever was on the other side of the gate. "Well," Galwit said, clearly a little unnerved by the sight, "no reason to hesitate now. Leonard, you stay here. We're just going to peek inside real quick. I'll let you know if we need you in a moment." "Yes, my lord," Leonard said, a little out of breath. He stumbled over to the side and took a seat to recover from the mana expenditure. Ryevin checked his own status and saw that it had taken 1,200 mana points to open the gate. "I was doing dual casting though, so looks like it cost him 600 mana. I don't know how much mana he has, but I do notice that Galwit seems to be perfectly fine after supposedly spending the same amount." Galwit returned a knowing look when he caught Ryevin inspecting him in thought. "Ready when you are," Galwit said. Ryevin nodded and drew his sword and shield. "No reason to not be cautious. We have no idea what's on the other side." Galwit followed suit by pulling out a gnarled wand from within his inner breast. Anticipation thrummed in unison with the pulsing of the call. Ryevin walked through the partition of blackness on high alert. He took deliberate steps, weapon at the ready and mana on the cusp of being called. A chill ran through his entire person as he stepped through the portal. He took a couple of steps inside before stopping to goggle at the sight before him, Galwit turning into a statue next to him. Before the two young men was a long, rocky bridge spanning over an infinite abyss. Behind the two was an orb shining with a light that gave off the comfortable feeling of Veridical Mana, and on the other side of the bridge was a similar orb giving off the feelings of the abyss. The orbs were the size of a large house, but when Ryevin gazed into the orb, he felt as though he was viewing the entire infinite expanse contained within the confines of the orb. There were thousands of strands connecting the two orbs, and upon closer inspection, they were similar bridges to the ones Ryevin and Galwit found themselves on. They appeared to be tiny strings, but focusing on one gave a similar impression as the orbs themselves. Ryevin instinctively understood that each bridge was actually identical in size and scope to the one he was standing on. There were millions of orbs similar to the veridical and abyss orbs floating in space all around, above, below, in front, and behind. There was no source of light. The orbs shined unto themselves without seeming to illuminate anything around them, but his vision was crystal clear. Surrounding the realms were an uncountable number of flickering lights. They were incredibly tiny, like sparks from an open fire. They were all traveling in the same general direction, but huge tides of the sparks were attracted to the various orbs like gravity. At the same time, an almost equal number of the sparks were expelled from the orbs to join the others in their journey to some other, unknown destination. Wah, Ryevin choked. What is all of this? I have no idea, Galwit said, gazing into the vast expanse. It's beautiful, though. What's that? Ryevin pointed. Attached to the millions of realm orbs was a similar thread to the ones attaching the veridical and abyss realms. These threads, though, had a sort of golden shine surrounding them. Every orb had one, and they stretched upwards into infinity, all appearing to lead to the same place. All of the orbs had one, except for two. Our realms don't seem to have one, Ryevin said. No, they do, Galwit pointed. Ryevin followed his indication, and he could see that the threads with a golden sheen did exist for each orb, but they didn't lead up into infinity. They were severed and floating around aimlessly. What does that mean? Ryevin and Galwit shared a look. Do you feel the call? Galwit asked, bringing their attention back to the main topic at hand. Ryevin nodded toward the center of the bridge. Whatever it is, it's not coming from the actual abyss realm, he replied. It's coming from the center of the bridge, but I don't see anything from here. Well, Galwit rolled his shoulders. Let's go see if we can't find anything over there. Ryevin sheathed his sword and holstered his shield on his back. There were no monsters of any kind, so he felt no reason to keep the weapons at the ready. The two of them strode across the bridge. The pulsing within his core continued to intensify as they got closer and closer to the center of the bridge. Ryevin took a step beyond the center of the bridge, and the pulsing suddenly stopped. He paused and looked around in bewilderment. Excellent, a deep voice came from behind them. The sound vibrated in Ryevin's chest, and he and Galwit spun around, weapons coming back out at the ready. The gateway has been opened right on time. Ryevin held his sword at the ready, shield up, as he saw the person who was speaking. A masked man in dark robes like the cultists took easy strides across the bridge toward the two of them. Ryevin felt his hair stand up on end, and his stomach plummeted. The man's white mask was completely blank except for the two eye holes. Ryevin could feel, as well as see, the red irises of the man as he stared at Ryevin. He walked up to just out of reach of Ryevin before stopping to consider the two youths. Ryevin's sense danger was completely silent as the man stood there, but his sense threat skill had exploded. It was practically off the charts, and his knees threatened to buckle at the pressure the masked man gave off. His sense threat skill was telling him only one thing: instant death. This man is stronger than Dad, Ryevin gulped. A lot stronger. You have done well, young Galwit, the man said, his voice still vibrating Ryevin's body with each syllable. Ryevin glanced at Galwit, a feeling of betrayal welling up, but he saw only a look of confusion on the other young man's face. Do I know you, Your Excellency? Galwit asked with a frown. The masked man chuckled at the question. No, but I know you, he responded. A creature of the abyss, floundering in a world that rejects him. I know exactly what you're going through. About your struggle to find a place for you and your kind, a naive wish. You will find no acceptance, not from the people, not from the system. But rejoice if you can't find accommodation. You can simply force it upon them. Now that the gate is once more open, the war can continue, and this time we will end the conflict and absorb the other realm, stripping it of its power for ourselves. Ryevin's eyes widened in alarm as the gravity of the situation dawned on him. He realized that the situation was exponentially more dire than a simple run-in with a powerful cultist. What have I done? You want to absorb the veridical realm? Ryevin asked with mounting horror. Of course, the masked man responded. The road to immortality is long and arduous. There is only so much energy available to go around. The realms might seem to be infinite, but so are the denizens of those realms. I will lead the abyss to consume the veridical realm, and that will just be the start. I will be a hero to my people. The masked man clenched his fist in front of him as he spoke with conviction. This guy is crazy, Ryevin thought, but not the loony type of crazy. He's the dangerous type. Who are you? Ryevin asked. He didn't get any danger sense from the man, so he didn't know if he planned on killing them or letting them go. If he survived this encounter, he needed as much information as possible for the coming days. Galwit stood silently, watching the exchange with a frown on his face. Don't ask foolish questions, Ryevin. The masked man leveled a gaze upon Ryevin. I'm obviously wearing a mask. Why would I do that if I wanted people to know anything about me? You only need to concern yourself with my purpose. It will be a great undertaking, absorbing an entire realm. There will be opportunity to advance beyond your wildest imagination. You can become the strongest being in 2 realms. Join us. Lend me the strength I have witnessed this past year. Rievin was taken aback by the statement. It was more than just this person trying to recruit him to wage a war against his own realm. He's been watching me, watching us. He's been in the shadows this whole time, and we've never even had a clue. You're out of your mind, Rievin said before he could couch his words. You wound me, the masked man said, hand to his heart in a familiar gesture. Is that any way to speak to the person responsible for everything you have, everything you are, everything I have? Rievin repeated. I've worked for everything I have, and anything else given to me was by my parents. Rievin's mouth wouldn't stop running. What's going on with me? I'm not acting like myself. Now that I think about it, why am I even in the dungeon with Galwit? I would never have normally just jumped into things without talking about it with my friends first, much less my parents. There was no reason to rush back into the dungeon in such haste. And who orchestrated for your parents to get together in the first place? Realization dawned on Rievin. You're the one who initiated the dungeon breaks in Vin, and if I hadn't, you wouldn't even have been born. Can't I? Regardless, I see great potential in you. Don't make a mistake. Join us. There you go, saying us again. Galwit interjected, hands raised with palms out. I have nothing to do with this. The masked man turned his attention to Galwit and pointed at his face. You have no say in the matter, he said. I have use of you, so you're coming with me. Galwit's frown deepened at the declaration. My family has worked so hard over the centuries to get where we are today. I'm not just going to betray everything I've stood for my whole life. Galwit pulled out a dagger that had been strapped to his waist and held it up to his throat. I would rather die than be a party to this madness. There was no hope of defying the powerful man in front of them. The only way either of them could thwart whatever plans he had for them was to take the extreme way out. Rievin was shocked at Galwit's decisiveness, but he was unable to react in time to stop his new acquaintance. The masked man turned his pointing hand over and snapped his fingers. Rievin caught a sense of something happening around him, so he activated his mana sight with veridical and abyss affinities infused in each of his eyes, respectively. Lines of pure veridical and abyss mana sprang into view. They were different from the regular mana that he could interact with and manipulate. They reminded him of the fundamental mana used by the very system. There were countless lines connecting everything to everything. He could see thousands coming even from himself, some connected to Galwit, some connected to the masked man. The vast majority went from him and connected to the veridical realm's orb, spreading out to connect to other people and places, one connecting to the orb itself. Another solitary line connected him to the abyss realm orb. As he watched, powerful emanations of mana surrounded a thread connecting Galwit to the masked man. It thickened and multiplied until one turned into hundreds. Galwit's hand holding the dagger lowered, and he walked to stand behind the masked man, face wooden with no expression. So he's been manipulating us somehow to make the choices that led us here. Rievin speculated. Are you beginning to understand the futility of your struggle? The masked man turned back to Rievin. You could be above 10,000 under one. With time you would be my most powerful general, leading the forces of the abyss to conquer and ascend. Never, Rievin denied. I'll never willingly betray my family and friends. If you want me to join you, you'll have to do the same thing to me as you did Galwit. The masked man considered Rievin standing before him, still holding his sword and shield in his hands, defiant. I'm not controlling him, if that's what you think, the masked man finally said. I simply altered his fate and tied him to me more closely. He'll snap out of his daze in a little while, though his attitude will have been adjusted. You and he are different. He's of use to me, but he could never aspire to be my equal. No matter, the masked man changed his tone. I gave you a chance, but you failed to seize it. You'll be almost as useful to me in my plans as an adversary as you would a subordinate. What do you mean? You will be a powerful stepping stone for my underlings, the man chuckled. You've been in the palm of my hand since the very beginning, and you can't escape just by refusing to join me. Even if you fled to the ends of the realm, far from any civilization, the conflict will still find you. Come, Galwit. The masked man motioned to Galwit, who was still standing in a daze as he walked past Rievin. Galwit followed like an automaton, and Rievin kept his stance ready as he turned to keep facing the man as he casually strolled across the bridge toward the abyss realm. Just like that, Rievin called out to the man. What was the point of manipulating us to come here if you're just going to let me go? Rievin was mentally kicking himself as he still couldn't just keep his mouth shut, the effects of having his judgment impaired lingering. Isn't it obvious? The masked man paused, turning his head to the side to answer the question. Only you could open the door. I merely manipulated a strand of your fate for you to perceive something important for you on the other side of the gate, and removed your inhibitions a little. It's not my fault you mistakenly assumed what was important to you was something to do with your bloodline and not a pivotal moment in your life. I already explained that you'll work for me as an adversary, whether you want to or not, so there's no reason for me to not let you go. And revealing this information to you means that you, and the paltry few you'll be able to convince will train that much harder and put up a better fight in the end. Though, the masked man trailed off as he fully turned around, once more holding his hand out and snapping his fingers. A black ball of abyss mana sprung up from the very void itself. The flickering sparks flitting about in the space around the orbs shied away and fled in apparent panic, avoiding the black ball as far as possible. Rievin found himself unable to respond as he watched the mana float up and expand in size. It radiated a dark light like an inverse sun, and it grew in size and intensity with every passing breath. "You did insult me and snubbed my most kind offer," the masked man continued. "A little punishment is in order." As the last word left the masked man's mouth, a powerful beam exploded out of the black mana, piercing through Rievin's very being. He screamed as fire and ice coursed through his body, pain immediately washing away any rationality. The pain was all-consuming, many times more powerful than the alchemical concoction he had fallen into. His mental fortitude and iron will skills did nothing for him this time. He screamed and screamed, fighting against the insanity that threatened to consume him. He fought and clawed his way back to try and retain his sanity and consciousness. He was able to vaguely become aware of the masked man watching him impassively, Galwit still in the dazed state he had fallen into when his fate had been altered. Rievin's awareness began to darken around the edges almost immediately after he gained that last semblance of consciousness. "Give me," he heard the masked man say, turning and walking away with Galwit trailing behind him. The darkness consumed him as he screamed. Melissa's legs shook as she sat at the table in the manor they had rented for their stay in the dungeon town. All of the members of the two groups that had come to run the dungeon during the summer months were present, minus Rievin and Talon. Melissa was nervous for the potential news that Talon would bring any moment now. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get the nervous energy from rampaging through her body, thus the shaking leg. "There's nothing more we can do but wait," Larissa whispered. There was no indication of the bubbly energy coming from the girl, and there hadn't been for quite some time. Melissa eyed her sister. "If this is the personality she shows others at the estate, then I'm glad she shows me the other personality. I'm not sure I could get used to a serious Larissa." Melissa attempted to muster up a smile for her sister, but it was a pitiful failure. She patted the back of Larissa's hand, still holding it in her other, and sat with her in silence. "The most frustrating thing is that there was literally nothing any of us could have done about this," Melissa thought for the 1000th time. Even if we had known of the possibility, nobody could have changed the outcome. The group continued to sit around in relative silence. Another hour or so passed before the thumping sound of the front door slamming shut reached the teenagers. Talon walked into the room shortly after, a serious look on his face. All quiet conversation around the table halted as everyone looked up to him. He scanned the room, looking each person in the eye before speaking. "It has been a month with no news," Talon spoke. "The Adventurers Guild has declared Rievin to be presumed lost or dead, and the lost provision was only tacked on because of the involvement of Prince Galwit." The words were expected by everyone, but Melissa still felt the world drop from beneath her. She lost all focus as the words echoed about in her mind. Lost or dead, lost or dead, lost or dead. A gentle shake of her shoulder brought Melissa back to the present. Larissa was staring into her face, a frown of worry upon her own. "We knew this was the most likely news," Larissa whispered to her sister. "It doesn't mean anything, just standard procedure." "I know." Melissa took in a deep breath to calm herself. She looked around the table at the various people sitting around it. Halen, Aaron, and Alicia were the least affected by the news, though they were still a bit distraught. Alicia gave Melissa a knowing look, the only one of the three of her friends who grasped a little bit of what it meant to lose Rievin. Her family was a bit more connected and in the know, so she was more aware of his potential than her other friends. Tom, Vane, and Trick sat in a daze, not even interacting with each other. They had been together with Rievin longer even than Melissa or Larissa had, despite not knowing him as early. He had quickly become one of their best friends, and they had planned ahead for years, fully expecting Rievin to be a major part of their lives. It was not only a devastating blow emotionally, but the very fact that it had happened to Rievin put their own mortality in full perspective. Talon and Kimberly were hit the hardest. Talon didn't devolve into blustery tears or anything, and neither did Kimberly, for that matter, but Melissa could tell. Talon sat down at the table, Kimberly hugging him close. They simply sat with their heads together, ignoring everything else around them. Melissa had long given up on recruiting Rievin to her family. The emotions running through her were entirely from losing a friend. Melissa hadn't realized how close she had grown to Rievin. She had thought that she would have to be strong for her sister, but it turned out that it was Larissa that was being strong and consoling Melissa. Eric and Tal didn't count, as they were almost exclusively concerned with their charges. That being said, Melissa had noticed a slight frown creasing the otherwise perfectly stoic features of Eric's face for the past week. "What does this mean for Prince Galwit?" Aaron asked. "Who cares?" Talon replied without looking up. "As far as I'm concerned, he's the one responsible." "Well, you should care," Alicia chimed in. His family isn't going to take his disappearance very well, and then they'll be snooping around us and our families to try and figure it out. Let 'em, Talon mumbled. It's their death warrant if they want to mess around. Melissa barely heard the rest of Talon's statement, and it was only because she was sitting right next to him. What was that? Halen asked, confused. Elijah tilted her head to the side, a confused expression on her face. I'm guessing she heard it too, but she has no idea about the truth behind Reevin's family. I only know that they're way more than they seem, but it seems Talon is privy to the details. That's good though, one less thing to worry about. Did that Leonard fellow say anything to anyone? Larissa asked. Nope, Talon said. They apparently skipped town a day after he emerged from the dungeon alone. He knows something, but we're not able to follow up on it until we can get back to the capital. And the Adventurers Guild won't interfere with a noble house or their subordinates in a situation like this, or so I was told at the branch. Melissa nodded her head in agreement. I'm not worried about them, she said. I'm more worried about what we're going to tell Reevin's parents. I'm sure we'll be able to convey our hopes and concerns, Elijah remarked. They have to be pretty strong themselves to have raised a son like Reevin. They can handle it. Melissa looked her friend in the eye and shook her head. That's not what I meant, she said. I'm worried about what they'll do, not how they'll feel. Melissa cast her spell at the training dummy, attempting to get back in the right mindset for delving the dungeon. Reevin had disappeared for almost 2 months at this point, and it was time for everyone to get out of their funk and get back to their lives. It had been a struggle for everyone, minus Halen and Aaron. They were sad and upset, but they hadn't been nearly as close to Reevin as everyone else had been. Even Elijah took it harder than Melissa had expected. Larissa had shown herself to be an excellent pillar during everyone's self-imposed exile in the manor. The parties hadn't delved the dungeon the entire time, and Larissa had gone above and beyond in keeping everyone going and sane. Despite her best efforts, though, she wasn't able to get everyone back to fighting condition on her own. It had actually been Jocelyn, who had started coming around more frequently to meet up with everyone else despite Reevin's absence, who had banded together with Larissa to finally get everyone's head back on straight. He had been open and forthcoming with his own experiences as the commander of the retreat from the dungeon town to Magron during the break. He had described his own emotions in great detail, and he had patiently sat with everyone individually to help them confront their own. Melissa had asked Jocelyn why he went through so much effort to help people he hardly knew. It's my duty, he answered. Not just my duty as a member of the Church of Light, but my duty as a friend. I considered Reevin to be one of my few close friends, and he would want me to help you. I know he would do the same thing for me. Talon and Kimberly shared their experience of the first time they had encountered Jocelyn, and Melissa was blown away by the difference in the man who went out of his way to help them, compared to the one who had harshly questioned teenagers on the side of the road. Melissa concentrated on casting the next spell. She had been practicing a few hours a day for the last 3 days now, and she was finally beginning to gain the confidence to return to the dungeon, to run it a couple more times before they would need to return to the Magic Academy to officially end the school year. Despite being well into first place in the third-year rankings with a quota to Eldire practically guaranteed, she would never forgive herself if she fumbled now and lost the chance because she couldn't master her own state of mind. A powerful pulse from someone's presence alerted Melissa to the one last thing she was dreading. She paused in her casting and glanced at the doors leading into the manor from the rear courtyard. Well, it's finally here, she thought. Time to talk to his parents about the situation. She walked back into the living area, expecting to see a storm of emotions on the two people who had come to visit. Instead, she found Reevin's parents cheerfully sitting on a couch, playfully scolding Talon and Kimberly for their slack training. Melissa frowned as she strode to an open seat. Emelian looked up and gave her a bright smile as she sat down. What's going on? Melissa couldn't help herself from asking. This isn't what I expected at all. We know, dear, Emelian easily replied, but let's wait until everyone is here so we can explain. Melissa nodded her head and settled in to wait for the others. Rafix continued to tease Talon and Kimberly, with Emelian occasionally contributing to the banter, and Melissa noticed that they were able to ease the tension in the two youths quickly and efficiently. They didn't have to wait long for the rest of the group members to arrive. Alicia's eyes widened when she first spotted Rafix and Emelian sitting on the couch, but her expression smoothed out almost immediately. Tal showed his worth as an observant bodyguard, as his hand immediately went to the hilt of his sword, knuckles white from gripping it as hard as he could. Melissa could see that sweat had immediately beaded his forehead. Seems like they have some items or skills that allow them to sense the threat level of people around. Melissa nodded to herself. Emelian isn't flexing on the girl, as far as I can tell, or such a thing wouldn't even be necessary. If Alicia was able to recover her calm mood that quickly from such an interaction, I would have to re-evaluate almost everything I know about her. Melissa quietly chuckled to herself. Okay, that looks like everyone, Emelian announced, standing up. First of all, we really appreciate everything you all have done with and for Riven over the past year. Your concern over his well-being is clear on your faces. As to the reason we're not concerned, and the main reason we've made this little trip to meet with you is because we know that Riven is alive and doing relatively well. Emelian reached into the pouch at her waist and withdrew an object. She pulled out a fairly large crystal orb, slightly larger than her hand. It gave off a gentle glow, and Melissa could see 8 smaller orbs floating about inside the main crystal. Each orb individually gave off a gentle glow, though one of the interior ones seemed to be slightly dimmer than the others. Melissa frowned as she gazed at the object. It looks familiar, but I can't quite place it. It's just out of reach for me to recall what it is. A gasp broke her concentration, and she looked up to see Elijah covering her mouth, eyes as wide as they could go. "That's a soul orb," Elijah exclaimed, pointing at the object in Emelian's hand. Melissa frowned as she returned her attention to it. "It does resemble one now that it's been pointed out to me, but why is it? Why is it so big?" She voiced her thoughts. Emelian shrugged. "We don't know," she replied. "It's always been this big, ever since we had it made. We also don't know what's up with the 8 smaller orbs floating inside of it. Each one of the smaller orbs is bigger than any of the soul orbs we have for any of our family members," Larissa absent-mindedly commented, staring at the soul orb. "I'm sorry," Talon raised his hand. "A what?" "This is a soul orb." Emelian held it out for Talon and Kimberly to inspect. Everyone else seemed to have already grasped the meaning behind it. "It will crack and shatter the moment whoever is bound to it dies. This is why we know he's alive. Not only that, but the glow is still healthy, so he hasn't suffered any irrevocable damage to his soul or body." "Ah, I see," Talon said, leaning forward to get a better look at the orb. "But this one of the ones floating around in the middle seems to be dimming." "Yes, well," Emelian put the orb back in her pouch. "That pouch is way too small to hold something like what she just put inside of it," Melissa idly noticed. "That's the only thing that's caused us any concern over the past month and a half. But it's still glowing with the same intensity as all of the others, and we don't quite know what they are to begin with, so there's still hope that everything is completely fine." Rafix cleared his throat. "Riven must be going through some sort of trial and tribulation. We know he's alive and well, and for all we know, healthy as well. We knew from the letters you all sent, as well as other sources, that you were all worried about him. News was sent to Eldire too, but Galwit's family hasn't made any moves of any kind. They might know something about the situation. If Riven's soul orb wasn't showing that he was doing well, relatively, we would have rushed over there to demand some answers. As it stands now, though, we'll simply inquire about it from them when we move up to Eldire this fall." "You're still going to move to Eldire?" Elijah asked, confused. "What about Riven in the dungeon?" "We have more than one child," Emelian answered, placing a hand on the girl's arm, "and we're not abandoning him here." "We have friends," Talon snorted, and Emelian ignored his outburst as she continued, "that will keep an eye out for him. They can lead him to either return to the Magic Academy to try for a quota somehow, or they can directly lead him to us in Eldire. It's not as big of a deal as you might think. There's also really nothing we can do about the situation until he comes out of the dungeon," Rafix added, "and it's been nearly 2 months. Who knows when he'll come back? All I know is that I'm confident he will, and he'll be disappointed if we don't take his sisters to Eldire and accompany his friends over such a minor matter." "Yeah, that's exactly how he would react," Talon smirked. "That's all we wanted to say," Emelian said. "We knew that a message wouldn't be convincing, so we decided to drop in and explain it in person." Rafix stood up and joined Emelian, and everyone else followed suit. Tom, Vane, and Trick spoke with Rafix briefly before running off to supposedly start training again. They were in much higher spirits, even more so than they had been from Jocelyn and Larissa's help over the past weeks, from the information they had gotten from Riven's parents. Halen and Aaron exchanged pleasantries with Emelian for a moment before heading off as well. Everyone else, along with Melissa, walked with Rafix and Emelian as they escorted them to the door. "Won't you be staying for at least a meal before you head back to whichever inn you're staying in?" Elijah asked. "The manor is so large you could stay here as well. There's no need to run off so soon." "That's sweet, dear," Emelian said, grabbing Elijah's hand and patting it, "but we really must be going immediately. There's no telling what kind of mischief Riven's sisters could be getting up to in our absence. We really must be back in the capital by tomorrow evening." Emelian said it casually as she bid farewell to everyone else. Rafix imparted some last bits of wisdom to Talon and Kimberly, and Emelian even gave Melissa a short hug, surprising the girl. They were out the door and gone before anyone had a chance to detain them further, as Elijah had attempted. Melissa's friend stared after them with a blank look before startling back to herself. "Wait, what?" she exclaimed. "Back in the capital by tomorrow evening." Melissa looked her friend in the eye and smirked. His eyes opened slowly, the gunk and blurriness making it hard to see right away. His head was swimming, and he shook it to clear some of the cobwebs out of his mind. Through the haze of his vision, he could see an orange glow with a large shadow sitting in front of it. The sounds of wood crackling from a fire reached his ears. Galwit sat up and rubbed his eyes, clearing away the vestiges of unconsciousness. His vision cleared, and he was surprised to see that he was in a completely unfamiliar location. Where is this? How did I get here? He looked around frantically, but he couldn't recall how he got there at all. He was sitting in a small clearing. He didn't recognize the species of any of the surrounding trees. The darkness told him that it was deep in the night, but he couldn't see any of the stars due to the light pollution from the campfire. A large man in a black robe was sitting in front of the fire, facing the other direction. Galwit could barely make out that there was another person standing unnaturally still behind him. A hacking cough coming from the robed man brought Galwit's attention back to him. Excuse me, Galwit called out to him. The man coughed once more, then motioned with an arm, directing Galwit to sit on a chopped log across from him on the other side of the fire. Galwit got up and cautiously made his way over. Galwit sat down and looked up at the robed man. He noticed the man wore a blank white mask, but it was the person standing behind him that caused him to freeze, the hairs on his arms sticking up and a chill running down his spine. Standing behind the masked man with a wooden expression on his face was himself. The person was an exact copy of him, minus the unnatural stillness. The masked man noticed Galwit's gaze, and he turned his head to see what he was looking at. Oh, the man softly exclaimed, forgot that was back there. He turned back to face Galwit. Don't worry about that, just a puppet. He waved his hand in the puppet's direction, and it disintegrated into dust before being absorbed back into the man. Who are you and where am I? Galwit asked, disturbed by the scene of himself disintegrating. The masked man chuckled before it morphed into another hacking fit. He brought up a handkerchief and held it under his mask as he coughed. When he lowered his hand, Galwit could see drops of red on the white cloth. Straight to the point, the masked man examined the cloth in his hand before tucking it away in his robes. I'm getting too old for this, he mumbled to himself. He turned to address Galwit once more. I borrowed your appearance to pull off a bit of deception. While you didn't help me out willingly, you still helped me. One good turn deserves another. Karma and all that. Ask me what you want. Galwit eyed the man suspiciously. He was keenly aware that the man had evaded his questions, but he was out of his element and in the others. I want to go home, Galwit declared. No, the masked man clapped his hands together, a thunderous sound emanating out from the powerful blow. Abyss mana leaked out from the man's hands as he recovered himself. He stared Galwit in the eye through the eye holes of his mask. Ask me, he pointed to himself. What you, he pointed at Galwit, want. Galwit paused and considered the question. The man clearly knew there was a desire in Galwit's heart, so he decided to be forthcoming. I want the system to recognize my family's abyssal roots and not consider us to be heretics, he answered. Ask and you shall receive, the man nodded his head. Tell me, why is it that Reborn isn't considered a heretic by the veridical system? Because he's a resident of the veridical realm, Galwit ventured. He was only slightly surprised that the masked man knew about Reborn. He seemed to know about my desire before I said it, after all. What else does he know? Wrong, the masked man held up his finger. Plenty of people born of that realm fall into what their system considers heresy. Try again. Galwit considered the question further. He had been a bit flippant with his first answer, but it seemed like the masked man wouldn't move on until he gave an honest attempt at the question. He told me he had the Tier 5 Abyss affinity, so I'm guessing it has something to do with that. Exactly, the masked man snapped his fingers. But it's more than that. I've seen his fate. He also has the Tier 5 veridical affinity. Without that affinity, it wouldn't be possible for him to counterbalance the nature of the system to reject other realm affinities. Okay, and how does that help me? Galwit was confused. As a descendant of both realms, you and your family have it in you to acquire both affinities, the masked man continued. Once your family has both affinities, problem solved. You make it sound so easy, Galwit retorted. It will take years of effort for each individual person to gain those affinities. I don't even know how to get those affinities. Well, let me finish, the masked man chuckled. The problem of requiring each individual member of your family to unlock both affinities has a simple solution. Note that I said, simple, not easy. What is the way for someone to spread their inherent characteristics to their descendants? A bloodline, Galwit asked. The masked man nodded and motioned for Galwit to continue his thought process. A bloodline passed down from powerful individuals' takes on the main characteristics of their chosen path. People who gain powerful martial classes will have children with a physical stat advantage, and powerful caster classes will have children with a mental stat advantage. So what you're trying to say is if we can form a proper bloodline of people who all unlock the 2 Tier 5 affinities, the bloodline itself will carry on the characteristics of not being rejected by the system. Exactly, the masked man confirmed. Why play this question and answer game, though? Why not just tell me? It was a simple enough solution, Galwit asked, confused. Easy, the masked man answered. If I just gave you the answers to your burning desire, it would count towards removing our karmic link. I have to play by the rules if I don't want to die, and if I'm to actually help you, I have to have enough of the link remaining to do what I'm going to do next. Otherwise, it would put too much strain on me. And what are you going to do next? Galwit asked with concern. I can see your fate, the man said. You already have the fate of one born to lead a powerful family. Well, relatively powerful. If you want to unlock the Tier 5 affinities, you'll need to at minimum secure a foundation in a Tier 4 empire. Anyway, back on topic. You already have the fate to lead a powerful family. It only takes a slight tweak of your fate strings to alter that to the patriarch of a bloodline. I already have a bloodline. Don't interrupt me. Altering a bloodline just means you have to be a bit more powerful than the originals, and your descendants have to be consistent. I'll tweak your fate slightly. The foundations for everything are already in place. It will be up to you to capitalize on the change, though. Galwit nodded. The masked man stood up and waved his arms in opposite circles in front of himself. Galwit could sense the buildup of the mana, though he couldn't see anything, even with his sense mana skill. The amount of power he was sensing, though, was startling. The masked man had told him that it would take a slight tweak to effect the change, yet he was sensing thousands of points worth of mana being channeled into each of the man's hands. The masked man stopped the circles and threw his hands out in front of himself, toward Galwit. A wind kicked up and blew Galwit's hair and clothes a bit, but he didn't feel any other change. The man collapsed to the ground, once more devolving into a coughing fit. Galwit frowned at the apparent lack of change before reeling back in horror. Blood seeped from the eye holes of the mask, and he could see even more dripping down from the man's chin behind the mask. The masked man groaned in agony as he suffered for several long minutes, Galwit unsure of what to do. The spectacle finally ceased, and the masked man sat back up, panting hard from the exertion. He produced a pink towel from somewhere and wiped his white mask clean before once more dabbing at his mouth with the handkerchief. The man noticed Galwit's horrified gaze. "Everything has a price," the man said, putting the towel away where it had come from. "That towel used to be white." "Okay, Galwit said. "Are you sure you're all right? Wouldn't it be easier to suffer through that backlash if you took the mask off? If I could take the damn mask off, don't you think I would have?" The masked man rolled his eyes behind the holes. "Well, I don't feel any different," Galwit mentioned. "Of course you don't," the man snapped. "Fate is intangible. How are you going to feel it? Trust me, though, it worked, if you say so." "I say so, okay, Galwit held up his hands. "Anyway, can I go home now?" No, yes, no, and why is that?" Galwit said, exasperated. "For one, I'm in no condition to escort you back to the other side. For two, it's not time yet. If you go back now, hundreds of years of planning will go to waste. That's not happening." "What do you mean by the other side?" Galwit latched on to the first statement, conveniently ignoring the one about hundreds of years of planning. "For now." The masked man stared at Galwit for a moment. He turned his head left and right, looking all around before looking back at Galwit. He threw his arms up in consternation. "Have you not been paying attention?" he asked. "We're in the Abyss realm. Can't you feel all the Abyss mana surrounding you?" He took in a deep breath and let it out in a relaxed manner. "Just breathe it in. It feels so good to be back in the Abyss after all of those years on the outside. Just feel it. You don't have to hide behind your trinket anymore." Galwit opened his eyes and senses, wide for the first time as he fully took in his surroundings. He had been so focused on the man and situation he found himself in that he had neglected to properly inspect the environment surrounding them. The air was rich with Abyss mana. He copied the masked man, taking in a deep breath, reveling in the liberating feeling. He could absorb the veridical affinity just fine, though he had to constantly work to alter it into Abyss mana by running it through his particular mana circulation before it was usable. The mana here felt like clear water, whereas the veridical mana was muddy water that needed to be purified. He felt lighter than he ever had in a metaphysical sense. "Perfect place for our purpose," the masked man interrupted Galwit's revelation. Galwit looked at the man in confusion. "And what's our purpose?" Galwit asked. "I thought you were just paying me back for the use of my likeness." "Well, I was doing that," the man replied, "though I'm also going to have to keep you from returning for a few years." Galwit's eyebrows shot to the top of his head at that statement. "Yeah, sorry about that. Another karmic link, though this one will be mitigated by our purpose training. If you want to succeed in your goal of acquiring a bloodline that affords the characteristics of having 2 Tier 5 affinities, you'll need a much stronger foundation than you currently have. I'm not a god. Fate magic doesn't work if you don't put in the work too. It's still possible for you to muck everything up. It will just mean that you didn't live up to your fate, so it still comes down to my own personal effort." Galwit cocked an eyebrow. Of course, the masked man responded, "Fate isn't real." Galwit gave the masked man the most confused look he had ever mustered in his entire life. His companion responded by throwing his head back and laughing boisterously. Revan found himself floating in a familiar void. He was only partially aware of what was going on, but it was familiar enough that it had brought a bit of his consciousness awake within himself. Unlike the last time, though, he knew who he was, and he remembered what had been happening to him. He was aware that something was happening to his body that was causing him immense pain, but it was being blocked out from where his consciousness currently resided by some force that he was unaware of. It draped over his awareness like a blanket, and it reminded him of his mother. Reevan was aware of what was going on within the deepest parts of his consciousness, yet he was unable to form coherent thoughts into any kind of internal monologue. He was only able to passively observe his inner self. Something tugged at his awareness, and he shifted his focus somehow, turning around. It was hard to describe what he was doing, as there didn't really seem to be any direction or anything, yet he could still feel his perception change. Suddenly, there was a large, bright orb within his awareness. He couldn't see details on it, as he was more sensing it than seeing it. He could tell that it was perfectly round and perfectly smooth. From his perception, the orb appeared to be as large as he was. A force unexpectedly came out of nowhere, slamming down on the orb. When it made contact, Reevan's entire existence shook. A small splinter broke off from the orb, forming another, much smaller orb floating next to the first one. Another force came smashing down once more, causing yet another splinter. The force hammer, as Reevan perceived it, struck 8 times total. Each time a splinter was separated from the main orb, and each of the new splinters was the exact same size. The main orb shrunk a proportional amount each time, but the final result was still a main orb that was significantly larger than the other 8. He wasn't sure how it was possible, but each of the orbs maintained a perfect spherical shape. None of them had any cracks or blemishes in his awareness. The force hammer wasn't done though, and it came back once more. This time, it targeted Reevan's semi-awareness directly. His consciousness itself fractured into 9 separate parts. There was no pain, only disorientation. He was still aware as if his consciousness hadn't been fractured at all, and yet, simultaneously, he was aware of himself from 9 different vantage points. It was a good thing that he wasn't able to actually think, because the paradoxical situation might have just broken him, mentally. His 9 consciousnesses in one were sucked into the orbs, each consciousness proportional in size to the orb it was sucked into. 5 of his awarenesses finally went dark, descending once more into oblivion, including the one in the largest core orb. 4, though, remained awake. Another one of the internal orb's light has started to darken, Emelian said to her husband. She was holding Reevan's soul orb in her hands, stroking it as she stared into it. The first one is also accelerating. Let me see, Rafik said. Emelian held the orb up as Rafik leaned over to get a look at it. The luminosity hasn't changed, so I think everything is still fine. Rafik leaned back to his position in bed next to his wife. She pulled the soul orb back down so that the light wouldn't disturb her husband as he tried to go to sleep. Both of them had been having trouble doing so ever since that first emergency message had arrived, weeks ago, though they had recently gotten over their insomnia. Emelian had the reassurance of Reevan's soul orb, and Rafik had the peace of a calm wife. A strange turn of events had distracted the party tasked with keeping an eye on Reevan for only a couple of minutes, but it was enough for them to lose him completely. They had frantically searched and discovered that he had returned to the dungeon with the prince from Eldir and one of his followers. It sounded like a conspiracy to Emelian, and Rafik had to talk her down from storming off to Eldir to exact swift retribution before they had all of the answers. Days had gone by without anyone emerging from the dungeon, and Rafik had found it harder and harder to calm his frantic wife down. It took everything he had to keep her sane. It had been a long time since Rafik had seen her emotions get the better of her like this. After 5 days of nothing happening, the Magic Academy student that had accompanied Reevan and Galwit into the dungeon finally returned to the real world. He was haggard and distraught, clearly not having taken enough supplies to last more than a few hours in the dungeon, and yet he had stayed for 5 days. It was a simple thing for Reevan's protective detail to corner the teenager and extract the pertinent information from him. Rafik and Emelian had been shocked to hear about the appearance of an abyssal gate. There had been no indication of the existence of such a thing when Rafik had led his party to scour the real-world exterior of the dungeon. They didn't know the specifics behind the gate, but they didn't think it was anything good. They had been even more shocked that Reevan had simply opened it and stepped through. They had no idea what their son could have been thinking, but the news had helped allay Emelian's fears that there had been some sort of kidnapping. From the account of the student, Reevan had gone willingly. Being separated by yet another layer of reality had got Emelian thinking about how they could possibly track someone across such a thing, and that had led to her remembering the soul orb. They hadn't forgotten about the soul orb, but they just hadn't been thinking about its primary function. Their state of mind had been on locating Reevan, not verifying his life. They still checked the soul orb from time to time when Reevan was off gallivanting around, but their protective details were pretty good about timely reports and keeping abreast of what was going on with their son. It had been a little while since they had last checked the orb, and Emelian immediately retrieved it from her pouch after she thought of it. She was pleased to see that everything was normal with her son's soul orb, and that had been the thing that finally allowed her to calm down a bit. She had always known, intellectually, that it was likely for Reevan to go off on his own for an extended period of time, but she wasn't ready for such a thing to happen so soon. He was still her little boy, despite his nearly fully grown size and his adult-like personality and accomplishments. Intellectually, she had known that the soul orb would one day be one of her main connections to reassure herself of her son's well-being. She had still had bouts of paranoia and panic throughout the days in the following weeks, and she pulled the soul orb out every time to calm herself down. Emelian had started pulling the orb out every night to gaze at it for hours. Her husband had been worried that she was growing an obsession, though, so she relegated herself to only spending an hour or two at night before bed at his behest. The two of them didn't need that much sleep with how high their vitality stats were, but it still helped with their mental health. She had finally returned to a modicum of normalcy after about a month and a half, and they had chosen that time to go to the dungeon town to reassure Rievin's friends. They had actually had a longer time to cope with the news than his friends in the dungeon town had, as they hadn't known the seriousness of the situation until after a full week had gone by. Emelian and Rafix had been dealing with it since a few hours after Rievin had re-entered the dungeon. They also knew that their son was alive, and probably well for a long time before they ventured to the dungeon town, both of which had enabled them to put up a cheerful front in the presence of Rievin's friends. Emelian hugged her son's soul orb to herself, enveloping it with her celestial-infused mana. "Good night, sweet prince," she whispered. Rievin's consciousness faded by more than 2/3 as the other fractions of his awareness faded to darkness. Swirling lights coalesced within his remaining four, eventually forming a different scene within each. Rievin was still unable to form coherent thoughts, and without the guide of the central orb pulling the separate awarenesses together to form a whole, he was left watching dreams that formed from the energies invading his body, racking it with pain. He wasn't aware of how he was aware, he just subconsciously knew that the source was whatever the masked man had done to him. The four separate dreams were viewed as if he was a bystander, and it happened all at the same time. His fractured senses knew there were other dreams occurring within his mind at the same time, but they weren't able to pull them together and make any sense of them as one. As it was, the dreams went from something that could have been incredibly vivid to barely distinguishable. He was Urk. He had been sickly his entire life, pushed aside by his older siblings in the fight for family resources. As the youngest in the run of the bunch, there hadn't been much left over for him. Despite keeping to himself and always trying to stay out of the way of his brothers and sisters, they despised the fact that he received anything at all. They had to fight and struggle against each other for the favor of their parents, the strong or cunning being lavished with praise and vigor. Their bodies adapted to the climate, and their minds grew sharp and cruel. Urk's second sister was the most cunning and cruel of all. The more competent siblings had begun to view Urk's paltry quota of vigor from their father as theft from its rightful owners, led by their eldest brother. This, despite the fact that it wouldn't have made any difference to them at all with how much further along they were in their development. The second sister had taken pity on Urk, and she had defended him from the machinations of his crueler blood. He was wary at first, thinking it was a scheme to snatch his only chance of improving himself one day to stand on his own 2 feet. His fears were put to rest, though, when her pity turned to compassion, and she shared with him of her own vigor. He grew dependent on his second sister, following her around like a puppy. He felt more kinship from her than he ever did even from his own mother. Second sister listened to his complaints about how unfair the situation was. If he had been born earlier, his share would have been larger, sooner, and he could have been one of the older siblings vying for supremacy. His story wasn't an uncommon one, as he saw many such younger siblings growing up weak and despondent. Most of them didn't make it to adulthood. His second sister commiserated with him and told him she would figure something out, just to give him a chance. Weeks turned into months, and months turned into a couple of years before his second sister finally came to him with a plan. She had a bright smile on her face and a twinkle in her eye when she told Urk of the Nomad Arena. Their society was harsh and cruel. Many people turned to crime to try and solve their problems. Most of them were caught. Their society didn't believe in redemption, and they scoffed at the idea of letting criminals wallow for years in prison. Thus, the Nomad Arena was formed. It traveled the lands all year long, stopping in towns and cities to take on slaves and convicts to fight to the death in an arena for the viewing pleasure of the powerful. She had told him that one could volunteer to fight in the arena, and the victor would get a portion of the vigor spoils. Urk had been skeptical, but he trusted his second sister implicitly. She had convinced him that he could go and fight, and the amount of vigor would give him just the boost he needed for a fighting chance. Urk had followed his sister to the Nomad Arena, and she had signed him up for a match right away. She gave him a thumbs up and smile as she walked to the viewing stands, and he was escorted into the depths. It was dark and dank, and it stank of blood and sweat. Urk could see many others, scrawny like him, shivering in their seats, refusing to engage with anyone else as they waited for their turn to go up onto the sands to fight. Urk had been confused at the sight, as he didn't see anyone else like him, who was a bit optimistic about their chance to finally break free from their weak lives. Urk was nervous, though, as he had never been in a life or death fight. Fighting and training with real weapons were required from his parents, so he at least knew his way around a blade, but he wasn't anything special with it. He had been guaranteed fairness, though, and his opponent would be of an equivalent level of vigor. Urk was anxious and scared, despite the assurances from second sister, when he finally stood opposite his opponent in the sands. The cheering of the crowd drowned out his own thoughts on the matter, though, and he could only watch his opponent square off against him, with a look of despair in his eyes. Blood caked the sand all around, and there were even still some bits of internal organs that hadn't been cleaned up from the previous rounds. Urk had no time for his bile to rise, though, as the match was started almost immediately upon them, reaching the center of the arena. His opponent was a wild beast, and he fought with viciousness Urk had never seen before. It was clear that he hadn't been born in a prominent family, like Urk had, though, as he lacked any real skill in weapons or fighting in general. Urk suffered some minor scrapes and bruises, and he almost got stabbed through the heart fairly early on before he could adapt to his situation. The other man proved to be insufficient, though, and Urk finally slew him. He was too much of a novice when it came to life or death fights, and it hadn't been a decisive blow. He had simply bled the man out with hundreds of scratches. He had had plenty of opportunities to strike true, but he always found his body wavering at the last second, unable to cross that final line until it was forced upon him. He had collapsed to his knees and vomited. He was quickly congratulated by the announcer and led to the victor's ring, where he was bestowed with more vigor than he had ever experienced in his life at one time. It might have even matched the sum total he had received to this point. One of the arena guards grabbed him by the shoulder and directed him to return to the depths to await another match. Urk was confused and tried to reel away from the man, explaining that he had only signed up for one fight. The man had laughed in his face and manhandled him to move him to the waiting area. He told Urk that only convicts and slaves fought in the arena. Urk frantically searched the crowd for his second sister. She could corroborate his story and let the staff know that he was only here to get a boost and that he was no slave. He found her in her seat, staring at him. When their eyes met, she gave him that familiar smile, but this time it was suffused with malice. Urk's heart dropped as he realized what had happened. She had played a long game in order to catch the attention of their father, and now victory was within her grasp. The mask fell off, and he saw her for the devil that she was. She stayed and watched every one of his fights. She even went so far as to cheer for him loudly and applaud when he continued to win. The nicks and cuts accumulated on Urk's body, and he was only afforded a tiny healing draft after each match. It burned like nothing he had ever experienced before, and it only gave his body a tiny bit of paltry healing. It kept him full of energy, though, so he could continue to fight. By the time it was over, Urk was an unrecognizable bloody mess. He had cuts and bruises all over his body. Sweat, snot, and tears mixed with the blood, and there wasn't a single clean spot of skin. He stared up at his second sister as the final victor, for there could only ever be one in each bracket, with as much hatred as he could muster. It wasn't much, and his second sister had simply smirked before walking off, head held high. Urk was taken with the Nomad Arena to their next location. He had won the final match during his first tour, but there was no reward like clemency or declaration of being a champion. He was a slave, and he would fight for the amusement of the populace. They trained him far more cruelly than he had ever experienced with his father and siblings. More than one slave acquired along the way perished from the strict discipline. They were expected to perform well for their audience, though they would only ever receive vigor when they won an actual match. Years went by as the Nomad Arena traveled the land. Urk desperately fought for his life, always being paired up against another opponent who was almost his equal in vigor. It didn't get any easier for a long time. Fighting and killing in the sand pits, though, changed Urk. He started to revel in the bloodshed. He no longer bled his opponents because he was too weak to land a finishing blow. He bled his opponents to watch the realization of their fate turn to despair in their eyes and for the blood that flowed out of their bodies. Urk discovered that he had an advantage over everyone else he encountered. He quickly picked up the skills of any weapons he was given or found discarded in the arena, and none of the new opponents was his match after several years of constant fighting and training. He acquired many scars of his own, though, and his body completely morphed over the years. He hadn't always been superior to everyone else in his combat abilities, and his penchant for long, drawn-out fights often added wounds to his body that he wouldn't have gotten with a quick finish. Gone was the scrawny build. Gone was the pale skin. In its place stood a hulking behemoth, changed by the copious vigor rewards from the constant fighting. His body and face were completely unrecognizable, with the mass of scars crisscrossing his entire being. He was given the moniker the Irksome Devil. His life was nothing but constant battle, and he rejoiced in the bloodthirst that he had discovered within himself. The days bled into years until one day he found himself in a familiar city. He had gone full circle in the land, something that hardly ever happened. The Nomad Arena took their slave contracts very seriously. There was a provision that any slave would gain their freedom if they survived an entire circuit of the land. Urk had been unaware of it, as he had been tricked into the whole thing. His match would be the spectacle for the ages, as a champion from the city was appointed for his match, the only exception to the rule of only convicts and slaves fighting in the arena. Urk found himself standing before a man he vaguely recognized. He searched the man's eyes, but the one across from him didn't share the same recognition. He scanned the crowd and saw the familiar sight of his older siblings with his parents. They had all grown older, and several of them had families of their own accompanying them to witness the greatest fight that would be seen in the Nomad arena for generations to come. They were seated in the VIP section, an honor for having one of their own chosen as the champion to end Urk's chances of freedom. The lack of his oldest brother amongst his family finally snapped his mind into place as he realized his opponent was his own eldest brother. Urk smiled as he slaughtered his own family. His eldest brother was quite a bit more powerful in the vigor department, but Urk was far more experienced and skilled in combat. He batted away all attempts at ending his life, and he cruelly toyed with the man that had been the bane of his existence as a scrawny child. He cut off each of his brother's limbs and bathed in his lifeblood. He walked over to the VIP stands as they watched him advance with conflicting emotions on their faces. This was the land of the strong, and their eldest brother had proven wanting, but he had still been the pride of their family. He stood in the sands, gazing up at his blood relatives just slightly elevated above where the fighting would occur. It was out of reach for most combatants, but not Urk. His father seemed to realize the fact as he took up a position in front of his remaining children. Urk ignored the old man and turned his gaze toward his target. She stared at him with an impassive face, not knowing who he was. She should have known, considering she had been there to witness him win his bracket all those years ago, but she was a narcissist who quickly forgot she even had a younger sibling. Urk smiled at her. Second sister, he smirked. She frowned for a second at the words before going completely white, fear clearly etched on her face. The irksome devil threw his head back and laughed. He was Kirill. He grew up in a modest home, and he was spoiled immensely by his mother. His family wasn't extremely wealthy, but they never had to want for anything or struggle to make ends meet. Kirill grew up having everything he ever wanted until he had something he had never considered. His mother gave birth to a brother for him. Kirill had gazed at the infant, not knowing what to make of the new addition to his life. He tried to love his new brother, but the feelings never seemed to come. What's worse, his mother began to neglect him in favor of his baby brother. He watched as she sacrificed her time and possessions to accede to his brother's every want and need. He knew that it was right and proper for a mother to care for a new infant, and he waited until the day his brother would be old enough for his mother to get out of the phase of giving all of her attention to him. But it wasn't a phase. It didn't end. Years went by, and Carol grew to resent his brother. He had usurped his position as most precious in the family. He hated him. He envied him. Kirill began to hoard his possessions, keeping them away from his brother. He started off as a sweet toddler, just exploring the world around him and wanting to experience everything it had to offer. Kirill had given his best effort to try and share his things as his mother instructed, but his resentment and envy only grew stronger as his things that he shared with his brother became his brother's things. His life didn't become miserable or hard, and he still had the love of his parents, but it was overshadowed by the love for his brother. Kirill began acting the same way with his friends and acquaintances outside of the home. He would refuse to share anything with anyone, and if there was ever an opportunity to acquire some sort of reward from the educators, he worked his hardest so that it would be him. He grew competent and knowledgeable. He was driven and successful in everything that he put his mind to, but he was empty inside. He had driven his friends away with his machinations for hoarding everything he could get his hands on. He was greedy. He was greedy for love, but he couldn't get it no matter how he excelled. His brother was average at best, but his mother would go around singing his praises every time he had even a modicum of success. Keel's achievements were an afterthought. A void grew inside him, and he tried to fill it with anything and everything, but it was bottomless. It all came to a head one day when he passed by his now teenage younger brother. He had smirked at his crossing, making a snide remark to his own friends. Not only did his brother have the love of their parents, but he was always surrounded by friends. Kirill no longer had any friends. There he goes, the oblivious one. The remark reached Kirill's ears. He stopped and turned to face his younger sibling. His brother smirked at him as continued to speak. You all wonder how I'm always so far ahead of you, he gestured toward Kirill. Well, there's your answer. He's still feeding me to this day, working harder and harder to get the one thing he can't have. Ha ha ha. The group of teenagers laughed. Kirill frowned and confronted the group. His brother just shook his head and gave him a look he had never seen before. It was a mix of pity and ridicule. It was a look of contempt. Do you honestly think you've driven all of your friends away? When was the last time you saw any of them? You didn't drive them away, they just gave up long before you did. Kirill was confused at this point. He knew he hadn't been the best friend, but his brother's words had woken him up. He should have at least seen his old friends around town, but he never did. He was confused as he stormed off toward home, fleeing the laughter of the youths following him. He ran home and demanded an explanation from his mother. She brushed aside his worries, giving a simple excuse to try and allay his concerns. It didn't work. He could see that there was a truth being withheld from him. He became a man with a mission, as he channeled his competency into searching out his friends. Empty rooms in homes with only one child, a second child, were all that greeted him. The conspiracy drove him ever further into trying to fill the void. He knew that there must be something to do with his driven nature, and the taunts of his brother and his friends chased him as he fell into depression. But the depression couldn't change him. He had become greedy. He couldn't stop himself at this point. Even though everything he did only made things worse for him on the inside, he became a successful man in his own right, even more so than his own father. He moved out of the house and tried to put everything behind him, to no avail. Finally, after several years of harried existence, receiving strange looks from everyone in town, from people he hardly recognized anymore, his brother showed up at his home. His brother was a changed man now that he was fully an adult. No longer was he average at best. He was filled with exuberance and confidence. He strode into Kirill's home with a smile on his face, going so far as to even give his brother a hug. Kirill didn't know what to make of the strange encounter, and he simply hedged his bets by trying to avoid any meaningful conversation. His brother wasn't having it, though. "Now that I'm an adult, the benefits have ended," his brother said out of the blue. "Nobody ever lasts as long as you do, and I really do owe you a debt of gratitude. Your accomplishments have made me the man I am today, one of the best in the entire province. I think it's about time to reveal the truth to you. Come with me." His brother led him to the far side of town, to a restricted area he had never been to before. He looked around in confusion as he passed through a guarded checkpoint, and he was shocked to find that they were in a cemetery. All of the graves were sized for teenagers and children. "I asked you years ago where your friends had gone," his brother said. "Well, here they are." Kirill looked around with horror, spotting the familiar names on headstones. He walked up to one and crumbled to the ground, sobbing against the headstone at the revelation. "It's customary for us to come and give sacrifice to the memory of our incense burner each year," his brother continued. "I haven't had to do it yet, of course. You're still alive. The first child of a family for the entire town is given copious love and attention, and then it's revoked in favor of a second child. You spent your whole life chasing after something that would never be given to you because it was designed this way. You were much stronger than anyone else has been in generations. All of your contemporaries couldn't handle it, and they either gave up on life or ended it themselves. You might be wondering how a parent could do something so horrible to their own children, but the fact is, all of the adults were second siblings as well. This information is kept hidden from first children, and it's usually not a problem as it fixes itself after a while." His brother gestured to the graves. "We really don't know what to do with you at this point. The emotional drain you've supplied me no longer applies now that I'm an adult, and I doubt you would want to hang around after learning the truth. So I guess this is goodbye, good luck." His brother turned and walked away, leaving Kirill a sobbing mess. It took Kirill many hours to process what he had been told. It was true that he had no idea what he was going to do with himself, but he sure couldn't stay here. The void in the center of his being didn't go away with the horrifying revelation, though. It remained, but it no longer sought to be filled with love. It no longer had a goal. It was just there. There was nothing left but greed itself. Rievin's four awareness experienced different emotional traumas. Each one was unique, and each one altered a portion of his soul irrevocably. He experienced bloodthirst, rage, and hatred as Urk. He experienced despair, loneliness, and greed as Kirill. He experienced lust and gluttony as another, and the final awareness experienced nothing as he was shown the life of a psychopath. His four awarenesses came out of their induced dreams, and they recognized each other, casting off the seeming years of life experienced in the dreams. The other five consciousnesses awoke to be greeted by the changed fractures. The four orbs that experienced years of emotional damage gave off an aura of darkness, and they glowed with a dark light. Their aura permeated within the larger center orb. Empathy and compassion effused from the five orbs freshly awakened, guided by the central orb. A pure white light escaped from them, combating the taint that they were spreading. The four dark orbs began to rotate around the center, trying to flee but trapped in the limited space. The white orbs chased after them, attempting to purify the darkness. Suddenly, the central orb absorbed all of the 8 smaller orbs into its interior. They merged with the larger orb once again, turning it half black, half white. The 4 black orbs came together at a point, surrounded by the white light from the 4 white orbs, and their influence caused the half of the orb the smaller black ones occupied to turn white. The black orbs fought back, though, and their aura surrounded the white orbs that had also formed into a point. The large orb reached an equilibrium, half white, half black, with a point of the opposite color in the center of the aura. The auras formed comet-like structures as they surrounded their counterpoints with a trailing tail following behind. A notification popped up within Rievin's awareness, shocking him out of the strange state he had been in. The pain from the energies coursing through his body was gone, and he lay on the ground, panting, as true awareness returned to him. He was still in the void corridor where the masked man and Galwit had left him. He slowly sat up, gaining his bearings as he looked around the marvelous sight of the large realm orbs and the infinite flickering sparks. He cut off his examination after determining he was completely alone, and he pulled up the notification. Achievement: Soul has reached perfect balance. Hidden trigger for bloodline awakening activated. Rievin frowned at the message. He attempted to look within himself again, at the shining orbs, but no matter what he did, he couldn't perceive them any longer. Those 4 smaller shards had obviously been tainted with abyss affinity, and the rest were filled with veridical, Rievin thought. What does it mean that my bloodline required me to balance my soul between veridical and abyss? The blinking light in the bottom left of his vision let Rievin know that there were more notifications to be viewed. I guess my soul coming into balance was more important and got a pop-up all on its own, he thought as he pulled the notification up. Skill unlocked. Tier 2, Poison Resistance 01. Where did that come from? Rievin was confused. He thought back to the recent events, and realization slowly dawned on him as he put the pieces together. The only thing I had that wasn't from my own personal belongings was a drink that Galwit gave me when I met with him. Dad said that a spiked drink could give poison resistance, and the masked man told me he had lowered my inhibitions. I assumed he had used his skills to do so, but I guess he's not as all-powerful as his aura would lead to believe. Was Galwit lying to me and with the masked man the whole time? But then my sense truth lies skill would have been wrong. I'll need to discuss this, as well as the war the masked man was talking about, with my parents when I get back. Rievin picked himself up from the ground. He looked towards the gate that led to the Abyss realm, but there was no longer any feeling within him that there was anything there for him. He turned and walked back toward the entrance to the veridical realm. The view of the various realms and the flickering sparks was still as breathtaking as ever, and Rievin took it all in as he walked. He felt better than he could ever remember, and his mind was clear, but other than that, he didn't notice any major differences from finally fully unlocking his bloodline. Rievin was about to pull up his status page to check it out, but a change in the sparks caught his attention and distracted him. He looked up as millions of sparks stopped flowing with each other in whichever direction they were headed as they began to swirl about. Rievin's danger sense didn't go off, but he still got a feeling of foreboding witnessing the scene. The lights coalesced together to form a large apparition. It didn't have any specific form, and it continued to grow larger as more and more of the lights were drawn toward it. The hair on the back of Rievin's neck stood on end as a threshold seemed to be reached. The combination of lights birthed a sort of awareness, and Rievin felt it bear down on him. Now his danger sense did explode. A large funnel of swirling lights came crashing down towards him as Rievin started sprinting towards the gate. It smashed into a barrier that formed around the bridge. When nothing was happening, it was invisible, but there was a sort of energy protection around the bridge protecting it. I guess that's how I'm able to breathe in this environment. A stray thought entered Rievin's mind as he ran all out. The spark apparition splashed harmlessly against the energy barrier, but it quickly reformed and made for another pass, aimed directly at Rievin. More and more sparks joined the giant funnel as well, and the pressure it emitted grew larger and larger with each passing moment. Rievin's heart pounded in his chest as he made his mad dash to safety. The gate to the veridical realm was only a couple of seconds further, and he marshaled his physical stats to their maximum potential, trying to shed even a fraction of a second off of the time needed. Rievin's heart fell, though, as a sound reached his ears. A loud crack rang throughout the area, followed shortly by a deafening sound that reminded him of shattering glass. A suction force arrested his movement, his hand outstretched with the gate mere inches from his grasp. The powerful force lifted him up and tossed him back the way he had come, but it also launched him out and away from the bridge. Whatever atmosphere had been protected by the energy barrier followed with him, and the sound of the wind drowned everything else out. Rievin's body was whipped by the wind and he went tumbling out into the void, his body rotating about, end over end. He almost immediately became completely disoriented, and the large bridge he had just been on snapped out of existence and became just another thread tying the two realms together. The thread grew taut from the forces impacting it, and then it snapped. Rievin was barely aware of it disintegrating into motes of energy that dissipated in the void. Pain racked his body, and his eyes bulged from the instantaneous drop of atmospheric pressure, and he could feel the blood in his body rush to his head and other orifices, trying to escape. Time slowed to a crawl as he mustered every last drop of willpower. He had to envelop his entire body in a mana shield infused with the eternal affinity. He had no thoughts other than to try and keep his body as it was. The sparks charged toward Rievin after they destroyed the barrier, completely encapsulating him. A different kind of pain than he had ever experienced engulfed him. It wasn't as bad as what he had been through from whatever the masked man had done to him, but there was no defense or pain resistance to protect him against it. He felt a burning, piercing pain in his chest. It felt like his very being would be torn asunder, and he could feel the depths of his core being ripped from his body. He could feel an insatiable hunger coming from the apparition of sparks as they pulled at his innermost self, trying to separate his soul from his body. He didn't have time to think or come up with any sort of plan. He acted instinctually as the familiar mana weapon skill was activated with the familiar whip. He launched it out as he passed close to another thread bridge, using the momentum to stop the tumbling of his body. He yanked himself out of the torrential sparks. His body flew toward the thread that he had wrapped his whip around, and as soon as he came into contact with it, it expanded into another bridge. He slammed into the energy barrier of the new bridge, his vision swirling as he struck his head at the sudden transformation. His danger sense was still pinging off the charts, and he quickly scrabbled to his feet. The lack of atmosphere made it difficult to run, though, and he was quickly attacked by the apparition again. The soul-wrenching pain returned, and he was peripherally aware of the new bridge being shattered into a billion pieces. The might of the apparition continued to grow exponentially. It didn't cause any kind of physical damage, and the apparition itself wasn't the cause of the destruction of the bridges. They simply destroyed the barriers, and the desolate environment did the rest. Rievin's body was once more sent into the emptiness of the void, but he wasn't tumbling about uncontrollably this time. He found his next target, and once more launched himself towards a thread. He didn't stop at the first one this time, though, as he needed to build up some distance between himself and the sparks chasing after him. The soul pain was replaced by burning in his lungs, as the lack of oxygen for an extended period of time started to catch up to him. He had to carefully balance between spending enough time to gain enough distance from the sparks and maintaining his consciousness while doing so. His vision was already starting to go dark around the edges, and the strain of the mana shield wouldn't last much longer. His mana was dropping fast, and he could feel a significant drop in his health each time the sparks tried to rip his soul out. Rievin swung from thread to thread, the spark apparition plowing through them and destroying them as it chased him. There were only so many left, but he would die from losing consciousness before he risked destroying all of the remaining threads. The sparks acted completely on instinct, and that lack of ability to think and plan allowed Rievin to gain distance from it, as he altered his trajectory each time he launched himself at a new thread. Heart pounding and vision turning black, Rievin finally landed on another thread. He had only gained himself about a 10-second lead from the sparks. He had no idea how to get himself into the interior of the energy barrier, and poking a hole in it would just destroy the bridge. He had a sudden inspiration from his recent experience with mana frequencies. He operated faster than he ever had before. He activated his mana sight and peered within the structure of the barrier as deep as he could. He gained a feeling of a mesh between veridical and abyss, so he infused his eyes with the affinities. What presented itself before him was a complicated threading of the two mana signatures. There were complicated, twisted braids and patterns within the two types of mana, and they themselves were also twisted about each other in a complicated weave. Rievin mustered every last drop of his abilities and willpower, and he forced a similar infusion into his mana shield, switching his eternal infusion out. He didn't have time to carefully build the weaves and layers. He forced his own mana shield to match the patterns and weaves. He felt a tremendous strain on his mind as it resisted him. After 3 seconds of pushing as hard as he could, he felt a snap in his mind as his mana shifted to the correct design. His mana shield's frequency matched that of the energy shield, and his body simply fell through the barrier to slam into the ground. He took a gasping breath, warding off the impending descent into unconsciousness as he once more took off for the veridical realm's gate. He learned his lesson from the last time, and instead of just trying to reach the gate with his hands, he lassoed himself to it with his mana whip. Rievin mentally congratulated himself on the maneuver as he felt the sparks once more slam into the bridge he was on. The suction force tried to suck him back out into the void once more, but he used his immense strength stat to pull himself to the gate. Rievin still had his mana sight activated, and he noted that the mana frequency of the barred gate was the exact same as the energy barrier, and he still maintained the same frequency with his own mana shield. He had no time to try and open the gate himself as the sparks were almost upon him. If this doesn't work, I'm dead, Rievin thought as he trusted his instinct. He sailed through the remnants of the air scattering into the void, and he slammed into the gate. It appeared to be a swirling mist from this side of the realm, and he was elated to find that he simply passed right through the portal. He maintained his momentum, though, and his body hit the ground hard and rolled for several yards before coming to a stop. Rievin lay panting for breath, vision completely dark as he entered a pitch-black room. Suddenly, a blinding light shone from behind him. Rievin turned his head, protecting his vision by infusing darkness mana into his eyes. There was another gate that mirrored the one he had passed through with Galwit in this new place, and lines of light crisscrossed it. They expanded across the entire surface of the gate as they intensified in brightness before the gate suddenly exploded into rubble, forever detaching from the void bridge leading to the Abyss realm. Rehaven laid his head back on the ground, his arm over his eyes as he tried to recover from the ordeal. He slowly regained his breath as adrenaline still pounded through his body. Rehaven's danger sense once more pinged, and he reacted instantly, rolling to the side. Something slammed into the ground where he had been lying, and Rehaven quickly scrambled to his feet, arming himself with his sword and shield once more. It was completely pitch black, but his blind fighting and spatial awareness skills allowed him to react to another strike directed at him. A spear slammed into his shield with enough force to launch him backward. He sailed through the air before crashing into the wall, the wind getting knocked out of him once more. Rehaven quickly reoriented himself and assumed a ready stance. He infused gravity into the soles of his boots and seeped it out into the ground, locking himself to the ground. He brought his mana shield up once more and used eternal mana to reinforce it. Lastly, he activated his elemental weapon with the fire element. Terror flooded his being once more as Rehaven laid eyes on his assailant. What he had thought was a spear turned out to be a metallic leg coming to a sharp point. His gaze followed the leg to the torso of a giant spider, larger than he himself was. The spider reeled back and screeched at the sudden light brought by the flames of his elemental weapon skill, and Rehaven seized the opportunity to dash forward and slash at one of the legs. His sword bounced off the metallic leg with a ringing sound, the vibrations from the contact hurting his hand. Spider shrieked once more as it brought its giant body down on Rehaven, attempting to sink its fangs into him. Rehaven barely had time to see the green ooze dripping from the fangs thicker than his forearm as the weight of the beast slammed Rehaven to the ground. He managed to block the fangs with his shield, though, and the spider once more brought its body up, readying for another bite. Rehaven braided piercing mana through his elemental weapon as he thrust his sword up at the softer underside of the spider. His sword pierced into the flesh this time, and the wound instantly cauterized as he burned the inside of the spider. The spider leaped back from the sudden shock of pain, crouching down as fluids leaked out of the hole from the stab. 8 eyes studied Rehaven. Rehaven was able to finally study the spider as well. The body of the spider was slightly larger than an adult human, and each of its legs was several yards long. It was shiny and black, appearing to be made out of metal, and Rehaven could attest that it was more than just for looks. He noted that the spider was leaking abyss mana, its connection to the source having been cut off. The mana density in the air was still considerably higher than any he had experienced before, even with the source of additional mana having been destroyed. He didn't know what tier region he had landed in, but he could tell from the speed and power of the spider that it was at least a mid to high tier 3 monster. It's more dangerous than the revenants, at least, but that doesn't tell me a whole lot about the region or dungeon, Rehaven thought. For all I know, this could be the starter boss. The spider didn't let Rehaven consider it for long, though. It lifted up once more, tilting its body to bring its spinneret to bear, launching a string of sticky substance towards Rehaven. He flared his elemental weapon and parried the webbing, burning it before it could cause him any problems. The spider took the opportunity to lift its 2 front legs and charge Rehaven once again. Its speed was slightly faster than Rehaven, but Rehaven was nearly a master with the sword at this point. Now that he wasn't blind from the darkness, he dodged to the side of one limb as he parried the other. He expertly directed the momentum of the attack away from himself instead of trying to bear the brunt of the impact, keenly aware of the power behind the strikes. Rehaven fluidly circled his sword around and once more stepped in to stab at its face. The spider reacted lightning quick, pulling its head out of range, but Rehaven simply extended the flame of his blade, scorching the spider's face. The spider's body once more reacted to the pain as it pulled up and back, exposing its belly once more. Rehaven took a risk in overextending himself, piercing the spider once more just below its head. He morphed the piercing braid into the sharpness affinity, and he brought his sword down, disemboweling the spider. The spider let out a wail as its body collapsed, its insides spilling out as its legs scrabbled about frantically, attempting to do anything to stop its lifeblood from leaking. Rehaven stepped forward once more and beheaded the creature, ending the struggle. Rehaven sank to a knee, propping himself up with his sword as he once more panted for breath. He had barely had time to recover from escaping the void between realms when he was thrust into a life-or-death fight with a terrifying monster. He launched a bright light ball spell into the air, illuminating the entire room, searching for other threats. There was webbing all around the walls and ceiling, and there were several large sacks hung from several of the webs. Rehaven couldn't sense any life or movement from any of the webbings that were clearly victims of the spider, but he did notice an egg sac off in the corner. He wasn't willing to deal with hundreds or thousands of smaller spiders exploding out at him at any time, so he dual cast a plasma beam, an inferno blast spell at the sac. It exploded with the fiery remains of palm-sized spiders flinging out. Ugh, disgusting, Ryevin said aloud. There was nothing else of note in the cavern that he found himself in. There was an alcove that led to the supposed exit, and Ryevin could sense that it was the entrance to this dungeon. This reminds me of the boss dungeon in the Tier 1 region, he mused. There's no telling where I ended up after escaping from those sparks in the void. I've never heard any rumors of any spider dungeons in any nearby kingdoms, either. With how big the realm is, I could be anywhere. At least most of the threads connecting our realms were extinguished. I might have accidentally ended the war before it could begin. Imagine spending decades, or longer, to scheme to reignite an ancient war between realms, and then I destroy those plans completely on accident. Ryevin threw his head back and laughed. Ryevin was actually extremely worried and anxious about where he had ended up, but he needed to latch onto the one positive thing to keep himself calm. Ryevin sat down on the ground and pulled his belongings out. He had one set of field rations in his pack and a full water skin. He looked back and forth between the rations and the corpse of the spider, but he shuddered in denial at the idea of supplementing his food stores with the creature. If worse comes to worst and I can't find anything else, I can always take the leap to butcher the spider, Ryevin thought as he put his rations away. Trying to get a gear management skill really bit me in the butt this time. I have no idea how large this cave is on the other side of the dungeon, and I don't know if any monsters or beasts I find will be edible. I don't know where I am, and I don't know how far any civilization will be from here or in which direction. I'm in quite the predicament, Ryevin sighed as he tried to keep calm. There wasn't anything he could do about those situations except slowly explore his options when the time arrived. If his hunch was right, and this was the weakest starter boss of the area, then he could be in way over his head. Exhaustion replaced the adrenaline that had kept him going, and knowing that he was safe in a separate dungeon dimension, he allowed himself to drift off to sleep. He would need to be at full energy to tackle the challenges ahead. Ryevin sat up, stretching the kinks out of his body. His head was still fuzzy with sleep as he looked around. He didn't remember where he was, and he couldn't see anything but darkness. He rubbed his eyes to try and clear them, but he still couldn't see. Have I gone blind? He thought with momentary panic. Oh wait, I'm in some pitch-black dungeon in a cave. The panic went away before it could fully manifest, but he still wasn't completely calm from the memory. Wait a second. I thought dungeons had ambient lighting to them. Maybe this is a gimmick to this one, or do they not all have it? Ryevin shook his head. He didn't know the answer, and it didn't really matter. He summoned a light ball in his hand, and he anchored it to float above his head. It didn't make sense for his source of light to be in his field of vision. He didn't want the very tool he used to see to give him a blind spot. Ryevin tidied up his belongings and headed toward the dungeon exit that he could perceive existed in the alcove. He walked up to the exit and paused, taking deep breaths to calm his nerves. He didn't know what was on the other side, and this would be his first time in a potentially dangerous environment completely alone. He went to take a step forward, and his danger sense exploded. His step stuttered as he hastily drew himself back. He considered the exit for a moment, trying to figure out how to proceed. He glanced up at the light ball floating above him. That's a lighthouse pointing straight to me. Probably not a good idea to walk around with a giant here. I am indicator right above my head. Ryevin dismissed the light ball, and he instead infused the light affinity into his eyes. The color faded into varying shades of gray, but he could still see. He made to take another step, but his danger sense still screamed at him not to leave the dungeon. He frowned as he considered the situation. He dismissed channeling any mana at all and attempted to leave the dungeon. His danger sense was quiet. Seems like there's something out there that can detect mana, even if it's infused within myself, Ryevin speculated. That means I'll also likely have to sneak around and be as quiet as possible. If my danger sense warns me that just alerting whatever is out there is dangerous, it's most likely not a good idea to engage. Without being able to see anything this time, Ryevin crouched down, sticking his hand against the wall as a guide, and stepped through the exit to the outside world. It was still completely pitch black, but he could notice a shift in the air. It was kind of stale, now that he noticed, in the dungeon room, but it was cool with a breeze circulating the area. If there's a breeze in the cave, then there must be an exit. Ryevin squinted his eyes, trying to see as hard as he possibly could, but so far to no avail. He followed his left hand in the direction of the breeze, keeping to the wall. He made his way through the darkness for several seconds before the breeze suddenly cut off. The cave grew unnaturally quiet once the breeze stopped, and Ryevin froze in place, afraid he would make too much noise. He just hoped that the breeze wouldn't be absent for too long. After another several seconds, though, the breeze picked back up, though in the opposite direction. A fetid stink accompanied the breeze this time, and Ryevin had to muster all of his self-control to not cough in disgust. Ryevin was confused about the change in wind direction, but his hand was on the left side wall, and he had already chosen a direction, so he kept moving the same way. The wall fell off to his left, and he could sense another dungeon entrance a few feet away. So I was right, this is a boss dungeon, Ryevin confirmed. The only question now is if the first spider was the beginning, middle, or end boss. Ryevin took a few more steps forward until the wall continued and he moved forward once more. He encountered 3 more such dungeon entrances as he traversed the dark cave. He could barely perceive the wall falling away on the last dungeon, and a notification popped up as a reward. New skill unlocked. Tier 3, Night Vision 01. The cave opened up before his eyes, just a little bit after getting the notification. Just on the other side of the last dungeon room, a giant pillar with spikes sticking out of it rose into the air. Ryevin followed the pillar up and up and up into the giant open area that he could now barely make out, and he noticed that the pillar had a curve to it. His vision continued to follow the curving pillar until it joined a huge, central shape far above. He couldn't make out the shape, just that it was there, and that there were several other such pillars also in the same area. Ryevin mentally shrugged as he continued on his way. There were no longer any dungeon rooms to his left as he moved on. Judging by the position of that first boss room, it's either the first or the last. There might be more rooms on the other side, though, so I still don't know. Ryevin wasn't obsessed with figuring it out, but it would help him gauge the tier of the region he was in if he could confirm it. He wasn't about to go delving into other dungeon rooms in his current circumstances, though, so guesses would have to suffice for now. Trying to determine the tier based on the mana density was just as much guesswork, as the areas around dungeons were not the same as the rest of the regions. The mana density here, though, is quite large, so it's definitely higher than a Tier 1 region. The wind continued to blow against him, filling his senses with the horrific smell as he made his way through the cave. After another minute or so, the wind once more ceased. Ryevin stood in place again to wait for the breeze to return. The direction shifted once more, and the stink accompanying it was gone. Ryevin had no idea what was going on, but he trusted his instincts and continued to move at a steady, sneaky pace, only moving when the wind blew and made noise to cover up any slip-ups he might have from his relatively low skill levels. He passed by 3 more of the spiked pillars, moving in a curved manner around the cavern that was apparently a large circle. He eventually reached another, larger pathway leaving the circular room, and it sloped upwards. Ryevin was relieved to find that there was actually an apparent exit away from this area, and he was happy to see that it led upward and not further into the cave system. The pathway was fairly spacious from the shadows that he could see, but it was still just a tunnel. He guessed that it was about half the width of the main thoroughfare in the capital, and it continued the same curve as it traveled upwards, just at an expanded radius. He traveled the path slowly but surely until the wall separating the path he was on from the central room fell away. He found himself on an open platform overlooking the space he had just come from. He still couldn't make out the full shape of the structure with the spiked pillars. The central portion they connected to was still too far above him. He continued on his way, and he once more was blocked from the central area by the walls of the cave. The path continued in this manner for well over an hour. It wasn't nearly as far as the time would make it seem, though, as Ryevin never once relaxed his movements. He only moved when there was wind, and he remained crouched, sneaking along as best he could. Finally, the walls fell away one last time as the pathway deviated away from the spiral. He had lost count of how many times he had completed a full circle, but he didn't care as long as he could get away from the place that gave him the sense of danger. Ryevin took one final peek over the edge before heading away, and he once more froze in place. His heart thundered in his chest, and he nearly gasped as he finally made out the shape now that he was peering down at it instead of from below. The spiked pillars were the legs of a giant spider, many, many times larger than any living thing he had ever encountered before. Ryevin's eyes were wide with terror as he gazed upon the monster. It appeared to be sleeping or at least sitting very still. He could also finally make out what the wind was. It was coming from the spider breathing. That would explain the stink every other time, Ryevin thought. The idle thought brought him out of his fear-induced trance. If I had exited the dungeon with either the light ball or mana being channeled, and that thing noticed me, I wouldn't have even been a snack to it. There's no telling what tier it is, but it's definitely higher than anything I can handle. Ryevin turned on his heels and made his way along the path once more, away from the giant death beast. He maintained his rationality, though, and kept moving at a slow, silent pace. He was, in fact, even more deliberate in making sure he didn't make any noise. The pathway continued to move ever upward, and the wind kept its steady cadence. The only difference that Ryevin noticed was occasional pockmarks on the walls of the path on every side. Little holes lined the way forward every 10 or so yards like a wind chime, though these ones weren't complete holes, so they didn't create any noise. They were positioned up, down, and all around. Skill leveled up, Tier 3, Night Vision 1-2. The path and the surrounding walls became marginally brighter to Ryevin's vision, and he peered into one of the holes as he passed by. Ryevin didn't freeze this time, though he did feel a sharp, cold spike travel down his spine as his eyes locked with 8 more on a much smaller spider hunkered down in the hole, smaller relative to the giant monster. It was still slightly larger than the boss monster Ryevin had fought. He looked around, extrapolating based on the number of holes he could perceive, the distance between them, and the distance he still probably had to go to get away from this nest. There are hundreds, maybe even thousands of spiders down here, Ryevin realized. Even if this is the only tunnel leading away from here, and based on the way the cave is set up, it might not be. If dungeons are a snapshot in time, then it's possible the boss spider I fought could have been the giant spider thousands of years ago, or one just like it. It had a sack of hundreds of palm-sized spiders in that room too. If that's the case, then are there other snapshots of the same spider as it grew in size and level? Ryevin threw the distracting thoughts to the back of his mind. Ruminating on the possibilities wouldn't help him. The spider that made eye contact with him apparently couldn't actually see, as the tunnel was still pitch black. Ryevin guessed that the spiders had adapted in such a way that their sight wasn't their main way of viewing the world. The danger sense from exiting while channeling mana came to mind. Another notification popped up as Ryevin deliberately picked up and set his feet down, trying to make as little noise or indication of his presence at all. New skill unlocked. Tier 2, Silent Step 01. Ryevin was moving so slowly and deliberately that he didn't notice any change, but he could guess that he would make less noise if he picked up the pace. Now was not a good time to try it out, though. It took 2 hours for Ryevin to practically crawl his way to the end of the tunnel where there was another change. His body was aching, and sweat covered his entire body despite there being very little heat. His nerves were shot, and his mind struggled to stay focused. The holes containing spiders finally stopped appearing, and the tunnel exited into another cave. Ryevin didn't stop right at the exit, though, and he kept moving further in. He could see stalactites and stalagmites peppering the new room he was in, and he could see the wavering light of some sort reflecting off of one in the far distance. He looked up and all around at every place he could think to search for a lurking enemy, but he found nothing. He finally collapsed in a heap, on the other side of a stalagmite further into the cave, but still far enough away from the light source in order to not alert whatever that could be. He rested for close to half an hour, recovering his nerves and eating his last ration for energy to tackle whatever the next challenge would be. Now is as good a time as any to check out my bloodline and see what changed, Ryevin thought as he rested. I was too eager to get started earlier that I completely forgot to pull it up, and then it definitely wasn't safe to try and do so while on the move. He pulled the stats part of his status page up. Health 4,860, 4,860, plus 310 stamina, 9,330, 9,330, plus 410 mana, 4,580, 4,580, plus 50 physical stats, mental stats STR, 447 plus 10 INT, 455 plus 4 VIT, 486 plus 31 mag. 461 plus 6 dex, 447 plus 10 CLA, 400 plus 1 CHA, 139 plus 1 per, 404 plus 1 LUK, 138 plus 1 bloodline, LVL 1 unknown 98,913 10 billion. Experience 7,919 8,000. No difference, Ryevin frowned at the numbers. There hadn't been any change in his stats at all, and 10 billion experience to level it up to the next threshold. That's ridiculous. I should now have unlocked the stat gains per level associated with a bloodline at least, but I won't know until I actually level up. No telling how long that will be. My plans for forcing a Tier 3 class transition might be totally screwed up at this point. Ryevin would have to worry about the implications of his situation regarding his bloodline and future course of actions after he had gotten into a relatively safer location. Ryevin once more tidied up and psyched himself to keep going. He resumed his sneaking gait and wandered off to the side of the new cave to explore what could be away from both tunnels. He checked both sides, but there were only 2 ways to progress or retreat. He made his way toward the light source to investigate what it could be. He approached another stalagmite and peered around the side of it. On the other side, a couple of lit torches were attached to the wall, bracketing another tunnel. 2 humanoid figures stood in front of the torches. The flickering light put them on display for Ryevin, and he frowned as he gazed at them. They stood tall, almost as tall as Ryevin, and they were equipped with armor and spears. They were scaled with snouts and tails, though, confirming to Ryevin that they weren't human and possibly another source of threat. They're some sort of lizard people, Ryevin observed, and they're standing to either side of the only exit. There's 0 chance I can sneak by these guys. Talon might have been able to do so with his class skills and higher skill levels in sneaking, but I don't have that option. Hi diddle diddle, straight up the middle is the only way. A strange turn of phrase flitted across his mind, but Ryevin wasn't in any condition to ponder over it. He knew it was most likely a remnant of his dreams. While Ryevin was considering the lizard people, one of them turned to the other and squeaked something out. The other one replied, and they both turned to face in the general direction that Ryevin was. They extended their snouts, long tongues flicking out. If they're anything like snakes, then they've probably caught my scent, Ryevin thought with dismay. I guess we're about to find out if they're friendly or not. One of the lizard people abandoned his position, grabbing the torch from behind while he was at it, and made its way over toward where Ryevin was hunkered down. It walked forward cautiously, and Ryevin had a decision to make. He could either keep trying to hide, playing cat and mouse. That wouldn't work out in the end as long as the other lizard person stayed where he was. He could pull out his weapons and assume a ready stance, but that might give the wrong impression if the lizard people weren't inherently hostile, or he could stand up and greet them with as friendly a demeanor as possible. That last option was definitely the riskiest one, and Ryevin immediately dismissed it. Instead, he opted for a compromise. He kept his stance at the ready, and he equipped his shield without drawing his sword right away. The lizard person inevitably made its way far enough that the light of the torch exposed Ryevin in his hiding spot, and the creature squeaked loudly in surprise. The other humanoid gave a sharp squeak in response, and Ryevin was slightly amused to see the one that had found him slam his mouth shut and cover it with a clawed hand, propping its spear up on its shoulder to free his hand while holding the torch with the other. All three of them stood in silence for a moment. Ryevin stared at the first lizard person, who stared back at him while maintaining his stance of holding his mouth, but otherwise seemed to stare beyond Ryevin. The second lizard person pulled out a contraption that Ryevin recognized as some sort of bell as he waited in silence. The cave was silent, so Ryevin's senses were able to pick up the noise before the lizard person in front of him. A skittering sound and hissing reached his ears from behind where he had come from. Oh no. Ryevin's eyes went wide and he hopped forward toward the lizard person. The creature in front of him hadn't yet heard the noise, and he misinterpreted the action. It squeaked once more and thrust its spear at Ryevin. Ryevin pulled his shield up and deflected the strike, running past the bipedal lizard while pulling out his sword. He turned to keep facing the lizard that now had its back to where Ryevin had come from. The light of the torch illuminated its face and body as it continued to squeak at Ryevin, hopping on either foot in agitation. The light didn't extend very far, and it interfered with Ryevin's new night vision, blinding him from the approaching monsters. Spiders, Ryevin shouted at the lizard to no avail. It didn't understand him, and it thrust its spear at him once more. Ryevin easily deflected the strike, but he remained where he was this time. He didn't retaliate against the second strike, and he noticed the second lizard person approaching him now that he was out in the open for the both of them to see. Suddenly, a person-sized spider skittered into the light of the torch, and Ryevin desperately pointed at it, behind the lizard person still wielding its spear at Ryevin. It didn't pay attention to the motion from Ryevin, but the other lizard person saw it. The spider pounced on the lizard person, and Ryevin heard and witnessed the disgusting scene of the spider biting through the lizard man's head. The lizard collapsed, dropping the torch, and the spider latched onto it, dragging it back and away into the darkness. The second lizard man started shrieking in panic as it rang the bell in its hand. The bell didn't seem like anything great, but the sound penetrated throughout the cavern. Ryevin could tell that it traveled quite a distance. More spiders made their way into the light, coming toward Ryevin and the lizard man. The two humanoids looked at each other and sprinted toward the tunnel entrance to keep themselves from being surrounded. Ryevin and the lizard man stood shoulder to shoulder as they occupied the tunnel entrance. A horde of spiders came sprinting at them. More spiders dropped to the ground from the ceiling as they swarmed forward. The two engaged in fierce combat, warding off strikes from metallic legs and evading thrusts of the spiders too eager to take a bite. The lizard person wasn't as skilled as Ryevin, and his armor wasn't as good as Ryevin's magical dungeon gear. He accumulated nicks and cuts on his arms and legs as he attempted to fend the spiders off until he eventually slowed from the blood loss to be caught by one of the monsters and dragged off into the darkness. Ryevin backed up in the tunnel, activating the spells and skills he had used against the boss as he steadied himself on the ground as he fought off the spiders with his fire sword. He fought a retreating battle, occasionally killing an eager spider, but mostly fending them off to avoid the same fate as the two lizard folk. Luckily, the tunnel wasn't as tall as the one the spiders had resided in, and they couldn't overwhelm him by traversing the ceiling. He was also extremely lucky that they didn't seem to use their spinnerets at all, and they simply tried to physically hunt him. His fire would have made it a moot point, but it was one less thing to worry about. A loud shriek entered Ryevin's ears, coming from behind, and he took the chance to sneak a peek behind him. A stream of spear-armed lizard people came storming down the tunnel, torches flickering to light their way. The front lizard folk gazed at him with hostility as they charged down the tunnel. Ryevin was confused for just a moment at the looks he received from the other lizard people, but then he remembered that he was the only other person down here fighting off the spiders. They didn't know what had happened to their compatriots. Oh boy. The new army of lizardmen charged into the horde of spiders. The tunnel wasn't very large, but there were many combatants suddenly filling the entire space. Ryevin found himself surrounded on both sides by hostile enemies. The lizard people in the front ignored Ryevin, just giving him a glare as they squeaked and shrieked as they engaged the spiders. Ryevin could sense that they were the more experienced, higher-level combatants of the lizards. They set about killing the spiders who were mindlessly charging forth to hunt for a meal. Ryevin continued to parry and strike at the spiders closest to him, but the pressure on him immediately lessened due to the intervention of the other lizards. It didn't last long, though, as Ryevin's battlefield awareness, sense danger, and spatial awareness skills all kicked in to warn him of a spear strike coming from the rear. The lizards weren't going to take the time to understand the situation, and they wouldn't care either way. Ryevin was an outsider, a human who didn't belong to their society. It didn't matter to them the truth of what was going on. They just knew that their 2 sentries were gone, taken by the spiders, and an intruder was found in their place. They didn't have the concept of an enemy of my enemy is my friend. They only had the concept of us in them. Ryevin was one of them. Ryevin utilized his weapons master, evade, and dancing skills in conjunction with his combat experience to dance around the battlefield, dodging attacks from lizard people and spiders alike. He kept his hand against the lizard people, for now, and simply parried or dodged their strikes. He wasn't necessarily against defending himself with lethal force, but he felt a little guilty about the situation they all found themselves in. He understood he wasn't entirely responsible. He didn't make that sentry shout in exclamation, alerting the horde of spiders to action, but at the same time, if he hadn't been there, it wouldn't have happened. He noticed that the frontline lizard folk seemed to be quite experienced with fending off the spiders, though so he recognized that this was most likely a semi-common occurrence. The spiders needed something to eat, and there were a lot of them. I suppose they also need a way to keep their numbers in check, which is probably how they adapted to not using their spider silk while hunting. If they were too efficient, they would run out of prey, and the successful hunters wouldn't be able to survive and reproduce. Ryevin threw the impromptu life lesson to the back of his head as he focused on the combat. There were hundreds of spiders, and they kept coming. Likewise, there were now hundreds of lizard people filling the tunnel. This isn't going to work for me, Ryevin thought. I have enough health, stamina, and mana to keep up combat for a long time, but not forever. I need to figure something out so that when they stop fighting each other, I won't have to keep fighting the lizards. They don't seem like they want to talk, and even if they did, we don't understand each other. Ryevin kept his eyes open for anything he could use to his advantage. He needed a way to disengage and hide. He scanned the walls and ceiling of the tunnel. It was mostly smooth, and the ceiling was low enough that a spear would be able to reach easily. There was no easy solution just waiting for him to exploit. He would have to make an opportunity to escape. While Ryevin dodged and weaved the assault on 2 fronts, he gathered his mana. He drew upon his general and class skills, and he brought forth the lessons he had learned from his mother and at the academy. Ryevin infused his body with the light affinity through the elemental weapon skill. He went further and used his often neglected true light class skill and infused that into his magical combination as well. He focused his will, drawing 2,500 mana from his mana pool. He concentrated the mana into the center of his being through the combination of skills and split a perfect copy of himself off. He used the true light skill to infuse his will into the doppelganger, and he ordered it to charge through the lizard people towards the exit. He anchored the mana into itself, giving it a life of approximately 10 minutes, and then he canceled all of the other skills except elemental weapon, and he changed that one to infuse his entire body with the darkness affinity. One moment he was dodging and parrying, dancing through the horde of combatants, and then the next moment, his body merged with the shadows, smoothly disengaging from the fight as his copy ran through the lizard people. He watched as his clone acted exactly like him, twirling and dancing through the thrusts and slashes of spears directed at it, and he was astonished to see it successfully block and parry with its own shield and sword. It's a clone made out of pure light, but it somehow has substance, Ryevin thought. It must be because of the nature of the other skills I used to form the spell. It sure took a lot of mana to do so it better work well. Ryevin mentally chuckled. The doppelganger served its purpose exactly as intended, and the attention of all of the lizard people focused on the distraction. Ryevin followed in the wake of the path the clone cleared for him, careful to not bump into any of the lizards or to step into too much light from the scattered torches. Not all of the lizard folk were equipped with torches, so there were pockets of shadow from where the light was blocked by the mass of bodies. The beginning of the mad dash by the light clone was actually the most difficult part. Ryevin was worried that it might get bogged down and give something away for the lizard men to notice something wasn't right. His disguise in the shadows wasn't perfect, and if enough of them suspected something was up, they may turn their attention towards seeking him out. Luckily, the doppelganger made it past the thickest obstruction of lizard warriors. The following rows of warriors, to Ryevin's inexpert eye, appeared to be younger and less organized, and he could clearly sense that they were of a lower level. Though the lowest level creature I can sense is still low tier 3. There was surprise and confusion, or at least what Ryevin thought was surprise and confusion, of the younger lizard people who hadn't gotten a good look at what was going on in the front. Ryevin used that to his advantage, as their indecisiveness jumbled the ones chasing the clone up, and he was able to slip through the gaps into the less dense ranks. The tunnel went on for about 100 yards before it opened up into a broader room defended by the last palisade as the last line of defense against the spiders. The ceiling remained low, probably artificially in order to defend against the wall crawlers, but it expanded enough for Ryevin to be able to leap up as high as he could, infuse gravity into his lower body and hands as he flipped over, driving it into the ceiling when he made contact, and stick to the ceiling. He took a page out of the spider's book, and he crawled over the palisade where his clone was trying to force its way through. He wasn't used to such climbing action, though, and it was a struggle even with the gravity mana. He had to squeeze his abdominal muscles as hard as he could to keep his body in the right position as he leveraged himself forward. He only maintained the gravity in his lower body and hands in order to keep his upper body shrouded in darkness in case one of the distracted defenders happened to look up. The darkness wasn't just his body shape, as that would make him stand out just as much, and it oozed around him to obscure his entire body even with just a portion infused. Ryevin made it past the last defense, but he wasn't home free just yet. He continued to crawl along the ceiling until he got a bit further away so that any noise from him dropping down wouldn't carry to the lizards defending the palisade. Once he did drop down, he dismissed his gravity and just maintained the darkness as he picked up the pace to get some distance from the battle. The tunnel continued in its cramped structure for another 20 or so yards after the palisade, and then it opened up into a large, lit cavern. The ceiling finally stretched much further above once again, and Ryevin felt a little less claustrophobic. He was used to having an entire open sky over his head. Ryevin maneuvered himself to the side so he could marvel at the sight before him. There was an entire underground society of lizard people. There was a town of mud and stone houses, clear roadways, and he could even see a market district. Lizard folk in colorful attire walked along the streets, and Ryevin could tell that most of them were either feminine or children. Ryevin didn't think that there weren't any female warrior lizards. There had been plenty of female human warriors with the help of the system, and he didn't see that it would be any different for this species. It was most likely more of a societal thing, and they may even be the last hidden defense for the young ones of the town. He spotted the occasional warrior lizards still walking about, just like any human city he had been to, clearly keeping order as a unit that wasn't called to the front lines. Ryevin casually threw an inspect at the clothing of one civilian lizard on a whim. He wasn't too surprised by the information he received. Spider silk dress. Quality fine. There wasn't much more information on the item. He would need to have a greater personal understanding of the system to get more. The system only provided so much assistance on its own. Ryevin had no interest in trying to navigate the town, small though it appeared, as his only goal was to reach the surface and meet up with someone he could actually talk to. He didn't know what kind of reaction they would have to him appearing out of nowhere. So far his experiences hadn't been great. He kept to the edge of the town and snuck his way around, searching for another path that would lead up and away. He passed by many lizard people just living their normal lives. He passed by mushroom farms and other herbs that could be cultivated without much light. There were pens of some unknown animals being reared that he could hear and smell. There were torches all around on the ground level of the small town, and there were glowing gems of some sort embedded in the ceiling or the wall. He hadn't seen them anywhere else in the cave, so he didn't know if they were naturally occurring, magically enhanced, or if they had been transplanted by the residents. It didn't really matter to him, and he simply bypassed the entire town. Ryevin felt his doppelganger spell dissipate as he made his circuitous route around the settlement, and he knew he had a time limit before some of the warriors grew suspicious and spread word to search for an intruder. He made it almost to the entire opposite side before he finally spotted an exit leading away from the town. It was also guarded by a troop of lizard people in armor with spears, but they were much laxer in their attention than the two who had been guarding the way to the spiders. Even so, Ryevin needed a distraction in order to slip by them. Ryevin quickly came up with a plan. What better distraction than an apparent historic enemy? Ryevin conjured an illusion of one of the spiders running across the line of sight of the defending lizard warriors. It didn't cost nearly as much mana as his doppelganger, though. He didn't infuse it with his will, nor did it have any of his other major skills empowering it. He highly doubted that it would have the same ability as his clone to actually affect the material world. The conjured spider dashed out of the shadows where Ryevin projected it, and the lizards immediately spotted it, squeaking loudly in panic while pointing. The spider shot across their sight into more shadows, where Ryevin dismissed the mana being supplied to it, and quickly used the distraction to get beyond the wall. Ryevin breathed a sigh of relief as he finally made it past all of the potential enemies and obstructions. Beyond the wall led to another tunnel that followed a winding path up for close to 100 yards before opening back up into a large cavern. Ryevin's night vision reactivated within the tunnel, as there was no longer a convenient light source, but the large cavern, once more filled with stalactites and stalagmites, was peppered by the glowing gems he saw above the town. I guess that answers that question, Ryevin thought to himself. The new cavern he found himself in was huge. It was much larger even than the hole that the giant, ancient spider was hibernating, or whatever it was doing in. Ryevin didn't know where to go from here, so he simply chose a direction and walked. He kept a mental map running in his head so that he wouldn't get turned around in the unfamiliar environment. The sense of foreboding and dread that had been accompanying him in and near the presence of the spiders and their ancient matriarch finally dispersed. Ryevin was finally able to move about in a more relaxed manner, though he still kept his awareness and senses out to keep from being surprised by anything else that might jump out at him. Ryevin walked around one of the stalagmites, and a large shadow pounced toward him. Ryevin had been prepared, though, and he easily avoided the surprise attack, drawing his sword in reprisal. He didn't activate his elemental weapon skill right away, but his sword still easily bit into the flesh of the neck of the creature that ambushed him. The head went flying as the body collapsed, but two more shadows pounced at him from the same direction. Ryevin blocked one with a shield bash to the face as he sidestepped the other attack. Ryevin was able to get a good look at the creatures that assaulted him. Two monsters that looked extremely similar to the civilized lizard people bared their fangs and claws at him. They were completely feral, though, and Ryevin didn't recognize any self-awareness in their eyes. They came at Ryevin in an uncoordinated manner, and he easily defeated them after just a few exchanges. Ryevin looked down upon their bodies as he cleaned his sword of their blood. They didn't have a stitch of clothing on them, and it was impossible to tell whether they were male or female from their obvious displayed characteristics. They're similar to the civilized ones down below, Ryevin mused as he sheathed his weapon, but there are obvious differences as long as you know where to look. If I had encountered these mindless ones first, and I didn't pay that much attention, it would be easy to assume they're all monsters. That might be one of the reasons why those civilized lizard people are living deep in a cave near an ancient spider nest. Might have had problems with adventurers or local governments thinking they were wiping out a monster nuisance. That's all just speculation, though. I don't know if that's the reality. Ryevin continued moving through the cavern system. He hadn't been keeping a mental map of the entire way, as he had been far too focused on not dying when he initially left the dungeon, so he had no idea of the exact distances he had moved since being down here. He was beginning to get tired, though, so he knew it had been a long time. The corpses of the lizard people he slew didn't dissipate, and they were much more appetizing looking than the spiders had been. That wasn't saying much, though, as they still reminded him of the sapient lizards he had encountered. He felt weird considering eating something that had a working mind of its own. He knew it wasn't, but it felt a bit like he was considering cannibalism. If push comes to shove, Ryevin grimaced. Hopefully, I won't be down here much longer. If I'm unlucky, this could be a nation of scattered lizard people living in cave towns. I sure hope not. Ryevin didn't have any rations, and the type of tired he was wasn't the physical kind. He was getting mentally drained from the entire situation he had found himself in. As such, he didn't take many breaks and just kept pushing through to try and get out of the underground. After what felt like weeks but couldn't have been more than a day or two since leaving the dungeon, Ryevin finally succumbed to butchering one of the feral lizards for its meat. He had simply roasted a thigh with his magical fire. Eating the meat without any spices wasn't that great, and it was a bit gamey. He had been hungry enough, though, that it wasn't too terrible. He wouldn't be writing home about it anytime soon if I can write home, and it didn't make his poison resistance tick up. Eventually, after fighting dozens of battles with small groups of the feral lizards, a sound of metal clanging in the distance reached Ryevin's ears. He looked off in the direction of the sound, hope sprouting in his heart. He hurried over, using Silent Step and his other stealth skills to avoid being seen in case it wasn't a group of humans, adventurers or otherwise. Man, this had better be worth it, Sten said for the 1,000th time. I can't believe I allowed you to convince us to come down here for some silk of all things. What use do we have for silk? Kefira glanced over at the tall youth swinging a mace to brain a feral lizard. She rolled her eyes at his constant complaints before turning back to her task. She kept her mana channeling through her meridians, ready to go at any time in case of an emergency. Cyrilla, her constant companion, was expertly dispatching another group of 3 lizards on the other side with a sword and shield combination. Kefira wore a breastplate over her robes to protect herself, and she had metal greaves and vambraces underneath. Most mages chose to wear at least a little bit of armor on or under their robes, as it was complete folly to think the robes would be adequate. Not wearing armor as a magic caster was more of a thing in the safety of a city, and it was more aesthetic than anything else. Her companion was kitted out in full heavy armor, and she moved about in it as easily as Kefira did with no armor at all. That was just another reason why it was foolish of the few mages who abstained from wearing armor. It didn't actually hinder them in any way. I have use of silk, and I'm the one covering the costs, Kefira retorted. Just because you don't understand the intricacies of being presentable doesn't mean there isn't any value in the items, either. We can sell these silks for far more than the market price of the ones in circulation. The Lizaldans only ever sell their inferior silks, and then only during certain seasons. If we can get to the source, we can get the good stuff and make a lot of money at the same time. Cyrilla gave her a sideways glance, and Kefira responded with a shrug. Be that as it may, Sten continued, I'm not sure it's worth having to come all the way down here to get it. It took us a week to travel to the entrance of these blasted caves, and we've been down here for days. He smashed the head of the last lizard that had been attacking them before placing his mace head on the ground, using the weapon as a crutch to lean against as he faced Kefira and her friend. Money and looking good aren't the only important things in life, he said. We could be running dungeons or doing quests and eventually get the same amount of coin, but with far more levels, skills, and life experience to show for it. HMPH, what do you know? Kefira snapped back. Do you think traversing a desert before descending into an ancient, giant cave network counts for nothing? Most people don't choose to make this trip, and I'll have you know, the system grants better life experience rewards to those who do novel things. Now stop complaining and let's keep going. I think it's this way. Kefira walked off in a random direction, not really knowing where she was going, but she wasn't concerned about getting lost. Her companion would warn her if she made too much of a deviation, but she let her lead the way in order to hone her skills. Sten shared a look with the last two members of the outfit, Dowell and Cinna, two young men wielding spears in medium armor. Sten was the most well-equipped of the three of them, and his gear paled in comparison to either of the get-ups of Kefira or Cyrilla. Sten shrugged his shoulders as he slung his mace over his shoulder and swaggered after the two girls. Kefira marched forward with determined steps when a shadow suddenly stepped in front of her. Her mana was channeled and ready to go, Cyrilla stepping forward with sword and shield held at the ready, but nothing else came from the abrupt appearance of the shadow. Usually the lizards wouldn't waste any time in attacking them, but this new creature had simply made itself known and stopped. Kefira recovered from her confusion almost immediately, and she channeled some mana into an object on her waist, causing the gentle glow of light surrounding her party to expand to encompass the man who had suddenly appeared. She gawked at the appearance of the youth who had shown himself to them. He stood there with an impassive face, gauging everyone with his piercing look. He was wearing heavy armor that had seen better days. Kefira could barely make out what was underneath the grime and dried blood that practically covered the entire surface of his armor, except for a few clean spots that were white and others that clearly had some filigree added to it. His face was that of a youth, and she could see that not all of the spots on it were dirt. He had a decent amount of stubble growing in, adding a bit of age to his otherwise young-looking face. Cyrilla didn't relax as Kefira had once the youth made himself known as a fellow human. She had instead tensed up even further. She inched closer to Kefira before leaning over a little and whispering to her. This man is extremely dangerous. Cyrilla never took her eyes off of the youth. Kefira snorted and rolled her eyes at her friend's dramatics. That's what you say about every young boy I encounter, she teased. Yes, but I'm actually serious this time. As if to punctuate the point, a lizard chose this time to leap from the darkness at the young man's back. Without ever taking his eyes off of Kefira and her companions, the young man casually swung his sword in an arc behind himself, easily beheading the monster with one fluid strike. After his arm came back down to his side, his face finally split into a wide grin. Finally, he exclaimed, people. Are you saying that you're down here all by yourself? Kefira asked, eyebrows rising in surprise. The young man in front of her shrugged before nodding. You came down here without anyone watching your back. You don't even have a light source. How are you getting around? Are you crazy? More like a fool, Cyrilla snorted under her breath. The man's piercing eyes glanced at Cyrilla, surprising Kefira. I could barely hear that comment, and I'm standing right next to her. What about you saying hardly anyone ever comes down here? Sten interjected, gesturing at the new person. Kefira tilted her head and looked at Sten with an exasperated look. He's one person. That's not exactly a caravan of merchants. The young man made to scratch the back of his head in embarrassment, but once his gauntleted fingers made contact with the back of his head, he stopped and pulled his hand in front of his face to peer at it as if in confusion. He dropped his hand and once again turned his attention to Kefira. I didn't come down here by myself, he said. I was in a dungeon with an acquaintance. We got separated and then I was here. Well, not here. I was down there. He turned and pointed in a direction, indicating somewhere far below their current position in the cave system. Kefira's eyes lit up in excitement. You somehow teleported to the Lizaldan's settlement. She took an excited step forward. Cyrilla stepped forward with her to maintain the same positioning as her, but Kefira's entire attention was on the young man. Can you take us there? In exchange, I might be able to help you with the telly. Cyrilla leaned over and knocked into her shoulder, cutting Kefira off from continuing what she was saying. She looked over at her companion and received a stern glare in return. Kefira rolled her eyes at her companion, but she listened to the silent rebuke and stopped talking. She turned back to the young man to get his answer, and she could see him fighting an internal battle through the expression on his face. The sapient lizard people, the young man asked. Kefira nodded enthusiastically. He dragged out. The Lizaldans are several days' journey away from here, and I'm not sure if they would be too happy to see me. The last time I tried to communicate with them, a small war broke out. He trailed off with a sheepish grin. Kefira stared at him with a deadpan look. You attacked the Lizaldans. What? No, he quickly denied, shaking his head and hands. They were fighting the giant spiders. Giant spiders. Sten shrieked, recoiling. Kefira was equally confused. She had never heard of any giant spiders in the region. Granted, the Lizaldans didn't communicate a whole lot about their living situation when they sent their trading expeditions out. Oh yeah, the young man nodded. There's an entire nest of hundreds of them below their cave town. They have a defensive system set up to keep them pinned up, and it looks like they're used to fighting them. This didn't seem like a normal battle between them, though, as they weren't exactly prepared. They only had a couple of lookouts beyond their defenses. Of course, the seasons, Kefira muttered, making connections with the information provided. So the silk they're famous for is spider silk. How do they conceal that information from inspect skills? Maybe it's because they only sell their inferior products, so it doesn't count. Kefira was distracted and started ruminating on tangential issues. She would have continued her descent into the mental rabbit hole if her companion hadn't cleared her throat and brought her back to the present. She startled out of her contemplations to look up at her friend. She shook her head and faced back to the new youth once more. Okay, but you can still lead us there, right? Kefira asked, still hopeful. I have a magic item that can translate their speech so we can communicate, and we can clear up any misunderstandings if there are any. That's all well and good, but that still means I have to travel several days back to an area I've been trying to get away from. You can draw us a map. You can draw a map, yes, the youth nodded. There you go. You can draw us a map, and then we can tell you how to get out of here in exchange. Kefira watched him as he considered the option, stroking his chin. She continued, almost like an afterthought then again, we're likely to be the only people you'll encounter for over a week, and there's a large desert that might be dangerous to traverse without a horse or proper preparation. The young man's fingers froze from stroking his chin as he narrowed his eyes at that statement. So the real question is, do I want to be by myself for another week, or do I want to waste some time and accompany you and your party back the way I came before leaving the cave in relative safety? He resumed, stroking his chin. He stopped and had a determined look on his face. Well, I don't really have anywhere I need to be, and you and your party can fill me in on where I've ended up. I guess I'll be leading you back to the Lizaldan town then. Are you sure about this? Sten once more interjected. This guy is a complete stranger, walking around in these caves all alone and with nobody to verify anything he says. He's an unknown. How can we just trust whatever he says? Cyrilla gave Kefira a look that said, I agree with this guy for once. Do you honestly think I can't tell whether he's lying or not? Kefira asked Sten. You have a detect lie skill. I didn't say that. All right, Sten conceded. Wait, you have a detect lie skill. Sten's eyes widened in alarm as Dowell and Cinna snickered. Kefira simply waved him off without explaining anything further. Of course, she was aware of all the little fibs that Sten had fed her in order to recruit her and Cyrilla to his team. None of what he said had been out of malice, though, so she let it go. Sten turned to his two friends and they bent their heads together to whisper together. The young man in question frowned as he glanced at the trio. Can he hear them too? Okay, if you're going to join us, then I'll invite you to the party, Kefira said. I'm the party leader and you'll have to follow my lead. We can't have anyone not pulling their weight, and from what we just saw a moment ago, I expect you to contribute. If you pull us down in any way, all deals are off. Can you handle that? Not a problem, the youth declared. Right, before we do that, though, what's your name? My name is Fira, and this is my older sister, Sira. She gestured toward her armored companion. These three are Sten, Dowell, and Cinna. The young man nodded to each person in turn as they were introduced. Sten merely folded his arms across his chest, but his two buddies gave little waves in return. They were the silent, yet friendly type, as far as Kefira could tell, and Sten usually did the talking for the trio. My name is Rievin, the young man said. Nice to make your acquaintance. Cyrilla and Rievin appeared to be of a similar class and specialty, both in heavy armor with a sword and shield combination. One more melee combatant wasn't ideal for their party makeup, but it wouldn't be a problem. They weren't planning on tackling any technically difficult fights. Kefira would simply let Cyrilla dictate where and how he engaged for now. Her leadership skills weren't in such dire need of practice that she would need to micromanage every little detail. All right, Kefira extended an invitation to the party through the system, and a half-second later, Rievin's name was displayed under the party page. Let's not waste any more time standing around. You said it was still several days' journey away from here, so let's get going. It might be a bit less now, Ryevin replied. I did kill all of the feral lizards along the way. Doesn't matter, Sten said. These are nuisance monsters, like goblins from a Tier 1 region. They're prolific reproducers. It might be a little quicker for half a day, but then we'll encounter just as many of them as you did the first time round. Great, Ryevin sighed. So these guys are the equivalent of goblins in a Tier 1 region. What tier region are we in now? You really don't know, Sten asked. Ryevin shook his head in denial. Tier 3. We're in the Kingdom of Dralo, a desert kingdom under the Wispen Empire. Ryevin returned a blank look at the names, not reacting at all. I don't sense that he was being dishonest with what he said. Previously, Kefira thought to herself, watching the interaction and using her observation skills to verify her gut intuition. She really didn't have a detect lies skill, but years of practice in watching for context clues had built a good foundation for when she finally had enough perception to unlock such a skill in the future. Kefira motioned for Ryevin to lead the way. There was no reason for her to pick a random direction any longer, and she fell in behind the young man as he turned and walked into the darkness, completely unperturbed by his lack of light source. I don't know if this is a wise course of action to follow, Cyrilla whispered. She got right next to Kefira's ear and communicated in as low of a voice as Kefira had ever heard her. She didn't even speak this low back home. Cyrilla noticed the question on Kefira's face as she continued, based on his nonchalant walk into the darkness, not to mention probably being able to hear Sten and his friends whispering from over 10 yards away. His perception is either high enough to have unlocked a skill, high enough to see in the darkness outright, or both. That, coupled with his easy dispatch of the feral lizardman, makes me think he's somewhere around mid to high tier 3. That high. Your skills are probably higher, though, so I'm sure you could take him if he turns out to be a villain. Kefira patted her friend's shoulder. Cyrilla gazed ahead at Ryevin's back for a few moments. I could probably hold him off for a minute or two, Cyrilla determined. Kefira's eyebrows shot up in surprise once again. Yeah, that's why I said I'm not sure if this is a good idea. Don't forget the entire reason we're out here, Kefira said. Sometimes, in order to get to know someone, you have to take a chance. My intuition hasn't failed me in a long time, and I'm going to keep trusting it for now. There's no other way to advance the skills I need without subjecting them to stress. Ryevin led the way through the cavern, almost seeming to never tire. Sten's warning about not encountering any ambushes for only half a day was prescient, as they walked in peace for only close to 3 hours before their first encounter with more of the predators. Cyrilla only had time to unsheath her sword and equip her shield before Ryevin killed the 3 lizardmen. Kefira watched, wide-eyed, as his body seemed to blur, and then 3 headless lizardmen fell to the ground. She turned to Cyrilla, who had frozen in her step forward to join the combat. Cyrilla put her gear away again and stroked her chin in thought. She gave Kefira a sideways glance, tucking her thumb into her palm as she looked at her. Tier 4, Kefira mouthed. Cyrilla just shrugged with a shake of her head. 30 seconds, she whispered. She didn't add anything else to the statement, but Kefira knew that she was telling her that she had amended her previous estimation of being able to hold him off for a minute or two if he turned on them. Kefira nodded grimly. 30 seconds should be enough, Kefira replied in an equally low whisper, but my gut tells me we won't need it. Sten ran up, panting, as Ryevin continued with hardly a pause at all. When you said you spent several days walking, were you talking about at this pace? Sten asked, sweat dripping from his brow. Ryevin paused and turned to face the other young man. Of course, he replied. Well, you gotta slow down, man, Sten said, bending over to catch his breath. We need to take some more breaks. Kefira looked toward Dowell and Cinna, and she saw that they were in worse condition than Sten was. They weren't about to collapse or anything, but they were definitely expending more effort than was entirely necessary for themselves. She noticed that Sten was eyeing her suspiciously, and she quickly pulled out a water skin to take a deep drink from it. I agree, she said with a gasp. I'm almost at my limit. I wanted to put on a brave face as the leader, but I can't keep it up any longer. Kefira bent over to mimic the stance of Sten and his friends. She hadn't been paying attention to how quick the pace was that Ryevin had set. Her bloodline and achievements ensured that her physical stats were higher even than a typical martial class at her level. 3 hours wasn't particularly long for an extended hike, but she usually set the pace and allowed for a break every hour. Kefira noticed Ryevin glance at her, and she could see a small smirk on his face. Is he making fun of me, or did he notice something? She thought. She sensed her skills, but she didn't notice the telltale pull from her acting skill that she had grown to recognize when she succeeded at fooling someone. He definitely noticed that I'm not actually in need of a break. Kefira didn't know if she was happy or worried about each of the new revelations regarding her new party member. It was a novel experience to be completely unaware of someone around her own age range. Ryevin chuckled to himself as he watched the antics of the short girl he had run into. She had declared herself the leader of the party, and everyone listened to her words, but he could tell that she and her female friend were one group in Sten and the others were another. Reminds me of teaming up my party with Melissa over a year ago. Ryevin didn't know anything, beyond the conversation of Silk he had overheard, for why she and her party were down here, but he could tell that this Fira was clearly on a life experience quest, grouping up with Sten, Dowell, and Cinna for convenience. She hadn't been completely forthright in whatever she had told Sten about herself. He didn't know if there was any future for their acquaintance, so he wouldn't pry or expose her. Do none of you have the march or forced march skills? Ryevin asked, surprised. We're adventurers, not soldiers, Sten retorted. So am I, and yet I have the forced march skill. If you get it and level it up enough, it will help out with your endurance even if you're not actually marching. That wasn't entirely false, but it wasn't the whole picture. Ryevin had almost 10,000 stamina, and walking at a quick pace meant that he recovered just as quickly as he spent his stamina, as long as he had enough food and water. Though to be completely transparent, I did serve in a lord's retinue at one point. See, there you go, Sten said, standing up straight after finally catching his breath. Still, maybe you guys should work on it while we're down here. Nothing else to do, might as well work on some useful skills. Ryevin noticed Fira nod her head in agreement. Cyrilla's face remained impassive, but he could tell that she was watching him. She hasn't taken her focus off of me for more than 30 seconds total in the past 3 hours, Ryevin mused. She sure takes protecting her little sister seriously. Though the term sister might just be one of endearment, they look nothing alike. Fira was short with long, auburn hair and clear ruby eyes. They weren't a sinister red, but instead they were like two gemstones. Ryevin had never seen such an intriguing eye color before, and he found himself wanting to look at them over and over again. She only came up to Ryevin's chest, but he didn't know if that was saying much considering that even Sten only came up to his chin. Cyrilla, on the other hand, was as tall as Sten with emerald green jewels for eyes. Her facial features, while pretty, were nothing in comparison to Fira. If there's one thing that could convince me they're actually related, it's the nature of their eye color, Ryevin thought to himself. Even though they're different colors, they're both like gemstones, and that's definitely unique. I can't tell what hair color Cyrilla has, as she's been wearing a helmet this whole time. We ready to go? Ryevin asked. Give me a few more minutes, Fira answered. Ryevin looked at her and found himself captivated by her eyes once more. He wrenched his gaze away and gave a nod. You three should do what Ryevin suggested, Fira called out to Sten. What? Work on marching? Fira nodded. Sten just shrugged and turned back to Ryevin. So what do we do? It's very simple, actually, Ryevin replied. You just have to walk in step with each other for an extended period of time until you unlock the skill. Once you do, you need to keep at it until you get it to level 15 or so, and then we can push past your limits while marching, and that will eventually unlock the forced march skill. Are you and Sira going to unlock the skills too? He turned to the two girls. HMPH, don't look down on us, Fira replied smugly. We already have both skills. Then you can help Sten and his friends unlock it while I lead the way. Well, that. Fira glanced back and forth between Ryevin and Sten. Decided, Ryevin turned and walked off again. He could sense the small girl stamp her feet through the spatial awareness skill. He snorted in amusement, unusually pleased with himself. I don't know why I did that, Ryevin thought as he walked away. It was fun, though. The party resumed their march back toward the Lizalden town. Ryevin handled each small group of ambushing feral lizards with ease, hardly slowing his steps, but he remembered to occasionally stop to allow Sten, Dowell, and Cinna. There were occasionally situations where more than 3 feral lizard people ambushed the party. Having more than one person seemed to bring larger groups than what Ryevin had encountered while completely alone. Sometimes more groups would attack the rear area, while Ryevin was engaged with a couple in the front. He was finally able to actually witness the prowess of the party he had involved himself with. Fira never did anything other than encourage the others and direct the action, though he could feel the powerful mana within her body ready to explode out at any time. Sten, Dowell, and Cinna were competent combatants. That was the extent of praise that Ryevin could extend to the trio. Sira, on the other hand, was impressive. It wasn't just that her stats and skills were miles above the other 3 young men. Ryevin could tell, gauging with his own expert ability, that she was concealing her true abilities from the 3 boys, and yet she still managed to make her fights look easy. It was a fine line to simultaneously look like one was easily handling every situation thrown at them and not overpower the enemies. Each one of her strikes was placed in the exact perfect position, be that whether to parry or kill the target, or to display a lower level of competency. She couldn't fool Ryevin, though, as he could also do the same thing if he wanted to. If I had to guess, she's on the threshold of expert level, if not already there. Ryevin couldn't tell how impressive that was for a Tier 3 region for her age, as he had no experience with it, and the other 3 fighters were able to fight off low Tier 3 feral lizards without much undue stress. Ryevin had known that the feral lizards were definitely much stronger than goblins and orcs, but he hadn't taken into consideration the fact that they were the nuisance monster equivalent to goblins. It made sense to him in that context, though. There's probably a half-step monster up above them, like orcs in the Tier 1 region. Probably something like low to mid-Tier 3, but with the ability to actually think and plan, if not exactly sapience. The journey back to the lizard town took exactly as long as Rievan had predicted. The three young men were able to unlock the march skill quite easily, but they didn't have it long enough or high enough to begin working on forced march. He could see some subtle improvements in their fighting capabilities as they journeyed, as well, and it was surprisingly due to Fira pointing things out to them while directing the combat. Sira pretty much did her own thing while sticking to Fira. Rievan noticed that she hovered around her sister quite closely any time he got anywhere near. He just chuckled at her overprotectiveness. The party marched in front of the Lizaldan town, upright and without hiding. Rievan fell back once the town was spotted and let Fira once more take the lead. She marched right up to the sentries at the gate, pulled out an object, activated it with her mana, and then let it hang from her waist as she spoke to them. Rievan could sense the mana spring forth and form a sort of barrier between the groups of humans and Lizaldans. "Greetings, honorable Lizaldans," she said. "My friends and I have journeyed from afar to meet with your people and do trade." The Lizaldan sentries looked at each other before squeaking out a reply. A sound, similar to the tone of the Lizaldan's voice, appeared from the mana barrier, translating the squeaks into Hammon. "We greet the humans who have come to trade. You will wait here while we send for an elder." Fira nodded her head and motioned toward Rievan and the rest of the party to get comfortable while they waited. It didn't take long for another, more stately-looking Lizaldan to appear. Instead of wearing the same armor as the sentries, this one was wearing an elaborately dyed silk robe. He ascended the palisade to address the party of humans from above. The deeper squeaks penetrated the mana translation barrier and turned into Hammon's speech that the party could understand. "It has been a long time since human guests have graced our town." The Lizaldan emphasized the word guest. "We gladly extend our hospitality to anyone who comes in good faith." "I feel like he's targeting me," Rievan grimaced. Fira seemed to pick up on it as well, and she glanced back at Rievan before returning her attention back to the elder. "You all may enter our home, but that one," he pointed at Rievan, "must remain outside." Rievan held his hands up in front of himself. "A misunderstanding," he pleaded. "It was a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding," the elder Lizaldan said. "Your misunderstanding caused the deaths of 7 Lizaldans. Yes, quite a misunderstanding." "No, see, that is the misunderstanding," Rievan argued. "I didn't bring the spiders. One of your sentries shouted really loud when he saw me. I was just trying to get away from the spiders after I ended up down there on accident. I tried to tell the sentry about the spiders, but he didn't understand me, and he got taken by a spider as he tried to stab me with a spear. The other Lizaldan you had down there saw what happened, and he and I fought side by side against the spiders, but they wore him down until they could capture him too, and then that's when you guys came down and found me fighting the spiders all by myself. If you were down there and saw me, you would know that I never attacked any of the Lizaldans, even when I was being attacked by you and the spiders at the same time." Rievan was surprised the elder Lizaldan actually allowed him to explain himself. He thought he would have a much harder time convincing the Lizaldan to just listen to him at all. "It is useless to explain these things," the elder replied. "Even if what you say is true, even if I believe you, there are many others who will not. They will only see that you brought the deaths of 7 of us with you. Will you explain to every individual that you're not at fault? And will they believe you? No, it is safer for both of us if you don't come in." "Fair enough," Rievan conceded. He didn't really want to enter the town in the first place. He was just tagging along with this new party. He turned to Fira. "It's fine. I'll just wait out here for you guys. Just get me something to eat." "If you say so," Fira replied skeptically. She gestured to the other members of the party, and they entered the now opened gate. Rievan walked off a bit and hunkered down to wait. He had finally returned to a semi-normal state. He was no longer completely alone in an unknown environment. He could slowly gain a foothold using this new connection, and he would be able to find out where he was and eventually where he needed to go to get home. He wasn't that physically tired because of his stats, but he had been on a tight string, mentally, for an extended period of time. Now that he could finally relax a bit, it didn't take long before he nodded off to sleep. He wasn't concerned that he would be attacked by any feral lizard monsters this close to the town, and his danger sense would alert him if any of the Lizaldans snuck up with nefarious purposes. "Wake up," someone nudged Rievan awake. His danger sense hadn't alerted him to the presence, so he didn't immediately unsheath his weapon, though his hand did grab the hilt of his sword subconsciously. He was immediately awake, and he looked up to see Fira looking down at him, the rest of the party waiting behind her. "We let you sleep through the day and night," Fira said. "We didn't see any reason to wake you just to have you be bored out here by yourself. Here's the food you asked for." She handed him a parcel of some local cuisine. "We've accomplished what we came for, so it's time to go." "That's it?" Rievan asked. "Yeah," Fira nodded. "The point of coming out here to purchase the silk directly was more about the experience of doing it. We all got to meet some of the locals, do some shopping, eat at a unique restaurant, and we got some rest in a real bed. It was almost as nice as my own bed back home. I could have just slept in it for days, but we don't have that kind of time. We don't have any reason to linger, so it's time to go. Reevan stood up and stretched the kinks out from having to rest on the hard surface. He felt a pang of envy at the mention of resting in a real bed. Fira smirked at his stretching. Oh, she was definitely rubbing it in. I doubt that bed was half as comfortable as she described it. I'm ready at any time, Reevan said. I don't have much to do, just standing around outside the gates to a town I was trying to get far away from already. I'm sure you don't need me to lead the way anymore, so whenever you're ready. Fira turned to the party and directed them to make their way back the way they had come once more. Sira lead the way this time, and Fira walked a bit behind her, next to Reevan. Reevan could sense some frustration coming from Sira at Fira's proximity to him. Reevan felt like being mischievous. Where did you put the silks? I don't see any large packs with which to carry them, Reevan said, stepping closer to Fira to inspect. Of course not, we have spatial storage bags, Fira said, patting a satchel at her waist. She looked up at Reevan with a questioning look. You don't have a storage bag. My folks were going to give me one, but then I got swept away to here before they could, Reevan explained. They wanted me to get used to managing my space efficiently without one first. Probably having you work towards the logistics skill, Fira nodded sagely. So where are your folks then? Where are you from? You know, nobody ever said the name of the kingdom out loud before. Everyone just referred to it as the kingdom. Even the capital's name was literally just the capital. Kind of strange now that I think about it. Anyway, it's just a little tier 1 kingdom. It's attached to a tier 2 kingdom called Eldire, which is under Pernius, which is part of the Quran Empire. Ever heard of it? Can't say that I have. Fira looked up and to the right, thinking about it. Reevan took a couple more steps closer to her. I don't think it's in the same local group as we're in now. I don't know if it's in the cluster or not, but you can always find out at a major city with a decent adventurers guild, assuming you are a registered adventurer. Reevan fished out his token and held it out for her to see. If it's not in the cluster, then the local adventurers guild won't have the information locally. You can always petition to get the information, though, at a cost. How does that work? Reevan was walking almost shoulder to shoulder with the girl now. Well, shoulder to stomach. Fira looked up at him. You are very tall, she suddenly said. Reevan frowned and then shrugged. I'm not particularly tall, it's just that you're short, he teased. Fira shoved him in the stomach with her shoulder. I'm not short. I'm pretty average for a girl, you know. I wouldn't say you're average, Reevan said. Fira's face reddened a little from the quip. Most of the girls I've met have been pretty close to my own height. Do you come from a land of giants? I don't think so. Anyway, how does one request the information I need again? Oh well, you just put up an official request. The staff at the Adventurers Guild can accept commissions. Most of them are adventurers, too. They'll use their communication network to check with other branches across the realm, and once someone finds the information, they'll relay it back. You pay the commission and they give you the information, and then I'll have to go to a teleport station and jump from place to place until I end up in the right place. Exactly, Fira nodded, though teleportation is prohibitively expensive for the common person. It might take some time to wait for the information, so it would make sense to do some dungeons or quests to get some money. How much does it cost? It will depend on how many jumps you need to make. Teleportation platforms are only found in Tier 4 capital cities, and they only teleport to other empires they don't have a rivalry with. It typically costs 1 gold coin per jump. If you have to do 100 jumps, then it'll cost 100 gold. Yeah, I can see how that would get expensive. Reevan was worried he might never have enough money to make it home if it was too far away. So do you guys have a spot open on your team? Sorry, Fira turned her face to look Reevan in the eye. We already have enough close quarters martial classes. It's not much of a problem on an expedition like this, but it could cause problems to have too many if we ran dungeons or quests with such a party. Oh well, I'm not a close quarters martial class, Reevan said. Fira quirked an eyebrow at the statement. Reevan chuckled as he held his hand out and summoned a light ball. I'm a light magus. Reevan took a couple of steps before noticing that Kefira wasn't walking by his side anymore. He looked up and noticed that everyone had stopped in place and was staring at him. Kefira could sense despair fill her companion, Sira. She had already conceded that their new addition would be able to overpower her within about 30 seconds, and that was before his casual display of magic. The magic itself wasn't anything impressive. Light mages weren't exactly uncommon, and they weren't particularly powerful combatants. The problem here, though, was that Reevan had already displayed a shocking competency in melee combat, and he was heavily armed and armored. He had casually strolled through the caves, easily dispatching countless feral lizardmen, and not once had he shown any indication that he was a caster. And what's this magus designation? I've heard of mages and weavers, but never a magus. I'll have to do some research when I get home. Cyrilla was trying to get her attention, no doubt trying to tell me to get some room between the two of us. She rolled her eyes, but Kefira simply walked back up to her position next to Reevan. waving for everyone to keep going. In that case, if you can utilize your light spells in an offensive, defensive, or supportive manner that would change things, Kefira said, resuming their walk. Yeah, I can manage something for all three situations, the young man nodded. Kefira contemplated the information as her worldview crumbled. It was common knowledge that people had to sacrifice proficiency in a subject in order to excel at another, and yet Rievin had shown more skill than her friend, dedicated to a lifetime of training with a sword and shield, had as a caster. Don't tell me you're secretly an expert archer, too, Kefira chuckled. I've dabbled. I don't know how to track or stalk or anything like that, though. Good, good. Yeah, if you knew how to do all of that on top of what you've already shown, I think my brain would break. Rievin laughed, but Kefira just looked at him with a serious expression. I'm not joking. I think my brain would literally stop working. How is it that you're so skilled with a sword and shield as a caster? Have you been wasting your time on a hobby or something? Or did your parents fill your head with nonsense and have you spread too thin? You mentioned something about them having you get a logistics skill, and you have forced march, so it doesn't seem like you have no idea what you're doing. My first class wasn't a caster class. My first class was fighter, so your tier 2 class was fighter. Your tier 3 class was light magus. What's your tier 4 class? Some sort of hybrid. Kefira peered up at the youth. He was taken aback by the question. Tier 4, I don't have a tier 4 class. That's not a lie, but there's something weird about his reaction. Kefira studied his body language. She glanced at Sira, but she was no help with a simple shrug in return. I can offer you a probationary position. It's not that I doubt your abilities, we've seen what you can do, but we need to make sure we all mesh well together. Understandable, Rievin replied. Then he leaned down real close to Kefira's face and she could feel her ears burning. But to be clear, I want to join your party. He wants to join my party. What does he mean by that? Does he want to take me away from the others? He should have recognized that I wouldn't leave Cyrilla behind. I know that you and Sira are a separate group from Sten, Dowell, and Cinna. When you guys leave, I want to go with you, not them. Oh, Kefira felt a twang of disappointment, but she couldn't tell from what. She squashed the feeling as she addressed Rievin's issue. Of course, we would be happy to have you and Sira, or just you. Rievin leaned in again. Kefira leaned away as she swished her hands in front of herself. Don't be silly. We'd both be happy, Kefira said. She straightened up and lifted her chin. Sira will go along with whatever I say anyway. She heard her companion snort ahead of her, but she chose to ignore it. They continued their journey. She would converse with Rievin about his past experiences in the Lord's retinue, the dungeons he had explored, and his time as a Magic Academy student. That last part hadn't come as much of a surprise to her. She didn't know the extent of his magical abilities, but if he was half as good with mana as he was with a sword, then he would be one of the elites. Well, one of the elites in a Tier 1 region, she amended. He would be at least in the upper echelons, even in a Tier 3 academy, but his lack of focusing on one aspect might prevent him from standing out in a Tier 4 academy. I don't doubt that he would at least be able to pass admission into one, though. Rievin had a glib tongue, and he was able to hold a conversation quite easily. Kefira noticed that he must have been using a social skill or two. She had some herself, and she had seen many other people use them as well over the course of her life. That tells me that he at least has 20 charisma. It's the bare minimum requirement to get Gab, which is the most basic social skill for holding conversations. I wonder how his skill level compares to mine. I don't think I've been doing that good of a job displaying my mastery of the skill. His, closeness has been distracting. After she regained her composure, though, she was able to hold her own. While he described some of his past exploits, she regaled him with tales of the Tier 3 region they were in and the various things she and Cyrilla had seen and done. Rievin was also considerate enough to draw Sten and his friends into the conversation, though Cyrilla maintained her silence and vigilance. It wasn't strictly necessary to remain silent and not join any conversation in order to maintain one's alertness, as both Kefira and Rievin were able to react nearly instantly whenever a threat appeared. Cyrilla wasn't quite as fast as Rievin had been in dispatching the ambushing enemies, but it was still enough that most of the other party members didn't have to participate unless multiple groups jumped at them at once. She was definitely displaying more of her skill than she had previously. In order to display his abilities, Rievin started slinging spells instead of engaging in hand-to-hand combat. He only used the most basic spells, but he had access to all of them: bolt, flash, beam, and blast. That was slightly surprising in and of itself, but what really shocked Kefira was that he had the ability to use the spells through the system for all of the affinities he had unlocked. He mainly stuck to the 4 Tier 1 elements, but he also displayed several of the Tier 2 affinities, like ice and plasma. Kefira wasn't surprised that a student of one of the magic academies, even if it was a Tier 1, had access to so many affinities, but most people could only use the base affinity of their class for system-assisted spells. It's because of the Magus designation, Rievin explained. I got access to it because I worked on unlocking so many affinities before I took the caster class. The magus is all about experimenting with different affinities with just a slight bit more focus on one of them. The trip back to the surface was quite pleasant, Kefira enjoying the company and conversation of Rievin much more than that of Sten. Their fundamental outlook on life was different. Where Sten would constantly open up a conversation with a complaint, Rievin would point out something that he found interesting. She never heard half a word of complaint. The only time he ever came close was when they first met, and he mentioned that leading them to the Lizalden settlement would have him backtracking several days. Now that Rievin was going to join them on a probationary period, which Kefira was more and more sure would turn out fine, she wasn't anticipating parting ways once they reached the surface. The encounters with ambushing feral lizardmen also dropped off the closer they got to the exit, and the last couple of hours were spent without having to fight off any at all. They stepped out into the blessed light, and Sten dropped to his knees, thanking whichever church deity he believed in for their deliverance from the depths of the caves. Kefira rolled her eyes. It wasn't that bad, she said. At least it was a lot cooler down there than it is out here. Now we have to deal with the desert sun and heat. I'm used to that, Sten retorted. I'm not used to not being able to see the sky for such a long time. So this is the desert. Rievin walked out of the cave on the rocky ground, surveying the surrounding area. The area they were in was rocky and barren, though there were hardy shrubs and other flora able to survive in the desert. The entire Tier 3 region was mostly desert with pockets of greenery scattered throughout, mainly where the cities were located. The area the entrance to the Lizalden's underground town was located, though, was in the middle of a vast swathe of sand dunes. Most of the desert region wasn't sandy, but the place above the underground cave system was unusually barren, even for a desert. Giant rocks protruded from the ground in several places. The entrance to the underground was a hole in one of the larger rocks. This is the most desolate part of the desert, Kefira corrected. The whole region is technically a desert, but it doesn't all look like this. We'll need to wait until nighttime before making a move. We have about 5 days of travel time ahead of us before we reach the less desolate area. The dangers of crossing this part of the desert aren't monsters or beasts. We'll have to keep an eye out for scorpions and sand tarantulas, but those are regular creatures. They're a bit hardier because of the mana density, but they're more of a nuisance than a danger. The real danger is the sun, heat, and lack of food or water. I can see that, Rievin said. There's hardly any moisture in the air, so drawing any out of the environment is out of the question. Do you have enough water to account for another person? Of course, who do you think I am? Kefira took up a pose, hands on her hips. She flipped her hair over her shoulder before continuing. We made sure to pack an extra for 10 more days, twice as many as needed for the journey for each person. There's plenty of water. That seems a bit excessive. Actually, Rievin commented. We had the space, and water's cheap when you have it in abundance. One of the goals of coming out here was to beat the market price of the silk. If we run into any lost stragglers in the desert, that water will be worth more than liquid gold to them. Everyone's priorities change based on the circumstances. A man wouldn't be willing to pay more than a couple of coppers for a water skin, but that same man would pay his life savings for a full one if he was dying of thirst. And you're just going to give me that liquid gold for free? Rievin quirked an eyebrow. That wasn't the plan originally, Kefira admitted, but you're a party member now, so I'll loan you some. I'll even charge you a fair interest rate, too. I know, right? Rievin rolled his eyes at her as she pulled a fresh water skin out of her spatial storage pack. She handed it to him and watched as he took a healthy swig, feeling unusually pleased with herself. He noticed her watching and gave her a questioning look. The deal is sealed, she said. Cyrilla rolled her eyes at her from behind Rievin. How much did I just agree to give you? Didn't I just say it? She smirked. A man dying of thirst would part with his life savings. You just need to give me a portion of your life with interest and we'll call it square. HMPH, I'm not dying of thirst, though, he pointed out. You would be, though, Kefira countered. We're not talking a lot here. Let's say 10 years of indentured servitude. With 10 compound interest, you'll be free to leave in 15 years or so. Quite a steal for hundreds of years of continued living, if you ask me. Sure, a steal, Rievin sarcastically replied. Kefira giggled. All right. You're one of us now, so obviously you can just have it. Just give me the water skin back when we get out of here. Don't mention it. Rievin handed the water skin back to Kefira, who took it with a confused frown. Just leave it in your storage pack for now, he answered. I have my own in case of an emergency, and this way it'll stay cold and refreshing. I can always just get it from you when I need it. Kefira nodded and stored the skin away again. Cyrilla smirked at her, but Kefira chose to ignore it. Rievin settled down in the shade of one of the rocks. There were several hours left until sundown, and the other party members had segregated themselves to get some rest. Rievin surmised that he had the highest stats. He was always the last one to suffer fatigue, so he volunteered to keep a lookout while the others got some sleep. He wouldn't have been able to sleep at the time anyway, so might as well do something useful. There really wasn't much to keep watch for. It was more the principle of the thing and to not get into bad habits. Don't have much else to do. Might as well review my experience and skill gains recently. More and more often, Ryevin found himself letting his notifications wait until he could review a large amount at the same time. It wasn't a conscious decision he had made, it had just happened. I used to pull everything up as soon as it happened because I liked the way it felt to see tangible progress. Now I think I enjoy getting a large drop of information all at once more. He pulled up the notifications that had been accumulating. Exiting done. It seems like partying up after reaching a certain threshold actually imparts a penalty on experience gains, Ryevin noticed. Up until now, I've gotten 100 of the experience from combat, but I've only been in parties with tier 2s up till this point. I guess as one advances, the rules change. It kind of makes sense if I think about it. The system has rewards for groups and parties, but it's mostly about rewarding individual effort. Ryevin wasn't surprised about his progress in his skills either. The huge jumps in pain resistance and his mental fortitude and iron, while skills were to be expected after the harrowing experience on the Realm Bridge. He had another set of notifications to sift through. Achievement, gaze upon the multiverse. Mental stats plus 10. Achievement, survive the river of souls. Luck plus 10. Achievement, travel a total distance of more than 100 miles away from your birthplace. Physical stats plus 1. Achievement, travel a total distance of more than 10,000 miles away from your birthplace. Physical stats plus 3. Achievement, travel a total distance of more than 10 million miles away from your birthplace. Physical stats plus 6. 10 million miles, that's how far away at minimum. This region is from my home. Ryevin was flabbergasted. He stared at the achievement notification for several long moments. I already knew I was flung really far away, and I knew I would need to use the teleportation platforms to get back home. The actual distance involved only matters in how much wealth I'm going to have to burn to make the trip. Ryevin put the worries of the long distance he would need to traverse to the side for now. I got a decent amount of experience. Let me pull up my full status and take a gander. Status name, Ryevin class, Light Magus LVL7. Height age, 1420 health, 4,960 4,960 plus 310 stamina, 9,530 9,530 plus 410 mana, 4,680 4,680 plus 50 physical stats mental stats STR, 457 plus 10 INT, 465 plus 4 VIT, 496 plus 31 mag. 471 plus 6 dex, 457 plus 10 CLA, 410 plus 1 CHA, 139 plus 1 per, 414 plus 1 LUK, 148 plus 1 bloodline, LVL1 unknown 118,033 10 billion experience, 7,919 8,000. So I crossed the threshold of 100,000 experience put into my bloodline, but I didn't get any stat improvements this time. If I need an increase of 1,000-fold per stat increase to match the 1,000-fold increase in experience needed to upgrade the bloodline, then I'll need 100 million experience for the next stat gain. Ryevin rubbed his chin as he contemplated the astronomical increase in numbers. He idly looked over his status page. His hand stopped rubbing his chin as he froze in shock. Am I seeing this right? Ryevin rubbed his eyes to try and clear his vision. He looked at his status page again, but it still showed the same thing. He leaped to his feet in a panic, staring at his page with wide eyes. 14 years old, 14 years old. What happened to the last 3 years? I just turned 11 not that long ago. He had a hard time coming to grips with the reality placed right in front of him. He had lost 3 years of time somewhere. He began to pace back and forth, his adrenaline pumping through his body. Calm down, Ryevin repeated to himself. Think, what happened that could account for such a huge change? It had to have happened when I was attacked by the masked man with whatever it was he did, but that doesn't make sense. I would have died if it had taken that long. Sure, there was energy fueling my body from the changes made in balancing my soul, but it wasn't. Ryevin stopped his pacing as an idea struck him. Time must flow differently in the space between realms. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. Ryevin nodded his head as he felt he was on the right track. But if that's the case, then wouldn't my age stay the same while everyone else aged? It wouldn't make sense for time to pass slower, as that wouldn't resolve the issue of starving to death while experiencing 3 years in a coma. There has to be some sort of tie between the bridge and the realms that makes the time difference still affect the people on the bridge. Ryevin took deep breaths and entered a state of meditation to calm his nerves. He sat back down as the adrenaline wore off, and his racing heart finally slowed to its normal pace. My family and friends must think I'm dead, Ryevin thought. Despair tried to consume him, but he ruthlessly squashed the emotion. That just means the reunion will be that much sweeter. Ryevin sat in meditation for several minutes. He could rationalize the situation, but he could tell that he would freak out if he didn't keep a tight rein on himself. He spent the rest of the time waiting for nightfall, switching back and forth between meditating to keep calm and keeping an eye on the surroundings. He wouldn't let an existential crisis prevent him from doing his responsibilities. Kefira stretched to get the kinks out of her muscles from sleeping on the hard floor. She stood up and noticed Sira doing a similar set of stretches. It's hard moving from a nice, comfortable bed to the hard rocks, Kefira mentioned. I'm not sure I'll ever get used to it. Can you explain again why I can't just bring a comfy mattress with us in my storage pouch? You know why? Sira rolled her eyes. It's all about the experience. One day, when you have a larger spatial inventory, you can fill it with whatever you want, but that time isn't now. I know, Kefira sighed. I just wanted to complain. She and Sira tidied themselves up and walked from their secluded section over to where Sten, Dowell, and Cinna had already joined Rievin. She glanced at Rievin. He had a hangdog look about him. What's wrong with you? She asked as she walked up. Bite off more than you could chew, and now you're regretting you didn't get any sleep. You look terrible. Rievin turned his eyes to gaze into hers. The piercing look that had been present was replaced with a hollowness. I'm fine, he said unconvincingly. I just realized my situation is a little more complicated than I thought. It's not a big deal, if you say so. Yeah, I'll be back to normal after some time. His voice caught on the last word. Kefira just raised her eyebrow at him. Well, let's get a quick bite to eat, and then set off. We only have so much time during the evening for traveling. We would technically be fine traveling through the day, but we'd go through a whole lot more water doing that. Rievin nodded at the explanation. He probably already understood that subconsciously, but he's not from a desert region as far as I can tell. It doesn't hurt to give small reminders for the decisions we make. The party quickly ate their rations and headed off into the desert. The rocks marking the entrance to the underground labyrinth that held the Lizaldans fell away, and it was replaced by endless sand dunes. The wind blew sand across their bodies and faces, and Kefira used the stars to navigate. She turned to Rievin, walking with his head down, not really paying attention. She shoved him on the shoulder, and when he looked up with a frown, she pointed up at the sky. Another reason we're moving at night is that we can tell where we are based on the stars, she explained. Rievin followed her finger and stared at the night sky. All the way out here, the celestial bodies are quite beautiful. Too much light pollution in the cities means you never really get a good look at what's out there. Rievin contemplated the starry sky for several moments. Kefira enjoyed the view alongside him. It had been a long time since she had simply gazed upon the stars just to look at them and not to use them. She could get so caught up in life that she would sometimes forget to live. It was a good reminder for herself. Teaching someone else and witnessing them take it all in helped her to rediscover the wonder for herself. It is quite pretty. Rievin glanced at her as they walked. It's in good company. Kefira rolled her eyes, brushing the comment off, but she could still feel her ears heat up. Are those the other realms? No, the stars are independent. Kefira began. She stopped and looked up at Rievin sharply. You know about the other realms. Sure, it's not some kind of secret, is it? No, it's just not common knowledge, even in a Tier 3 region. You said you were from a Tier 1 region, so it just shocked me that you knew. I guess I can't compare a Tier 1 region filled with giants with a normal one. Heh, you were about to answer the question, too. You say it's not common knowledge, but you obviously know a bit more detail about it. Of course, Kefira put her hands on her hips. It didn't have the same effect walking as it did when she could strike a pose, though, so she lowered them back down after a second. Who do you think I am? I know all about the different realms. Really? Rievin raised a skeptical eyebrow at her. How many are there? No idea. How do you get to one? No idea. Where's the closest one? No idea. If the stars aren't the other realms, then what are they? No idea. So you don't know much? No idea. Hey, Kefira stamped her foot as they walked. You were asking all the wrong questions. Nobody knows the answers to those questions. Then what do you know? I know that our realm is called the Veridical Realm. I know that we've had major conflicts with no less than 3 other realms, the most recent one being with a realm called the Verdant Realm. They might sound similar, but the Verdant Realm is full of sapient plant monsters, and their system involves the cultivation of flora for the people there. Fact, this desert region is one of the ancient battlefields. They did something here to suck all of the vitality out of the land to fuel their own armies. That's obviously not the case for every desert in the world, but it had something to do with forming this desolate region in the middle of the region. That's interesting, Rievin said. There are remnants of people from the Abyss realm where I'm from. The Abyss, that's one of the oldest conflicts our realm has had. Well, they're still around, here and there. That's news to me, Kefira muttered. Anyway, each realm has its own celestial body, and as far as I know, they're not the same. Nobody I know of knows the full extent of the matter. And who do you know of? Rievin leaned in close. I know of plenty of scholars. Kefira crossed her arms, lifting her chin imperiously with her eyes closed. She peeked an eye open and was startled to see Rievin leaning in really close. She jumped back in surprise. What are you doing? I'm trying to see inside that head of yours, Rievin smirked. It's full of things you will never know, full of nonsense. Cyrilla snorted, trying to suppress a laugh. Kefira glared at the back of her head before turning back to Rievin. I see that you're feeling better, Kefira commented. Rievin's smile slipped from his face. Kefira grimaced. I shouldn't have said anything. It's fine, Rievin said, shaking his head. He stumbled on his next step and recovered with a sheepish grin. Walking on the loose sand is an art, Kefira said. She demonstrated by gliding forward at a normal pace, not slipping on the sand at all. Balance, athleticism, and a few other physical skills can help, but what you really want is sure step. It will also help with slipping on wet surfaces at higher levels. I see. How do you unlock it? Here, I can guide you. Watch my steps. Kefira slowed her pace down and took careful steps. She deliberately stopped herself from unconsciously using the sure step skill, and she carefully controlled her weight distribution and pacing. Rievin watched intently as he tried to copy her. Kefira was pleased to see that she didn't have to explain all of the minutiae, and he was able to spot the differences in how she walked on his own. I see that I don't have to remind you to pay careful attention to my body and how it moves. You'll be able to unlock the skill pretty quickly at this rate. It's easy, Rievin replied. Kefira frowned for a second at the casual dismissal, and the walking part isn't too hard either. It wasn't just her ears or cheeks that blushed this time. Kefira felt her entire head, starting from the neck, turn red as she realized what he was referring to. She coughed into her hand to regain her composure. Yes, well, it's a Tier 3 skill, so it might take several hours of work for several days before you unlock it. Let me know if you need a reminder on how to move. I think you'll need to guide me for a week, at least, Rievin said with a smile. Kefira rolled her eyes once more. I've been doing that a lot more since running into this rapscallion. Kefira looked forward once more and saw Cyrilla glancing back with a stern gaze. Kefira stuck her tongue out at her and deliberately took another step closer. Kefira didn't know why she was trying to press her companion's buttons, but she felt like rebelling a little. She had never met a young man that had elicited such a desire before. It was a novel feeling for her, and she was enjoying the attention for once. It didn't feel slimy or like it was masking an ulterior motive. Kefira only reveled in her friend's frustration for a moment before addressing Rievin once more. I'll leave you to it. If you have any questions, you can ask me any time. Rievin nodded his head as he continued mimicking the steps she had shown him. Kefira turned and walked over to join Cyrilla. Oh, is the young couple breaking up already? Cyrilla snorted. Hardly, Kefira replied. There's no reason for you to be so uptight. You know that I know how to behave. Do I know that? Cyrilla raised an eyebrow. From what I've seen, you know how to get yourself in trouble. I haven't got myself into any kind of trouble in a long time, and you know it. I shouldn't have to remind you that that man is very dangerous, Cyrilla said sternly. We don't know anything about him, or whether or not he's telling the truth about his situation. Have you unlocked your detection skill yet? You know that my perception isn't high enough yet, Kefira sulked. But my experience and observation is telling me he's not lying. You've been wrong before. I'm not wrong this time. I just want you to be safe. Cyrilla placed a hand on Kefira's forearm with a concerned look. Don't get caught in a trap. I know you're just looking out for me. Kefira patted her hand with her own. But it's your job to look out for me, not to tell me what to do. Yes, I understand. Good. Their conversation had been held outside of the range of hearing of anyone else in the party, and Kefira was reasonably sure they had been quiet enough, and Rievin was distracted enough in trying to unlock the skill that she didn't think even he heard them. Sten and his crew had distanced themselves a little from Kefira and Cyrilla ever since Rievin had appeared. She had been worried that Sten would do something foolish, like challenge Rievin to a sparring session in order to bully him into his place, but that had been squashed with Rievin's display of combat power. Sten was apparently intimidated enough to not make any trouble. He didn't know that she had given Rievin a probationary position in her party, though. She didn't know what kind of idiocy he might get up to if he did know. She had seen it several times over the years. There were plenty of female adventurers and adventuring groups, but she found many of the dramatics associated with teaming up with such a group to be more of a headache than fending off the attentions of young men. There were also many more men in the adventuring profession. There was just something about it that appealed to them more than it did most girls, though it wasn't a universal rule. She herself had quite a liking for the lifestyle. She would inevitably enter into a partnership with a party with cocky guys in it, and they would get distracted by trying to show off for her or Cyrilla. It had only been seriously dangerous a few times, and she had quickly abandoned any association with those groups. It was one thing to try and show off, and quite a bit different to cause life-threatening danger. It wasn't all that different from the other young men she met outside of adventuring. They just found other ways to try and show off. She didn't have it as hard as some of her older siblings, but it was still an annoying thing to constantly have to go through. At least it was, Kefira thought, glancing at Rievin. I can finally see why some girls actually enjoy the games they play with the boys giving them attention. I've never been able to feel any sincerity before, though. That's not to say I think Rievin is serious, but he's at least not a creep. It only took Rievin a couple of hours on that first day to unlock the skill. New skill unlocked, Tier 3, Sure Step 01. He didn't want to expose how quickly he was able to gain skills, though, so he continued to pretend like he was concentrating on the training Fira had assigned him. They continued their journey across the sands of the desert during the night. Rievin tried to interact with everyone equally, attempting to draw Sten, Dowell, and Cinna into the conversations. Dowell and Cinna were naturally the quiet type to begin with, though they were friendly enough. Sten, though, seemed to be afraid of him or something. He just shrugged it off. He tried to interact with them equally, but he always ended up talking the most with Fira. It wasn't just that she was the one most readily accepting of joining him in conversation. He found himself drawn to her, and he often found himself looking into her ruby eyes without realizing it. Their trip in the desert lasted 6 days, and they finally reached the end to enter a more lush environment. This is an oasis. A natural hot spring on the edge of desolation. Fira jumped up and down excitedly. I'll finally be able to take a proper bath. I don't know how the rest of you can stand it. Especially you, Rievin, you stink. Must be the blood and grime from all the fighting, Rievin replied. No, it's you, I don't stink. Rievin tilted his head down and took a whiff. He recoiled with a disgusted look on his face. All right, I stink. I've never had that problem before. When was the last time you went multiple weeks without changing out your armor or taking a bath? Never. See, there you go. You just didn't know that you stink because you've been taking proper care of yourself. The way you say it makes it sound like smelling is my natural state. Of course it is. It takes external effort, like washing, to get rid of your stink. Could you please stop saying that I stink, as soon as you don't stink? Fine, I get it already, Rievin exclaimed in exasperation. Kefira just giggled as she walked off to a rocky outcropping in the distance with Sira. We'll be going over here. Only death awaits any boys that follow, so keep your stink to the other spring. Rievin watched them go for a second before sharing a look with Sten and the other 2 young men. He shrugged his shoulders and walked to the opposite outcropping. There was enough privacy afforded by the natural rocks in the area that nobody had to worry about people spying on each other from the other springs. Rievin stripped down and tossed his armor and clothes into its own separate pool. He didn't have any soap in his pack and oversight that will be addressed from this point forward, so he simply scrubbed the clothes against the armor. A brick of soap plopped into the water by his side, and he looked up to see Dowell giving him a thumbs up. Rievin waved to the silent youth with a nod and a smile, and he got to work cleaning everything up. After he had smelled himself several times to make sure there wasn't any lingering odor, he finally relaxed a bit in the waters of the spring. It was called a hot spring, but the temperature was constant. It was cool in the summer and hot in the winter. Right now, in the early dawn, it was a bit warm compared to the chilly air. He and the other boys of the party didn't linger, not knowing how long the 2 girls would take, and so they got dressed once more and went to wait in a central area. This place is actually quite popular, Sten remarked as they settled to wait. I'm surprised there aren't any other people here right now. It's usually busy all hours of the day. Might just be a coincidence of timing, Rievin replied. Maybe. They fell into a comfortable silence as they waited. Despite the stereotype of girls taking forever to get ready, they didn't have to wait long until Fira and Sira made their way over to join the waiting boys. Rievin looked up and his jaw nearly hit the floor. Fira was still toweling her hair dry, but she had donned a new set of combat robes. The biggest difference, though, was that she was no longer wearing the breastplate over her new robes. Rievin felt feelings in his chest that he had never experienced before as he watched her walk up. That's quite the... What? Fira paused in drying her hair as she spotted Rievin looking at her. He promptly shut his mouth and cleared his throat. Nothing. You look nice. It was Rievin's turn for his face to turn red. He panicked and just blurted out the first thing that entered his head. The nearest city is only half a day's journey away, Fira announced to the group. It was more for Rievin's benefit, as Sten and the others had come from their destination to begin with. Might as well not stop here for the day and just push on to the end. Rievin remained sitting for a second as he composed himself. Once he was ready, he joined the others on the final leg of their trip. That was new. Since we're pushing through during the day, you should carry your armor instead of wearing it, Fira recommended. Rievin nodded his head. It's quite cold in the desert at night, and we've been careful to use shade to rest during the day, so you haven't experienced the full extent of the heat yet. It's not as bad outside of the desolate sands, but it's still hot. Rievin removed his armor and contemplated how to carry it along. He didn't have a convenient way to strap it to or put it on his pack as it had never been an issue up to this point. It's not a problem. I have plenty of space, and you're one of us right now, Fira shrugged. Okay, well, let's get going. The environment was noticeably different. It was no longer sand dunes for miles on end. The desert wasn't just an area devoid of vegetation, though. There were still plenty of plants and animals. Most of them were kind of dreary in appearance, but there was still plenty of green. After the rare rain, this place can actually be quite beautiful, Fira wistfully remarked. The plants will pop up out of nowhere, and it will be a sea of green for a short period of time as they soak up the water and bask in the sun. When it doesn't rain, though, they're dormant. Rievin could picture the scene in his mind. He had memories from his dreams of seeing something similar, so it was easy for him to visualize. Only a couple more hours to go, Fira said when they took a break near the shade of a clump of stunted trees. Ryevin gulped the water down and wiped the sweat from his brow. He had never sweat so much from just walking around and existing. He was used to sweating from exercising extensively, but this was the first time he had been drenched without being exhausted as well. The other members of the party were much more used to the heat, and they still appeared quite normal. "You smell a lot better after you washed all the grime off," Fira remarked as Ryevin handed the water skin back, "even though you're sweating so much. What kind of scent did your soap have? It smells really good." "It was scentless," Sten piped up. Fira looked back and forth between Sten and Ryevin for a second before blushing once more. "That's all me," Ryevin chuckled. "See, I told you I don't stink." Fira took a swig from the water skin in a panic to try and buy some time to calm down and formulate a response. That's the water skin I've been using," Ryevin pointed out. Fira lurched forward, pulling the water skin out of her mouth before looking at it wide-eyed. You, she stammered, pointing at Ryevin. "What? It's not that big of a deal, not a big deal. It's like we just kissed." "Oh, come on, that's a bit childish, don't you think?" "No. Your saliva was all mixed up with my saliva. I don't think I'm being childish. Then how come I don't feel like we just kissed? Because you drank first. Do you feel like you were just kissed? It's the principle of the thing. So no?" Fira glared at Ryevin through her brows. Ryevin just smirked at her. She started to say something, but before she could start, Ryevin leaned in real fast and placed a peck on her lips. She opened her eyes wide in stunned silence as Ryevin straightened back up, a slight smile on his face. "Their problem solved," Ryevin said. What problem did that solve?" Fira's eyes remained wide open as she stared at Ryevin in disbelief. Sira walked over to stand right at Fira's shoulder, glaring at Ryevin with a hand on the hilt of her sword. "The problem of the incongruence of your argument," Ryevin replied. He spoke as if he were applying logic to the situation, standing straight with his head held high, hands behind his back. "You claimed that I didn't feel like we had just kissed because I didn't experience your saliva mixing with mine. Then there was the fact that you didn't feel like you had been kissed. I just solved both of those problems with the simplest solution. Now I've had the experience of your saliva mixing with mine, and now you have the actual feeling of being kissed." Ryevin was calm and composed on the outside, but inside he was screaming at himself. "Why did I do that? What's gotten into me?" He maintained his composed outward look as Fira and Sira stared at him. Fira's mouth was moving like she was trying to come up with something to say but didn't have the words, and Sira was staring like she was trying to stab a million daggers into Ryevin's face. "If there's nothing else, I think it's time for us to move on," Ryevin casually said. He turned to find the other three young men also staring at him. He looked back and forth between the two groups. He shrugged and walked off in the direction they had been walking before the break. After a short moment of walking by himself, the others caught up and continued the journey with him. He noticed that Fira kept more distance between them, and she actively avoided looking at him. Ryevin just acted like nothing had happened and kept walking. The gall of that man, Fira thought to herself. "I have never had someone take such brazen liberties with me before. Who does he think he is? How could he just do something like that?" Fira walked in silence, brooding over the situation. She actively avoided meeting Ryevin's eyes, but she still kept glancing at him when he wasn't looking. She actually didn't know how to feel about the situation. Objectively speaking, it wasn't that bad, Fira conceded. "In fact, it was kind of nice. I had no idea it would feel like that." "Lips have a smoother sensation than I had expected." Fira paused for a second. "Wait, what am I thinking right now?" She put her hands on either side of her face. She could feel the heat on her face in her hands. "I should think about this objectively. Is Ryevin a creep who I now need to avoid? No. Although he stole a kiss from me, he didn't make any other overtures or try to take advantage of me. Is this enough of a big deal to part ways with him? No. He flirts with me a bit, but I don't dislike it. I actually enjoy the attention, and he's a very capable fighter. I like his flirting and I like his fighting abilities." Ryevin had walked over without her noticing and touched her on the elbow to get her attention. She jumped up into the air in surprise and turned to glare at the offending person. Ryevin just smirked at her reaction, and she felt herself redden further. He keeps putting me in these embarrassing situations. Her heart pounded over the close proximity of the handsome youth walking next to her. She could see Cyrilla paying 90 of her attention that was supposed to be on the surroundings on Ryevin now that he had closed in on her. "Can I get some more water, please?" he asked innocently. Fira huffed. "No, drink your own." She turned her head to the side. She walked like that for a few steps before glancing at the young man out of the corner of her eyes. She saw him drinking from his own warm water, and she felt a spike of disappointment. What's he doing? All he had to do was make an argument, any kind of argument, and I would have given him the cool water. But no, he's just going to ignore me. Fira huffed once more and continued walking. She couldn't get the thought of her first kiss being stolen away like that out of her mind. All in all, am I actually upset about it? Fira finally had to face the reality of her feelings. No. I'm not upset, I was just surprised and didn't know how to react. What? She asked, lowering the water skin and putting it back in her storage pouch. I didn't say anything. Reevin shook his head. That's what I thought, Kefira replied with a smug expression. What am I doing? Did I just encourage him? She was acting calm on the outside, but her heart was pounding a mile a minute in her chest. She looked up to see Cyrilla looking back, staring at her with an open mouth. Kefira lifted her chin as she walked up to her companion. Close your mouth. You'll attract flies like that, she said. Cyrilla's mouth snapped shut. I hope you know what you're doing, she said. Me too, Kefira said. Me too. They walked in companionable silence, and Kefira's beating heart eventually slowed down to a normal rate. She had worked through her feelings and decided she wasn't entirely opposed to the actions of her new acquaintance. Something doesn't seem right. Reevin's voice intruded on the silence. She looked over at him to see a frown on his face as he stared off into the distance. The terrain wasn't entirely flat and open, and there were trees and short hills blocking their vision to the horizon. What isn't right? She queried. Well, we should be pretty close to the city by now, but I don't see any smoke in the sky, and I don't hear any noise either, Reevin explained. It's the middle of the morning in a desert, Sten interjected. Do you expect people to have fires lit in their homes? And we're still a ways away. You would have to have a really high perception stat in order to hear anything all the way out here. Maybe, Reevin replied as Kefira assumed a thoughtful look. But what about industry? Wouldn't blacksmiths and other lifestyle professionals have their fires going by now? Are they not working? There should be something. And as to not hearing anything, there are always people outside of major cities as well. My perception stat should be high enough to catch the occasional babble of the crowd on the wind. Granted, there's a lot of things in the way that could be obscuring it, but I just have a strange feeling about it is all. If it's just a strange feeling, then it's probably not a big deal. No, I think we should take his words at least a little seriously, Kefira remarked. Instead of heading straight to the city, let's head to the top of a nearby hill so we can see what's going on. Kurlan, the name of the city she supplied for Reevin, has a pretty strong goldsmithing industry. Reevin's right that we should be able to see some smoke in such a clear sky. With a new destination, the party veered off the course that would lead them straight to the gates of the city, and they refocused on reaching a close, tall hill where they could get a good vantage to see. They were still a bit of a ways away, but that was only considering the fact that they were walking. If they were on horseback and moving at a decent clip, it wouldn't seem like nearly as much of a distance away. Cyrilla led the team, threading through the shrubbery and walking along animal trails leading up the hill. They eventually crested the hill and got their first view of Kurlan in the distance. Everyone froze and stared at the sight laid before them. What happened here? Kefira whispered. Off in the distance, they could see that the walls around the city had been completely smashed. Rubble and broken stone littered the ground. They could see no movement from any people from within the city, and there were obvious signs of something attacking the city, destroying everything in its path. The city lay in ruins, and there were no people to be seen anywhere. Just 2 weeks ago, there had been tens of thousands of residents and adventurers there. It was a major trade hub on the outskirts of the desolate sands. Not many people ventured into the sand dunes, but the Lizaldans often sent trade caravans of silk and metal ores to trade, and there were plenty of monster nests and a decent dungeon nearby. There was no above-ground river or anything connecting the city to the rest of the country, but there was an underground water source, and the roads were well maintained to allow for robust trade. This doesn't look like the work of a beast tide, Reevin commented. Kefira glanced over at him. She noticed Cyrilla also turn her attention to the young man. Sten, Dowell, and Cinna still stared at the city in shock. It was understandable. This was their home. What makes you say that? Kefira asked. Look, he pointed at the area in front of the city walls. I might not be able to track, but that doesn't mean I can't recognize the telltale signs of a formation. The lines in the ground indicate orderly formations, and there are deep tracks to indicate wheeled siege engines. If you look over there, he pointed inside the city, you can see a boulder just lying in the street. Someone laid siege to the city. Have experience with siege warfare, do you? Cyrilla remarked a bit snidely. Kefira could understand her skepticism. It was practically unheard of for such things to happen anywhere in the world. There were plenty of lands available for people to settle, and resources weren't scarce. The only conflicts that usually happened were in open, untamed zones where two nearby kingdoms competed for the higher-grade resources. Attacking cities in a well-established kingdom just wasn't something that happened. I've defended an outpost against a beast tide, and I've defended a city from atop the walls against a semi-organized army, Reevin replied smoothly. It wasn't another kingdom attacking us. There was a dungeon break, and a horde of ancient skeletons was bound together by some cult to attack us. So yes, I have some experience in siege warfare. Cyrilla just stared at him with a frown on her face for a moment before looking back to what he had pointed out. Yes, it's easy for us to see what you're talking about, Kefira said, patting Cyrilla on the shoulder to placate her. The only questions are who and why. It doesn't make any sense to attack a city out here. This is only a Tier 3 region, and any kingdom that can attack a Tier 3 region is most likely of the same tier or higher. What could they get out of it? People, Reevin ventured. I don't see any people moving about down there. I doubt they slaughtered everyone here, though it is a possibility. But if they killed everyone, did they take the time to bury all of the bodies? I don't see any corpses in the streets or outside the walls. I can't see that far. Kefira squinted her eyes, holding her hand over them to shade them from the light. What exactly is your perception stat? It's got to be close to 200 for you to make that out from here. Rievin coughed into his hand. Oh, sorry, you don't have to answer that. I don't mind saying a little, he replied. I will say it is over 200. I can see the city pretty clearly. Do you see anyone hanging around nearby, waiting in ambush or something like that? Cyrilla asked. Kefira nodded her head. When it comes down to serious business, she knows to put her feelings to the side. Good, I don't see anyone, but I can't see the other side of the city, he answered. Then our next course of action is to scout the other side of the city, Kefira decided. We'll follow the animal trails and circle the city to another hill on the side where we can get another vantage point. I suggest we don't skyline ourselves next time, Rievin said. I wasn't really thinking along the lines of enemies at the gate, but now that we know it's a possibility, we should stay out of sight as much as possible until we know there's nobody watching. What does skyline ourselves mean? Kefira tilted her head curiously. It means standing on the very top of a hill or ridge, Rievin replied. If someone was looking up at us from down below, they would be able to see the outline of our bodies against the sky in the background, thus skyline. If we don't go on the very top of the hill, though, behind us would be more hill, and it would be harder to see us. That makes sense, Kefira said. So how much experience do you have in warfare? You mentioned you worked in a lord's retinue at one point, and you just said you fought against beast tides and sieges. You're what, 17, 18 years old? 14, Rievin coughed into his hand once more. Cyrilla joined Kefira in her surprise. That's unexpected. Are you some sort of prince in disguise, an ambiguous tier 4 at the age of 14? Are you kidding me? Well, what about you? Rievin retorted. Despite not participating much in the actual fighting, don't think I haven't noticed the large amount of mana running through your body at all times when we've fought. You can't be much older than 17 or 18 yourself, and you're mid-tier 3. It was Kefira's turn to cough. I'm also 14, but I'm a magical prodigy. You would be shocked out of your socks if I were to display my magical abilities. Kefira took a pose, hands on her hips as she raised her chin with pride. I believe you, Rievin replied with a smile and a wink. Why did he have to wink? We were having a perfectly normal conversation, and he just had to add a wink to turn it flirty. Kefira rolled her eyes, though she was secretly pleased. She was beginning to get used to the attention, too, and her face didn't even blush. Well, our job right now is to ascertain if there's still anyone else around waiting to ambush more people coming to investigate. Once we've determined that, we can search the Adventurers Guild for their communication device and send word of the attack. If they or the city administration don't have their communication tools still lying around, we'll have to walk to the next city, which would be another approximate week. Good idea, Rievin concurred. It would be best to assume they had a way to block messages from getting out. My thoughts exactly, Kefira nodded. All right, Cyrilla, lead the way. Cyrilla once more led the party down the hill along the animal trails. They stayed out of direct line of sight of the city as they spent the next couple of hours traversing the countryside to another hill. Luckily, they didn't spot an army camped on the other side of the city. There were obvious marks on the ground to indicate more siege equipment or wagons moving about. Kefira was worried about Sten and his friends. They were silent and brooding during the whole trek, and she could tell they were impatient to get inside to check up on their family and friends. Sten gave a weak smile with a nod. We understand. We're not so naive as to put everyone in danger just to get there a little sooner. Kefira patted him on the shoulder as she commanded Cyrilla to lead them to the city. It only took a short while to make it to the city from the hill they had ascended. They didn't have to sneak around now that they knew nobody was watching, and they rushed quickly to the smashed gate. Kefira could tell that Sten, Dowell, and Cinna were extremely anxious to check out their homes. What about you? Rievin asked. Are you not worried about checking up on your families? Cyrilla and I aren't from here, Kefira replied. Our families are definitely safe. No need to worry for us. Rievin nodded his head. The party made its way through the rubble of the city. Like Rievin had said, there were no corpses anywhere, but many of the buildings had been smashed. It would take a lot of work and a lot of time for anyone to resettle in the city in the future. There were no bloodstains on the ground, and Kefira was hopeful that there really hadn't been a slaughter. The genocide of an entire city of tens of thousands wasn't something to brush off. The kidnapping of tens of thousands of people wasn't much better, but at least they would still have their lives and a chance at rescue if that was the case. They made it to Sten's neighborhood, and everyone was relieved to see that the houses weren't destroyed. There were no people, but there were no signs that they had been killed either. I can live with this for now, Sten remarked, coming out of his family home. My parents and siblings should be fine wherever they are. They're lifestyle classes, so they're not likely to put up any kind of resistance that will get them killed. We'll do everything we can to ensure their safety, Kefira told him. I can't imagine what you're going through right now, but we won't turn our backs on you. I won't turn my back on you. Rievin, can I rely on your help in this matter? Kefira turned to the young man. Her heart beat heavily within her chest as she waited for his answer. He has no obligation to help any further at this point. Will he choose to stay or leave? I can't ignore the plight of one of my companions in good conscience, Rievin replied. You can count on me, Kefira smiled. It only took them a few additional minutes to verify that Dowell and Cinna's families were in the same situation as Sten's. There was no indication that anyone had been killed, so they assumed they had been taken. That was all it was at this point, though, an assumption. It was better than assuming the alternative. Let's go search the Adventurers Guild and see if their communication tools are still around, Fira said. If it was another kingdom that attacked, they would have their own branches, so they would know about the communication tools. If they wanted to keep things silent, they would make an effort to take or destroy them, so let's hope someone had the foresight to hide one. If it's hidden, how do we find it? Sten asked. I know you guys can sense mana, but if they're not on, wouldn't they not have any mana running through them? That's a valid point, Fira said, but I have a magic item that can ferret out other magic items if in close proximity. That sounds like it could come in handy, Rievin commented. It's all right, Fira dismissed it. Usually there aren't many magic items hidden away. There are some in higher-tier dungeons that have secret rooms and such, but most of the time the rewards are distinct. I just have it in my storage pouch in preparation for the future, and just in case, like situations like this. The party made its way to the central part of the city. If there was an intact communication device, it would be found at the Central Guild branch, or barring that, one might be found in the city administration building. The central area of the city was on the main path of destruction. It was much more heavily damaged than the surrounding residential neighborhoods. Buildings were smashed, the road was shattered, and rubble and splintered wood littered the ground. There's no way there weren't significant casualties from this attack, Rievin said, peering at the damage as they walked along the broken road. They had to pick their way over the rubble, but there are no bodies or blood stains. Whoever did this had to meticulously clean up the carnage afterward. You guys were just here about 2 weeks ago. That's right, Fira confirmed. In that case, they probably haven't had enough time to get that far away from here, unless they attacked the literal day after you left. We'll have to figure out which direction they headed. Isn't that something we should send in the message? Sten asked. Yeah, Fira nodded her head. We should have someone go out and check to see if they can tell from the tracks. There's no danger in the city right now, so it shouldn't be a problem to split up. Might as well multitask. I'll do it, Rievin volunteered. You guys know your way around the city and the buildings much better than I do, so I'm just tagging along at this point. I'll climb up the intact parts of the wall and get a look to see if I can tell which way the tracks lead out. Sounds like a plan, Fira said. We'll take an hour to scour the guild branch and the admin building. If we don't find it in an hour, we'll wait for you here at the central square. We won't come looking for you because we won't know which side of the city you'll be on in your search. If we go looking for you and you're looking for us, it will take longer. Okay, I'll see you guys in about an hour. Hopefully I can figure it out. Rievin gave a wave and a small smile to Fira. She gave a small smile in return while Sira glared at him. He chuckled to himself as he turned and headed off, back to the walls of the city. He carefully made his way back over the rubble, but once he made it to a less damaged section of the road, he picked up into a run. Might as well take advantage of my stats to cut the time. It only took a couple of minutes to reach the first part of the walls he wanted to check. Not all of the walls had been demolished. There were sections on 3 sides of the city with gaping holes in the fortifications, and one side was still fully intact. There were multiple towers with stairs leading up still intact. Rievin ascended the first whole tower he found and peered over to inspect the tracks of the wheels. This first section only has a couple of marks to indicate siege weapons. I can see where they trundled forward into place, and then they turn and head off to the east. That might be where they met up after the siege, so I'll go over there. Rievin descended the walls once more. He went to the outside of the city this time, so he wouldn't have to pick his way through winding alleys or over the rubble. It was much quicker to run along the outside of the city, and he made it to his destination in about 10 minutes. He could see how the ground was torn up from all of the foot traffic and other wheel marks as he ran by, but he couldn't make any sense of it from the ground. He ran back through another broken gate and up into another tower to get a clear view from above. That's a lot of tracks, Rievin thought. There had to have been tens of thousands of assailants. Makes sense if they wanted to subdue an entire population. Conventional wisdom for assaulting a fortified location is 3-to-1 troops, too. I don't know how many people were mustered to defend the city, but it obviously wasn't enough. Rievin studied the tracks for several long moments. Okay, I can see where they came in from off in the distance, and I can see where the other sides converged, too. If I look close enough, there's a portion where the wheel tracks make deeper ruts in the ground where they must have lined up in formation. So if I exclude the parts where they're shallower and dispersed, I can see that they headed off to the northeast. New skill unlocked. Tier 2, tracking 0-1. Successfully deducing the differences in the tracks led to Rievin unlocking the new skill. He just nodded his head as if he had expected the outcome. I don't know what's in that direction, but the others should. The desolate sands the party had arrived from were to the northwest of Kurlan. It appeared that the siege army was skirting around the sand dunes at first glance. Reevin checked the time and saw that it had taken him about 40 minutes total to make the discovery. Most of the time he had been running from place to place. It would take about 10 to 15 minutes to run back to the central area. If the others weren't done by the time he got there, he wouldn't have to wait long for them. The trip back was uneventful. The silence of such a large city was a little unnerving, but Reevin just focused on the trek. He spotted Fira and the others sitting on the edge of a water fountain, waiting for him. They stood up as he approached. "Could you figure it out?" Fira asked. They left in the northeast direction, Reevin confirmed. "Did you find a communication device?" "Yeah, the guild master apparently had a spare that he hid away in his assistant's office." "If it was in the assistant's office, why do you think it was the guild master's?" "He left a note." Fira gave a simple response. "Anyway, that's not important. It's only half of the communicator. We can send a message out if we pump it full of mana ourselves, but we can't receive a reply." "All right. That's good enough, I suppose. So we just send a message out that says Kurlan has been sacked and the invading force left to the northeast." "What's in the northeast?" "The next closest city is due east of Kurlan," Fira explained. "There really isn't anything to the north until you get much further away from the sands, so I don't know why they would be heading off in that direction without further information." "Could you tell where they came from?" "Not so much," Reevin shook his head. "The tracks leading up to the city were from a centralized rendezvous, apparently, and I couldn't see from where that came from." "It's fine. It's not as important. It would just let us know the likelihood of them having attacked another city already. Let's send this message out." Fira pulled out the communication device. It was just a handheld, forked wand. It was supposed to interface with another magic tool that would display messages received, but the one it was linked with was either destroyed or confiscated by the invaders. She gathered a decent amount of mana, about 1,000 or so if I'm judging correctly, and then concentrated on the message she wanted to send. "It's done," she said after a moment. Sweat beaded her brow from having to use so much mana at once, but she didn't appear to be close to a mana expenditure backlash. Heck, the sweat could just be from exerting herself in this heat. I don't know how difficult it was for her to use that much mana. In my expert opinion, though, I would say she's north of 3,000 mana. "How much mana do you have?" Reevin asked. "Might as well see if she'll tell me." "That's a bit personal, don't you think?" Fira quirked an eyebrow at him. "Doesn't hurt to ask," Reevin shrugged. "I'm not trying to pry. I was just curious." "I know, I'm not mad," Fira said with a slight smile. "Okay, so I'm open to suggestions for our next move, but I recommend we head east, toward Orc, the other city I mentioned." "Sounds good to me," Sten said. Dowell and Cinna nodded their heads in agreement. "I don't have an opinion," Reevin said. "Are you sure?" Fira asked, concern on her face. "Your priority is to find out where you are relative to your home. I know I asked for your help, but we can't expect you to abandon everything for this. Is there an adventurer guild branch in Orc?" Fira nodded. "Then our tasks aren't mutually exclusive. I can stick around with you guys and accomplish my own goal at the same time. I'll probably have to wait around for an answer anyway." Reevin shrugged. "All right, then we'll head to Orc." Sira didn't have an opinion on the matter. Reevin noticed that she went along with everything Fira said without question. "She reminds me a lot of Eric. She's not as stoic as he is, but her actions and attitude are a mirror to his." "If that's the case, then who exactly are Fira and Sira?" "I'm sure I'll learn one day. It's not a priority right now." The party decided to check the stores for provisions before they left. From what they could tell, most of the goods had been ransacked, but they had seen things here and there to indicate that not everything had been picked clean. Reevin was directed to an establishment that had catered to all the needs of adventurers when he asked Sten. He sifted through the debris. It was slim pickings, but there was the occasional find underneath some rubble that Reevin used a combination of gravity and earth mana to lift out of the way. "Aha!" Reevin shouted in excitement. The others looked up from their own searching. Everyone had some success in finding some provisions that would be useful. Reevin bent down to secure the prize he had discovered, and he stood back up holding a satchel. "It's a spatial pouch." "Congratulations," Fira said. "Now you won't have to bum off of me anymore." "I'm not going to say the first thing that came to mind," Reevin said with a smirk. "What's that? What's the first thing that came to mind?" Fira tilted her head in puzzlement. "Don't worry about it. Just help me transfer my armor over if you would." "Okay, if you say so." "Pervert," Sira muttered under her breath, a frown on her face. Fira glanced at her with a strange look, but she just pulled the armor out of her pouch and handed the pieces to Reevin. Reevin ignored the comment from Sira and stored his gear away in his new storage satchel. "No problem," she replied. She turned to face everyone. "Okay, has everyone had a chance to refill their rations, water, and any other gear they could think of?" Everyone nodded in response to the question. "Then let's go ahead and get started. It's still just before noon, so we have most of the day to travel. It's not ideal to travel during the day, but it doesn't make sense to wait any longer in this situation. Will you be able to handle it?" Reevin. "Sure, I should be fine," Reevin replied. "I snagged some extra water skins and I filled them up with some cool water. It'll stay fresh now that I have my own storage pouch and I won't have to borrow yours anymore. I can get hydrated anytime without bothering you. I didn't mind. I know, I'm just saying it'll be easier. In that case, let's go. The party tidied up their gear and headed to the east gate. It wasn't as eerie traveling with a group through the silent city, and it definitely wasn't as bad once they got out into the open field again. The party traveled with a heavy heart. Intellectually, they knew that the populace was most likely still alive, but that didn't mean they were fine. There was no telling what their captors were putting them through or making them do. Sten, Dowell, and Cinna were impatient to save their families, but they knew there wasn't anything they could do with such a small group. They needed to get to another city and form up a proper resistance force if the news hadn't spread and one hadn't been made yet. Rievin was mostly silent, but he still bantered with Fira occasionally. It was still amusing to him to push Sira's buttons with his interactions with Fira, but that was no longer his main motivating factor. He had started flirting with Fira because it was funny, but now he was enjoying it for the sake of flirting itself. Fira was also receptive to it, and she was actually more open and less prone to blush after he had kissed her. My interest in her reminds me a lot of the dreams I've had. In the dreams, the man I'm seeing through had no interest in any girls until he met his wife. I'm not saying I intend to marry Fira. I hardly know anything about her, but it's parallel. No other girl has ever engendered any of these kinds of emotions or thoughts in me before. It was another 5 days or so to Orc from Kurlan, and they made decent time. There were apparently fewer instances of roaming monsters, like there were goblins and orcs in the Tier 1 region Rievin had grown up in, so they weren't interrupted on their trek. They still kept a lookout, though, and made sure someone was awake during the evening. Any roaming monsters or beasts were guaranteed to be at least weak Tier 3 like the feral lizardmen in the cave system. They were seated around a campfire on the second night. Rievin and Fira had taken to sitting next to each other with a bit of space between them and the others. Sten had briefly made as if he was going to sit closer to them, but a glare from both Sira and Fira had stopped him in his tracks. He gave a meek smile as he rejoined his two friends, finally fully giving up on any pursuit of Fira. The assist from Sira had come as a surprise to Rievin, but he assumed Fira had said something to her. Rievin hadn't been too concerned with Sten's obvious interest in Fira. It wasn't his intention to get between anyone, but he had noticed that it had been a one-sided pining from Sten, and he hadn't really even done a whole lot to try and get closer to her since Rievin had joined the party. It was kind of an unspoken rule to not actually talk about their budding relationship, though, and they just naturally went with the flow. I have over 6,000 mana, Fira suddenly whispered. Rievin looked up at her in surprise. She was looking down, fiddling with a stick in the dirt as she blurted the information out. You didn't have to tell me, Rievin said back. I know, I wanted to, I just didn't want to say it in front of everyone else. It's none of their business, and it's mine, it is now. Do you trust me that much? Fira was silent for a moment as she continued to doodle in the dirt with the stick. I trust you enough with that much information, she finally replied. I'm not going to tell you all of my stats or secrets, though. Not now, so in the future, I don't know, maybe we'll see. In that case, even though I'm from a Tier 1 region, my parents aren't. My parents are from a Tier 4 region. Fira stopped doodling and looked up at Rievin. He could see the fire dancing in her eyes, and it accentuated the beauty of her ruby irises. Rievin gulped at the stare, and Fira's mouth twitched up into a smile. So that could explain some of your prowess, but not all of it. What other secrets are you willing to divulge? There's no harm in telling you, Rievin shrugged. When I said my first class was fighter, I meant my first class. Fira tilted her head in puzzlement. I was conscripted before I was Tier 1. I never had a villager or citizen class, and there were extenuating circumstances that prevented me from receiving the peasant levy class. Light Magus is my Tier 2 class, not my Tier 3 class. Wait, so you're saying you're only Tier 2? Kefira's eyes opened wide in astonishment. Tell me you're at least close to Tier 3. Level 7. Wah, Fira stared off into space, unable to comprehend the information right away. She shook her head to clear her thoughts before she continued. Then you either have a buttload of achievements, a powerful bloodline, or both. I do have a lot of achievements. Kind of comes with the territory when you're thrust into conflict at such an early age, Rievin shrugged again. But you're also right about the bloodline. I have a pretty powerful one. I don't know all of the intricacies, so please don't ask. Fair enough. I also have a strong bloodline. My family is from a Tier 4 region as well. I'm sure you've noticed by now, but Sira isn't my actual sister. She's my bodyguard. What are you doing all the way out here in a Tier 3 region delving into caves to beat the market price on silk? Shouldn't you have more of a protective detail so far from home? Ah, so you're some sort of noble then, something like that. You remind me of my friends Melissa and Larissa. Rievin looked off into the distance with a wistful look. Fira frowned at his expression. Melissa, Larissa, who are they? Rievin looked over and saw the frown on her face. What, are you jealous? Rievin smiled. Jealous. What do I have to be jealous about? You're here and they're there. They're two girls that I met when running a dungeon. They were daughters of an affluent family that had ties to Tier 2 Kingdom's noble family. They had their own bodyguard, Eric, as well. I see, Fira trailed off. I guess I can see the similarities, but don't think I'm some hick from a backward Tier 1 region. The similarities end there. Whoa, that was unexpected. Her reaction reminds me of my mom, actually. Ryevin chuckled to himself. Okay, I get it. Ryevin held his hands out, placating her. But you're wrong about one thing. There's one more similarity. Fira tilted her head, waiting for him to continue. You're pretty. HMPH. Fira flicked her hair behind her shoulder. She didn't even blush at the compliment. I know exactly how pretty I am. I would bet that's more of a difference than a similarity. I don't know, Ryevin said. I doubt you realize how pretty you really are. Oh yeah, well, how pretty am I? Fira leaned forward, intent on his answer. You're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. Fira finally blushed once more. Ryevin watched as the heat climbed up her neck to turn her entire face red as she looked down, trying to hide. She mumbled something under her breath. What was that? I didn't catch it, Ryevin smirked. He did hear it, but he wanted to hear her say it louder. I said. She looked up, speaking louder. She startled herself, though, looking around to see if anyone else was paying attention. She continued in a quieter voice. I said, you're not too bad either. Ryevin felt a warm feeling suffuse his chest as she looked at him. And you actually smell pretty nice, too. I'll take your word for it. I can't smell myself. A good thing, too, Fira quipped. When you stink, you stink. Ryevin rolled his eyes. There you go again. It's not my fault I have a sensitive nose. Maybe I notice it because of the contrast. Maybe, Ryevin said. He scooted closer to Fira. How do I smell right now? Fira looked away, acting shy. Good, Ryevin smiled. He reached over and grabbed her hand. She looked up at him, not making to withdraw her hand from his grasp, and he just smiled as he held it. She looked away after a moment and let him continue to hold her hand. They passed the rest of the evening like that, butterflies flapping their wings in Ryevin's stomach. The party made good time on the road to Orc. It wasn't all sunshine and roses between Ryevin and Fira the whole time. They understood their other companions were under stress from the possibilities involving their families, so they mainly just took opportunities during resting hours to sit near each other and have discussions. They didn't want to flaunt their budding relationship in front of the other party members during this time. Fira relaxed in her scrutiny of Ryevin when she noticed he didn't press any further than sitting with Fira and holding her hand, though she still kept up the watch. So what were you doing in a dungeon that you got separated from your friends and got flung all the way to the ends of the realm? Fira asked one evening. I was a student at the Magic Academy, Ryevin answered. I was solidly in first place, but I still took everything seriously, and I worked hard with my friends for them to be able to keep up. We succeeded, and we were all pretty much slated to get bumped up to the Tier 2 Academy the next year. A dungeon had sprung up that was an anomaly for the region. It was a Tier 3 dungeon that had formed recently, and securing it for the count was the entire reason I was conscripted in the first place. We had been running the dungeon for levels, life experience, and skills, but I was outgrowing it at a much faster pace than my friends. I was attempting to clear the whole thing solo, and I went to the last floor, the third floor, with a higher-level party to check it out. We discovered a gate at the end of the cave, and it led to the Abyss Realm. My companion and I made the stupid decision to check out the other side, and we got separated on the bridge between realms. I got attacked by some sort of apparition formed by billions of these little sparks that were floating around between the realms, and they destroyed several bridges as they pursued me, including the way back to the dungeon I had come from. I finally escaped to another exit to our realm, and it led me here. Wow, Fira was entranced by the story. What I wouldn't give for an experience like that. You've actually been outside the realm to the place between. Going there would do amazing things for my class. Oh yeah. What exactly is your class, if you don't mind me asking? It's fine, Fira waved her hand in dismissal. It's not something I tell everyone, but it's also not something I could really keep secret anyway. The nature of my spells would give it away. My class is Displacer Asper. Fira paused as she watched Ryevin for any kind of reaction. He just shrugged his shoulders. Fira rolled her eyes. What are they teaching you at your magic academy? She sighed. A Displacer Asper specializes in space magic. It's a Tier 3 epic class. My Tier 2 class was Space Weaver. Ryevin gave out a low whistle at that revelation. They didn't teach us anything about the space affinity at the Magic Academy, though that might be part of the curriculum for later years. I wouldn't know, I was just a first year. My mother was a Weaver class. Well, she was a light Weaver for her Tier 2 class. Not as impressive as a Space Weaver, but still. Hey, anyone who can get the Weaver designation represents the cream of the crop, even in a Tier 4 region. That's nothing to scoff at, and the light affinity is Tier 3. That's not exactly weak. Though I've never heard of the Magus designation before. What about her current class? I highly doubt she's a Tier 2 still. I'll tell you mine if you tell me yours, Ryevin replied, poking her in the side. Fira twisted her torso to try and avoid the poke, though unsuccessfully. She frowned for a moment as she considered the issue. You don't have to tell me, it's fine. No, I want to tell you, Fira shook her head. It's just that I've never talked about it with anyone out and about before. Fira took a deep breath. Okay, here we go. My mother has a Tier 5 class, the Queen of Gems. Ryevin just nodded his head and smiled to encourage her. Fira tilted her head at him. That doesn't surprise you. My mother's class has the word queen in it. Does that change things between us? Meh, so what? Reevan shrugged. My mother's class is only tier 4, but it's the forgotten celestial sovereign. So you are a hidden prince. Fira nearly jumped out of her seat in excitement. My revelation might not have changed things for you between us, but yours sure did for me. This is great news. Why is that great news? I mean, I think I understand why, but could you articulate it for me? It means my parents are less likely to kill you. Oh, I see. Reevan trailed off. Relax, Fira reached over and placed a hand on his forearm. I meant metaphorically. Though my mother, best not to think what reaction she would have. They've been pretty lenient with me over the years. As I said, I have a lot of older siblings. Pretty much all of the political marriages have already been accounted for, and there are other reasons why they would be reluctant to sell me for political reasons. Something to do with your displacer asper class. Yeah, something like that. Anyway, back to you. Are your parents on an extended life experience expedition like me? Why were you born in a tier 1 region if she's a sovereign from a tier 4 empire? Well, the empire my parents are from doesn't exist anymore. There was a dungeon break in all 4 dungeons in the capital city. They fled to one of their vassal states, but they didn't find any help there, and the vassals ended up engaging in civil war to try and claim the tier 4 region and make it their own. My parents followed leads of a mastermind behind the dungeon breaks, and it led them to the tier 1 region. Is that going to change things again? The fact that I don't have an actual political backing associated with my parents' origin shouldn't, Fira denied. My parents are more concerned with someone's potential. Your current stats and level would speak volumes in your favor, but the fact that your parents are tier 4 royalty definitely negates a lot of headache being a commoner would have initially caused. So then what about your father? Fira asked. Who is he? He was originally the ceremonial personal bodyguard of my mother. Things happened in the years that they were outside and they fell in love and had me. And my sisters. I have 2 younger twin sisters. Are they as talented as you? Let me put it this way, they could craft magic items without knowing what they were doing at the age of 6. Fira's eyes opened wide in astonishment. Maybe more than, she chuckled. Yeah, maybe. I make up for my lack of talent with hard work, though. Oh sure, humble brag, why don't you? Fira shoved Reevan in the shoulder, giggling. Now all of that leads to another question that I have that's been bothering me. Why and how are you only level 7 in tier 2? I can't figure it out. You were down in the caves by yourself for several days, fighting those low tier 3 monsters. That alone should have pushed you up to level 12 or so unless you were still tier 1 when you entered the caves. But that doesn't make sense either, because you would have had to have been in your tier 2 caster class to get accepted into the Magic Academy. What is going on? Reevan stared at Fira for a moment as he considered how to answer the question. We've already decided to trust each other with some pretty sensitive information, and she's been extremely forthcoming. If I want to get closer to her than we've already gotten, I'll have to trust her with more information. It really shouldn't matter either. My parents told me they weren't particularly hiding, and it's not likely that she or her family will ever run into them in the future if we go our separate ways. I have a way to suppress my experience gain, Reevan finally answered. Fira's eyes once more opened wide at the implications of that statement. I was trying to game the system by graduating from the Magic Academy and getting a forced tier 3 class conversion while still in tier 2. That seems unlikely to happen now, though. I might have to abandon that goal in light of the current circumstances just to get strong enough to survive. If the conflict is as bad as we think it might be. Reevan tossed some small sticks into the campfire, staring off into space. Fira once more placed her hand on his forearm to get his attention. Graduation isn't the only way for the system to force a class change, she said, looking into his eyes. Reevan was once more captivated by the gem like ruby irises. I guess that might explain where Queen of Gems comes from, he thought. He glanced at Sira. Then what about her sapphire eyes? They're not siblings. Maybe she's like my dad. A noble with distant ties to the royal family, and instead of being assigned as a lady-in-waiting, she's a bodyguard. I know, but I'm so far away and there's going to be a lot of danger. Well, I can reliably tell you that you are far superior to the average combatant that you'll find out here participating. Most of them will be low to mid tier 3, and you've displayed abilities at high tier 3 to low tier 4, as far as I can tell. Don't make any decisions on breaking your goal just yet. Wait and see. So anyway, I've only told you about my mother, Fira continued after a moment. She turned back to face Reevan, still letting him hold her hand. My father is also tier 5. His class is Monarch of Eons. Eons, is he some sort of time mage or something? Not exactly. It's hard to explain. All right, I'm not really interested in your dad anyway. Reevan wiggled his eyebrows. Fira rolled her eyes, but her lips quirked up into a smile. My dad is also tier 5. His class is embodiment of righteousness. Your parents are something else. Fira leaned back, a look of almost disgust on her face. Embodiment. Are you kidding me? Do you know what that means? No, Reevan shook his head. That's one step below hero. I'm sure you know what a hero is, but do you understand what it means to have the class designation of hero? Reevan shook his head once more. I swear, the education in the backward Tier 1 regions leaves a lot to be desired. A hero designation isn't some fairy tale scenario of someone being destined to save the world or anything. It means one has nearly reached the pinnacle of their profession. I dare say, if you traveled to 1,000 Tier 4 empires, you wouldn't find one. The embodiment designation is just one step below that. Now, do you understand? That has to be a legendary class. Yeah, it is, Ryevin confirmed. I did hear one of his subordinates accidentally let out that he almost qualified for hero once. Seriously, that means he has a good chance of getting a hero class at Tier 6 if he makes it that far. How old are your parents? If I had to guess, I would say mid-50s, low 60s. My mom is 33 and my dad is 36. You're kidding, right? My mother is 64 and my father is 73. I can see how your father almost qualified for hero if he's a legendary Tier 5 at the age of 30. I never really thought about it, Ryevin said. I guess it makes sense if you think about it. People do live a lot longer with higher tier classes and stats, and your parents would have to be older if, as you say, you have a lot of older siblings. How does that work, by the way? Doesn't getting older reduce the chances of having children? Maybe for commoners in a Tier 1 region. My parents don't just look like their bodies are still 25-ish years old. They effectively are still 25, and having more power and control over one's body makes it more likely they can induce pregnancy on purpose, not less likely. That's interesting. Yeah, anyway, I think it's time we finally get some rest. Fira pointed to the others who had already fallen asleep. Sira had the first watch, and Ryevin would take up the last watch. He didn't need as much sleep as he used to, but it was still a good idea to stay fresh. All right, good night. Fira looked up at him, slightly leaning forward. Ryevin quirked an eyebrow at her. Fira rolled her eyes as she sighed, getting up. Men, she stomped off to lay down closer to Sira. What? Ryevin asked the empty air. What did I do? Ryevin shrugged and laid down to get some rest. Ryevin could see the activity at the gates of the city of Orc off in the distance. The land had grown increasingly greener as they got closer and closer to their destination. It wasn't nearly as green as the region he had grown up in, but it was still much better than before. Ryevin could see the sheen of water from a river snaking along the opposite side of the city. The feelings associated with a more lively environment were juxtaposed against the anxiety of finding another abandoned city. Those feelings were dispelled, though, once they finally laid eyes on the city. They had been worried because there was no traffic on the western road from the city on their way in. Ryevin could see a lot of people entering the city, and he could see that it seemed to have an unusually large military force patrolling the walls and streets. Reminds me of the time my father destroyed the Hawthorne estate. I'm guessing they got the message Fira sent out and took it seriously. The road was well maintained leading up to the city, and Ryevin glanced at the palm trees lining the road. He counted 14 on either side, neatly placed in a row. He frowned as a distant memory tugged at him. What's that look for? Fira asked by his side. The palm trees, Ryevin gestured to either side. What about them? I don't know. I just have a feeling that one of them is missing or something. If you say so, Fira gave him a strange look before shaking her head. The people trying to enter the city were lined up by the guards, and everyone was going through a rigorous inspection and identification. Line up for inspection. Line up for inspection. The call was clearly heard by everyone, and nobody tried to cut in the line or bribe the guards to enter the city ahead of time or skip the inspection. Not everyone at the gate came from the road leading toward Kurlan. Almost everyone else came in from surrounding roads that converged on the major highway. Ryevin and his party lined up with the others, waiting for their turn patiently. If you have an identification token, make sure it's handy, Fira whispered to Ryevin. Your Magic Academy token should work fine. Won't they be suspicious if I don't prove I'm a citizen of this kingdom or an affiliate? Maybe. We'll deal with that when it happens, though. The line moved fairly quickly, and it was soon their turn. Sira and Fira provided some sort of identification that had the guards waving them through almost immediately, Ryevin noticed. Sten, Dowell, and Cinna were questioned a little more, but their identification was from Kurlan, and they were also waved through without incident. What's this? The guard asked Ryevin, inspecting his Magic Academy student token. It's my student token, Ryevin replied. I can see that. It doesn't have any kingdom listed, though. It doesn't even have a city name. How are we supposed to know where you're from? As far as I know, the local academies include that information. I'm not from one of the local academies, Ryevin explained. It's just some Tier 1 region far away from here. Some Tier 1 region far away from here. How do we know you're not a spy? Have you had trouble with spies? Well, answer the question. I don't know. That's all I got. I'm just some guy from a Tier 1 region. You can ask my companions. They'll vouch for me. Ryevin indicated his other party members that had been waved through already. Fira noticed the commotion and walked over. An older guard with a more intricate rank insignia saw her movement and hurried to follow after. What's the problem? Fira asked with a frown. This doesn't concern you, the guard waved her off, trying to stare her down. It didn't work. I'm just trying to ferret out any spies. This man isn't a spy, says you. What does your word count for? The guard hadn't paid too much attention to the person following her, but he saw him now. He stood up straighter and offered a salute. "Sir, her word counts for enough," the obvious officer said. "Let this man through." "Yes, sir." The guard stepped aside and immediately moved on to questioning the next person in line. Reevan nodded his head at this, and the officer noticed his action. "I see you understand we're all just doing our jobs," the man remarked to Reevan. "Yes, I see that," Reevan agreed. "I don't hold any bad feelings for the man. That's good." The officer turned to Fira. "Our guards noticed your mana signature matched the distress call we received almost a week ago. Am I right in assuming you're the one who sent the message?" "That's right," Fira nodded. "And for further proof this man isn't a spy, he's the one who supplied the direction and approximate strength of the enemy army." "And it was greatly appreciated," the officer nodded to Reevan. "The city lord commanded us to bring whoever sent the message to him if they ever showed up so that he could get a clearer picture. If you don't mind," the man indicated for the group to follow him into the city. Fira exchanged a look with Sira, who nodded. She turned back to the officer and gestured for him to lead the way. Reevan, Sten, Dowell, and Cinna fell in line and followed them in. Once they entered the city walls, Reevan could see groups of men assembling and being outfitted with basic gear. It wasn't just that the city was more militarized than normal, but they were actively inflating their ranks. He saw many people standing around in loose formation with their own armor and weapons, but a lot of people were either non-combat classes or they were lower level. Most people were in the former group, though, so it wasn't quite similar to the situation of the conscription of peasant levies Reevan had experienced before. Everywhere they looked, signs of war preparation could be seen. It wasn't the only thing going on, though. Most people were still just going about their regular lives, and the signs of militarization dropped off precipitously as they entered the more affluent part of the city. The officer led them to the centralized administrative building. It was much grander than anything found outside of the capital from Reevan's experience, even though this wasn't the capital city of the kingdom. There were cultivated plants and trees, and the greenery exploded as compared even to the greener countryside nearby. They were led to a conference room filled with older, grizzled men and mature women. They were discussing the war preparations, from what Reevan could glean from his eavesdropping skill. The party waited just outside as the officer entered to announce their presence. A middle-aged man with a trimmed goatee perked up at the news whispered into his ear from the officer, and he called a temporary halt to the discussion as he motioned Fira and the others inside. Fira marched up fearlessly, Sira a half-step behind her. Reevan followed behind them with a casual walk, but Sten, Dowell, and Cinna were obviously nervous to be in front of such high-ranking people. Reevan tried to give an encouraging smile to them, but they were too nervous to pay attention. "So you're the ones that sent the message," it was a statement. "We were a little concerned that someone had been pulling a prank when we weren't able to send a message back, but that very fact, alone, also led credence to the news." "Yes, we were only able to send a message out." Fira pulled the forked magic item out of her storage pouch. "The other half of the magic item this is supposed to interface with was destroyed or confiscated." "That makes sense," the bearded man nodded. "Oh, how rude of me. I am Count Yalo, the city lord. This is my council. Now, could you elaborate on the situation you found in Kurlan?" Fira used her social skills to easily converse with the city lord as she explained in detail what they had found in the sacked city. Reevan studied the counselors as she told their tale. "We didn't encounter any scouts sent out to investigate. I would say they might not have been prepared enough to do so, but the preparations outside show that that's not likely the case. Are they just incompetent, or are there other extenuating circumstances?" Fira quickly finished explaining everything she knew, and the city lord turned his attention to Reevan. Reevan stopped his contemplations and focused on the man addressing him. "Miss Fira here says you're the one who determined their size and the direction they went." "Yes, sir," Reevan answered, "though I am not an expert in tracking. I just unlocked the skill when I figured out which way they left. The system granting you the skill from that likely means it was accurate, at least." The city lord stroked his beard. "What makes you say there were tens of thousands of them, though?" "Two things, the number and orderliness of the tracks. There were many tracks all lined up in an orderly formation on 3 different sides of the city, and the conventional wisdom of assaulting a fortified position requiring 3-to-1 odds." Conventional wisdom. Reevan heard the armored man sitting near Count Yalo mutter under his breath. He was obviously one of the ranking military members of the city. If he doesn't know that much, then that's not a good sign, Reevan mentally sighed. "So you have some military training, young man," the lord picked up on his general's muttering. "Yes, sir. We would be happy to have someone with experience join us in case this turns into a big deal." "Are you conscripting me?" Reevan frowned. "Not at all." Count Yalo shook his head with a smile. "It's all volunteer at this point. You can choose to come or go as you please." "I understand," Reevan replied. "Well, if that's all." Fira took the hint and turned around to usher everyone back out of the room, back to the waiting officer. The party headed to a nearby inn to acquire accommodation before they discussed their options. If Fira's Tier 4 empire is the one this kingdom is a vassal to, then then she has a duty to ensure things turn out favorably. She'll definitely be sticking around. There's no way that Sten, Dowell, and Cinna don't volunteer in some way either. The real question is, what am I going to do? I have my own goals, and this conflict doesn't really concern me. The party found a table in the common area of the inn. Before they could even sit down, though, Sten turned and faced Rievin. I know this is extremely selfish of me. Of us, he indicated himself and his two friends, but we could really use someone of your caliber in this fight. We know something is afoot, and the looks of the volunteers so far don't lend a lot of confidence. We really need someone like you. Rievin studied the man's face. All he saw was determination. He nodded his head. As long as it doesn't tie me down for an undue amount of time, I'll help how I can. Sten thanked him profusely, over and over, and Rievin could see a smile light up Fira's face. We'll probably split up from this point going forward, Fira said as the party sat around the tavern table. Sira will go where I go, and I'll be going to the Mage Corps. Sten, Dowell, and Cinna, you'll most likely go to the regular infantry. We don't have our own horses, and that's a requirement to join a cavalry unit. They don't supply those to anyone but officers, and you're a bit young and inexperienced. Sten shared a look with Dowell and Cinna. We understand. At this point, we don't really care where they stick us. We just want to help get our families back, Sten said. I'm sure they're fine, Fira consoled, reaching her hand out to pat Sten's. Rievin, on the other hand, you have options, she continued. You're a caster class, so you could come with me to the Mage Corps, or you could go to the infantry. Either one works for me. Rievin detected a slight frown from Fira at that answer. The needs of the army will dictate what I choose. If you say so, Fira said. Rievin could tell she wasn't entirely enthusiastic about it. We'll go to one of the recruitment centers tomorrow. They'll be able to point us in the right direction at any one of them. I'll need to swing by the Adventurers Guild to place my commission for the information on how to get back home. First, Rievin said. That's fine. We can make a detour on the way, Fira nodded. The party members had already made up their minds to assist in the war effort, so they quickly ate their meal. The banter at the table was subdued as everyone contemplated the immediate future. Seems like I'm going back to my roots, Rievin thought. I can only hope the command structure is half as good as Knight Captain Reifeld and Knight Lieutenant Brand, though. The dinner quickly wrapped up. Sten, Dowell, and Cinna left immediately for their shared room. They weren't exactly in the mood to have a jovial conversation. Rievin looked at Fira and tilted his head and flicked his eyes up toward the upstairs. Fira nodded her head and they made their way to her room. Sira, stay out here for a moment, Fira said outside the door. Sira crossed her arms and glared at Fira, clearly disapproving of the decision. No, it's fine, Rievin interjected. Both Fira and Sira looked at him in surprise. It's not that kind of visit. Fira stared at him for a second before turning to open the door without a word. Rievin waited for the two girls to walk into the room before following them in. Fira walked over to the bed and took a seat on the edge, looking up at Rievin. Sira stood to the side, arms still crossed as she examined him from head to toe as well. I hope you're not thinking of getting with the both of us, Fira said with a glare. That statement caused Sira's face to morph into shock. She apparently hadn't considered such a scenario. Her frown deepened as her glare turned sharp. What? No, Rievin quickly denied. I just wanted to talk. Fira continued to glare at him skeptically before she broke into a grin and started laughing. You should have seen both of your faces. She laughed, pointing at the two of them. Sira huffed in annoyance, and Rievin mentally wiped his brow, his heart beating a mile a minute. This girl. I asked Sira to be here just for her peace of mind, Rievin explained after Fira had calmed down. I know she's overprotective of you, and I'm not going to put her in a compromising situation. It is in consideration for you. What do you think your parents would say when Sira inevitably reports this to them? Sounds like it's more consideration for yourself. It's for both of us, okay? Rievin rolled his eyes. Man, you're really easy to tease tonight. Fira stuck her tongue out at him. So what did you want to talk about? Nothing super important. Can't I just want to talk to you? Rievin made to sit next to Fira on the bed, but he glanced at Sira and thought better of it. He dragged a chair over from the small sitting area to the side to sit in front of her. He was a little lower and had to look up at her, but he didn't mind. I suppose, Fira said, idly twirling her hair in her finger. The motion was a slight distraction for Rievin, but he quickly snapped out of it. So is this Tier 3 kingdom a vassal state to your empire? Fira nodded. So then why don't you commandeer the situation? Rievin asked with a frown. Aren't you everyone's superior? Technically, yes, but it doesn't work that way. Right now we don't know if it's another one of our vassal states invading, or if it's a rogue city-state within the kingdom vying for control. In either of those scenarios, it would be viewed as an internal matter, and our job would be to only help when called for. We would help minimize the damage and then arbitrate between the two parties. If it's a non-vassal state invading, then it would be appropriate to take charge because then it's not an internal matter. It would be another empire encroaching upon us, and it might very well turn into a multi-region conflict, maybe even between the two Tier 4 empires directly. For the most part, vassal regions are fairly autonomous. We facilitate trade between them, us, and each other while siphoning some of the resources and hire talented individuals from them. In return, some of the talented people who don't like the fiercer competition will migrate back down, and we offer protection from outsiders and monsters that are too difficult for them to handle. I see. So your objective is to essentially scout out the situation and make sure you don't need to call in the big guns. Big guns? What's a gun? Ryevin was confused for a second as he stared at Fira, not knowing what she was talking about. He startled after he realized what he had said. I have no idea, it just popped out. Anyway, that's not important. I just meant you need to make sure you don't have to call reinforcements from your people. You say the strangest things sometimes, but yes, that's one of the reasons. Actually, the bigger reason is still life experience. Just to be safe, I already sent a message to my family letting them know the situation, and they'll be the ones to determine the next best course of action overall. I'm still pretty low on the totem pole, all things considered, and if our intervention is needed, my parents will send one or a few of my older siblings to take command. They'll still definitely send more protection for me, though. In an emergency, I have the power to take command, but I'm less likely to be taken seriously than one of my older brothers or sisters. Fira held her hand out in front of herself, indicating her youthful face. I dunno. I think you're pretty amazing, Ryevin wiggled his eyebrows. I'm talking about my fighting capabilities and command experience. Not what you're talking about. Who said that's not what I'm talking about? You haven't even seen me fight, I can infer. I know your class and associated affinity for it, and you've told me how much mana you have. That tells me you have really high mental stats to empower your spells. Plus, a girl as pretty as you couldn't possibly be average. Ryevin winked. Fira rolled her eyes. Hush you, what do my superior looks have to do with my abilities? Fira flung her hair over her shoulder. Ryevin simply smiled as Fira obviously preened under the compliment. What I want to know is why did you say you weren't going to go with me to the Mage Corps? Because we should put our personal feelings aside for the overall situation, Ryevin said seriously. We'll be busy and not able to interact with each other nearly as much as we have been regardless of where I go, and we'll still have downtime where we can meet up when we're not. Once we march out to actually confront the bad guys, we won't have time to spend with each other anyway. All the more reason we should have had Sira wait outside, Fira muttered petulantly. Sira gave her a skeptical look through her brows. All the more reason for me to be here, you mean, Sira said. Fira stuck her tongue out at her. Speaking of the ensuing conflict, how long do you think it will take to send out the messages to figure out how to get back to my home? Ryevin asked. That depends on how far away it is, Fira answered. I got an achievement for traveling further than 10 million miles away. Wow, that far, huh? In that case, it could take 3 to 5 years for a round trip. Then it'll be several months, most likely, jumping from teleport to teleport in the Tier 4 empires, as well as the time it takes to travel to there from here. So you're looking at anywhere from 3.5 to 6 or 7 years before you reunite with your family. That's half my age, Ryevin said as he took the information in. I guess I have plenty of time to participate in the war then. Why would it take so much longer for the messages to travel than to actually make the trip? Are you trying to get away from me sooner? Fira cocked an eyebrow. She put her hands on her hips as she gave Ryevin a severe look, but it didn't quite work as well from her sitting position. You know, that's not what I mean. Ryevin rolled his eyes and Fira broke into a giggle. You're really in a mood tonight. You know it. Anyway, it will take longer to send the messages than the trip because the people involved aren't going to prioritize it as you would. It might sit unanswered at a specific location before it's passed along for quite some time. You never know. Noted. Your family is rich, isn't it? Yes, why bring that up? I'm not going to pay for your running away from me if that's what you're thinking. Nothing of the sort, Ryevin shook his head. I just figured you could go with me when the time comes if you wanted. Whoa, I know we're getting closer and all, but isn't that a little sudden? Fira looked down and to the side shyly. I meant to just accompany me on the trip. In that case, we'll see. It's still a little early to make any plans that far in the future, but I'll consider it. Good. Ryevin stayed for close to an hour talking with Fira. Sira remained silent, standing to the side, and Ryevin almost forgot about her presence, much like Eric used to fade into the background. After an hour, Fira started to yawn, and Ryevin stood up to make his exit. Fira followed him to see him out. Ryevin opened the door and turned one last time toward Fira. She stood close, looking up at him expectantly. Ryevin reached out and ran his hands through her hair as she leaned into his touch. He pulled his hand back, but he swooped it down again, snaking it around her waist to pull her closer to him. He bent down and placed a deep kiss on her lips. It was no quick peck like the first one he stole from her. She melted into his arms, and they were both lost in the sensation. About time, Sira said, startling the two out of their moment. Fira turned her head sharply and glared at her companion fiercely. Sira just chuckled. Fira turned back to Ryevin, but the moment was over. It's getting late, she sighed. I'll see you in the morning. Good night. Good night, Ryevin said. Fira closed the door reluctantly, and Ryevin headed to his room. Breakfast was still a subdued affair. Ryevin and Fira shared some looks with each other, but they still didn't flaunt anything in front of the others. It was obvious that Sten, Dowell, and Cinna knew about their relationship, but that wasn't an excuse to ignore their feelings and get all happy in front of them. I suppose this is as good a time as any to officially disband our party, Fira said. The others stopped eating as they looked at her. Sten nodded his head. I hadn't really even considered that possibility. Regardless, I'm glad it worked out. Fira dismissed the party, and Rievin couldn't help but feel a slight loss at the broken connection. He understood it was just superficial, and they were still right next to each other, but he couldn't help how he felt. Everyone finished eating and shared a look with each other before getting up to head to the Adventurers Guild. Rievin paid more attention to the surrounding people as they made their way along the streets than he had the day before, as they had been practically rushed to the admin building to report to the city lord. He noticed that the clothing of the average person was of superior quality and cut, and the gear that he could see on the adventurers and soldiers was clearly superior as well. The tier of metal and leather used in constructing the gear was higher, and it was clearly made with higher skill from the lifestyle classes who made it. Do you see what I meant about you being from a land of giants? Fira said, looking at him sideways. Rievin looked closer at the people in the crowds, and he noticed that the average person only came up to his chin. He hadn't really ever compared himself to other people before, and he had thought he was pretty typical for a fit young man. Looking now, though, he saw that not only did he stand almost a head taller than most of the people around, not just the women and younger teenagers, but his overall build was much broader and more muscular. It has to have been my bloodline fully unlocking, along with the time loss, Rievin realized. People's stat gains from leveling don't affect their body shape, but someone's own efforts do. That also includes people's natural height and build. My bloodline was dormant for most of my life. There hadn't been too much time from the stat gains unlocking for it to have affected me noticeably, but now that's changed. I guess I just hadn't finished growing before I got here, Rievin said sheepishly. You grew a head taller in the time it took you to go from there to here? Fira asked skeptically. Yes, he didn't know how to succinctly explain the situation, especially not with all the extra ears around. It was one thing for him to tell Fira more about himself, but he wasn't that close with the others, if you say so. It was a quick jaunt to the Adventurers Guild where Rievin submitted his request, and it wasn't long before they reached the recruitment center. There were men and women standing out front, some in uniform and others in civilian attire, directing the volunteers in two different directions. Martial classes and hybrid classes line up to the right, caster classes line up to the left. They called out to the people continuously as more people streamed in. At least it appears that a lot of people are going to be volunteering, Rievin thought as he noticed the numbers. There were already about twice as many people waiting in the various lines to volunteer as had been conscripted for the dungeon claim. This is where we part ways, temporarily. Fira stopped and faced Rievin. He reached out and took her hand, squeezing it, as Sten, Dowell, and Cinna continued on to get in line. Rievin could feel and sense several jealous gazes directed his way from the bystanders watching. They weren't hostile like they wanted to jump in and declare, "Who do you think you are?" or anything, but he could tell the others were envious of the display of affection with such a pretty girl. Yes, temporarily, Rievin nodded. We still have our rooms at the inn, so we'll still see each other every night until further notice. I already can't wait until evening, Fira said before blushing. Rievin chuckled. Go, wow them with your amazing talent. There's no doubt about that. Fira flicked her hair over her shoulder. Don't mess up and make me look bad. I have an image to uphold. Rievin laughed and shook his head as they separated to join their respective lines. The line moved quickly, as it broke up into several inspection sections to gauge the capabilities of everyone volunteering in order to put them in the right place. Have any identity tokens that have a record of your accomplishments ready, and place your hand on the orb. Staff members were calling out instructions as they moved forward. Other people were behind the tables with the orbs, writing things down and waving the volunteers in the right direction. Rievin stood taller than most of the people in line, so he had a clear view of everything that was taking place. After about a 10-minute wait, it was already Rievin's turn to step up to a table. Sten, Dowell, and Cinna had already gone through, having gotten several spaces ahead in line as Rievin and Fira had said their farewells to each other. He glanced at his status one last time to ensure that he left out his mythic skill, but he kept his legendary heroic bearing on display on his false public status page. He didn't know if the orb in use was high enough tier to pierce through the deception, but he doubted it. Even if it was, it probably wasn't that big of a deal. Hopefully, he thought to himself as he handed over his Magic Academy and Adventure Guild tokens. He placed his hand on the orb and felt the tingle of mana. The orb lit up with a noticeably brighter glow than the previous applicants, and the staff member did a double take from all of the information on display from the three sources. If you would step to the side and wait a moment, the man said after regaining his composure. Rievin hadn't seen anyone else be asked to stand aside. He moved to the indicated location with a frown on his face. Is there some sort of problem? Rievin asked. No problem, the man denied. I just need to call a superior over. It will just be a moment. Okay. Carol sat at his desk, bored out of his mind as he supervised the inspection of the volunteers. After it got up and running, he had literally nothing to do. The other soldiers and staff members knew their jobs well, and they didn't need to be micromanaged. None of the volunteers caused any problems either. The types of people lining up to join the military during this time weren't the type to cause trouble, at least not right away. That'll change if things go south and we have to conscript people, he thought. Adventurers don't appreciate their time being stolen like that, as they see it. Even the ones that were on the fence about volunteering will be resentful at that point. Let's just hope it's not as serious as that. The only good thing about that kind of situation is the level and competency of the conscripts. Most of the people lining up so far to volunteer are just low Tier 3. There has even been a couple of high Tier 2 babies rushing to throw their lives away. Carol leaned back in his chair and stared up at the ceiling, feet on the desk in front of him. He was beyond the point of caring that he was giving a nonchalant appearance in front of the civilians. What do they know or care about proper military discipline and bearing? He felt a tingle run down his spine, and he brought his gaze down from the ceiling to spot a young man standing off to the side of one of the inspection tables, looking in his direction. The young man didn't have an expression on his face, but he could detect disapproval from it. The feeling was so palpable and reminded him so much of his company commander that he subconsciously threw his feet off the table and straightened up. It was then that he noticed the inspector in charge of the young man's table was walking toward him. Finally, something to do. What is it, Corporal Whalen? Carol asked excitedly. His enthusiasm for engaging with the corporal startled the man momentarily, but he recovered and passed him a couple of sheaves of paper. They were forms printed out from the interface of the token inspection. This young man over there, Rievin, he jerked his head in the direction of the youth Carol had just spotted, is a bit of an anomaly. You instructed us to bring you anything that stood out like this. So I did, Carol said as he examined the papers handed to him. Number 1 in his class at the Magic Academy, what's he doing over here in this line? Hybrid class, leader of his own official adventure party with several credits, previous member of a lord's retinue. Let's see here. Fought against a Tier 3 undead incursion while still Tier 1 wait, what? Fought in a Tier 4 siege battle. Assigned the position of aide with the rank of warrant officer. Experience with actual command. And he's 14 years old. Carol's eyebrows rose higher and higher as he read off each accomplishment. Quick, hand me the paper from the orb inspection. He held his hand out to Corporal Whalen. The man handed the paper over promptly. This here says, all of his stats are above 200. We'll have to get him to check with a higher tier orb to get a more accurate description. What kind of skills does he have? Carol scanned his eyes down the significant list. The list only gave an approximation of his mastery level, but the skill level wasn't as important as simply having some crucial skills. Swords, spears, bows, pugilist, all close to or at master level. What? Carol shook his head to clear his mind. He has command and battlefield awareness at nearly the apprentice level. Commanding shout, I don't even have commanding shout, yet an inspiration at apprentice level. He also has a legendary skill, heroic bearing. That probably explains the feeling I got from his gaze. Take me to him. Yes, sir, Corporal Whalen said, turning on his heel to take him toward the young man in question. He saw the frown on his face deepen as he approached him. He smiled to try and dispel any worry. It seemed to work as he noticed the young man relax a little. Rievin nodded to Carol and got in line behind him as Carol led him into the building where the inspections were being held in front of. He walked down a hall and entered a large conference room. It was filled with people sitting in seats paying attention to a presentation at the front of the room. Carol paused as he spotted another trio of people who had entered the room right ahead of him with some other newbies, but they were obviously arriving from the caster side of the recruitment. The young lady, and she was obviously a lady, turned, and her smile froze him in place. She was one of the prettiest girls he had ever seen in his life, with long auburn hair and distinctive ruby eyes. She's smiling at me. Carol was dumbfounded for a moment before he realized the girl was smiling at the young man behind him. He glanced at Rievin and felt a brief twang of jealousy, but he squashed it ruthlessly. Now was not the time to be distracted by a pretty girl, and they obviously knew each other already anyway. The young lady and her bodyguard were led to the left side of the room where they took a seat. Carol snapped out of his stunned state and led Rievin to a seat on the right side of the room. The battalion executive officer will explain the situation to you and the other platoon leaders, Carol said. That got a reaction from the young man. Platoon leader, are you sure? Rievin asked, surprised. Sure, you have all of the requirements and it would be a waste to send you into the ranks, but I'm a complete stranger. Nobody knows anything about me other than what was shown on the screens. Where do you think we get the officers for the irregulars? Carol questioned back. We don't have enough regular officers to take them all on. Don't worry. You'll spend 2 weeks going through the ropes of command and leadership to weed out the ones who don't quite match up to expectations, though I'm sure you'll be fine. Your specs are higher than pretty much all of the other prospective platoon leaders in this room. After that, it'll be a couple of weeks to familiarize yourself with the command structure and how we run things, so about a month of training before you step in front of any troops. Your commission will be probationary and provisional, though. It's possible to receive a regular commission, but only if you have outstanding results in actual battle. Who knows? If you do well enough, I might have to salute you one day. I don't know about that, Reevan said skeptically. Wouldn't you also advance in ranks by that time, too? I'm an admin officer. Carol shook his head. We have fewer opportunities for meritorious advancement in wartime, and everyone here is going to be on the front lines. No offense, but you guys are going to be bearing the brunt of any conflict that actually arises from this. That risk also comes with the appropriate reward. Okay, sounds good to me. I did say I was going to volunteer in whatever capacity the army decided to put me in. Good man. Now pay attention to the major. He's the one who will be in command of the irregulars. I gotta get back to my post, boring though it is, but let me be the first to welcome you to the army. Carol shook the young man's hand. He was still a little confused about the turn of events he had shown up to enlist, and he's suddenly getting a commission as an officer, after all, but he could tell that he was quickly coming around. I have a good feeling about this young man, Carol thought as he made his way back outside. I see that we have a couple more new additions, the man at the front of the conference room said as Reevan and Fira took their seats. I will just say that I am Major Dobrik, and I will be your commanding officer. Your company commanders will be introduced to you during training. There's a packet being passed back to you to cover the information you've missed so far. It isn't much, we've just started. Reevan sat attentively and accepted the packet of information that was passed back to him. He flipped through it briefly, noticing that there were documents to sign as well as the information provided. I'll go through this afterward. If I read it now, I'll miss what he's saying, and I'll end up having to read everything while missing any additional information from the speaker. So far, we have limited intel on the overall situation. No other cities that we know of have reported attacks or passing armies, but that doesn't mean it hasn't happened and we just don't know about it. For the time being, this will mainly be a double effort, defense of the city and local territory, and a rescue operation. The defense of the city will be handled by the regular troops and city guard. The majority of the rescue operation will be handled by the auxiliary. That doesn't mean we're throwing you to the wolves to handle the most dangerous objective on your own. There will be regular troops accompanying you, and considering the intel we do know, defense of the city might be more dangerous. We don't know. As an auxiliary unit, you're basically unaffiliated mercenaries attached to the local garrison. In the packet of information you have in front of you is a preliminary contract. It is only for the duration of the training. The terms are simple. You agree to undergo an abbreviated version of officer candidacy, one designed based on the official training and testing methods, so there won't be any surprises there. You can willfully quit at any time for a monetary penalty, or you can be dismissed by the staff for failing to reach the standards. Monetary compensation will be in accordance with the rank of sergeant for the duration of the month-long training. When it's completed, you can choose to accept a provisional commission, or you can part ways, no questions asked. However, until further notice, the city is on lockdown in accordance with wartime rules and regulations. People can come in, but they can't go out. This will likely be in effect until we learn more about the potential enemy. Reevan nodded his head at the statements so far. Training to be an officer is different than being enlisted. It makes sense to offer a higher salary during training, but not quite at the level of one who has already accepted a commission. We haven't earned it yet. As for the lockdown, I did notice that there wasn't any foot traffic exiting the city yesterday when we arrived. We had been rushed ahead so quickly, though, that I hadn't really considered it at the time. The packets contain the information on housing and other non-monetary compensation, such as contribution points and services available to you. That's for after passing the training, though. During the training, you will be housed in male and female separate dorms for the duration. Are there any questions so far? Major Dobrik paused and surveilled the room. Nobody raised their hands. Most people were paying attention, and the few who weren't were perusing the documents. Remember, this is mainly a rescue operation effort. If it turns out that there's full-blown war, the kingdom itself will handle the situation. Volunteering now in case that happens will look good on your record, though. You won't have to stick around with your provisional commission in that instance, either. There will be more options available. For the most part, the auxiliary units will receive minimal training, but as the officers in charge of said troops, we have to ensure you have at least a minimum standard. That will be all for now. We'll have the legal team come in and sort through the documents you'll need to sign. Attention! A seasoned sergeant called from the side of the room as the major departed from the podium. Reevan's body acted on instinct, and he stood up from his seated position, body locked, head straight forward. The others in the room were much less responsive, Fira included. It must be strange for her to take orders like that, knowing she's technically a superior rank to everyone present, Reevan thought. Well, she's the one who wanted the life experience. Major Dobrik glanced at Ryevin as he exited the room, but he didn't give any outward appearance to his internal thoughts on the matter. At ease, the sergeant called. Everyone took their seats once more. Ryevin flipped through the packet of documents as several people, presumably the legal team, entered the room. I really didn't miss much, Ryevin mused. Basically just the introduction to the command structure. It's only slightly different from the ranks and structure of the Lord's retinue in Magron. I don't see any knight designation ranks. Second and first lieutenant, captain, major, colonel. It says here that generals are the exclusive prerogative of the monarch and his counselors to assign. Colonel Zoc is the highest military authority under the count. He's most likely the man I saw yesterday who didn't understand the 3-to-1 odds wisdom of assaulting fortified positions. Maybe he's a political appointee, and the major might be the true strategist. I hope the major knows what he's doing. He seemed like a no-nonsense military man, at least. The legal team filed in with stacks of papers. There were several individuals, and they each grabbed some papers out of the stacks and started approaching different people seated to go over the contracts. The documents they had were apparently the information on the individuals, Ryevin noticed. Well, aren't you a big boy, the man seated next to Ryevin said, looking up at him. He wasn't as short as Fira, but he was still a head shorter than Ryevin. I'm not that much taller than everyone else. I've seen taller, Ryevin said with a slight smile. Yeah, but none of them are in here, and it's not just your height. The man glanced at Ryevin's broad shoulders for emphasis. The name's Jack. The man held his hand out, and Ryevin grasped it firmly for a shake. Ryevin, well, nice to meet you, Ryevin. Not your first time in the military. Yeah, I have some experience. Noticed. What with how you leapt out of your seat when that guy called attention? Where'd you serve and what'd you do? I was in the Lord's retinue of some faraway Tier 1 region. I was the aide to the adjutant, and we secured a new dungeon as well as fought off a beast tide in Dungeon Break. Oh really? So you don't have just some experience being in the military, you have actual combat experience. Leadership role at that too. Yeah, it wasn't as special as it sounds on paper, though parts of it were exciting. If you call fearing, you'll be overrun by hordes of beasts, demons, and undead and killed at any moment exciting. PSH, yeah, I guess that would get your heart pounding, Jack chuckled. Looks like we'll be teamed up for the foreseeable future, so hit me up with any tips or tricks you got. Instant obedience to orders, Ryevin immediately said. That'll definitely get you through the training program with no problems. Do what you're told when you're told, immediately and quickly. Speed, speed, speed is the name of the game. Demonstrate that you understand that concept and you're less likely to be harassed. Instant obedience to orders and speed, 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 Jack repeated. Why is speed the most important thing to demonstrate? Not just speed, but doing the right thing fast, Ryevin corrected. It's not just about acting quickly, you have to obey the orders instantly. And the reason it's important, consider if we're on the battlefield and you're ordered to send your troops to hold a position on the line, but you or your troops dilly-dally and don't make it on time. Now the enemy has breached the line and flanked your allies. Take the macro concept and apply it all the way down to the micro level. No problem. So you apparently don't have any experience in organized military operations. How did you end up slated for an officer position? I'm a very sociable person. As such, I've developed a lot of social skills. They told me that 3 in particular were crucial in their decision to include me: motivate, direct, and instruct. Motivate is like a lesser version of inspire. Direct is a lesser version of command, and instruct is a higher version of teaching. That plus being level 70 led to my current whereabouts. Most of the other volunteers, from what I could glean, were around level 20 or so, with the highest one I saw being level 40. Heck, there were even a couple of Tier 2 newbies who thought much too highly of themselves, lined up to join. Couple the lower levels with the implied lower skill levels, and the fact that most adventurer types are a bit of the loner type, then me being selected makes perfect sense. Yeah, I can see that. So you say you have direct, huh? I've never actually heard of that skill. I've only ever heard of command. I unlocked direct by convincing people to follow directions in an informal setting. Command requires a much more formal organization. Who knows? I might be able to get that skill out of this whole ordeal. Direct and command would have amazing synergy. Well, once I get a decent level in command, that is, I bet. I already have command, but I don't have direct. Any tips on how to unlock that skill? Sure. You helped me out with a tip, so it wouldn't be right if I didn't reciprocate. All you gotta do is get people to follow your orders without them perceiving them as orders. No formal organization either. That includes a system party. Honestly, despite it being a lesser version of command, it's probably trickier to unlock. Harder to unlock doesn't always mean better skill. Words of wisdom if I've ever heard any. Ryevin nodded his head. Their conversation was interrupted by staff members finally making it to them with their documents. Ryevin, a young man inquired, standing next to Ryevin's seat. That's me, Ryevin confirmed. All right, I have your information here. We'll use it as a reference to discuss the contract available to you after you pass the training. If you'll pull out the training contract, I'll go over any questions you have of it. Ryevin descended into the most time-consuming, boring part of joining a military organization, paperwork. Ryevin stood in formation with the other officer candidates. There were 50 officer candidates for the auxiliary. They were aligned based on height, so Ryevin found himself at the front of the last squad, able to just barely peer over the head of the man in front of him. The caster candidates had been taken to a separate location. Their training would be somewhat different. After going through the documentation and signing the training contract, the candidates had been directed to the quartermaster to get their gear, which took up the rest of the morning. After that, they had deposited their gear into their new dorm, an open barracks like the one in Magron on the edge of the city, and had eaten their lunch. There had been no reason to delay starting the training, so they began immediately. There was a large, open space blocked off from the general public for the training of not just candidates and recruits, but for the military organization of the city as a whole. Ryevin could see tracks, training dummies, and obstacle courses. Before we begin, everyone will equip these bracelets. A man walked out to the front of the formation. He was dressed in a similar uniform to the one provided to the candidates, but he had the rank insignia of a senior sergeant. Several lower-ranked troops carried chests onto the drill field and opened them up in front of the formation. They grabbed handfuls of bracelets out of the chests and walked through the ranks, handing them out to the candidates. Prison bands. The first candidate exclaimed in shock, staring at the bracelet. He refused to take the bracelet from the soldier trying to hand it to him. The rest of the candidates broke out in a restless discussion. Ryevin just watched with a frown. This was the first time he had encountered such an item, and he didn't know anything about it. Silence, the senior sergeant bellowed. The candidates stopped talking, more in surprise than obedience to orders. You're in formation. Unless given the order of rest, you will not speak. Yes, these are prison bands, he continued. It is standard operating procedure to equip these items for the duration of officer candidate training. Every one of the officers you've encountered have had to go through this exact same thing. You're all lucky. They had to wear them for the full 3 months, but you're only going to have to wear them for 2 weeks. These bands will restrict all of your stats to 20, and they'll restrict all of your skills to level 1. That's only in regards to system assistance, though. If your skill level is high enough to not need assistance from the system, it won't affect it. It will prevent you from channeling mana outside of your bodies, for all of you who have access to mana skills or spells. The purpose of this is to test your mental fortitude. It will push you physically, not to gauge your physical abilities, we all know they're high enough, but to see how you function under stress. Will you break? Will you barely press through? Will you shine? That is what's needed in an officer. You will have to lead from the front, and if you're running away because things get tough, then your troops will follow. Now put them on. That's an order. You're free to quit right here, right now. You can buy your freedom for the low cost of 1 gold coin. If you're not going to quit, then get. With it, there was still some grumbling under people's breath, but nobody quit at this juncture. Ryevin quickly received his bracelet from one of the troops. He gave it a cursory look and threw an inspection at it before putting it on. Prisoner's shackle. Restricts all stats to 20. Hinders skill usage. Restricts mana from flowing out of the body. Note, this item cannot be removed by oneself or by another person wearing a prisoner's shackle. It's exactly like the senior sergeant described, Ryevin thought. Their usage is actually quite appropriate for the desired outcome. With this prisoner's shackle, I don't know how my mental fortitude and iron skills will assist me, and will I get skill ups in them for performing without their assistance? Those were questions for later, and he would inevitably find out. After adorning the bracelet, Ryevin felt his body turn sluggish and weak, and his senses dimmed to what they used to be when he was still a child. Despite once having these stat levels not that long ago, he didn't acclimate to the change. He felt a constant drain on his strength and stamina, and he nearly felt blind by the loss of information from his senses. Now we can begin, the senior sergeant said, a predatory grin on his face. Stand up straight. A loud, booming shout came from further down the formation, followed by a loud smack and cry of pain. No noise, the same voice shouted. Another smack and another cry. No noise. Another smack, but this time there was no shocked cry of pain. Heels together, toes apart. Another yell, followed by a similar smacking noise. The individual in question had apparently learned the lesson from the first person, and there was no follow-up cry. Head straight, eyes front. ELBOWS locked, arms straight. Ryevin stood at attention, body locked, as several other sergeants descended on the platoon from nowhere. They used a similar training rod as his father had used to correct him when he conducted weapons training many years ago. The strikes from the rods didn't cause damage, but the loss of pain resistance for everyone meant that the brief, sharp pain was a surprise. Despite everyone having their stats reduced to 20, that didn't mean their underlying health and vitality didn't still exist. The blows from the training rods did negligible damage, and the pain was short-lived. It had the intended effect, though, as everyone straightened their posture and assumed a presentable military stance. Now that we have your attention, I'll demonstrate the proper posture for marching, and then we'll march. You must maintain the proper posture at all times, or you will be corrected. The senior sergeant demonstrated the different facing moves as well as the proper way to march: left foot first, on the call of left, right foot second, on the call of right. Most of the people had the march skill, but that didn't mean it was based on proper posture and execution. It just meant they would have more endurance while walking in step with others. The senior sergeant only displayed the proper way to move once, and then he immediately began issuing commands. Reevan followed along with the rest of the candidates as they turned about in place, other sergeants yelling and striking the candidates to ensure proper execution. After several minutes of facing drills, the senior sergeant turned them to the right and had them step off. Lean back and strut, lean back and strut. The sergeants never let up on yelling and correcting the candidates, and they marched around for nearly an hour. Double time, the senior sergeant called out. The candidates began to jog forward along the track they had been led to. Other sergeants pulled back from correcting as much while they were jogging so as to avoid tripping anyone up, but they still shouted at candidates who let their postures slack or their feet to get out of step. The senior sergeant led them around the track at a jog for another 10 minutes before leading them to an open field. They spent the rest of the afternoon doing different physical exercises. The heat was really getting to Reevan long before they got to the end of the day, and his vision was swimming. Sweat poured from his body and stung his eyes, but he refrained from wiping it away, letting it just run its course. "All right, we're done for the evening," the senior sergeant said after marching them back to their starting location. Fall out. More than half of the candidates collapsed in place, and the rest bent over to catch their breath and wipe their sweat away. Reevan maintained his posture of standing straight despite the burning in his muscles and lack of breath. He noticed a group of soldiers standing in the distance with clipboards, watching the candidates and writing things down. Normally, I would bet they would march us to the barracks to get cleaned up before heading to the mess hall for the evening meal. The presence of those other soldiers with the clipboards, though, indicates they're already judging our mental strength. Having us fall out of formation suddenly like that was a trap. "Bro, does your bracelet not work?" Jack sidled up to Reevan, gasping for breath. "I'm just as tired as you," Reevan denied. "Remember how I said instant obedience to orders and speed were the most important aspects to show?" Jack nodded his head. "Well, that showed itself by the other sergeants shouting and striking the candidates. How many times did you get struck by one of their rods?" Jack stopped, gasping for breath as he contemplated the question, a look of realization on his face. "Exactly. Those that took too long to follow the orders or didn't do it correctly got smacked. Everyone else who did it quickly and correctly got away without any problems. That's only the first important aspect. They told us explicitly what the other one was: military bearing. Even if you're exhausted, even if you feel like you can't move another muscle and you're having a hard time catching your breath, you need to look the part of an officer. Stand up straight, regulate your breathing, and appear as if nothing is bothering you." Jack followed the advice as Reevan gave it. He straightened up, quit gasping for breath, and tried to stand nonchalantly. He couldn't quite complete the look, though, as he had a grimace on his face. "This is way worse. I regret everything." Jack squeezed his eyes shut as his body shook from standing straight. Reevan laughed and clapped him on the shoulder. "Bearing isn't just your posture, it's your face too. Keep a neutral expression. Chant to yourself, 'This is nothing, this is nothing. I can keep going, over and over. It'll help." Reevan watched as Jack slowly relaxed. The grimace on his face eventually disappeared, and he opened his eyes. Some of the other candidates nearby listened in, but only a couple of them mimicked the instruction. "I maintain that this is worse," Jack complained. "Yeah, but now nobody will notice," Reevan pointed out. "Keep it up, and you might unlock Inspire as well." The other candidates who listened and followed Reevan's advice had thoughtful looks on their faces, but the ones who listened and didn't follow rolled their eyes as they dismissed his words. Reevan mentally shrugged. "I'm not here to hold their hands. If they want to take my advice or not is on them." Reevan looked up to where the clipboard soldiers were standing. The senior sergeant was standing with them. He had his left arm crossed over his chest, and his right arm was resting on it as he stroked his chin, watching Reevan and the candidates immediately surrounding him. He bent his head towards one of the troops, saying something to him, and the soldier made some more notations according to the instructions. Reevan turned back to Jack and the other two who had mastered their bodies. "Get used to it," he said. "This is only the first day, and it's a half day at that. They're going to stress us out in new ways every day before we ever even learn how to command others." "Oh, joy," Jack said sarcastically. "I'm so glad I agreed to the idea of volunteering for a leadership position instead of being one of the troops with no expectations." Reevan simply laughed as he shook his head. "It'll be worth it, you'll see." The candidates were dismissed for the day after they were given the order to fall out. They weren't directed to the barracks to wash up, and they weren't led to the mess hall. They were instructed that they were on their own until they were mustered in the morning. Reevan noticed that, despite the lack of direction, there was still the presence of soldiers with clipboards in the distance, watching and taking notes. "Come on," Reevan said to Jack. "Our bodies will recover as we go. Let's get washed up, changed into clean clothes, and get some dinner." I noticed a particular lack of information on the time they would muster us in the morning, so we should expect to be woken up at 0 dark 30. 0 dark 30, Jack asked with a skeptical look. Is that military jargon or something? Reevan frowned as he contemplated the saying. I've never heard anyone mention that term before, he thought. Seems like more and more unusual things from my dreams are spilling over as I'm doing things more closely related to those memories. Something like that, Reevan responded, turning to walk toward the barracks in the distance. Not only Jack followed him, but the other two individuals who had taken his advice about military bearing also fell in step with them. Oh hey, what are your guys' names? Jack extended a hand, a friendly smile on his face. Derek, the first man, shook Jack's hand with a nod. Furok, the other man, answered. The name's Jack and the boss man here is Reevan, Jack said. Boss man, Derek questioned, tilting his head as he peered at Reevan. Don't look at his young face, Jack replied. He's the one with the experience. You've heard his advice. He seems to know what he's talking about. Yeah, what he said made sense, Furok said. The others who dismissed his words didn't even listen to what he was actually saying. If you pay attention, you can see that they're taking notes on everything that we do. Reevan nodded his head in the direction of the clipboard soldiers. Everyone who's still lying on the ground back there, or just milling about, can be sure that that behavior will be noted on their record. Everything they're doing is a test to see how we'll act. We weren't given a specific time that they'll wake us up, and they're leaving us to our own devices to see if we're responsible enough to make the right decisions. The right thing to do right now is get cleaned up, get a meal, and get some rest. Everyone else who takes their time right now will be eating into their sleep time, and they'll suffer for it tomorrow. Makes sense to me, Jack said. If people were willing to listen to him, Reevan wasn't going to keep his thoughts about the training to himself. It didn't hurt him to have others do well, and there was no reason to be a loner in such a situation. Especially since the entire reason for the training was for a leadership position. The 4 candidates quickly got cleaned up and into fresh uniforms. They had been supplied with several uniforms, implying they would go through a lot of them in a quick time frame, and there was a laundry bag to put their soiled clothes in. They hadn't been informed of the protocols for cleaning their gear yet, but it was only a matter of time. They wouldn't let the candidates run out of fresh uniforms unless it was due to the candidates' own negligence. They filed into the mess hall, and Reevan immediately spotted that there were already some delicious-looking meals pre-prepared for the candidates. However, as they moved in and grabbed their plates, Reevan also noticed that the replacement plates were filled with less appetizing fare. There were only enough of the more tasty-looking plates for the first 10 people, and Reevan's group snagged 4 of them. Reevan walked to a table at random. They were all empty, so he wasn't too picky about the location. As soon as they sat down and started eating, Reevan noticed some more people enter the mess hall. A group of people in similar uniforms walked in, but he only recognized the first 2 girls, Fira and Sira. Fira perked up as soon as she saw Reevan, and she quickly grabbed a plate with Sira and separated from the other 3 to walk toward his table. I see the real reason you were in such a hurry to get here. Jack elbowed Reevan in the ribs, glancing sideways at the 2 ladies approaching their table. It's just a perk, Reevan smirked. Hugh, quite the day, Fira said, plopping her tray down right next to Reevan's. Jack was seated next to him, but he obligingly slid his tray over and took a different seat. He gave Reevan a wink as he moved his tray. So is Sira having to participate in the same training? Reevan asked. He didn't address Sira directly, as he assumed she would just brush it off and not answer, though Fira had no such compunction. No, she just stands to the side and watches, Fira said as she sat down. She's not going to be an official member, and because it's provisional, they allow her to stay by my side. We made sure to get it in writing on the contract with the legal team. Good idea, Reevan nodded. The meal was actually quite good, and Reevan was happy that he had rushed to get there. It wasn't just the ability to spend some time with Fira, the food was truly good. It didn't last, though, and he noticed that several of the people who took their time before heading to the mess hall after the training session grumbled about their inferior meal. Now wasn't the time to be focusing on spending time with Fira, so they only conversed for as long as the meal allowed. He and his new mates quickly made their way back to the barracks as the sun reached the horizon, and Reevan urged them to go to sleep and get some rest right away. It appeared that the night watch would be handled by the enlisted soldiers, so he didn't have to worry about that aspect, though he suspected the real candidates would have had to provide for their own. Reevan lay in bed, about to go to sleep when he pulled his arm up and inspected the prisoner's shackle on his wrist. The system said it can't be removed by the person wearing it, or by anyone else also wearing one, but the system also has had a habit of not giving all the information, Reevan mused as he looked over the band. The Akashic record wouldn't be a thing if it did. I wonder. Reevan circulated his mana, and he found that it functioned exactly like it was described by the system. He infused his pure mana with his different affinities, going through each of them one by one. As soon as he reached the Tier 3 affinities, he noticed that the restriction imposed by the magical item seemed to be strained. He ran through the Tier 3 affinities quickly, but none of them did any more stress on the restrictions than any of the others. He finally moved on to his Tier 4 Eternal Affinity, and this time, the mana was able to materialize above his palm. It felt like it was moving through a sieve, though, and it was a strain on his abilities. So these bands aren't infallible, Ryevin confirmed. What about Veridical Affinity? He infused his mana with his Tier 5 Affinity, and he was able to manipulate it freely as if there were no restrictions at all. Ryevin infused his mana with fire and wrapped it in the Veridical Affinity, and he was able to create a ball of fire with no problems. If the Veridical Affinity allows me to bypass the restrictions on mana, does it affect the other restrictions as well? Ryevin infused his entire body through the Weapons Master and Elemental Weapons combination, as they were still accessible even when reduced to level 1. His Weapons Master skill was high enough that he no longer received any assistance from the system, though so it wasn't impeded. That skill was wholly his. His entire body was infused with the Veridical Affinity, and he felt his strength return to him. Gone was the lethargic feeling caused by his stats being reduced to 20 across the board. That's refreshing. Ryevin's entire fatigue was wiped clean. It's a bit of an unfair advantage over the other candidates, but they did specifically say that we can use our skills, and the ones high enough to not need system assistance wouldn't be impeded. That implies I'm allowed to use my abilities to bypass the prisoner shackles. That would defeat the purpose of the training, though, and I'm not a good enough actor to deceive them if I'm using my full stats. I'll just use this little trick to regain stamina if I need to. Ryevin reached over on a whim, his body still infused with the Veridical Affinity, and he just simply removed the band with no problems. It just came right off when he twisted the snap. That too, Ryevin chuckled. Looks like the Veridical Affinity is the universal key. Ryevin put the bracelet back on. He wasn't going to risk going to sleep with it off due to the chance he might forget to put it back on in the morning. And Ryevin was once more right about the timing of the sergeants waking them up. It felt like his eyes had just closed when they came in, making loud noises, yelling and banging on things to wake everyone up and get started on the next day. Jack gave him a thumbs up and a wink as they ran out to fall into formation, and Derek and Furok gave him a nod of appreciation. Not everyone had gone to sleep in a timely manner, though most actually had. There were several people who were still stumbling about, trying to wake themselves up when they got into formation. Yesterday was just a taste, the senior sergeant said, taking his position in front of the formation. Today is the first full day of training. We're going to have fun. The 2 weeks of psychological evaluation were a grueling affair. If all of the candidates had access to their full stats, it would have been a walk in the park, but they were all reduced to their Tier 1 stats. The instructors had their jobs down to a science. The local military wasn't large enough, and it didn't have enough rotation in its members to require them to act as candidate instructors all the time. Despite that, though, they were able to pool their knowledge and experience from across the kingdom, and there were years and years of experimentation to draw upon. It was a little hectic the first few days. The instructors weren't used to only spending 2 weeks on the training. The regular officers had to spend 3 months in training, and the instructors had to figure out how to condense that 3 months into 2 weeks. The training that ramped up gradually that usually took place had to be accelerated. If Ryevin had to come up with an analogy, they started at a jog and worked toward a run, completely skipping the baby steps. The first full day of training had been more of the same as the first, though they went considerably longer than the first day. Breakfast and lunch were also closely monitored, separate from the Mage Corps candidates. The evening meals, though, were considered free time, and both the marshal and casters had the same time span. The so-called free time, though, was only enough time to get washed up, eat, and sleep if they didn't want to be dragging the next day. The first week went by in a blur, culminating in the instructors leading the candidates into what they called the hot box. They did their calisthenics and exercised in a closed room that had had the burning sun bearing down on it all day. The instructors pushed them physically while still yelling and correcting their movements, and it didn't end until several candidates had passed out from the heat and dehydration. Ryevin noticed that the ones who passed out were the ones that were chronically late to get meals and rest. He shared a look with his new entourage, and he could see clear relief on their faces that they had joined up with him in the beginning. Ryevin didn't use his nifty trick to regain his stamina until well after each session had been recorded by the clipboard soldiers. He felt compelled to operate in an above-board manner when it mattered, but when it was time to finally rest, he didn't see the need to continue to suffer if he had the tools to bypass it. Because he always maintained his bearing, nobody noticed any difference in how he acted, so nobody noticed that he was always fresh almost immediately after a training session. The second week of the training was entirely conducted out in the field. They were loaded up with packs of food and water, and they carried their freshly laundered uniforms out into the desert. Everyone present for the candidate training was an experienced adventurer, so roughing it in the field wasn't a problem for them. The increased intensity and lack of decent rest after were what broke them. Ryevin stood tall, sweat pouring from his brow, after a particularly tough training exercise in the sand. Even his 3 followers in the program were having a hard time recovering. Several of the candidates were laid up on the ground, and one of them stared up at him resentfully. "Bro, you're making the rest of us look bad," he complained, grimacing while panting for breath. "Is your prisoner's shackle even working?" "Yeah, I never see him struggle with anything," another one chimed in. "Are you doing something to your bracelet to cheat?" "Yeah, I suspect this guy's cheating," a third one added his voice. Ryevin stood there, his 3 companions behind him, and watched as the rest of the platoon started to complain and voice dissent. The senior sergeant, Torin, Ryevin had learned at one point, came marching over. "What's the commotion about?" he demanded. "This is a precious opportunity for you to recover what little stamina you have, and you're wasting it clamoring like magpies. Senior Sergeant, we think this guy's cheating." The first candidate stood up, pointing at Ryevin. He took several steps toward the young man, thrusting his finger into his chest to emphasize his points. "He never struggles, thrust. He's always able to go on, no matter how hard the training, thrust. He never has to collapse to the ground after, like almost everyone else, thrust. And he always gets the best food, thrust." Ryevin let the man thrust his finger into his chest over and over again, and after the last one, where the man tried to really drive his finger forward, he snapped his hand up, grabbing the offending finger, and he twisted it all the way back to the back of the man's hand. The man cried out in shock and pain as Ryevin clasped his hand over the other man's, trapping his finger bent all the way back. The other candidate's knees buckled from the pain as he threw his head back and howled. He stared down at the man impassively as he tried to claw Ryevin's hand off with his other hand. Ryevin simply brushed the man's attempts off, and then he slapped him across the face. The man was stunned for a moment, completely not expecting such an action, and even the senior sergeant seemed like he didn't know what to do at first. "I don't care about your feelings." Ryevin opened his mouth, staring the man down. "Go ahead and suspect me of cheating. I know I'm not. But if you think you're going to march up to me and thrust your finger against my chest like that without any repercussions, then you must have been kicked by a donkey as a child. Keep your hands to yourself or lose them." The other candidates, his 3 followers and the sergeants included, stared at Ryevin slack-jawed. He was obviously the youngest person present, and nobody had expected such an aggressive stance from him. They had assumed, as a much younger person, that he would have gone along with what the older, more experienced people decided to do. Ryevin finally let the man go, and he stumbled back to the ground, tears and snot dripping from his face. He cradled his hand with the clearly broken finger against his chest, scooting back to get further away from Ryevin. Here, Ryevin held his hand out, offering his prisoner's band up for inspection to the senior sergeant. The senior sergeant stared at Ryevin for a moment before stepping forward. "Medic," he yelled over his shoulder before turning his attention to the prisoner's shackle. He grabbed a hold of it and brought out a device to inspect it. The item he brought out looked similar to the communication device Vera had used to send the information of Kurlan ahead. It was a simple, rectangular object with a wand extending from it, and it was used to check the mana levels and functionality of the prisoner's shackles. "It's working perfectly." The senior sergeant turned toward the candidates who were now silent but were previously complaining. "In fact, I would say that the mana reserves powering it are probably higher than all of yours are. Now get back in formation. You've wasted your resting time on this nonsense." The vast majority of the other candidates let the matter drop, but a couple of them frowned in Ryevin's direction as they turned to get back in proper formation. "You might have made a couple of enemies." Jack leaned forward and whispered. "Doesn't matter." Ryevin shook his head. "The ones in charge are likely to view me in a better light, and that little stunt will definitely leave a black mark on their record. Interfering with military order is a serious crime, especially in a combat situation. If they're so small-minded as to accuse someone of cheating because they're doing better, and they're willing to cause a distracting commotion over it, how are they going to be trusted with command?" "Maybe," Jack shrugged, "but they need the bodies. There are only enough candidates, at least right now, to barely take command of each 50-man platoon of volunteers. We've already had 15 people quit and 5 were kicked out." Ryevin nodded his head. "You might be right, but we're all going to be provisional lieutenants. I don't have to worry about being under them, and we'll have other officers in charge of us to limit any revenge they might think of taking. And if they make the supremely stupid decision to try and take revenge in a combat scenario, they'll fail, and they'll be made an example out of. I believe you. Just keep your head on a swivel, just in case." Jack clapped him on the shoulder. The platoon of candidates continued their evaluation after the short interlude. Most of the others didn't think anything more of Ryevin's performance, but he noticed several others keeping a closer eye on him after each session. The one who Ryevin had bent his finger back didn't quit, and he wasn't knocked out of the program from the injury. The soldiers simply used some healing magic to fix the break, and he kept going. There were no longer any comments from him or the others who had congregated around him, though, and the training went on. Each day was filled with physical exertion to the extreme. They had to lift logs up and down as a unit, and then ran several miles while carrying them over their heads. They had to crawl through the hot desert sand, their clothes getting inundated with it to stay for the rest of the day. Most of the training was team exercises in one way or another, and Reevan speculated that they were recording the way the candidates reacted to the others who weren't pulling as much weight, just as much as they were in the effort given by the individuals. A military unit was fundamentally different from an adventuring group. They were both groups, but the level of teamwork and the mission were completely different. The soldiers in charge of the training had to ensure that the ones who were going to be the leaders of the other volunteers were not only competent individually, which was discovered during the recruiting process, but that they were also team players who knew how to be gracious when the time called for it. Reevan wasn't silent during these exercises, either. He yelled just as much as anyone else. When someone was lagging behind and struggling, he would give an encouraging word. If someone was slacking off, he would call them out on it, but he would drop the issue as soon as they put their back into it. He never complained, though. Reevan wasn't the only one setting a good example. Most of the candidates were chosen for a good reason. The complainers actually made up a small minority of the group, and their voices got smaller and smaller as Reevan and the others set a good example. It was common for people to descend into mob mentality, especially when complaints were loud and aggressive, but the officer candidates were generally more mentally mature and experienced to fall into that. The candidates had a good sense of camaraderie and pride, even the ones who were initially the loudest in their complaints when they finally returned to the city. There was a sense of accomplishment for the candidates involved, and they held themselves high as they marched back to the barracks. Reevan was looking forward to eating a good meal again. Seeing Fira in the mess hall once more wasn't too bad of a prospect either. He didn't suffer quite as much as the others, but his little trick wasn't that much of a game changer. Everyone always had enough time to rest to be close to 100 by the start of the next day, and Reevan didn't use his advantage during the exercises. All right, Senior Sergeant Torin addressed the remaining 30 candidates outside of the barracks. We've seen what you're all made of. Tomorrow we'll start the classroom instruction. We have 2 weeks to teach you guys how to lead your troops. We're not expecting any tactical geniuses or anything, but you'll all be able to put swords and spears to target when and where they're needed. You're provisional, temporary officers, so we'll be able to cut out a lot of the history, ceremony, and other classes not strictly needed for the rescue operation. If in the future you want to join the ranks of the regular officers, you'll have to make up all of the classes we're cutting, but you won't have to go through the evaluation to test your mental fortitude and character again. We've prepared a good meal for everyone this evening as a reward for completing the first part of the training. All of the food from this point forward will be of the better variety, though not quite as good as the meal tonight. It's a special occasion. Once I dismiss you, step forward to the troops and they'll collect your prisoner shackles from you. Fall out. None of the candidates collapsed to the ground this time. They hadn't been as physically tested towards the end of the day, for one, and they were also finally used to the exertions. Reevan got in line with the others and filed forward to have their bracelets removed. Reevan rubbed his wrist where he had allowed the shackles to remain for the previous 2 weeks, the skin more tender and white than the rest of his tan body. "Hugh, that feels good," Jek said next to Reevan. "I almost forgot what it was like to have my full stats. I feel like I could smash through the walls of the barracks." "You're a level 70 martial classer," Reevan pointed out. "You probably could easily smash through the barracks walls. You know what I mean." "It just feels good to finally be done with those infernal bracelets. Let's go get cleaned up and get fed," Reevan said, Durik and Furok joining the two. "I'm looking forward to a hot meal again." "You mean you're looking forward to seeing your little girlfriend again?" Jek chuckled. Reevan smiled. "I never said I wasn't." "What does it mean to be an officer?" Major Dobrik asked, addressing the candidates who had passed the initial evaluations. The schedule was much more relaxed after having been through 2 weeks of intense physical training. The higher-ups had seen the grit and guts of the candidates, and now they were to learn how to actually be officers. It wasn't just the pomp and circumstance classes that were cut, though, as they still had to mount an imminent rescue operation. The typical 6-month-long course had to be truncated even more severely than the mental evaluation. They would cover most of the information, but it wouldn't be as detailed. They didn't feel the need to train the new officers with a foundation for becoming battalion commanders. They just needed quick and dirty leaders for what was possibly a short conflict. If it was going to be a multiple county large conflict, the kingdom would get involved, and the responsibilities would be with others. They would have the bare minimum to transition into kingdom-commissioned officers if that was the case, but that wasn't the current goal. One of the candidates raised his hand and waited for the major to call upon him. When Major Dobrik motioned for him to give his answer, he stood at attention before addressing the senior officer. "The officers devise the strategy and direct the soldiers to follow it," the man said. He sat back down in his seat after giving the answer. "Close, but not exactly," Major Dobrik shook his head. "Anyone else?" Several of the candidates shared looks with each other before several others raised their hands. Major Dobrik nodded his head to one sitting in the front row. The man stood at attention. They are the spiritual leaders of the troops. They set the example. A good answer, but not quite what I'm looking for. Several of the candidates offered up other answers, all along the lines of being the strategist or example for the troops, just worded in different ways. Major Dobrik acknowledged that these were good answers, but not the right answer. Reivin had raised his hand from the very beginning, but the major was calling on the candidates in a semi-random order starting from the front of the room. The candidates had naturally arranged themselves in the classroom according to where they had sat at the initial briefing when they signed up, so he was in the back. He was finally called upon, and he stood at attention to give his answer. They are the enforcers, Reivin said. They enforce good order and discipline. It's not just that they lead by example or come up with strategies. They make sure the mission is accomplished. Yes, the most important thing is mission accomplishment. Major Dobrik nodded his head. As I said, everyone here has a pretty good grasp of what it means to be an officer, but candidate Reivin added that little bit that was missing. You're not friends with the enlisted troops. You're not their mommy or daddy either. You are the arbiter of military discipline, which is one of the linchpins to success. Leading by example, coming up with the right strategies and tactics, and enforcing good military order are all directed at mission accomplishment. In the next 2 weeks, we will equip you with the necessary tools to accomplish the missions assigned to you. You've all displayed your ability to function under extreme stress, and you'll need to combine that capability with the proper methodology to translate to victory on the battlefield. Your first class will be on map reading. Everyone will have to unlock the skill and level it up to at least 5 in the next 2 weeks. 5 might not seem like a lot, and it isn't, but it's just a minimum standard that will continue to improve as you perform your duties anyway. Major Dobrik stepped off the raised podium to allow the instructor, one of the company commanders that the provisional lieutenants would be serving under, to take his place and begin the class. He didn't waste everyone's time with ceremonial speeches about how proud he was of their performance, or about how he was looking forward to what they would accomplish in the future. He simply got everyone in the right mindset of learning how to be an officer while introducing the classroom instruction, and then he let it begin. Reivin had his map-making skill at level 23. It wouldn't be much of a stretch to translate that skill into map reading. He didn't know how his own skill would affect his ability to read a map created by someone else, or if it would affect the way he could read different kinds of maps. He was used to making smaller local maps on paper and in his mind, and they weren't as detailed as a topographical map could be. He did have vague recollections of lines on paper indicating elevation and other things. The first lesson is recognizing what you're looking at on a map, the captain said. I'll have a copy of 2 different types of maps of the local area passed around to everyone. One is a physical map, showing the terrain in a colored representation, and one is a topographical map, showing the terrain through lines. The topographical maps are easier to mass-produce and can show more accurate descriptions, so that's what we'll mainly be learning. The physical maps provided of the local area are a tool used to help you visualize what the lines on a topographical map represent. The maps were passed around, and everyone focused on the lesson by the captain on how to read the topographical map. Reivin's memories from his dreams helped him immensely, and that, coupled with his map-making skill, allowed him to unlock the new skill in about 15 minutes. New skill unlocked. Tier 1, Map Reading 01. Several of the other candidates already had the map reading skill, so this was nothing new to them, and several others had other skills that helped to facilitate gaining the new one, as well. There were only a couple of people who didn't unlock the skill after an hour of instruction and examples. Even though some of you haven't unlocked the skill, you're still able to read and understand the maps generally by this point. The next part of map reading is determining where you are on it. The essential method of finding out where you are is taking an azimuth. In simple terms, taking an azimuth involves recognizing 2 or more landmarks, finding them on the map, orienting yourself with a mana compass, and using that to draw a straight line at the angle of the compass through the landmarks located on the map. The point on the map where the lines intersect will be your location. Since this is a truncated lesson, I won't go into all the nitty-gritty details of how the mana compasses work. Just know that they do work, and they're universal to the realm. The map reading skill will improve the speed and accuracy you can orient yourself with a compass, not just how easily you can read a map. The students took notes of the important points of the lesson, and the captain went into the practical application after the brief introduction. It wasn't important for the candidates to learn every little thing there was to know. They just needed to know how to make it work. The class had large pictures drawn out of notable landmarks with the compass shown on the picture. They were instructed on how to calculate the angle and draw the lines through repetitive examples of the local area matched to the topographical maps provided. Reivin's skill level ticked up quickly with the synergy between his memories and other map skill. Skill leveled up. Tier 1, Map Reading 1-3. Next week we'll be heading to the field for real-world application, and everyone should have the minimum level 5 in map reading by the time we return to the city. Among the other training exercises we'll engage in, the lesson on map reading, using a mana compass, and taking an azimuth took up the majority of the morning hours. It was clear to see that they took the subject seriously. The first week of classroom instruction went by much slower than the physical training had. While they were engaged in the suffering work of the mental evaluation, every second seemed to stretch on for minutes or hours, and yet, once it was over, it seemed like it was just a flash. The classroom instruction, however, didn't have a fluctuating appearance to the time investment. It just dragged. All of the candidates, Reevan included, despite having spent a year as a student at the Magic Academy, were used to getting out and doing things. Even the classes at the Magic Academy were structured in a way to allow the students to have ample time between lessons to get out and do things. The lessons for the candidates were from breakfast to dinner, straight, with a short break only for lunch. They had lessons on various platoon tactics. They weren't restricted to just infantry tactics, either. They would be working with the Mage Corps, and cavalry was an important part of martial combat, so they received instruction on how to coordinate between them. Reevan was left disappointed at the tactics involved, as they appeared to be quite rigid. The Mage Corps would bombard an enemy unit until they were too close, and the cavalry was used as a brute force to charge enemy lines. His dreams involved unit tactics that involved much more coordination and combination between different functions of combat, and he was disheartened to find that the military tactics didn't get as involved. A portion of the Mage Corps will expend their mana in order to throw up a defensive barrier to surround the troops to protect you from the enemy's own mages. The lines of combat, though, are often long and wide, and they can only do so much to protect you and your men. It is essential to train the troops to develop a group shield skill. Not everyone has access to mana, but enough troops will have access to a minimum amount, or are hybrid classes, that will allow them to combine their mana pools together and spread a shield across the line. Reevan raised his hand. The tactic of having the troops form a group mana shield was a solid one, but there could be so much more. The instructor paused in his lecture and indicated for Reevan to pose whatever question he had. "Sir, what about using our Mage Corps to suppress their Mage Corps?" And the cavalry, the fastest unit on the field, could be used to harass the flanks and pressure the enemy mages. Horses won't charge a wall of spears anyway. And what's the effective range of the spells from the Mage Corps? If we can, let me stop you there, candidate. The captain held his hand up, and Reevan stopped talking mid-sentence. These are the tried and true tactics of warfare, so these are the tactics that you are going to learn. While it's good to keep an open mind and use everything to your advantage in combat, don't fill your head with nonsense and abandon the basics. Abandon the basics. Reevan thought, stunned. I'm talking about the basics. Reevan sat in silence for a moment, the two men staring at each other. This guy's not going to change his mind, Reevan realized. He's stuck in his ways, and he's determined to teach these methods to everyone. I'll have to convince Jek, Furok, and Durik to train our men in more than just brute force fighting, at least a little, and I can probably convince Fira to do the same with a few of the Mage Corps officers. If we can get that much, it might be doable to put some better tactics together in the short amount of time that we have. Yes, sir, Reevan conceded while silently planning to spread his ideas. Good, the captain continued his lecture. Reevan shared a meaningful look with Jek and the other two as the lesson continued. The majority of the classroom instruction was spent on map reading and tactics. They were only taught a cursory lesson on overall strategy, as that mission was the purview of the higher-ups, and they wouldn't have much say in the matter. It was always good for people to be able to grasp the intent of the commanders and understand the overall goals, though so they did get some instruction on the matter from the point of view of a platoon leader. Reevan was pleased to see that the captains also included lessons on military bearing and appearances. They didn't go into the ceremony side of things, and they didn't receive any dress uniforms or anything, but Reevan was vindicated further by the inclusion of the lessons. Jek, Furok, and Durik nodded their heads when the instructor launched into the lesson, and several of the other candidates who had heard Reevan's advice but chose to ignore it snuck glances back at him. Most of the candidates were already leaders in some capacity or another, and the military instruction they received expounded on what most of them already knew and translated it to a military setting. They received lessons on military law, and they were taught how to judge infractions and mete out proper punishments to ensure military order and discipline. They were only going to be provisional lieutenants, though, and most of the proper actions to take that were taught were descended up the chain to their own company commander. They were expected to handle less serious infractions, however, and they spent ample time memorizing the military code of conduct. Overall, I would grade them as pretty good on the leadership side of things, but woefully lacking in the strategy and tactics department, Reevan summarized at the end of the first week. They only gave us an overview of what the strategies and how they would be determined are like, but from what I saw, it was a whole lot of find the enemy, engage them, win with superior strength. Not a whole lot of nuance or room for maneuver in that mindset. We'll have to band together to practice some better tactics, Ryevin addressed his mates and Fira at dinner. It wasn't until the end of the week that the timing between the Mage Corps free time and the Martial Unit's free time coincided. Ryevin had been busy brushing up on remembering the things he had read in the compendium for junior officers Knight Lieutenant Brand had given him, as well as the lessons they had been taught in class, to seek out Fira and spend time with her. This was the first time they had spent any meaningful time together, and Ryevin was more concerned with securing safety and victory in the future than he was with developing further rapport. Fira had been visibly disappointed at the direction of conversation Ryevin had continued to steer them in, but after listening to his thoughts and concerns, she had also gotten on board with the idea. I've made a few friends that I think I can convince to spend some time training their people to coordinate, she said. We only have a week with the troops before we set out, though. Even though it seems like we're taking our time to mount a rescue operation, it couldn't have been done any sooner with the numbers involved, unless the city lord was willing to leave the city defenseless. That's a whole other conversation, Ryevin commented. Like, why weren't any scouting units sent out? And if they were, why didn't we encounter them? Where did they go and what were they looking for? They should have at least sent people to verify the claims instead of hoping and waiting for us to show up. Wait, what? Jack asked, pausing with his fork halfway to his mouth. You guys are the ones who sent the information. Well, yeah, Ryevin said. You didn't know that? Of course not, Jack said. We never talked about it and you didn't mention it on your own. I didn't think it was that big of a deal, Ryevin shrugged. The city lord and council know about the problem and they're handling it. Not a big deal. Jack rolled his eyes. The way you put it, yeah, it's not that big of a deal, but he held a finger up to emphasize his point. You've known the truth behind the rumors this whole time, and you could have alleviated our minds on the matter. We've been under the assumption that this could all be blown way out of proportion, and we might not see any real action anyway. Some of the other candidates think this is a witch hunt and just a way to scam some contribution points and achievements without having to do any real work. Furok and Derrick shared a look and nodded their heads. I can tell you directly, that is not the case, Ryevin explicitly denied. The population of Kurlan is gone, and there are tracks of well over 40 to 50,000 enemy troops. Ryevin waved his arms to preempt any further questions on the matter. That's all we know. We only stuck around to find out that information and send it ahead of ourselves, and I'm only volunteering for this mess because a couple of my companions had family in Kurlan and they asked me to help. I don't know why, I don't know where, I don't know if, and, or but. All I know is there's going to be a fight, and we need to take this seriously. Well, that puts a whole other perspective on why you're so adamant about adding your tactics to our repertoire, Jack said, placing his fork down. He seemed to have temporarily lost his appetite. So what do we have to do? As I said, the only thing we can do is independently learn the tactics I have in mind and convince some of the Mage Corps officers to practice with us, Ryevin answered. We only have a week, and 2 of those days are going to be spent on field exercises directed by the company commanders and 1 day for rest before deploying. That means we have 4 days to polish our troops on what the captains expect of us and the tactics we can introduce. So what are these tactics, and how can we learn enough to teach those under us? Fira asked. Sira watched silently from the side, but Ryevin could sense a different emotion emanating from her usual overprotection. He could sense that she was not only intrigued by any ideas he might give, but that she was also impressed that he was taking everything so seriously. The best way I can demonstrate to think of it in a short time is like this. We have short, medium, and long-range units. We have stationary and mobile units, and we have fast and slow units. We have light, medium, and heavy weapons. The bulk of the volunteers are going to be short and medium range. In this context, we can view archers as medium range. We won't need to come up with anything fancy in order to properly deploy the archers. The Mage Corps are generally going to be stationary, and they can be considered medium and long range. The infantry is slow, mobile, and the cavalry is fast, mobile. Skirmishers and archers are light weapons, infantry is medium, and the mages can be considered heavy. Cavalry can be all 3, depending on how they're used, but I think it would be more effective to label them as light, and use them to assault flanks and pressure the enemy heavy weapons, i.e. their mages. The tactics the instructors have laid out for us are generally to have the archers launch several salvos, have the cavalry charge the enemy lines, and follow it up with the infantry. Meanwhile, the Mage Corps will be hitting the enemy formation with medium-range, heavy-duty spells. That's pretty much all they've laid out for us, and all of the other instruction has been on how to maneuver the troops to line them up to do so. That's going to get a lot of people killed, and for no good reason. If this is a universal tactic, then we'll be marching into a meat grinder, and the cavalry will just charge each other. What's the point of that? We can combine all of these different elements together to more effectively utilize them. Our Mage Corps, instead of trying to shield a portion of our troops from the enemy mages, can instead focus on bombarding the enemy mages directly. We should suppress their heavy weapons with our heavy weapons. Add on harassing hit-and-run tactics from the fast cavalry units, and they won't be able to bombard our infantry. If we rout their mages, or take them out of the fight, then our mages can switch to focusing on bombarding the enemy units with impunity. What do we do about the enemy cavalry that will be charging us? Furok asked with a frown. Horses won't charge into a wall of spears, and if they do, they'll be ineffective, Ryevin pointed out. We just make sure everyone, no matter what type of weapon they usually use, has a spear. They don't need the skill to use it for the purpose we have designed. They just need to plant it in the ground and angle it up. The enemy cavalry will do all of the work for us when they charge into the spears. A lot of the enemy cavalry will perish from that alone, but the ones that don't will be easy pickings for the infantry. That's nothing revolutionary, and I thought it was pretty common. It seems like the commanders are assuming the enemy won't be able to mount a proper spear wall defense because of the magic bombardment, and there are a lot of assumptions being made about the enemy's use of cavalry as well. Jek, Furok, and Durik nodded their heads. Fira still had a contemplative look on her face. You mentioned that the mage corps could be considered medium and long range, but you only mentioned medium range, she said. I get that we can fling our spells pretty far, but how far are you thinking? Out of line of sight, Ryevin replied. We spend all this time on navigation and pinpointing where we are on a map, but they haven't taught us to extrapolate that training into pinpointing the enemy location on the map. If we can find them, place them on the map, and communicate their accurate position to a mage corps unit far away, they can launch a spell without ever having to see them for themselves, depending on how far you all can launch your spells. The other important aspect of combining our units together involves movement under fire. Jek looked at the other two and mouthed the words with a questioning look. Basically, we'll need to evaluate the terrain and move through it properly so the mage corps can freely cast their spells over our heads while we maneuver. The way they have the tactics set out right now, they have the mage corps standing off to the side so there's no obstruction. That puts them in a precarious position, vulnerable to assault. We've been learning how to direct mages to combine their mana to create larger effects, Fira said. We can alter that slightly by either changing one of the mages to add velocity instead of power or adding more mages to the spell matrix. If your idea is feasible, it won't just allow us to launch spells at faraway enemies, it will also allow us to lob spells over obstacles, like mountains, sand dunes, or any of the smaller forests around rivers and such. Ryevin smiled at Fira as she applied the thinking to further problems, the benefit of working with smart people. You'll have to work with your mages to figure out exactly how fast and far you can launch your spells, and you'll have to teach the other mage corps officers how to do the same, Ryevin said. I'm assuming you have the mathematics skill. Of course, Fira lifted her chin. I've had an excellent education. You'll have to apply your mathematics skill with map reading in order to determine the proper angle to hit the target. Every officer is given a magic tool to communicate across a 50-mile radius. We should make sure we have some extras to give to any scouting units sent out to find the enemy so they can send the information without having to meet back up with the main unit they're attached to. Okay, you've laid out some pretty grand plans for all of us to go over, Durik said, leaning forward. So do you have any other specific tactics? Ryevin nodded his head and smiled. We only have 2 days with the troops to train in these tactics, but the overall movement and orders should overlap with each other. It's much more important that the officers and leaders understand the tactics, and they're definitely on board. Ryevin was pleasantly surprised to find that, despite what was said in the classroom and on paper, once they entered the field for practical application, the tactics and diversity of weaponry was much more complex than they were led to believe. 2 platoons of regular soldiers, a squad of mages, and a squad of cavalry were pulled to assist with the training. They were equipped with javelins, pikes, halberds, swords and shields, hammers, and bows. Instead of having everyone in the unit equipped with just pikes and swords, half the squad was equipped with halberds. Everyone had a sidearm and a shield strapped to their back, and the last squad, the 5th squad, had bows and warhammers. They were a just-in-case kind of squad, and Ryevin could see how having heavy blunt damage could be useful against hardier monsters and armored foes. The pikes gave stopping power while the halberds added a finishing move, or they could use their hook to unseat horsemen. The squads could be rotated out, but they didn't need to use 4 full squads for the task. As an average entire tier higher than what he had encountered in Magron, the troops had much more stamina, and they recovered faster. The 1st and 2nd squads rotated with each other, the 3rd and 4th squads rotated with each other, and the 5th squad was ranged and specialized. The individual troops were extremely competent in their tasks, and the candidates took turns commanding squads in simulation to commanding a platoon. Sometimes they were given the opportunity to move the entire platoon around. Most of the practice in the first half of the week involved learning the proper commands to give for what situation and how to maintain formation with the rest of the company. They were told that most of the tactics would be implemented by the company commanders assigned to them, and it was unlikely they would be operating independently anyway. Ryevin wasn't entirely convinced of that, as every plan only lasted until the first arrow was launched. There was no telling what could happen when combat was initiated. They didn't completely ignore teaching tactics, though it just wasn't as in-depth as Ryevin had hoped. The tactics demonstrated also incorporated combinations with the mages and cavalry, but Ryevin felt it could be so much more. They didn't attempt any kind of movement under fire, as he had told his compatriots, and the mages were used more like an initial bombardment of the enemy. That was all well and good, and it was effective in its own way, but Ryevin thought they could do it better. He wasn't planning on usurping authority or implementing his own tactics over that of the ones ordered by the commanding officers. That was a way to sow confusion and get people killed. He just felt it was better to be prepared. What if they got separated from the rest of the company? What if the company commander was incapacitated or killed? If he got into a situation where he was in charge, whether that was stepping up as the company commander or being separated from the rest of the unit, he wanted his troops to be prepared to execute his ideas. The concept of movement under fire would be largely irrelevant if he was simply separated from the rest of the company somehow, but that was no reason to ignore it. Flanking maneuvers were well understood and practiced, and the cavalry showed that they were more than just a battering ram to thrust into the enemy formation. They still didn't seem to use them to the extent of suppression that Ryevin would have liked, but they weren't ineffective by any means. Overall, I would say that they're much better in practice than they are on paper, Ryevin mused. Maybe that's because of the truncated classroom lessons. I don't know. There's still room for improvement, in my opinion, but it's not so bad as I had feared. Another significant portion of time was spent on navigating and map reading. The platoon of candidates were split up into smaller groups. Ryevin and the others were blindfolded, sat upon a horse, and then led in random directions before being sent off into the distance without knowing where they were. Ryevin was helped off of the horse, and the instructor removed his blindfold. He was handed a mana compass and a map. Two other candidates were still blindfolded, seated on their horses. They would apparently have their turn at a different location. "Where are we?" the instructor posed. He indicated for Ryevin to use the tools provided to pinpoint their position on the map. Ryevin's map reading skill had steadily ticked up, and it was now sitting at level 12. He scanned the environment to get an understanding of the terrain. Off in the distance was a decently sized plateau and some rolling hills. In another direction, there was a smattering of desert brush on flat land. Off in the distance, he could see a dry river bed, and even further away on the other side of the river bed, he could see a single mountain peak. Ryevin took the map and located a general area to the southeast of the city that had similar features. He took out the mana compass, calculated the angles, and quickly had intersecting lines on the map. He poked the intersection with the pen and looked up at the instructor. "Good," the instructor nodded. "Now our objective is here." The instructor marked another spot on the map. "Take us there." The location on the map the instructor indicated was beyond the plateau, and there were several steep hills and cliffs directly between them and the destination. They wouldn't be able to simply go straight there, and Ryevin had to path a route that would take them around the obstacles. After some simple calculations and drawing on the map, Ryevin had an acceptable route to take that he believed was the quickest feasible route, and he mounted his horse to lead the team to the next testing site. The desert region, aside from the desolate sands he had initially been transported to, was basically just a dry and arid area. Other than a lack of forests, less farmland, and not as much greenery, the actual terrain was still fairly similar to what he was used to. There were still hills, mountains, cliffs, plateaus, ravines, and valleys. It wasn't just a flat plain, devoid of life, for miles on end. The exercise didn't end once Ryevin led the team to the next location. After they arrived and the next candidate was given a fresh map to perform the same tasks, Ryevin's blindfold was reapplied. The team of candidates spent the entire day, rotating between themselves, moving from location to identify where they were and find a way to get to the next location. The sun was setting on the horizon by the time the candidates arrived back at the base camp. "I can safely say that I don't think there's any possibility of getting lost anywhere nearby," Jack jokingly said as they got a quick bite for dinner. "Yeah, but how's your map reading skill coming along?" Ryevin asked. His own skill had reached 15 during the exercise. He had an advantage to growing his skill, but he couldn't deny the effectiveness of the method. "I reached 7 at the last destination," Jack nodded his head. "Can't say they don't know how to teach map reading. That's some fast skill leveling. I don't even have any supplementary skills to boost it. I have sense direction, a tier 3 skill that helps me remember where I've come from and where I'm going if I get turned around," Furok supplied. "It's not exactly aligned with map reading, but my skill reached 9 earlier today." 8, Derek said, not expanding on the information. "What about you?" Jack asked Ryevin. 15, Ryevin answered. Already had it. "No, I have map making though," Ryevin explained. "Even then, that's pretty quick," Jack said. Even though I didn't have the skill for it, I already had some experience other than making my own, Ryevin shrugged. The second week of lessons ended much quicker, it seemed, than the first week. They didn't have specific lessons on the tangential aspects of being an officer. They were just expected to incorporate them while focusing mainly on drill, tactics, and land navigation. Ryevin was actually impressed with the candidates' abilities to command the regular troops during training. Now they would just have to see how they fared in front of the volunteers. Volunteers were a different breed than the professional soldiers. They had spent the same amount of time on brushing up their abilities to follow commands and fight in formation, but their mindset wasn't the same as the soldiers in the regular military. The candidates were formed up in front of the barracks, in clean, crisp uniforms, and Major Dobrik stood in front of them. The Mage Corps candidates were in their own formation off to the side, but they fell under the ultimate command of the Major as well. You have all worked hard and performed well over the last month, he addressed the candidates. Today, you're no longer candidates. Shortly, you will receive your insignia, and you will be commissioned as provisional lieutenants. The rank of provisional lieutenant is equivalent to a third lieutenant. You're above warrant officers, but under second lieutenants. The volunteers have also been training over the past month, learning how to fight and move in formation. After the weekend, you will finally stand in front of the men and women under you, and you'll have a week to acclimate them to your specific command. The end of the week will culminate in an exercise of the entire force, and then it will be time to depart to rescue the citizens of Kurlan. They have been taken from their homes for a month and a half, and we can only speculate on the treatment they have received. I commend each and every one of you for stepping forward to partake in this mission. Together, we'll be able to secure peace and safety for the people of Drallo. The speech was short and sweet, just like every time the man had stood before the candidates. Provisional lieutenants now, Ryevin corrected himself. This is probably the longest speech he's given, actually. Major Dobrik stayed where he was, and each of the men and women in formation was called forward to the front of the formation, individually, to receive their rank insignia on the collar of their uniform. Major Dobrik offered them each a salute, personally, and then gave a congratulation. Ryevin was called as the last one, and he smartly marched to the front with pride. The senior sergeant and major pinned the red metal bar to his collar. He exchanged salutes and marched back to his position. He didn't feel any different after the official transition from candidate to officer, but he was filled with pride as he held his head high. The Mage Corps was handled next, and Ryevin continued to stand at attention, eyes front. He was able to witness each of the mages receive their commission as well, though, and he wouldn't be able to truthfully say he didn't watch Fira the entire time out of the corner of his eye. His face almost cracked into a grin as she received her insignia pinned onto her collar. I wonder what the regulations are for the royal family of Wispan serving in the military, Ryevin idly thought. I seem to have recollections of royal families sending their sons to serve as lieutenants themselves, within the chain of command. I can't really think of where that was, though. You can continue to wear your uniform over the weekend, Major Dobrik continued after Ryevin had resumed his position in formation. The break is well deserved, but be ready to get to real work at the start of the week. We still have the mission to accomplish ahead of us, and I'm confident we'll be successful. Dismissed. Major Dobrik marched off with the senior sergeant, and the newly promoted lieutenants cheered for themselves and each other. Ryevin only half-heartedly cheered as he turned and searched for Fira in the crowd of mages. An arm was thrown over his shoulder and a body crashed into his. I know the food was pretty decent there in the mess hall, especially with always being the first ones to arrive, Jek said, a jovial smile on his face, but let's go celebrate at a real restaurant. Sure, sounds good, Ryevin nodded his head, his eyes not leaving their target. Let me just get Fira and Sira and we'll go find a place. Of course, Jek said, disentangling himself from Ryevin. Wouldn't want to separate you from your girlfriend. That too, but it's not the only reason, Ryevin replied. She'll bring the friends she made, and we can confer with them on our plans for extended tactics. This is supposed to be a celebration, Jek rolled his eyes. Can't you give it a rest for just a minute? No, well, okay then, Jek said, slightly taken aback at the simple rejection. Ryevin faced the man, looking him in the eye. I'm not against celebrating or putting things to the side for a moment, but this is a good opportunity. We'll celebrate, don't worry, but that doesn't mean we can't talk about important things too. All right, man, Jek said, holding his hands up. Your advice has been spot on for everything so far, so I'm not complaining or anything. I'm just trying to get you to relax a bit. That's all I'm asking. Fira walked over with 3 other young women in tow, Sira walking to the side. Jek's eyes lit up as they made their way over, and Furok and Derrick made their way over to join them when they saw the mages walking over as well. These 3 young ladies are Hera, Valerie, and Sammy. Fira introduced the new mages to the group of martial lieutenants. These gentlemen are Ryevin, Jek, Furok, and Derrick. Fira pointed to each of the men in turn as she finished the introductions. I see what you were saying, Valerie said to Fira, glancing Ryevin up and down. Hands to yourself, sister. Fira struck a pose, hands on hips. The other three girls giggled behind their hands, and Fira wasn't able to maintain the straight look on her face either, her mouth splitting into a grin. Come on, let's go eat, Jack cried. The list of new lieutenants is available for perusal, sir. Major Dobrik stood at attention in front of Colonel Zock's desk. The colonel picked up a sheaf of papers and casually flipped through them, not really reading them. Sir, Major Dobrik snapped a salute and departed in a crisp manner. Colonel Zock waited a moment for the man to leave, and then he straightened the papers up and followed him out. I'm not sure why we keep these paper records when we can just access the information through the system, Colonel Zock mused as he walked down the hall toward the Count Ialo's office. Just another old holdover that we could probably do without. I'll see about passing down an order to streamline it better. He was pleased with himself and his decision to improve the efficiency of the military unit. It was only a short distance down the hall to the Count's office, and Colonel Zock quickly made his way there. Major Dobrik could have delivered the information directly to the Count himself, but there was a clear chain of command. It was right and proper for the Major to pass the information along to his direct superior. I didn't get where I am today by allowing my subordinates to go over my head. Proper military protocol must be adhered to. Colonel Zock knocked on the door and waltzed into the office. The Count had an open-door policy for his counselors, so he didn't have to wait to be called in. He marched up to the desk and waited for his liege to address him. The Count finished writing whatever missive he was working on, and then he looked up at the colonel before indicating for him to take a seat. Colonel Zock placed the documents on the desk in front of the city lord. I've finished training the volunteer candidates, and I've prepared the reports for you to look over at your leisure, Colonel Zock said, taking his seat. They should also be ready for access through the system, now that it's become official. Very good, Count Ialo nodded his head. You've done an excellent job once again. Let me just take a quick gander at the information. The Count got a faraway look in his eyes as he obviously pulled up the system information, leaving the documents unattended on his desk. Colonel Zock noticed the unused papers, and his conviction to increase efficiency increased. Count Ialo had a frown on his face as he read over the information in the system. What's the meaning of this, sir? Colonel Zock had a sinking feeling in his gut. Have you not looked at the list of new lieutenants? Count Ialo peered over at him, a skeptical look on his face. I've briefly glanced over the papers, but I haven't gone into detail in the system, yet Colonel Zock could feel sweat bead his brow. Well, pull it up, Count Ialo commanded him. Colonel Zock accessed his system interface and pulled up his tab for the military units. He scrolled over to the new tab of provisional lieutenants. Provisional lieutenants. Unassigned LT, Reivan Prov. LT Jek Prov. LT Kiran Prov. LT Rajiv Prov. LT Gaspar Prov. You looking at it? Count Ialo asked. Colonel Zock nodded his head. Focus on the first name, the number 1 graduate, and tell me what you see. Colonel Zock followed the orders. He focused his attention on the name at the top of the list. LT Reivan Prov. Class Light Magus, Tier 2 Level 7. Secondary Class Fighter. Age 14. Do you see what I see? Colonel Zock nodded his head once more, the feeling in his stomach intensifying. Explain to me, why is a Level 7 Tier 2 not only a provisional lieutenant, but the top of the graduating class? Sir. Colonel Zock choked on his words for a moment before taking a deep breath and calming himself down. All of the more in-depth information is recorded on the sheets of paper provided. If you'll just take a moment to glance through them, all the answers should be crystal clear. Colonel Zock was mentally crossing his fingers, hoping his subordinates hadn't played a cruel prank on him. If there isn't an adequate answer available, especially after I assured the Lord that there will be hell to pay. Count Ialo picked up the documents. Reivan's information, as the number 1 graduate of the group, was right on the top. He leaned back in his chair as he perused the document. His brows shot up on his head, and Colonel Zock was amazed to see that they continued to climb higher and higher, almost defying reality as his lord continued to read. Okay, I'm convinced. Count Ialo nodded his head, returning the paper to the top of the stack. Again, excellent job. Make sure this young man is appropriately placed. Of course, sir. Colonel Zock bobbed his head vigorously. His sense of relief suffused his entire being. I'll need to see what that paper says. What can a Tier 2 Level 7 Light Magus have on his record that so easily convinced the city lord that it's apparently natural for him to be ranked how he was? Colonel Zock stayed with the city lord for several more minutes discussing the upcoming training session to evaluate the entire auxiliary corps. He left all of the details up to Major Dobrik, as he was placed in charge of the volunteers. Colonel Zock had a much more important mission that he had reserved for himself, namely the defense of the city with the bulk of the regular troops. After he was dismissed from the Count's presence, he made his way to the personnel office where the originals of the documents were being filed. He popped his head and took a glance at the administrative staff hard at work. He was immediately noticed, and the soldiers came to attention as his body followed his head in. Good work, everyone, Colonel Zoc said, a smile on his face. He clapped the shoulder of the closest man as he walked further into the office. At ease, at ease. Continue what you're doing. I'm just here to follow up and make sure everything is running smoothly. Need to make sure efficiency is a priority, but we can't let speed interfere with accuracy, now can we? Colonel Zoc had an amiable smile on his face as he sidled over to where the documents were being filed. Excuse me, Colonel Zoc said, snagging a copy of the personnel records being filed. He pretended to glance through the information seriously before placing it back down. Do you have the record for the honor graduate? Lieutenant Rievin, just want to make sure everything is as it should be. Of course, sir, the staff member replied, quickly pulling the record and handing it over to the colonel. Excellent, excellent, Colonel Zoc said, reading the information. He couldn't see himself, but he could feel that his eyebrows were doing the same reality-defying trick he had witnessed the city lord do just moments before as he continued to read the record. He reread the document several times, just to make sure he wasn't seeing things, before handing it back to the staff member, his face once again a mask of neutrality. He could feel the question burning in the younger man, but he ignored it. Well, everything seems to be in order, he said, smiling to each staff member individually. Make sure you keep those records nice and safe. It's important that we have hard physical copies of all the information on our troops. Your work is needed and appreciated. That young man is definitely qualified, he mused as he walked through the halls once more. The Count said to make sure he was appropriately placed. He and the second-place graduate seemed to have a good relationship. I know just where to put them. Colonel Zoc nodded to himself at his brilliant idea, prepared to place the two best graduates in the most appropriate company. Rievin marched in front of the platoon of volunteers who were formed up. Each of the lieutenants was instructed to take charge of their platoons in their various locations. They weren't all together, so as to give a more intimate meeting between their platoon commander with the troops, but they were still nearby. Each of the platoons was formed up in their own little space, separate from forming the entire battalion. Rievin surveilled the 50-man platoon. There were only a few members that were around his age. This wasn't the same situation as the conscription in Magron, where the Tier 1 teenagers were forced into a peasant levy class. Each of the troops was people that volunteered on their own, and they kept their classes. It wouldn't be too much of a problem, as that didn't preclude them from using the appropriate weapons and gear. For the most part, all of the volunteers already had the corresponding medium armor skill, and a lot of them also already had the spear skill, as it was an extremely common weapon. The saying goes, easy to learn, hard to master, Rievin mused. It's a common weapon that's easy to pick up, but that doesn't mean there aren't nuances to wielding it in an expert manner. The auxiliary unit wasn't equipped with veteran soldiers, so there had been no time to accumulate time or merits to promote enlisted leaders from within the ranks. They were still formed up according to their height, and it would be Rievin's job to evaluate the men and promote from within. Rievin stood in front of the formation for a moment, checking everyone out. Like he was inspecting the troops, they were checking him out through the corner of their eyes as well. He could already pick up on a sense of discontentment from them. They had expected an older, more experienced person to be selected to lead them, and they got a young teenager instead. My name is Lieutenant Rievin. Rievin lifted his voice, infusing it with commanding shout. You will address me as Lieutenant or Sir. We have all volunteered to participate in the rescue operation of the citizens of Kurlan, and we've all undergone training for the past month and a half. I have high expectations for you, and I assume you do for me as well. I can already sense that some of you are skeptical of my abilities, judging me purely on my younger face. Unlike the vast majority of you, though, I have already served in a leadership position in a military unit. I have fought against semi-organized monsters, beast tides, and hordes of undead in a military formation, and I have briefly commanded the defense of a city siege. I have been tested mentally and psychologically by the officer instructors here in Orc. I can assure you I know what I'm doing. I won't lead you into a death trap, and I won't give orders that make no sense. I will always communicate the intent of what we're trying to accomplish, and I will use your combat abilities to complete the mission while bringing as many people as possible home alive. I have seen the tracks of the enemy army. There will be fighting, and some people will die. I'm not going to sugarcoat it and say it's going to be rainbows and flowers. If you follow my orders and you trust in your training, you will succeed and you will survive. We have a week together to get used to each other, and I expect this platoon to be a well-oiled machine by that time. I have reviewed everyone's personnel file, so I'm familiar on paper with each of you already. That isn't good enough, though, so in a moment, I'm going to call each of you forward individually, and everyone's going to display what combat ability they're most competent with as well as their abilities with a spear, javelin, and sword and shield. Rievin looked up at the sun bearing down on everyone, and he looked over to the wall where there was some shade. Actually, before that, right face, forward march. Rievin turned the formation, who obeyed his commands instantly despite the sense of resistance he got from some of them. It didn't interfere with his orders, though. He marched the men over to the shade, and he commanded them to halt where it was slightly more comfortable. I don't see any reason to stand in the sun when there's perfectly good shade available to us, Reevin said. The other platoons were also meeting with their new platoon commanders, but they all remained in the place where they had initially formed up. The other new officers were a bit hesitant about doing things out of the norm, but they were very specifically not formed up as an entire battalion. Reevin was in charge, and he could do what he wanted. Positioning his troops in a better location was perfectly reasonable, and he didn't even think twice about moving them. At ease, Reevin commanded. He didn't give the order to rest, which would have enabled the soldiers to converse quietly with each other while maintaining their formation. At ease would allow them to relax a bit, though, and he wasn't too concerned if some of them did actually talk. They weren't professional soldiers, and he was far more concerned with their fighting abilities than their ability to look good and maintain proper military decorum. Private Jerzin, front and center. Reevin ordered the first man in the first platoon to make his way. The man stepped forward, and he had the beginnings of a smirk on his face as he marched in front of Reevin. The smirk faltered, though, as he got closer and got an actual good look at Reevin, who was half a head taller and considerably more broad-shouldered than Jerzin was, and Jerzin was one of the larger volunteers in the platoon. "Attack me with your spear," Reevin ordered, standing with arms at his side. The man frowned for a second as he hesitated. "Well, what are you waiting for? Take up a stance with your spear and attack me with it," Reevin insisted. Jerzin shrugged as he assumed a fighting position and thrust the spear at Reevin. Reevin rolled his eyes as he easily avoided the thrust by just twisting his body. "What was that? Do you expect to defeat our enemies with such a lackluster display? Attack me." Jerzin crouched down and delivered a more serious thrust. Reevin gauged the force of the strike, and he parried it with his open hand, directing it to the side. Jerzin was anticipating this, and he brought the spear back around for a swipe, which Reevin simply took a step back to avoid, and then he once more parried a thrust with his bare hand. "Very good, Private Jerzin," Reevin indicated for him to stop. "I believe I've got a basic understanding of your skill with a spear. Now use your sword and shield." Reevin unsheathed his own sword and stood in a relaxed manner as the other man holstered his spear in place on his back and pulled out his sword and shield. Jerzin assumed a guard position as he inspected Reevin before launching forward with an upper swing. Reevin parried the attack, and the two men exchanged a quick bout of blows, Reevin never moving a single step from his position as Jerzin danced around to try and find an opening. "Excellent," Reevin called a halt to the duel. "I'll get a gauge of your ability with a javelin later. What weapon are you most familiar with?" "Sword and shield," Jerzin answered. Reevin looked at the older man through his brows, crossing his arms in front of himself. "Sword and shield." "What?" Jerzin frowned as he thought about the question for a second. "Sword and shield, sir." Reevin nodded his head in approval. "Very good, I can tell that you're pretty competent with them." Reevin sheathed his weapon. "That will be all. Return to your position." Jerzin turned around and started to make his way directly back to his position in the front of the first squad. "Stop," Reevin commanded. Jerzin halted and turned his head to see what his lieutenant wanted from him. "March to the side and circle around the back." Reevin pointed to his right, toward the back of the formation. Jerzin turned and followed the orders to go around the formation. "Private Jekyll, front and center," Reevin called. The man that had been standing at the front of the second squad sauntered forward, a clear smirk on his face this time. He had witnessed the exchange between Reevin and Jerzin, and he believed he had gotten a good grasp of Reevin's abilities. He walked in front of Reevin, standing casually as he stopped in front of him. "Hey sir, do you know what the difference between a second lieutenant and a private first class is?" Jekyll asked. "Gonna be one of these guys, I see," Reevin thought. "Oh no, what's the difference?" Reevin asked back in an exaggerated manner. "A second lieutenant hasn't been promoted yet." Jekyll's smirk remained on his face. "Oh yeah, haha, that's very funny," Reevin said deadpan. "Do you want to know what the real difference is?" Jekyll nodded his head and held out his palm for Reevin to continue. "Attention," Reevin shouted, infusing his voice with command and commanding shout. Jekyll's body locked into a perfect military position of attention, and so did all of the other troops in the platoon. "You will stand at attention and lock your body when you address me," Reevin yelled, holding his hand, fingers, and thumb together in a perfectly flat, vertical position, right in front of the man's face. Reevin stared at the man who now had sweat dripping down his face before turning to look at the rest of the platoon. He raised his voice above the conversational tone he had been using with the men he called forward in order to address the entire formation. "That is the difference," Reevin said. "I am not some new recruit that you can bully. I'm not some inexperienced newbie. I dare say I have more experience in these kinds of endeavors than any of you. I am your commanding officer, and you will treat me with the respect that position deserves." Reevin pointed off to the side. "The door's over there. If you don't like it, pay the fine and get the hell out. We don't need you." Reevin turned back to Jekyll. The man was still standing at attention, and he too now had sweat dripping down his face. "What did you do to me?" Jekyll asked, not relaxing his position of attention. I am your lawful commanding officer, Ryevin simply said. I gave you a lawful command, and I have the skill to invoke obedience. It's not mind control or anything. It only works for lawful commands on people who are legally bound to obey the command, or on those who believe they are subordinate. Ryevin looked the man up and down. You're both. Your ego is telling you to test me, but you believe deep down that I'm your commander. Now, Ryevin said, taking a step back, assume a stance and attack me with your spear. Jekyll's body relaxed, and he immediately launched into lightning quick strikes. Ryevin judged the attacks and chose to avoid them all instead of parrying, twisting his body up, down, and all around. He lifted his foot to avoid low sweeps, and he moved back and forth, never letting his general position be altered by the strikes. Jekyll finally came up short, panting for breath. Great, Ryevin enthusiastically appraised. That was excellent spear work. Now, sword and shield. Ryevin unsheathed his sword once more and engaged Jekyll. Jekyll wasn't holding back, and Ryevin didn't either. He parried Jekyll's sword and avoided the attempted shield bashes. Ryevin's sword came down, hard on Jekyll's shield after the failed attempt, and the man was sent stumbling back. Ryevin advanced, and his sword snaked and swung around in intricate patterns, dancing past Jekyll's own defenses. Ryevin didn't strike the other man, but he simply slapped him with the flat of the blade whenever he made contact, which was almost every attack. Ryevin stepped back from Jekyll, who was panting for breath, eyes wide after the exchange. What weapon are you most familiar with? Ryevin once more sheathed his weapon, standing nonchalantly. I'm a pugilist, sir, Jekyll said, standing straight and storing his weapons away. Ryevin internally smiled at the quick change in attitude. Show me. Ryevin assumed a hand-to-hand stance. Jekyll rushed forward, a large haymaker swinging toward Ryevin's head. Ryevin smirked as he recognized the feint. He stepped forward and brought his hands down to block the knee that was coming up to connect with his midsection, and then he flowed smoothly from the block to striking Jekyll in the sternum with his elbow. He held his strength back, though, as he didn't want to injure anyone in the sparring sessions. The two men exchanged rapid blows with each other, Ryevin displaying a clear superiority in combat skill. They exchanged punches, kicks, elbows, knees, and throws, and Ryevin responded with the appropriate method and a devastating counter each time. Jekyll was thoroughly convinced of Ryevin's prowess, and he gave a respectful bow after Ryevin disengaged. It wasn't strictly military protocol, but one Ryevin had seen others engaged in pugilist sparring use. You know your way around combat, Ryevin nodded his head. Fantastic. You'll be an excellent pillar for the platoon. Return to your position. Yes, sir, Jekyll smartly saluted and marched around the formation, in the direction that Ryevin had instructed Private Jerzen ahead of him. The grumblings, joking, and overall sense of discontent Ryevin felt from the platoon had already vanished after 2 demonstrations. Ryevin mentally nodded his head as he called the next person forward to display their combat skills. The next person in line was the same height as Ryevin, though Ryevin was still broader, and the remaining 3 people were slightly taller than he was. Ryevin spent the next hour getting a grasp of everyone's abilities. He displayed a better grasp of the combat abilities of every single member of the 50-man platoon, and he even displayed superior skill with their own specialized weapons as well. All of the volunteer soldiers were thoroughly convinced of his fighting prowess, and they were all on board with giving him the benefit of the doubt on his ability to command. They addressed him as sir without having to be told, and they held themselves with proper discipline. The best way to convince people of your authority is with a display of competency. Ryevin nodded his head. That was actually quicker than I thought it would be, to be honest. It might have helped that Jekyll was one of the strongest soldiers in the platoon, and he was the second person to spar with me. Ryevin had a lot of stamina, so he wasn't winded or tired at all after the sparring sessions. There was still some time before lunch, so Ryevin marched the platoon over to the training area where the dummies were. The platoon resumed their individual displays, as Ryevin had each of them launch a couple of javelins at the targets. Each of the volunteers was able to put the javelin on target, though not everyone was able to strike the center dot. Ryevin nodded his head. Sir. Ryevin looked up to see Jekyll raising his hand. The men were at ease, so it wasn't inappropriate for him to do so, though calling out to the commander was a little off. Ryevin let it slide as he indicated for the man to speak. Jekyll looked around at the other volunteers who nodded back at him, and he stood at attention before opening his mouth again. You showed us your abilities with the other weapons. I think I speak for everyone when I say we want to see your skill with a javelin. Ryevin looked at each of the soldiers, most of them men, but there were a few women in the formation as well, further down as they were still lined up according to height. He saw the eagerness on their faces. All right, Ryevin agreed. Toss me your spear. Jekyll threw his spear to Ryevin, and he snagged it out of the air. Ryevin looked over his shoulder at the target that still had a spear embedded in it. He concentrated, twisted his body, and utilized the combination of weapons master and aim as he launched his spear from his current position, considerably further away from where he had had the soldiers take aim. The spear sailed through the air and pierced into the target, shearing through the edge of the spear already there on the side closer to the center of the target. Ryevin turned back to the platoon, and he could see the level of respect tick up marginally once more. All right, I'm going to dismiss everyone from the formation, and I want you to form up into random groups. Not your current squad, Ryevin instructed. You'll all practice your spear work and other weapons for a while as a group, and I want you to show me what you got working in smaller groups before we move on to working as an entire platoon. Fall out. The soldiers stood in place for a moment, looking around, not quite knowing what to do right away. Jekyll once more raised his hand, and Ryevin nodded to the man. Sir, how are we supposed to group up? He asked. Ryevin just shook his head. Figure it out amongst yourselves. Jekyll shared a look with several of the other troops. Not all of the current troops placed in the position of squad leader made to take charge and sort the troops into groups, but several did. Jekyll called some of the more competent combatants over to him. They formed a little circle and had a short discussion before they started divvying up the soldiers into groups. Jekyll had his own group, but he also assisted with giving his thoughts on who should group up with whom, and there were several different smaller groups formed up quickly. Ryevin nodded his head as he watched, keeping a mental tally of those displaying leadership abilities, and those that had others naturally follow their suggestions and instructions. Jekyll was clearly the most respected by everyone in the platoon, and Ryevin mentally went over his personnel file once more. He's the leader of a fairly prominent and active adventuring party, and they've all volunteered. The other members of his party aren't in the same platoon as him, which I can understand on one level. The higher-ups don't want cliques forming in place of the camaraderie formed from being a member of the platoon, but on the flip side, they could have formed their own efficient squad or fire team. It's not strictly necessary to determine all the way down to the fire team leaders. Now, I can get the recommendations from those stepping up to act as leaders now for the lower-ranked positions. Ryevin was happy to see several people step up and assume minor leadership roles. It was imperative that there be more than one person in the overall command. Ryevin was determined to decide on an XO, a platoon sergeant, and squad leaders that he could use to direct the rest of the platoon through. Jekyll was clearly XO material. He didn't have the authority to commission another individual, but one didn't have to be officially promoted to assume the position. Ryevin had the platoon work with their spears for a while before switching to swords and shields. When it was time to let the men go get lunch, he formed the platoon back up. Privates Jekyll and Paul, fall out of the formation and come stand behind me, Ryevin ordered. Private Turo, go to the front of the first squad. You're the first squad leader. Private Herrick, second squad. Private Rippo, third squad. Private Ingrid, fourth squad. Private Marith, fifth squad. Ingrid and Marith were two of the females that had volunteered, but they didn't let their gender get in the way of stepping up to a leadership position over the men. While it was still rare for women in general to take on combat roles, Ryevin had long known that it didn't play much of a factor for those that made the choice to do so. Ingrid and Marith were just as willing and able to act as squad leaders as any of the men were. Ryevin turned to address Jekyll and Paul standing behind him as the platoon shifted about. I don't have the authority to promote or commission others, but I can request it. It's unlikely they'll refuse the request either. Paul, I'm going to recommend you be promoted to a provisional senior sergeant, and you're going to be the platoon sergeant. Jekyll, you're going to be the XO or executive officer. As I said, I can't commission you, but that doesn't mean you can't fill the role. I'll request for you to receive the same promotion as Paul, but your position is superior to his. You'll be with me from now on. I'll request the squad leaders to be promoted to junior sergeants. I'm going to further break the squads down into smaller groups known as fire teams, and it'll be your job to confer with the squad leaders to recommend the appropriate people to promote to corporals to lead those teams. Private Paul, take charge of the platoon. March them to the mess hall for lunch and a short break. Have them formed back up in the shaded area we first marched to by 1 o'clock. We'll perform platoon maneuvers at that time. Yes, sir. Paul saluted before stepping forward into Ryevin's position in charge of the platoon. He didn't waste any time after the squads had shuffled around, and he marched them off to the mess hall. His cadence was a little choppy at first, but it got better as his confidence grew. He wasn't used to issuing the commands yet, but he knew what they all were from having to perform them himself. Jekyll, you're with me. Ryevin waved the man to walk next to him on his left side. As I said, you're not a commissioned officer, but you'll be acting as one in regards to the platoon. I'll teach you how to fill in for me as the commander of the platoon, and once you've got that down, I'll teach you how to command a company. The entire company. Isn't that a bit? Jekyll trailed off. Every person should understand how to fill the role of 2 ranks above themselves, Ryevin explained. As the acting XO, you need to understand your job as the XO, the platoon commander, and the company commander. It's highly unlikely you'll have to step up to such a role, but you never know when it comes to combat. Likewise, once you've got those things down, you and I will have to make sure the others understand the same thing, how to operate 2 ranks above their position. All the way down to the troops not assigned to any kind of leadership role, currently. I want every single person in the platoon to be able to act as a squad leader, at minimum, no matter what. We only have a week to ourselves before we head out, but these are things we can continue to study and learn as we go. You're used to leading an active adventuring party, and you have the respect of everyone in the platoon. Just like with me, showing competency to others in the eventuality that you have to step up will inspire them to follow you and obey your commands. Also, I doubt the other lieutenants are going to be training their soldiers in the same manner as I am, and that's okay for now. We'll set the example, and others are sure to follow. Yes, sir, Jekyll replied. The two men marched to the mess hall where they would eat separately from the rest of the troops. Revan was going to introduce Jekyll to the other 3 lieutenants he had spent the most time with, and he was sure they would pick up on his intentions and spread the doctrine to their own troops. Look at the map, Revan said to Jekyll. See, your forces are here and their forces are there. Look at the terrain and devise a way to engage the enemy. Where should we go and how should we attack? Revan had brought Jekyll with him to lunch with his officer group, and as he had suspected, none of them had begun to delegate authority to smaller groups within their platoons. They had asked about Jekyll's presence, and for his part, he had been a bit hesitant to engage in conversation with the commissioned officers. That was fine with Revan, as he wasn't trying to make them become friends or anything, he just wanted him to get familiar with them. A platoon didn't typically have an XO position, and lieutenants didn't have aides. A platoon sergeant was the closest thing they had, but Revan felt Jekyll's abilities would be wasted in such a role. Jekyll might have himself been slated to attend the officer candidate training if he had already unlocked the charisma stat, or had some more skills associated with commanding or leading people. Jekyll was a quick study, already having the map reading skill, and it didn't take more than a few examples until Jekyll picked up on the way Revan devised his own tactics. Revan had worked with the other officers over lunch to continue educating them on movement under fire and suppression tactics. They already had a good foundation, and the company commanders would come up with most of the tactics to accomplish the strategy the major came up with. It wasn't much of a stretch to introduce the ideas to them. Revan and Jekyll had continued where they left off after Revan had put the platoon through drills. Revan split his attention between instructing Jekyll and watching the platoon do their maneuvers. It had only been several hours, but Revan was impressed with their ability. Here I've prepared some more scenarios for you to evaluate. Revan pulled out more copies of the maps that he had drawn on. Continue to familiarize yourself with these tactics. Tomorrow, we'll join up with the other 3 platoons and a couple of mage corps units to practice some more ideas. So the enemy is entrenched on that short plateau over there, and we need to get up there and engage them. Revan was standing in front of 4 platoons from the martial units and Fira's platoon from the mage corps. Well, it's more like a squad, Revan thought, glancing at the 15 mages. It's not even half the size of a regular platoon, but it's the standard size of a mage corps platoon. Conventional tactics would have the mages and archers bombard the defensive position as we marched up the slope to engage, Revan continued. Cavalry wouldn't be as effective, and they would probably be used to prevent the enemy from forming up ranks in another defensive position. That won't change, that's not what we're going to work on. What we're going to do, instead of just marching up the slope where it's easy to line up in a regular formation, is we're going to split up into squads and move up the gullies. Instead of lining up all neat and pretty and painting a large target for the enemy defenders to attack us as we move, we're going to form smaller bands that will leapfrog over each other as our mages work on suppressing the enemy mages. Sure, it would be somewhat effective to do the traditional bombardment with our mages, as that itself would give some suppression to returning spells, but moving under semi-cover while deliberately targeting their ability to fight back will result in fewer casualties. I'll have my platoon go first, and I and Senior Sergeant Jekyll will lead the first 2 squads. After that, each squad in each platoon will have a go. Fall out. Revan led his troops away from the gentle, wide slope over to a narrower ravine that led up to the same position. The sides of the gully were steep, and it would offer the enemy position on top of the hill less visibility. He walked up to the entrance of the gully where he would be concealed from the defenders and squatted down. Here's the basic concept. Revan addressed the first squad that was also crouched down beside him. One squad will be on one side, the other squad on the other. Each person will be in a staggered position from the person in front of them. We'll sprint up the hill while chanting in our heads, I'm up, he sees me, I'm down, and when you finish the chant, you'll drop to your bellies. This is the time when you would use any ranged skills you have available. The mages will be launching spells overhead from behind us, but we can add to the suppression of returning spells and arrows as well. While we're on our stomachs launching ranged skills, the other squad will sprint forward, chanting the same thing in their minds. They'll do the same thing and will take turns rushing up the slope. We don't have to have the entire platoon rush at the exact same time, though. The purpose is to get up top as quickly as possible, with as few casualties as possible, and secure a position to form up. The other squads will be following behind in the same manner, but once we secure a defensive position and the pressure on the troops moving up the hill lessens, they'll be able to just sprint the rest of the way up and form up the platoon. Let's make it happen. Ryevin ordered the troops to follow him out into the open, and he signaled for Fira to begin having the mages launch their spells. To simulate a realistic scenario, Ryevin had the mages' arc spells way overhead to land in the middle of the plateau, as well as have some launch their spells straight up the ravine. They weren't using powerful spells in case of accidents, but he did tell Fira to make sure they were flashy. He wanted the troops to be used to spells flying right over their heads as they moved. At first, the troops were a bit hesitant in their movements. They hadn't practiced anything similar before, and they weren't used to a barrage of spells flying by their heads so close. They ran with their heads ducked, but Ryevin was actually approving of it as long as it didn't hinder their speed. Making themselves smaller targets was a sound idea. It would only be a problem if it interfered with the assault itself. "I'm up, he sees me. I'm down," Ryevin shouted, falling to his stomach at the last word. The squad followed suit, and Ryevin launched a few fireball spells of his own. He didn't have time to notice if there were any reactions from the troops at his display of magic, and it wasn't that big of a deal anyway. His class was never a secret to begin with. Jekyll led the second squad forward, shouting the same slogan. The two squads performed the maneuver in concert, taking cues from each other for proper pacing. The other squads lined up to begin their practice assault immediately after, and there was no downtime between them. The 4 platoons practiced the maneuver until the mages ran low on mana. Ryevin called the 4 platoons up to the top of the short plateau after thanking Fira and her mages, and they left to go do their own practice after recovering. They wouldn't be needed for the next part of Ryevin's practice. "Okay, so we've practiced rushing up the hill," Ryevin said. "Now once we get to the top, as I said previously, the mission is to establish a defensive position so the rest of the platoon can be formed up properly once more. What we'll do now is have 2 platoons practice reaching the top while holding off a melee assault, and as the other platoons rush up to join them again. We'll have the 2 squads face off against one of the other platoons over here before rotating, and the other 2 platoons can also practice the same drill over at the gentle slope. The actual positioning for these drills doesn't matter as much as the drill itself. The point is not to press forward and further engage the enemy. You'll be too busy to do that. The point is to get the platoon formed up properly. Can anyone speculate why this is?" Ryevin looked over the soldiers intent on his instruction. He had already explained the reasoning to Jekyll and Paul, but they weren't going to supply the answer. Most of the soldiers had a blank look on their faces, but a few raised a tentative hand. Ryevin selected a soldier from Jek's platoon. If we engage the enemy's flank first, then they'll turn, and now the slope is the flank," the man ventured, more a question than an answer. "Exactly," Ryevin nodded his head to the man. "Everyone understands the importance of flanking maneuvers. Using conventional tactics, moving up the gentle slope would be the initial engagement, and then we could assault up the ravine or another side. We flip the script a bit, though, and allow for less incoming damage by switching the flanks around. Once the enemy has shifted their focus, even before the squads have fully made it up the ravine, another platoon can begin marching up the slope to flank the enemy. We only need to secure a defensive position long enough to pincer the enemy." "What if the enemy doesn't shift?" a man called out. "Excellent question," Ryevin said. "In that case, the platoon at the gentle slope will be a distraction, and once the platoon that moved up the ravine is formed up, they'll be able to press forward under less resistance. If they still don't shift focus at that point, they'll get decimated, so they'll have to. If they still don't, then the platoon up top will make sure their ability to suppress our own troops is destroyed first, so the platoon on the gentle slope can advance. Either way, we're going to have a pincer attack. That would be true even with conventional tactics. Just know that the platoon in the initial assault really needs to focus on their squad shields or they'll suffer. If there are no more questions, let's move on to the next exercise." Once we've all practiced forming up the platoon while engaged, we can move on to the final step of putting it all together. We'll have 2 platoons up top with 2 attacking platoons, and then we'll switch. Let's begin. The next several hours were spent performing the tactics that Ryevin had laid out for the company. Even though the company commander hadn't made an appearance yet, and Furok and Durik's platoons were in a different company, they still operated as one for the sake of the practice session. Ryevin would be sure to pass the ideas on to the other platoons in his own company, and he was sure Furok and Durik would do the same. "All right, we've been together for several days now, and I'm immensely pleased with your willingness and ability to perform your tasks," Ryevin addressed his men in the dawn light. "Today is the first day we'll be meeting our company commander. Even I haven't met him yet, though some of the other companies have already had their captains get involved in their training. We'll spend 2 days out in the field, and this will be the culmination of our training. I don't expect we'll be doing much more of what we've been focusing on in the past couple of days moving forward, but it's good that you have a basic understanding of my tactics. You never know if we'll need to call upon it someday in the future, and a couple of days of practice and familiarity is better than none. The other companies were already formed up with their captains already taking charge. Rieven's captain had yet to appear, even now. Major Dobrik gave the order to the captains to move their men out, and Rieven and the other lieutenants shared confused looks with each other as the battalion began to leave without their captain. After the last company had already started to move away, and Rieven was about to go ahead and order his platoon to march, 3 young men on horseback appeared. None of the other officers were mounted, and Rieven didn't know who any of them were, but he heard a groan come from Jekyll standing next to him. He turned his head to give the man a questioning look. "That's Yorick," Jekyll nodded to the lead horseman. "He's the oldest son of Count Ialo. Our captain is the son of the Count," Rieven asked, surprised. Jekyll shook his head. "Nope, he's a dandy. He's not associated with the military in any way but the other 2. The one on the right is Zakin, the son of Colonel Zok, and he's all right. But the last one is Sanjin. He's best friends with Yorick and Zakin, and I'm pretty sure he's going to be our captain." Rieven nodded his head as turned back to watch the 3 young men approach with their horses. He could see that they were each a bit older than him, but they were younger than the average volunteer in his platoon. The 3 youths stopped their horses and stared back at the formed-up men for a moment. "Well, come here." The one pointed out as Sanjin shouted toward the platoon commanders. "Stay here," Rieven ordered Jekyll before rushing forward. The others also broke into jogs, and the 4 lieutenants converged on their captain. Here, Sanjin pulled out a folded-up map and tossed it on the ground at Rieven's feet. "That's the location we're marching to. I'll meet you there." He turned back to his 2 friends, and the 3 of them cantered off, laughing and joking. Rieven bent down and picked up the map, opening it to share with the other 3 lieutenants. The destination wasn't anywhere they hadn't been already, and Rieven knew exactly how to get there. He wouldn't have to find his own way, anyway. He just needed to get his troops caught up with the rest of the battalion. They had only been waiting for the order from their absent captain. "All right, I'll get my platoon moving." "It looks like we're basically on our own," though, Rieven said, folding the map up and storing it away. The other 3 lieutenants just nodded their heads and ran back to their platoons. He didn't even introduce himself. Rieven muttered under his breath before reaching his platoon. He kept a stern face and didn't display any discontent. It wouldn't be appropriate for those under him to see him dissatisfied with his superior. "Senior Sergeant Paul, take charge of the platoon. We're going to catch up to the rest of the battalion." "Yes, sir," Paul saluted before about facing, taking charge of the platoon. Rieven motioned for Jekyll to walk with him, and he headed to the front of the platoon. It was his job as the commander to set the pace, and they needed to go a bit faster to catch up. "See what I mean?" Jekyll asked under his breath. "He's our commanding officer," Rieven replied. He left it at that as he assumed his position in front of the platoon. Senior Sergeant Paul ordered the men forward, and Rieven stepped off, leading them forward. The first half-day was spent mostly on getting to their destination, and the second half of the day was spent marching about in formation under the command of Major Dobrik. They performed several maneuvers against stationary targets, getting a feel for what it would be like in a much larger formation that spanned multiple companies at once. Captain Sanjin had ridden to the destination with the sons of the most powerful military figures, and they appeared to just be there to spectate the goings-on. Sanjin finally departed from his friends with some reluctance, and he took command of his company. His orders to Rieven and the other lieutenants were to listen for the orders of Major Dobrik and to take any cues from the other platoons in different companies. Rieven internally shook his head as the man just kept up appearances by walking nearby. He didn't do anything after telling Rieven and the others to go along with the commands of the major. Rieven was worried about the effect the man would have on the morale of his troops, but he was pleased to see his men perform well during the exercises. At the end of the day, the battalion was split into several groups, and multiple companies were sent off to bivouac in different locations. "Our mission tomorrow will be to locate and engage another company." Rieven returned to his platoon after getting the information about the next day's main exercise from the major's staff. "We'll begin tomorrow on the move, and then in the afternoon, we'll set up a defensive position as the opposing company takes their turn. Excellent job today. Get some rest." Rieven looked around for Captain Sanjin. He hadn't been at the briefing for the next day's exercise. "He took off with the other 2 about an hour ago," Jekyll said, noticing Rieven searching for the company commander. "There's a village an hour away. They're probably going to sleep in a comfy bed tonight." "Very well," Rieven responded. "Let's get our own tents set up. Senior Sergeant Paul, confer with the squad leaders and set up a fire watch." "Yes, sir." The 2 men saluted before everyone began making camp. Rieven and the other 3 lieutenants in the company stood in a circle, conferring with each other. "We can't wait any longer," Rieven argued. "He doesn't seem to care either way, and it's time to go." "I'm with Rieven on this," Jek said. "Okay, fine," another lieutenant, Lieutenant Grant, said. "I don't have an opinion," Lieutenant Lares replied. "Then I'll get the men moving," Rieven announced. The 4 men separated and moved back to their platoons that were formed up and ready to go. was well past dawn and they should have already been on the move long ago, but their captain was nowhere to be seen. They had argued about whether to wait or go without him, and they had decided to wait a little longer. Time kept marching on, though, and he never showed up. They couldn't wait any longer, and it was time to begin the exercise. Senior Sergeant Paul, take charge of the platoon and move out. Senior Sergeant Jekyll, you will lead the troops, Reevin ordered. Yes, sir, the two men saluted. Jekyll took off to the front of the platoon as Paul faced them to begin marching. The troops stepped off, and Reevin moved along beside them, the other platoons following suit behind them. Wait, a call came from the distance. Reevin looked up to see Captain Sanjin galloping forward on his horse. Wait, wait, wait. He charged toward the company and dismounted. He stalked up to Reevin, a furious look on his face. You do not move the men without me, he screamed. Reevin stood at attention as he was shouted at. Yes, sir, Reevin replied, not making any excuses. Captain Sanjin glared at him for a moment. Halt the troops. Yes, sir. Reevin about face to address Paul. Senior Sergeant Paul, call a halt. Yes, sir. Platoon, halt. The other platoons followed suit, and Captain Sanjin adjusted his uniform as he watched them all stop and turn to face him once more. Well, Sanjin asked after a moment. Reevin furrowed his brow in confusion. Get them moving. Yes, sir. Reevin mentally rolled his eyes. Senior Sergeant Paul, order the men forward. Yes, sir. The company once more began marching forward in the early morning light. The three other lieutenants marched in front of their platoons, but Reevin had Jekyll assume that role for him. He marched alongside the captain, who seemed to be pleased with himself. The company moved through the countryside for a couple of hours, converging on the location they had already been told to search out the competing company. Reevin kept his head on a swivel, identifying the areas he would choose to set up a defensive location. They must be just over that hill, Captain Sanjin said, pointing to the distance. Reevin looked in the direction he indicated, almost directly in front of them. It's like he just wants to march forward or something, Reevin thought. There are much better locations to set up a defensive position. Sir, I think, Reevin began. No, they're over there, Captain Sanjin interrupted him. I'm the captain and I know how the other captains operate. Get the men formed up to assault that hill. Yes, sir, Reevin replied, sighing to himself. He ordered Paul to turn the men so their flanks would be aligned in the proper direction for an assault, and the other lieutenants followed suit. Reevin stayed with the captain as Jekyll and Paul assumed their positions, leading the platoon forward. The company leveled their spears and marched forward toward the hill directly in their original path. The captain didn't order any forces to break away for flanking maneuvers, and he didn't hold any of them back to act as a reserve unit. He just ordered the entire company to march forward on the position. A shadow on another hill to their right flank caught Reevin's attention, and he looked up to see a man standing by himself, skylining himself. A loud whistle burst forth from him, and Captain Sanjin finally looked up to notice the soldier. Ah, they're on that hill, Captain Sanjin declared, pointing. I was pretty close, huh? Have the men wheel right to engage? Wheel right? Reevin asked. It wasn't a maneuver they had practiced. Yes, don't you know? Captain Sanjin asked skeptically. Have the center maintain their position as they turn, have the right flank move backward, and have the left flank move forward. Wheel right, maintain the line and face the company. Yes, sir. Reevin turned toward the company and raised his voice, infusing it with commanding shout. Company, wheel right. There was a lot of confusion among the troops as they looked back and forth between each other. They began to awkwardly attempt to carry out the order as Reevin once more mentally sighed. The men eventually got the movement down, and the entire line rotated in the center, changing direction. Good, Captain Sanjin seemed happy with the movement. Reevin wanted to face Palm, but he kept his military bearing. Continue the assault. The company continued marching forward up the much more defensible and less traversable slope. The point of the exercise wasn't to actually engage in hand-to-hand combat, though so only a token defense was put up before the other company retreated from its position. The opposing captain came up to Captain Sanjin as his troops packed up and marched off. Excellent job locating us and assaulting our position, the man said with a vacuous smile. You'll be sure to take over Major Dobrik's position one day. General, Captain Sanjin shook his head. I don't have any ambitions for taking over such a small-scale operation. I'm going to move to the capital one day and I'll be a general. Of course, the other captain said, his smile straining. I'm sure you'll lead many victories one day. He gave Reevin a nod before turning to catch up to his own men. All right, Lieutenant Reevin, it's time to move on. Captain Sanjin pulled out another map. He opened it up and showed it to Reevin. There was a location with a large box drawn on it, indicating where they should go to set up their own defensive position. It wasn't very far away, and the other company they had just interacted with wasn't the same company that would be assaulting their position. Reevin studied the map and noticed several places that could make excellent camps. He ran his fingers over several, prepared to offer his opinion. We'll take the troops here. Sanjin placed his finger right in the exact location that Reevin would choose dead last for a defensive position. Sir, that's a valley, surrounded by hills, Reevin pointed out. Exactly, Captain Sanjin replied. It will offer excellent concealment, and the men will be fresh and ready to fight. It's a great place to set up a defensive formation. Get the men moving." "Yes, sir," Revan said. Revan ordered Senior Sergeant Paul to get the platoon moving before rubbing his temples. "Everything okay, sir?" Jekyll asked on his way to assume his position at the front of the platoon once more. "Yes, Senior Sergeant. Everything is great. We're all going to die." "Where was your horse?" Captain Sanjin questioned Revan. "Sir, I don't have a horse," Revan replied, confused. "No horse? Then how are you expected to report to me?" Sanjin asked, equally confused. "I'm not sure I understand, sir. I have to stay with the men of 1st Platoon." "Why, I'm the platoon commander, sir." "Isn't that Jekyll guy the platoon commander?" "That's Senior Sergeant Jekyll, sir. He's not a commissioned officer, but he's been the one acting in charge. I've been grooming him for command, and I've been having him out front, but I'm the one that's been commanding, sir." "Normally I would say that's a colossal waste of time, but it works out great in this circumstance." Sanjin nodded his head. "Go to the quartermaster and get a horse. You're now the company XO, and you'll need the additional mobility in order to report to me." "Yes, sir. And where will I need to go to report to you, sir?" "You won't be with the company." "Why would I be with the company?" Sanjin was taken aback. "I'll be with the battalion command staff, obviously. I'll need to stick close to the major if I'm to contribute my military genius to the overall situation." "Yes, sir. Of course, sir." Here, Sanjin handed Revan an empty requisition form for the quartermaster with his signature on the bottom. "Fill this out and get yourself a horse. No need to find me tomorrow. I'll be with the major. Just take charge of the company and have them march out with the battalion." "Yes, sir." Revan saluted, turned about at the obvious dismissal, and departed from the captain's office located in the central administrative building of the barracks. The captain's office was on the 2nd floor, and the quartermaster's office was on the 1st floor, near the exit leading to the warehouse for the military gear. Revan headed towards the quartermaster, the soldiers bustling about the interior of the building, stepping back and saluting as he passed by. Even though Revan's rank was provisional, he was still commissioned, and the regular soldiers maintained proper military decorum. Nobody looked at him askance because of his younger-looking face, even though it was beginning to finally mature. "They're probably used to seeing officers selected for nepotism," Revan mused. "As far as I know, they still have to go through all the same training, but if my guess is correct, they don't have the possibility of failure." The rest of the exercise in the field with the battalion performing the search and engage maneuvers had been pretty boring. Revan had ordered his men to build rudimentary fortifications in the valley, and the other platoons had got to work doing similar things after Jek had followed suit, but Captain Sanjin had put a stop to it. His reasoning was that they wouldn't be there for very long, and they weren't actually fighting, so why do all that unnecessary work? Revan had tried to argue that it was part of the practice, but Captain Sanjin rebuffed him. It would have been easy for the other man to just let them do what they needed to do, but he specifically ordered them not to do anything unnecessary. Revan had felt it wasn't unnecessary, but he had to act according to what Captain Sanjin thought. After the other company discovered them and drove them off, they once more met up with the rest of the battalion. They had completed their training mission, as it was more to get the captains familiar with moving their men about than it was gauging combat readiness. They had already done those evaluations during the other training. The battalion had cleaned up and headed back to the city. The major had taken a moment to address everyone about the upcoming mission, and then they had received a day off before it was time to head out. The officers were required to compile reports about their subordinates. Revan had delivered his reports to Captain Sanjin on their day off, and the captain had had Revan write up the report for the company as a whole, using the excuse that Revan was his selection for XO. Revan suspected it had been more along the lines of him being the first officer to deliver the reports, and the captain didn't want to do the work himself. Revan stopped at a small table to fill out the supply requisition form. "Let's see. I need to put in the request for the horse, obviously, but this is basically a blank check from a superior officer. I can take this chance to get the additional communication magic devices, as well as some extra spears and other gear." Revan filled out the form with his own requests added to it. He didn't go overboard and ask for the moon. He felt like the additional requests were perfectly reasonable. He nodded to himself as he tucked it back into his breast pocket, and then he made his way downstairs to the quartermaster. He stepped through the doors and was greeted by a soldier standing behind a desk. The room was fairly bare, with the other side of the desk leading directly to the warehouse attached to the back of the administrative building. "How can I help you, sir?" the young soldier asked. "I have a requisition form here," Revan said, pulling the form out and placing it on the desk in front of the soldier. "I need a horse, 30 spears, 30 swords, 30 shields." "Hold on a moment, sir," the soldier held his hand up. "Let me get the supply officer for you." "Very well," Revan nodded his head as the man excused himself to walk into a side office. A moment later, another man came out with the young soldier. He was a bit older and he had the rank insignia of a captain on his collar. "What can I help you with?" The supply officer peered at Rievin's rank insignia for a brief moment. Provisional lieutenant. I have a requisition form here that my company commander, Captain Sanjin, ordered me to bring. Rievin indicated the form signed by Captain Sanjin. All right, let me just take a glance here. The supply officer picked the form up, perusing it. Yes. The man nodded. No, this won't work at all. He shook his head. What seems to be the problem? Rievin asked, a frown on his face. Well, your captain is requesting 4 additional communication tools. See here. The supply officer pointed at the spot where Rievin had just written the request, emphasizing the rank of captain. There's no way I can satisfy that request. And why is that exactly? Rievin asked. How many communication tools do you have available? According to the supply manifest, we have 40 of them, but if I gave you 4, then I would only have 36. Do you see the problem? The man asked, a mild smile on his face. No, we have to maintain a minimum amount of extra gear on hand, the supply officer explained. And we just happen to have 40 of these items in reserve at all times. Protocol, you understand. So if I give you 4 of them, we won't have the necessary reserve any longer. I'm afraid I can't give you any. Isn't the entire reason you have to keep any reserve is so that they're available for when they're needed? Rievin questioned, feeling a headache coming on. We're stepping off on a rescue mission tomorrow, and we need lines of communication. One would think so, but that's not the case. The man shook his head. The protocols are very clear. We must maintain a reserve of 40 units at all times. It doesn't stipulate that it's so that we have them for when they're going to be used. And even if that was the case, how can we determine that your use for them is more important than someone else's use for them in the future? Because we're leaving the confines of the city to travel hundreds of miles away, and everyone else who's still here literally won't need any, Rievin pointed out. I'm afraid that's not enough of a reason. You'll have to get a requisition with the major or colonel's signature on it. Captain Sanjin's rank isn't high enough to give me an order to go against protocol. I see, Rievin said, irritation nearly filling his voice, but everything else is in order. Oh yes, I can give you everything else that you have listed here. We have plenty in reserve, the supply officer nodded amicably. A word of advice, though, he leaned forward and lowered his voice. Make sure you request everything associated with the mount. You only listed that you needed a horse, but you left off the saddle, tack, and everything else associated with a horse, including the horseshoes. Including the horseshoes. You can't be serious. Isn't it common sense that a mount would come with everything required to use it as a mount? Wouldn't adding everything else be to request extras? Oh ho, you might think so, the man replied mirthfully, but we have to keep meticulous records, and we need a way to cross-reference everything that's come in and gone out. You understand, I'll have Private Poro fix the mistake. This time. Of course. The supply officer smiled happily. The private ran out to the warehouse to get the gear that was approved for requisition, and the supply officer told Rievin he could go out back to pick the gear up. Rievin nodded his head before excusing himself to run to the barracks to get Jekyll to form a work party to pick up the additional gear for the platoon. He didn't feel bad for not getting additional gear for the other platoons, as he saw a line of supplies being loaded up for the entire battalion. He had just secured some extra gear for his men early, and they wouldn't have to go through the trouble of getting gear in the field right away. Jekyll immediately understood Rievin's orders, and he had Senior Sergeant Paul command the squad leaders to Valen tell some of the troops to go get the gear. Rievin ran back to the warehouse to see a horse, properly kitted out, already being held steady for Rievin to receive. Do you guys keep horses in the warehouse? Rievin asked, walking up to the soldier. No, sir. There's a stable attached to the other side, the soldier informed him. I was under the impression that I would be able to pick my own. Rievin glanced at the soldier through the side of his eyes. There's a rotation, sir, the man explained. But don't worry, we don't have any nags or weak horses. They're all of similar quality and training, and you'll be sure to be happy with this horse here. It appears that there was a stable and pasture for the horses not assigned to anyone where they could be housed and trained, and the ones that were assigned had their own stable much more accessible for retrieval. The supply troops would be in charge of handling all horses not assigned to an officer or staff sergeant, but the individual platoons and soldiers were responsible for the upkeep of their own horses. Rievin waited for the detail of his troops to arrive to take charge of the requisitions before he mounted his horse and departed. He rode the horse around to get familiarized with it, and the soldier hadn't lied to him. While it wasn't a powerful specimen like the personal mounts of the young men, his own captain included, it was a well-cared-for mount. It followed his instructions easily, and it didn't give him any problems. After trotting about the grounds for a while, he took it to the battalion stable and left it with the grooms. The stable within the military compound was mainly manned by civilians, but the soldiers from the platoons also assisted them, so they understood what to do out in the field. Not all of the troops were trained in horsemanship, and the officers didn't have time to do all of the maintenance themselves. Rievin decided to go ahead and do the maintenance himself this time, as he was still letting the horse get used to him. He would do so several more times at minimum, but his command duties would probably preclude him from doing it too often once they were on the move. The horse was docile enough, and Ryevin wasn't too worried that he wouldn't be able to form at least a little bit of a bond with it before they saw any combat. Done with his tasks, Ryevin was finally able to enjoy the day off. His morning had been busy, but it hadn't taken up too much of his time. It was still well before noon, and he knew exactly how he was going to spend the rest of his day. What's taking him so long? Kefira paced back and forth in her room. Once they had volunteered to join the auxiliary units, they no longer had a need for a room to themselves at an inn. However, now was the only opportunity they would have for the foreseeable future to have any privacy, so Kefira had reserved another room for the day. She had foregone the typical robes that mages wore, and she was just in a plain tunic and pants. Plain in that they aren't extravagant, Kefira thought to herself. The clothes were still extremely high quality despite their lack of accoutrements. He seemed like the type to take his duties seriously, Cyrilla replied. I'm sure he's just finishing up his reports. If he takes his job as seriously as you say, shouldn't he have done the reports last night? Kefira countered. Cyrilla shrugged. I don't know. That Sanjin character he was assigned to seemed like a clown to me. He probably roped Ryevin into doing his reports too. Yeah, what's up with that? Kefira stopped her pacing. Wasn't Ryevin the top graduate? Why was he assigned to such an idiot? I can think of 2 reasons, but it's only speculation, Cyrilla said, holding her hands out to tick off her fingers. 1, the colonel thought he was assigning him to the best captain because he's friends with his son. Or 2, he assigned a competent platoon commander to a terrible company commander to make him look better. Either way, what's done is done. He better pray he shapes up, Kefira said, crossing her arms. And it's not even a matter of putting Ryevin in danger with his incompetence. Well, not entirely. Cyrilla smirked. Hey, we don't know if this is a bigger issue yet or not. If it turns out these are outsiders from the kingdom, then I'll have every right to interfere at that time. If it's not a bigger issue at hand, the chances of catastrophic failure in rescuing the civilians are pretty low anyway. They defeated and captured everyone in a city of tens of thousands of people, Cyrilla pointed out. Yeah, but our current goal isn't to defeat them in turn. It's to rescue the population of Kurlan. Failure is still very much a possibility, but not a catastrophic failure, like our own forces getting wiped out in the process. Anyway, all that to say, it's unlikely anything majorly bad will happen if it's an internal dispute, and if it is an external invasion, I'll have the ability to make sure morons aren't in charge of getting people killed. If that's the case, it might be wiser to wait for one of your older siblings to arrive to take command. Of course it is, but that doesn't mean I have to let idiots stay in positions of power while we wait, and I've already alerted the family to the possibility. What did they say in reply? The usual, Kefira shrugged. They just acknowledged the information and told me to do what I felt was best for now. Without more information, we would be seen as meddlesome. Well, that's not too terrible. It might affect our prestige among the other empires. Since when have you cared about that? Little miss run away anytime there's a banquet. Hey, I care, Kefira pouted. I just don't care for my personal prestige. I'm still young, and the mystery revolving around me always being absent, among other things, has actually added to my own prestige. You've heard the rumors. Don't think that I haven't. A knocking sound came from the door, interrupting their conversation. A smile threatened to split Kefira's face in two as she leaped to the door to answer it. She threw the door open and slammed into the person on the other side, barely using enough time to verify it was the person she had been waiting for. Oof, Ryevin called out, instinctively circling his arm around Kefira's waist. Miss me, of course, Kefira answered, leaning back without letting go to gaze up into his face. This will be the last time we'll have any real privacy. Speaking of, Kefira turned to Cyrilla, go wait in the common room. Cyrilla raised an eyebrow at the command, and Ryevin took a step back, concern on his face. Are you sure that's a good idea? Ryevin questioned, Cyrilla nodding along. I let you be the gentleman last time and convinced me to let her chaperone us, Kefira said, turning back to Ryevin. But not this time. We're going to have some real time alone together. She addressed Cyrilla once again. I promise it won't be for long enough for anything untoward to happen so you can go with a clear conscience. Really? Cyrilla eyed Ryevin up and down as she walked to the door. By the looks of him, I imagined 20 seconds would be enough. Ryevin tilted his head with a confused look before realization hit him. Hey, that's a bit uncalled for, don't you think? Cyrilla just laughed, and even Kefira snickered. Et tu, Fira, Ryevin said, grasping at his chest. Et tu, Kefira frowned. There he goes again with his weird sayings. I don't know. Why are you getting so defensive? Cyrilla returned to Ryevin. Cyrilla walked out the door and gave a wink to Kefira before turning to head downstairs. Kefira yanked Ryevin all the way into the room, slamming the door shut. She turned back to Ryevin, once more embracing him. Ryevin bent down and planted his lips on hers, encircling her in his arms, and she felt happiness and butterflies explode in her being. They only spent about 10 minutes together truly alone. Fira had been much more aggressive than she had ever been, and they had ended up cuddling together on the bed for a few minutes before Ryevin decided to do the responsible thing. We really should call Sira back in here, Ryevin said into Fira's hair. He heard an unhappy harumph come from her, and she tightened her grip on his arms around her. Cyrilla, she said. Come again? Reevin asked. Her name is actually Cyrilla, Fira said. Cira is her nickname, and that's the name we use when we're out and about. Oh, trying to stay incognito. Yeah, and using a nickname we're used to makes it easier to respond to a pseudonym than coming up with a fake name. So if Fira is your nickname, then what's your real name? Guess. If it's similar sounding so that it's easy to remember then. Amy, Amy. Fira turned around and glared at him fiercely. Try again, knucklehead. Ha ha ha, Reevin laughed. Okay, for real this time, Fira. Fira, is it Farala, Farala? No, you'll never guess it. My real name doesn't have the exact same sound as my nickname. It's Kefira, Kefira. Okay, I can see how Fira would be your nickname, especially on paper. Your nickname sounds like Fira and your real name is Kafira, but you probably spell them the same, huh? Bingo. Well, I'm just Reevin. No nicknames or anything. I suspected as much. Okay, I think that's enough stalling for time. Reevin gently patted Kefira on the arm. Let's call Cyrilla back up here. No, I don't wanna, Kefira pouted, squirming deeper into Reevin's hold. Reevin sighed. I know, I don't want to either, but we should. I don't want to impugn your reputation to your parents. You just don't want my mom to slap you, Kefira pinched his arm. Guilty, Reevin chuckled, but the other reason is valid too. Your mother wouldn't want to slap me if she didn't suspect me. You don't know my mother, Kefira whispered under her breath, but she extracted herself from Reevin's embrace. She tidied up her clothes and hair, they had gotten a bit tangled up. Reevin appraised her looks and secretly found the wild look to be quite attractive. Kefira noticed the look. What? Just admiring your beauty, Reevin smiled. Kefira flipped her hair over her shoulder after getting it straight, and then she sashayed to the door. Eyes up top, she said. Reevin's eyes snapped up to the back of her head in time to catch her eye as she turned her head to smirk at him. She laughed as she left the room to call her bodyguard back to the room. Reevin quickly got up off the bed and took a seat at the small side table. His appearance was impeccable, and he was seated in a respectful manner by the time Cyrilla stormed through the door to try and catch him not looking like a perfect gentleman. Cyrilla paused at the sight and sniffed at the air before looking at the bed with its obvious wrinkles. Kefira waltzed past her and took a seat next to Reevin, not paying any attention to where her bodyguard was looking, but Reevin could see the tops of her ears had turned a bright red. Have a seat, Cyrilla, Kefira nodded across the table. Cyrilla was momentarily surprised, shooting a sharp glance at Reevin from the address, but she did as she was told. I took the liberty to order some lunch while we were down there. Kefira turned to Reevin, holding her hand out, palm up for him to grasp. He took the opportunity presented to hold her hand. We can eat in some peace and quiet, and then we can figure out what to do with the rest of our last day alone together. I'm looking forward to it, Reevin smiled. Who's taking care of the scouting? Reevin asked, walking among the other provisional lieutenants in his company. He marched alongside the men as long as he didn't need the mobility of the horse. None of the other officers were mounted, much less the enlisted men, and he didn't need the horse the vast majority of the time. The other three officers shared a look with each other, and Jack shrugged his shoulders. As far as I've seen, none of the other companies have sent out any scouts, he answered. Not even the major has ordered scouts out. Reevin was surprised. He had thought that no scouts had been sent out, but he wasn't 100% sure. The other officers had spent time with other platoon commanders from other companies on occasion, so he thought they might have had some additional information. He hadn't expected the major to not send any scouts, either, from what he had seen of the man so far. All right, Reevin shook his head. I guess we'll have to take care of it ourselves. Compile a list of people with the appropriate classes and/or skills. We need people with tracking, observation, and movement skills. We'll pick 5 people from each platoon and form a special 20-man squad to perform the scouting duties. The other platoon commanders nodded their heads and headed back to their platoons to make the arrangements. There was no cavalry in the battalion that could take on the mission, either. They had learned about tactics involving cavalry, and they had even practiced it, but all of the cavalries had been kept with the colonel in the city. Reevin hadn't realized that all of the cavalries had been ordered to remain behind until the second day after they had been on the move for over an hour. He had thought that he just hadn't seen them yet, and that they were out and about doing the job of scouts. He had kept an eye out for any returning to make reports. It was possible they would have been equipped with a communication magic device, but there still would have been some physical movement. After an hour of not seeing anything and having seen nothing from the first day, he had conferred with the other lieutenants. How are we even going to find them at this rate? Reevin thought. Are we just hoping to follow their tracks from Kurlan? Those tracks will have been scattered by the wind at this point. Even if they're still there, that will only tell us what happened a long time ago. There's been plenty of time for them to spread out and set up ambushes. Reevin took a deep breath as he tried to keep calm. He had had higher expectations from the major, but aside from being no-nonsense in his personality, he wasn't living up to the image he portrayed. The battalion of volunteers marched for 3 weeks into the desert, chasing the tail of the aggressing army. The logistics were handled like couriers, orchestrated by a familiar face. First Lieutenant Carroll, the man who had initially sent Reevan to the officer candidate program, was the man in charge of supply. It was the one time, other than some of the senior officers and his own company commander, that Reevan witnessed mounted soldiers. They would travel in squads of 10, and they would ferry food, water, and other necessities in dozens of spatial storage bags at a time. First Lieutenant Carroll wasn't embedded with the battalion, but he moved in and out to supervise both ends of the spectrum. He was one of the most diligent officers Reevan had seen in Orc so far. Word of Reevan's company sending out scouts had spread through the battalion, and the major had eventually passed down the order for the other companies to follow suit. The other company commanders weren't resistant to sending out scouts of their own until ordered to, but Reevan had learned that Captain Sanjin had been boasting about how much more responsible he was than the other captains, and he had said he could handle the operation all on his own. Reevan had made arrangements for them to rest with the medical corps, which had wagons for transporting wounded when the other scouts were finally sent out. It had taken just over a week to reach Kurlan, as traveling as a battalion was much slower than as a small party. Nothing had changed in the surroundings of the city, but the tracks had become much less pronounced. There wasn't any water erosion, but the wind, like Reevan had speculated, had blown over all but the deepest ruts. The tracks led off to the northeast of Kurlan, moving tangentially to the desolate sands that were to the northwest. The desolate sands weren't a square block. It didn't have a definite shape, and it extended out and retracted inward in unpredictable ways. Traveling northeast from Kurlan, if nothing changed, meant they would reach one of the furthest extensions of the desolate sands, though they would remain outside of it. The tracks became more clear over the following 2 weeks of marching. The tracks maintained a straight path to the northeast, and it only veered to avoid obstacles in the path. If the hills were small enough, they would just move over them, but if there were cliffs, plateaus, or small rivers, the tracks would deviate long enough to pass around. The major got more serious about sending out and conferring with scouts once they finally started following in the footsteps of the enemy army. Reevan assumed he had always planned on setting up the scouts, but he was just being complacent and wasn't going to send them out right away. Reevan, taking matters into his own hands, had forced him to make the decision early. The tracks of the enemy army were getting clearer and clearer each day, and it was getting apparent that they were closing in on the much larger force. The enemy army wasn't just a larger military unit, but they were also apparently hauling around a large civilian population with them. It made perfect sense that they would move considerably slower than the volunteer battalion. The battalion only moved slightly slower than Reevan had in his party with Kefira and the others, but the enemy was apparently moving at a snail's pace. Reevan surveyed the terrain on the map as the company dug in to build their camp. Engagement was imminent, and the major had ordered them to set up their base camp. A platoon from the 1st Company would be responsible for defending the base camp, as the rest of the battalion set out in the morning for the expected confrontation. Shortly before the major had held an all-hands briefing with the officers to lay out the plan of attack, and Reevan couldn't really find any major faults. It was simple enough. The vast majority of the battalion would assault a corner of the enemy once they were found, after a bombardment from the entirety of the Mage Corps, and there were 2 platoons in the 4th Company that had been especially manned with the fastest classes. They would sneak around and corral the civilians to lead them away. The rest of the battalion would then need to cover their escape, and hopefully they would be able to disengage. The overall strategy was fine, as they would have to do something similar no matter what Reevan could contribute. The only way to change anything would be if they were strong enough to actually soundly defeat the enemy without them being able to resort to slaughtering the civilians. It wouldn't be feasible to sneak into the enemy camp to mount the rescue, as there were far too many people to move. Reevan just wished they had been allowed to bring their cavalry unit along with them. Even with the Mage Corps, having a military unit consisting entirely of infantry was a serious disadvantage. Reevan pored over the map, running his hands along the topographical lines. He felt a synergy of his skills, mainly consisting of his mana skills, trying to tug at his awareness, but he was stumped as to what it could be. He continued to search the map to try and figure out what it was, but he only had the vague feeling that there was something there. His frown continued to deepen the longer he studied the map. "What's with the frown?" Jack asked, entering Reevan's tent. "There's something more going on here, I can feel it, but I just don't know enough to put the pieces together," Reevan explained, leaning back in his chair. "Is the encampment coming along?" "Yep," Jack nodded. "They're pretty much squared away by now." "Why in such a rush to get the camp built? We didn't need to push so hard, I don't think. We have hours of daylight left and we still haven't actually made contact with the enemy. Have you seen any of the other companies preparing to send out patrols?" Reevan asked back. "Not that I've seen," Jack shook his head. "The major apparently wants everyone to be fresh for moving out tomorrow." "Everyone?" Reevan tapped the map on his desk as he considered. "Okay, well, this is the same concept as with the scouts. I don't understand why he's not sending any patrols out, but it's a necessity. If nobody else is going to do it, then we need to do it. My orders from Captain Sanjin, and I quote, are take charge of the company, follow the Major's orders, and don't do anything unnecessary. The orders from the Major were to just build the base camp and be prepared to move out in the morning, and in my opinion, sending out a patrol is absolutely necessary. I'll be taking my platoon out on patrol this evening. I'll need you to stand in for me as the XO for a couple of hours. Everything's already been seen to, so the only thing that could happen is an unexpected visit from the captain, but that's unlikely. He hasn't shown his face in front of the troops since the final exercise almost a month ago. Sure thing. I'll even have my platoon get some rest earlier so they can handle the duties of fire watch that your men would have taken. Jack left soon after, not wanting to waste Rieven's time as he had indicated he would need to get some rest for the evening expedition. Rieven had Jekyll and Paul order the platoon to eat dinner and get some sleep early, not hiding the fact that they would be marching out in the evening. He made sure to convey the orders for all of the men to tie all of their loose equipment down so it wouldn't bounce around and make noise. Sound carried surprisingly far in the clear night air. Our mission is simple, Rieven whispered to the men huddled around to listen in the darkness of night. We're scouting in force. Because we're scouting in force, we're able to go beyond what the squad of scouts has been safely able to. We'll spend a couple of hours hiking out, do a large loop, and then return to get a couple more hours of rest before we're needed with the battalion. I understand that this will be a bit taxing on all of us, but if I didn't think it was necessary, I wouldn't be doing it. Once we step out, there is to be absolutely no idle conversation. If you need to convey a message, use hand signals. If you can't get the message across that way, then you may whisper no louder than I am now. Sound will carry way further than you think, and we don't know what the perception stats of those guarding against us will be. There will be no cadence of any kind, so all of you will have to utilize your marching skill to the best of your abilities. It's not strictly necessary to maintain a perfect formation with perfect step, but it will help with keeping you from walking all over each other. Senior Sergeant Paul, form up the platoon and get them moving. The platoon automatically moved back to their position at the order from Rieven, and Paul had them moving out in short order. Rieven didn't have Jekyll leading the men like before and simply had Paul do so. Jekyll kept pace by Rieven's side. There was no reason for Paul to be in the position of issuing marching orders, so he acted as the guide to the platoon. The first couple of hours marching in the dark had been pretty boring. It had taken a little while for everyone to get their eyes adjusted to the dark, but once they did, visibility wasn't too bad. The moon wasn't full or anything, but the ambient light from it and the stars were enough to easily see by. Most things in the distance were still shadows, but they weren't obscure or hard to see. Rieven had the platoon march east before turning north to make a large loop across the northern front in the area between the battalion and where the tracks led. The platoon was kept in the gullies and valleys between the hills, and if they couldn't easily go around, Rieven made sure nobody was ever on top of a ridge. Skylining in this scenario would make them visible for miles and miles. Even though they were acting as a scouting unit themselves, Rieven still had several of the soldiers acting as scouts for them as well. They had the unenviable task of traveling across all of the hills and slopes to keep an eye on their surroundings, and the platoon was basically acting as a ship for them to launch from for the real task of observation. Shortly before it was time for the platoon to change their trajectory north, one of the scouts came scrambling down from a nearby hill, sprinting toward Rieven. Rieven gave a meaningful glance to Jekyll, and he took off to have Paul stop the platoon. Sir, the scout ran up, panting. There's a small force just on the other side of the hill over there. They're heading in a direction that they'll intersect with us, and they have about 30 people. I scanned further ahead, but I didn't see any other forces anywhere, and none of the other scouts have reported anything either. Very good, Rieven nodded. Class and weapon make up. What kind of force are we dealing with? I couldn't really make it out, sir. I didn't see any spears or shields, and I could only see some crude one-handed weapons. Didn't look like everyone even had a weapon. Okay, get back to the platoon. The man saluted before rushing to take up his position in his squad again. Rieven ran over to join up with Jekyll and Paul as they hurried over to him from the front of the platoon. Get the men up on top of the hill, Rieven ordered. Not the very top, he quickly clarified, and have them circle around so we can charge down on the approaching force. Have them be ready to launch a javelin volley on my signal. Yes, sir, the two men whispered fiercely. Rieven took up his position to the side of the platoon. He wouldn't be a part of the formation combat. His job was to direct the men and make sure there were no unexpected threats that they couldn't handle. He wasn't to the level where he was so far above them as Knight Captain Reifeld had been to his men, but he was still the most skilled combatant in the platoon and the only one who could use magic. The platoon quickly and silently made their way into position, crouching down to further obscure their visibility as they got into position. Rieven was able to instantly spot the force of 30 men moving along the other side of the hill. They weren't rowdy and talking and laughing or anything, but they were definitely disorganized. They didn't have properly dressed lines, and they weren't even trying to keep in step. They were just a jumble of 30 men, and their equipment was even worse off than he had expected from the report from the scout. None of the enemy force, and Ryevin was 100% sure they were part of the enemy force, had any armor of any kind. They didn't even have helmets, the one piece of armor that was absolutely mandatory for an infantry force. If people weren't provided gear by their unit and had to supply their own, the one piece of gear they would absolutely show up with was a helmet. A blow to the head was far more lethal than a stab to the gut. One would kill right away, and the other could usually live long enough to seek out medical attention. None of that was found here. Most of the men were also completely unarmed, like the scout had said, and they wore simple trousers without even a shirt. Ryevin could only see 10 people with a weapon, and not all of them were appropriate for combat. Most of them simply had long knives, and the ones that did have swords were clearly low quality, even from Ryevin's distant vantage. The hostile force meandered forward, coming abreast of the platoon's flank. Ryevin stepped forward slightly so he was visible, and slowly raised his hand into the air. As soon as the enemy was in a position for maximum engagement from Ryevin's platoon, he chopped his hand down fiercely. The smaller spears used as javelins sailed through the air without making any noise, and they crashed into the jumble of men below. Shouts of surprise, anger, and pain filled the air as Ryevin stood up fully, drawing his sword and leveling it down at the enemy troops. "Charge," Ryevin commanded. The platoon charged down in an orderly fashion, only 20 yards away from the hostile force. The javelin ambush had been extremely successful, and most of them had found a mark. Only about 4 of the enemy had died from the initial barrage, though, and most of them simply had spears impaled in their bodies. Ryevin watched with wide eyes as several of the enemy troops simply helped each other yank the spears out before wielding them themselves to ward off the attack. The injuries they suffered didn't seem to slow them down at all, and those that didn't manage to get a spear and were still unarmed simply threw themselves at the attacking platoon. The unarmed men practically let themselves get impaled by the pikes, but that didn't kill them. They twisted their bodies about so that the blows weren't immediately fatal, and they held the pikes down with their body weight so their compatriots could close the distance and engage. The unarmed that made it further leaped onto the shoulders of the first squad. The enemy that had weapons then used this opportunity to launch vicious attacks at the soldiers that had their fighting ability impaired by the maneuver. "First squad, abandon pikes. Draw swords," Ryevin commanded. The troops were well coordinated to obey Ryevin's commands, even without him using his skill, and they immediately abandoned their long weapons to draw swords and shields to defend against the crazed assault. First squad. Shield wall, second squad, kneel and repel. Third squad, hack and slash. Fourth and fifth squads, peel off to envelope. The first 2 squads had pikes for stopping power with swords and shields to make a shield wall if needed. Ryevin had come up with the simple hack and slash command for the 3rd and 4th halberdier squads to let them know to use their axe edges. He had seen no reason to keep the 2nd squad on their feet when they were using their pikes for stopping power when they had the shield wall in front of them, so he had them kneel down so as to allow for better reach and access for the halberdiers behind them. The 4th and 5th squads weren't contributing where they were, and they would normally be used as a reserve to switch out with their squad mates in front of them. This wasn't the kind of battle that was going to be fought over a long period of time, wearing down each other's stamina, though. The enemy was attacking with fervor, completely ignoring wounds and fatal damage. It's like their basic strategy is to just throw bodies at the enemy in a manner to win as swiftly and brutally as possible, Ryevin noted. If they succeed, they'll be able to treat their wounds after and will most likely survive. If they can capture the momentum and demoralize their enemies with the tactic, as well, they'll be more likely to succeed. In such a scenario, speed is crucial. We can't let them have the initiative, and we can't back down an inch. His platoon recovered from their shock at the ferocity of the response, and the wounds on the enemy accumulated enough that they started to die. Even with the tide not turning in their favor, though, the enemy force never even tried to change their tactics. Ryevin's platoon had managed to maintain their composure, and they flung the enemy troops off that had been trying to tie them down for the others that were armed. The enemy kept coming, and the platoon kept them in check. The 4th and 5th squads circled around on either side, and Ryevin thought they were finally going to surrender when it became completely hopeless for them to win the fight or even get away. That wasn't the case, though, and Ryevin watched with a grim expression as the enemy practically forced Ryevin's platoon to massacre them to the last man. The last man standing didn't even pay attention to the death and destruction around him. He just kept continuing to try and kill the person in front of him until he himself was killed. Silence descended over the desert night once more, and Ryevin surveyed the carnage. He only looked for a moment, verifying that none of his men were one of the ones dead on the ground. Do a head count, Ryevin instructed. Make sure everyone is accounted for. Then assess the severity of any casualties. If simple bandages won't be enough, bring them to me and I'll cauterize the wound. The platoon carried out his orders, and thankfully, nobody was injured enough to require anything drastic like cauterizing the wounds. Most of the injuries from the initial frenzied response had been negated by the superior armor and equipment of the platoon members. Nicks and cuts had been suffered, but nobody even got close to losing half of their health, much less getting seriously injured. If they had been the ones to ambush, and not the other way around, it would have been a different story, Reevan thought with a serious expression. The fight had only lasted a couple of minutes. It would have lasted longer, but the enemy was intentionally letting themselves get hurt to try and win psychologically before they won physically. It hadn't worked against Reevan's platoon, and the fight ended shortly after. Another scout came running up to Reevan as the platoon formed back up, ready to march off again. "Sir, you need to see this," the scout said, catching his breath. He jerked his head to the hill on the other side of where they had just had their engagement. "Get the men moving along the northern route we had planned," Reevan ordered Jekyll before following the scout across the valley and up the hill. Once he got close to the ridgeline, Reevan and the scout got down on their bellies to crawl forward. They made their way across, and Reevan immediately spotted the unusuality that had caught the scout's attention. He focused his gaze into the distance and infused his eyes with light mana to enhance his vision. Off in the distance, snaking through more hills littering the countryside, was a long line of people. Thousands upon thousands of people, tens of thousands. Reevan couldn't make everything out from this distance, but there was clearly one group being ushered by another. Even from this distance, though, Reevan could make out the traces of their passing behind them. Reevan frowned as he witnessed the scene. They were headed in the same direction the battalion from Orc was, just from a different trajectory. Something was nagging at Reevan, and he finally realized what it was. There are no tracks in the ground in front of or around them. That isn't a group that went off somewhere and came back. That's an entirely different enemy force. Scrap the plan of continuing the patrol, Reevan instructed Jekyll and Paul. Turn the men around and head directly back to the base camp. "Yes, sir." Paul saluted and quietly turned the platoon around to backtrack. "Sir, there's something you should see," Jekyll said, walking next to Reevan. Reevan looked up at the man, and he indicated toward the bodies of the defeated enemy soldiers. The platoon had quickly dug a grave to put the dead bodies in, but two of the corpses hadn't been put in. Reevan frowned as they walked over. The two bodies had been laid next to each other, rictus scowls frozen on their faces. They were distinctly different in their dress and gear. They were both dressed in only trousers and no shirt, but one had been unarmed while the other had been equipped with a nicked, rusty sword. The unarmed man had crisscrossing scars all over his body, and while the armed man had some as well, they were to a much lesser extent. Most of the scars had obviously come from a whip. The other difference was the complexion. The unarmed man had a much more tan tone to his skin, and his hair and beard were both unkempt and wild. The armed man had slightly paler skin, and his hair and beard were neatly trimmed, though not styled or especially taken care of. Reevan noticed something on their foreheads that drew his attention, and he reached down to move the bangs of the unarmed man. He had a brand burned into his forehead, a single vertical stroke. He moved his hand over and adjusted the bangs of the armed man, and he had a clear numerical 2 branded onto his forehead. "So that vertical stroke is a 1, Reevan thought. Where have I heard of something similar?" Reevan tapped his chin in thought. A passing rumor that one of his friends had mentioned in the Magic Academy crossed his mind. "Is the practice of branding more common than I thought, or are they connected? And if they're connected across more than 10 million miles?" Reevan could only imagine the implications if that was the case. "Have some men jerry-rig a couple of stretchers," Reevan said. "We'll take the bodies back to the camp with us." "Yes, sir." Jekyll rushed off to see to it. It only took a moment to make the stretchers. They had the supplies necessary for their construction in the platoon storage satchel in case of having to transport wounded soldiers. The bodies were loaded up and the platoon stepped off, back the way they had come, with a much quicker pace than they previously had. Reevan set the pace. He wanted to get back to inform the battalion command of the discovery. If there's one group of reinforcements of equivalent size to the First Army, then there could be more. Reevan's face was grim. We could be marching into an army of hundreds of thousands. We're not equipped to take on the First Army in an actual collision, much less this. Sten, Cinna, and Dowell aren't going to take this news very well. They're not in my company, but I've seen them around. They've been in high spirits as we've gotten closer to the goal, but there's no way we can accomplish the mission now, not without help from Kefira's empire. The hike back to the base camp went slowly and quickly in equal measure. It went slowly in that Reevan was incredibly impatient to get back, and it went quickly in that they actually made really good time. Reevan had considered sending one of the faster scouts ahead to make the report, but he rejected that notion. It would only arrive 20 to 30 minutes ahead of time in the middle of the night, and Reevan had a feeling that he would need to present the evidence to corroborate the story for it to be taken seriously. The command structure had proven to be less reliable than Reevan had hoped for, but the bodies themselves should help pierce any doubts. that didn't mean he didn't send anyone ahead. He crafted a note and had it delivered to Kefira in the Mage Corps camp. Her receiving the information was far more important in the grand scheme of things. The soldiers of his company that had stayed behind that were manning the current fire watch were a bit surprised at the return of the platoon so much earlier than anticipated, but their faces turned grim as they spotted the bodies being carried along. Revan dismissed the platoon to get rest, and he had Jekyll and Paul each take charge of dragging one of the bodies as he headed to the battalion command tent. Revan made a beeline to the battalion staff, veering slightly to head to Captain Sanjin's tent. There was a time and place to go over someone's head to a higher authority, and while this might seem like one of those times, it wasn't. It was a trap to get into the mindset that monumental news had to be shared directly with the highest authority without going through the chain of command because it appeared to be an emergency. That's a good way to get a superior officer to resent you, Revan mused. Sure, if you want to deal with a commander scheming against you, go for it. The trick here is to deliver the news in such a way that the captain can't ignore it or prevent it from being passed on. Revan shared a look with his subordinates and nodded his head for them to drag the corpses to the most conspicuous position possible while he rushed to his captain's tent. Standing outside the tent, Revan raised his voice as loud as he could. Captain Sanjin, Provisional Lieutenant Revan reporting as ordered, sir. He infused a bit of his commanding shout into his voice. A curse came from within the tent, followed by the sounds of someone rummaging about to get dressed quickly. Captain Sanjin came storming out of his tent, fury written on his face at being woken up in such a manner. He stalked up to Revan, who was standing at attention. Do you have any idea what time it is? Sanjin fiercely whispered. Even though he was incredibly angry, he wasn't foolish enough to raise his voice as Revan had done and wake everyone in the battalion staff up, much less the major himself. It was a foregone conclusion that they already had been, but Sanjin wanted nothing to do with that responsibility, despite Revan's wording. Yes, sir, Revan replied, standing straight, eyes front. After following your command to do everything necessary, the patrol mission you ordered made a grave discovery that cannot wait. Several senior staff sergeants and the major's aide had already exited their tents, and before they could make their way over to the commotion Revan was causing, the two corpses that had been dragged into their midst caught their eye. They walked over to inspect the bodies for a moment before the aide rushed off to the major's tent. The patrol mission I ordered, Sanjin asked, confused. I told you not to do anything unnecessary, Sanjin hissed between his teeth. Yes, sir, and I interpreted that order as to do everything necessary. Sanjin stared at him for a moment, mouth a thin line on his face, before turning his attention to where the senior staff sergeants were conversing with Jekyll. The aide was already rushing back alongside the major. Don't drag me through the mud, Sanjin glared at Revan. He motioned for Revan to follow him, and they walked over to the two bodies to wait for the major to arrive. The aide had apparently already described the scene to the major, and he simply walked up and looked down at the bodies. He looked up, glancing at each man present before settling on Captain Sanjin. You're the one who ordered the patrol to be sent out, Major Dobrik asked Captain Sanjin. Yes, sir. Captain Sanjin stood at attention, sweat beading his brow. Provisional Lieutenant Revan here was the commander in charge. Excellent initiative, Captain. Major Dobrik nodded his head with a smile. Sanjin stood stunned for a moment before a beaming smile split his face. Lieutenant Revan, report. Yes, sir, Revan responded. Revan remained at attention as he delivered the report of the excursion. He colored it in such a way that he had been ordered to do so by his commanding officer from the very beginning, and Revan's interpretation of his orders made perfect sense to him. It is my opinion that the rescue mission cannot be completed as we are now, Revan concluded. Nonsense. Major Dobrik rebuked. You said the larger enemy force you witnessed was several hours away still, and you only speculated that they were reinforcements. Do you have any hard proof to indicate they're not the enemy force we're after themselves? No proof, sir, but the evidence. I'm not interested, Major Dobrik interrupted him. We'll just need to launch our assault earlier. If they're the force we're looking for, then we'll take their camp for ourselves and ambush them as they return if the civilians weren't left in the camp under a smaller guard. If they're a reinforcing army, as you suspect, then we need to hit the enemy now while they're still away. Even if they get here while we're in the midst of battle, they've been traveling through the night. They won't be in any shape to put up any meaningful resistance. But sir, Captain Sanjin, Major Dobrik ignored Revan's protests. You've shown excellent initiative the entire operation. You'll remain with me, coordinating directly with my aide. Have your XO take charge of the company for you until further notice. Yes, sir, Sanjin saluted. He motioned with his eyes, dismissing Revan. Revan stood there in stunned silence for a moment, not believing the turn of events. He finally took a deep, calming breath, and he motioned for his two subordinates to leave the corpses behind and follow him back to the company. He only took a few steps before he noticed Kefira, followed by Cyrilla, rushing forward. Hope surged in his chest as he paused to see what she would do about the situation. Major Dobrik, Kefira stormed forward, no longer wearing the uniform of a Mage Corps officer. She had an emblem pinned to her chest, distracting Rievin for an embarrassing amount of time considering the circumstances. Major Dobrik's eyes noticed the emblem right away, and his eyes almost bugged out of his head. "Yes, ma'am." Dobrik replied, his body automatically assuming the position of attention. The rest of the staff in the area were dumbfounded by the change, and they instinctively came to attention, too. New information has been obtained that changes the circumstances. I am no longer able to function as one of your subordinates in light of the revelation. If I'm understanding the situation correctly, you're prepared to order the battalion to attack ahead of time, despite the information you've just seen. Yes, ma'am. The reports are unverified, and it is my professional opinion that an assault now is the most appropriate response. I disagree. In light of the circumstances, it is my duty to assume command of this operation, and I order you to retreat until we can receive reinforcements of our own. I have already passed the news up to the higher authority. I'm afraid that won't be possible, ma'am, Major Dobrik replied, a commiserating look on his face. While I appreciate your willingness to extend help, only an imperial order could supersede the proper protocols. A mere viscount can't usurp my authority, and you'll have to confer with Lord Yalo, and possibly his superior as well, in order to change the command structure. I would be immensely appreciative of your continued help, though, and you're welcome to maintain your position of authority over your mages until such a time. If you'll excuse me, I have an assault to oversee. Major Dobrik politely but firmly made his stance known and departed with his staff. Kefira stood there, fuming for a moment, Cyrilla shaking her head behind her. Rievin walked up to her after the others had left. I knew that only bringing the identity of a viscount would bite us in the ass, Cyrilla muttered. We had perfectly good reasons for doing so at the time, Kefira argued. I'm sorry, Viscount, Rievin asked, walking up to Kefira. She stopped stewing for a moment to glance up at him, a small smile crossing her face at his presence. Yes, Kefira confirmed. There are dangers with displaying my identity, and I've told you I don't have imperial authority to just willy-nilly do as I please. I'm not in an official position yet like my older siblings. As such, when Cyrilla and I go out for life experience in lower regions, we only bring an identity token of a viscount. It's usually enough to stave off any problems that might arrive, and it's not high-profile enough for anyone with nefarious ideas to take risks against us. The downsides to failing outweigh the potential rewards if they think I'm just the daughter of a lower-landed noble. I see, Rievin said. That does put us in a small predicament, though. I'm still commissioned through a contract with the local lord, and I'm not going to desert or disobey orders. That would be a betrayal of my troops, too, so I have to stick around. Yes, Kefira tapped her foot in thought. I'll participate as well, hoping to stave off as much damage as this idiot is probably going to cause. One of my brothers was dispatched through the teleportation array with his staff as soon as I passed the message along, but it will still be some time before his own troops will be able to follow him. He'll just be able to assume command of the kingdom's forces, which are still far away from here. Better than nothing. I don't plan on getting killed here. We'll have to work together to minimize the casualties moving forward. All right, Rievin nodded. He ordered Paul to return to the platoon to cancel their rest and get ready for action, but he motioned for Jekyll to follow him. He gave out instructions to his protege as they walked. Go to my tent and get the map out, Rievin instructed. Study it and devise some appropriate escape routes. We don't know what's going to happen after we engage the enemy, so we'll need to plan for multiple contingencies. Yes, sir, Jekyll saluted before rushing back to their platoon. Rievin walked alongside Kefira, Cyrilla walking alongside her, a half-step behind. None of them spoke as the activity in the base camp began to pick up as people woke up and prepared to depart before it was even light out. They quickly made their way to Kefira's tent, and she motioned for Rievin to follow her right in. Kefira rummaged through her belongings by her field desk, and she came up with a rolled-up scroll. She walked over to Rievin and handed it to him. It had a neat blue bow holding it closed in place of a seal. Open it up and sign it, Kefira said. Rievin took it from her, a skeptical look on his face. What is it? He asked, undoing the bow and unfurling the scroll. Standard request for academic transfer, Kefira responded. I had my sister inquire about the specifics, and then I copied the contract using the appropriate mana infusions she described to me. She also officially made the request in your name, so this contract is perfectly valid on all fronts. Once you sign it, you'll officially be transferred from your position as a student in a Tier 1 academy to a student in our Tier 4 academy. Okay, Rievin said, placing the scroll on the desk, preparing to sign it. Why now all of a sudden? He signed the scroll. Excellent. Kefira snatched the scroll up as a notification popped up in Rievin's vision. Notice of academic transfer. Novice Rievin has successfully transferred from Garok Magic Academy to Wispan Magic Academy. Novice Rievin has graduated to apprentice grade. Garok Rievin idly noticed. Is that the name of the Tier 1 region I'm from? I was going to wait until after the rescue mission, once you had achieved some merits to make it more palatable to others, but I think your achievements of defeating the enemy patrol and discovering multiple valuable pieces of intelligence are enough. Apprentice Magic student Rievin Neal. Kefira's voice took on an odd timbre, and Rievin could sense her using a particular mana affinity that he was unfamiliar with in a complicated braid. Rievin went to one knee, but he kept his head held high as he stared at Kefira. She beamed at him with a gentle smile. She pulled out another scroll from her spatial storage and opened it. She held it aloft, but she didn't read from it. In accordance with my lineage as a princess of Wispan, I hereby appoint you as my imperial liaison. Your responsibilities shall be to coordinate the imperial desires of Princess Kefira to the nobility and military of her vassals, until such time as you are dismissed from her service by voluntary resignation or promotion. Do you accept the appointment? Don't worry about the details, Cyrilla whispered next to him. Just say yes. Rievin followed the advice and didn't hesitate. I accept the appointment. The mana braid being carefully maintained by Kefira burst forth and dug into Rievin's being. It wasn't uncomfortable, and he felt a connection between them form that was as solid as a rock. He instinctively felt he would be capable of removing the link if he wished at any time, though. You have accepted an Imperial appointment. Select a class. You have 30 minutes to choose before Imperial Liaison. Fortune Teller is permanently set. Tier 3 classes available: Uncommon, Expert Hunter. Rievin reeled back from the sudden notification window, taking up his entire vision. Rievin took a moment to compose himself. He noticed out of the corner of his vision, beyond the notification window, Kefira stared at him with a huge grin on her face. Rievin turned his attention back to the notification window. Pseudo-divine classes. He was once more astounded. Too bad none of them are available for selection. They're either incompatible with being appointed from a magic academy, or I don't fully meet the requirements. It's kind of a cruel joke for the system to show me what could have been possible. The Imperial Liaison Grand Arcanist is the obvious choice, and I've already perused most of the other classes available for choosing. I seem to recall that I speculated Fortune Teller, despite its powerful implications, was set to Common, which would have precluded anyone who took it from advancing to Tier 4. Wait, could the Masked Man have had the same opportunity as me? If he can manipulate fate, and Fortune Teller mentioned it had limited ability to alter chance and minuscule threads of fate, then did he force a Tier 3 Fortune Teller class as a Tier 2, opening that branch of pursuit? But isn't he from the Abyss? Do they have the same classes? Rievin shook his head. Now's not the time to think about it. There weren't many additions that Rievin could choose, as he was forced to take a caster class for his appointment. Those other classes will still be available when I really move to Tier 3 in the future, so I can take my time to read through them then. I know I have 30 minutes to choose this time, and not just a minute, but there's no reason to waste time. Rievin focused his attention and selected his class. Imperial Liaison, Grand Arcanist. The very fabric of reality bends to your will. The Grand Arcanist is the peak of magical veracity. They have an understanding of magic far beyond their tier. Things that are impossible for others are a mere moment of concentration away from them. All levels of spells of all elements are available for them to use. Imperial Liaison, Grand Arcanist Tier 2-3 Mythic Legendary. Advancement 9 unassigned stats LVL Tier 3 Pseudo Mythic. Class skills: Magic spells 40, level 1 2 MP, level 2 10 MP, level 3 20 MP, level 4 50 MP, level 5 100 MP, level 6 500 MP, level 7 1000 MP. Deconstruct 55, pick apart spells to their base elements. Bonus to understanding weaves, knots, and patterns. Bonus to mana manipulation plus 75. Will of the Realm 12, your will is true. Available in force, impart, mana well, true mana. What? A scream from Kefira brought Rievin out of his musings. Kefira cut herself off with a cough, composing herself. She continued in a whisper, Mythic, when you told me you were aiming to force a Tier 3 transition, you weren't aiming low, were you? Wait, you can see that. Rievin raised an eyebrow. Cyrilla was staring at him with an open mouth from Kefira's outburst. She had moderated her voice so she didn't shout it out to the entire base camp, but Cyrilla was standing right there. Of course, Kefira said, striking a pose with her hands on her hips, chin lifted. You're my liaison. The system grants me information on you as if you were my subordinate. Subordinate? Hey, our relationship isn't going to change just because of a system technicality, Kefira frowned. As Cyrilla told you, don't worry about the details. I used my one opportunity to secure a powerful ally in the future in order to help you out. I don't regret it for a second, and I have zero misgivings. It's only a system technicality. You're not my subordinate. Rievin got up from his kneeling position and walked up to Kefira, wrapping her up in his arms and planting a kiss on her lips. He pulled back and smiled at her. Even if I was temporarily your subordinate, I wouldn't have minded, Rievin clarified. I would have just felt a bit conflicted about this. He waved his palm up and down, indicating the two of them embracing. I think I've made my stance on the matter pretty clear, though. Perfectly clear, Kefira tilted her head back, inviting Rievin once more. Cyrilla coughed to the side. We don't really have time for this right now, she pointed out. Of course, Rievin stepped back, squeezing Kefira's hand as they separated. I need to take charge of the company. Captain Sanjin was pulled away from his command. I don't know if that's a nod to me, or if the major is really rewarding the captain, though. It doesn't really matter. I'll be able to take better care of the company without his interference. Yes, go, Kefira said, though her face showed her reluctance. I'll manage my mages, and I'll urge my brother to get here faster. Rievin nodded his head as he exited the tent. Finally breaking through the Tier 3 transition is going to be a game changer, Rievin thought excitedly. I'll check my full status after I make sure the company is in order. I can already feel the changes, but that's not the priority right now. Rievin felt just a little better about the situation. The enemy troops use human wave tactics, as far as I can determine. Rievin addressed the other lieutenants of his company. The lower-class soldiers will rush into the flanks to tie down your weapons and bodies to try and make an opening for the troops behind them. That includes throwing themselves on shields and swords. They will try to use their body weight to prevent effective fighting. They don't back down, and they fight until the last man. They will rip javelins out of their own bodies and use them as weapons for themselves. We've only fought against one patrol, but it's better to assume the whole will act similar to the part, so we need to keep them at length with the use of the pikes, Lieutenant Grant, the 3rd platoon commander, asked. Yes, Rievin nodded his head. It seems simple enough, and it's what we would usually do, but there's a difference here. The enemy will charge through the pikes and use their bodies to prevent the troops from recovering them to continue using them. The first rank of soldiers has to be prepared to immediately abandon their pikes and switch to the shield wall. Against a small patrol, I had the 2nd row kneel down to allow better access to the 3rd row halberdiers. That won't be tenable, though, as we'll need to maintain our maneuverability. When we make contact, we'll need to hold the position for a moment to cause some damage, and then back up several steps to allow the 2nd row pikes to continue working. Have them rush in, stall out and take damage, then back up to make some room and start over. Rush in, stall, back up. Rush in, stall, back up. What about protecting the flank of our ally company next to us? Lieutenant Lares spoke up. That's a good point, Rievin said. The platoon closest to them will have a harder time of it. I expect the numbers of the enemies to be enough to outflank us outright, so we'll have to adjust the angle of our line to account for that. We'll engage with 3 platoons on the line, and the 4th platoon will be in reserve. The 3rd platoon will have to take more steps back and turn, just like the wheelwright exercise we did, but the anchor will be the point between 1st platoon and the other company. Any more questions? Rievin looked back and forth between the other 3 platoon commanders and Jekyll, who was in command of the 1st platoon. They all shook their heads. All right, dismissed. Take charge of your platoons and await further orders. The battalion was already in column marching toward their destination. The tracks were abundantly clear to follow at this point, even in the dark. Rievin had his little impromptu strategic meeting with the other lieutenants as their men marched in the final position of the column. Despite having been in many life or death struggles and many organized military battles as well, Rievin's heart was still beating hard in his chest. He didn't have nerves or butterflies in his stomach, but he could feel the adrenaline already pumping through his veins. His high stamina would have prevented him from feeling fatigued at this point anyway, but even if he didn't have such high stats, he was sure that any tiredness would have been washed away. The battalion of volunteers marched for an hour in the dark, and the sun wasn't even starting to peek over the horizon by the time they spotted the enemy camp. It was a huge, sprawling mass of tents and bodies, and Rievin spotted 0 fortifications or entrenchments. There were obvious scouts keeping watch as a horn blew in the distance. Rievin's heart sank, as like an ant nest being agitated, tens of thousands of people scrambled to emerge from their rest to defend their camp. From Rievin's estimate, gazing at the enemy force, there had to already be 3 forces equaling the original one already combined, not even including the reinforcements only about an hour away. There's no way, Rievin thought. The major has to see that this is a hopeless cause. Rievin waited for the order to pull back to come down the line, but it never happened. He grit his teeth in frustration as the battalion started to veer to the left so that they could orient their flank for an engagement. Already pockets of enemy troops were sprinting towards the battalion in a completely disorganized way. Before Rievin could even get his company up to the front line, the company in the front was already engaged with the enemy, and more were already pouring forth towards them. If they attack us piecemeal like this, we might stand a chance of not getting totally overwhelmed. Rievin felt hope surge, but it was just as quickly dashed as he continued to watch. More troops were forming up in ranks than were rushing at them. It seems those disorganized soldiers aren't just rushing us because of bloodlust. They're probably to prevent us from forming up properly as their own main force gets situated. Ryevin had to begrudgingly approve of the harassing tactic, but it didn't make him feel better. Company, double time. Move, move, move. Ryevin commanded at the top of his lungs. Get your men up there, now. Ryevin yelled at the platoon from the nearest company in front of him. The lieutenant in charge noticed Ryevin's urgency and his orders for the company to rush forward, and he followed suit without hesitation. His actions, in turn, caused his fellow lieutenants to do the same, and soon the entire back half of the battalion was rushing forward to get in line instead of marching methodically. The battalion formed up its line quickly, and a horn sounded from the major's position, ordering the advance. The soldiers didn't need the individual direction of the lieutenants, and the battalion marched forward. Ryevin's 4th platoon held back, and as the commander, Ryevin marched next to them so he could view the entire line. Suddenly, the night sky erupted in bright light as magical projectiles came screaming at the battalion from the rear of the enemy encampment. The volunteer mage corps answered with their own volleys, and the spells lobbed over allied soldiers to come crashing down on the advancing troops of both sides. The soldiers had practiced combining their mana into platoon-wide shield skills, but Ryevin didn't put much trust in it. The amount of firepower approaching them was magnitudes higher than what was being launched against the enemy. Ryevin watched a large fireball arc through the air, and even at this distance, Ryevin could make out the spell structure within it. He had an instinctual feeling course through him, and he reached out with his will, seizing control of the spell. He was momentarily surprised as his willpower simply brushed the mage's will aside, and he took control of the spell at the cost of close to 100 mana. Ryevin didn't let the momentary surprise stall him out, though, and he immediately controlled the spell to crash down on the advancing army. They hadn't taken long to form up their own ranks, and shouts and horn blasts could be heard as they also advanced in a huge wall of people towards the much smaller battalion. Everything about this is screwed up, Ryevin thought as he picked more spells out of the air to use against their own people. What 3-to-1 odds for an assault? It's like 50-to-1 against us. I understand that levels, skills, and classes can make a huge difference, but not that much. Sweat broke out on Ryevin's brow as he simultaneously kept watch over his company and snatched enemy spells out of the air. He didn't only catch spells launched towards his own company, though his range couldn't encompass the entire battalion. His intervention made the spell battle closer to even than the one-sided bombardment it would have been. We have to do something more to suppress those mages. We can't just use our spells on the troops only, especially against psychos like these who don't care about their own casualties. It was conventional strategy, according to what he had learned in the classroom training, that the mages would disengage as the melee combat started. Ryevin watched as the battalion finally made contact with the enemy force, but the enemy mages never stopped hurtling their magic. As the distance decreased, Ryevin's proximity to the spells increased, and he could grasp the feeling of being able to interfere with the enemy spells on a wider front. He was having to struggle a bit more against the closer spells, as the mages that had encountered him overpowering them had wizened up and begun putting up a fight, though it was like a child instead of a fly in the face of Ryevin's willpower. 100 children, though, could exhaust him far more than 100 flies. Ryevin formulated a plan, and he checked his mana pool to gauge the feasibility of it. His total mana pool had exceeded 5,000 after transitioning to a Tier 3 class, and he was down to about 3,000 already. Spending close to 100 mana per will battle only allowed him to act so much. Instead of trying to commandeer control of the next spell, though, Ryevin analyzed the tether connecting the mage to his spell, and he reached out with his own mana, connecting himself to it without taking control. He used his own tether to the spell as a conduit, and he pumped lightning mana, wrapped in vertical on a hunch, along the lines. Ryevin watched in satisfaction as it worked as he had hoped, and the lightning mana shot through the improvised mana circuit. He couldn't see the end result, but the spell he used winked out, and another one didn't immediately follow. Looks like that maneuver only cost about 60 mana, Ryevin noted, glancing at his mana pool. All right. I can afford to do that several more times. Let's get to work. The sounds of men screaming and yelling, weapons clashing, armor clanking, projectiles whistling through the air, and the overall sounds of combat echoed out over the landscape as Ryevin kept a careful watch on his company while actively suppressing the enemy mages. I don't know how long you can keep that up. Ryevin was startled at the sound, not having noticed anyone approach him. He quickly glanced to the side and noticed Kefira standing next to him, but Cyrilla was nowhere to be found. What you're doing is amazing, but it won't be enough. Kefira looked at him. I have a better idea. Draw your sword and take my hand. Ryevin didn't hesitate or stop to ask what she meant. He did as asked, drawing his sword with his right hand while placing his left hand in hers. This might be disorienting. Here we go. Ryevin felt a tremendous burst of mana from Kefira, and the world shifted. He found himself suddenly surrounded by men in tattered robes, launching spells into the air. Several of the closest ones stumbled back in surprise, and Kefira started blasting them with magic. Revan quickly understood what was going on, and he activated his elemental weapon skill across his entire body and sword. He stormed into the enemy mages, becoming a whirlwind of death and destruction. Revan wasn't able to reach everyone with his sword alone. He used his sword and fist while simultaneously launching spells of his own. He didn't hold back like he would in the academy. He pumped his spells full of mana, using a deadly combination of affinities, and he aimed for vital parts. His sword would slash through the neck of a robed man, while his fist drove into the gut of another, the fire wrapping his body, leaping to immolate the enemy. And while he was doing that, a blade of metal and wind, empowered by sharpness, would launch toward the neck of yet another mage. Kefira rained death and destruction around her as well, and she made sure to keep up close to Revan. The enemy mages began to take note of the two harbingers of death within their midst, and Revan had to switch from using his mana offensively to defensively. Kefira rushed up to him and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Time to go," she shouted. Mana once more stormed through the area, and they shifted back to their original position. Revan was slightly disoriented, having been in the middle of swinging his sword, but he quickly recovered. He looked at Kefira with a raised brow. She simply winked and put a finger across her lips. Cirilla finally showed up, rushing forward from out of nowhere with a glare leveled at Kefira. "Don't do that again," Cirilla hissed. "It was necessary," Kefira argued back, turning her head in a huff. "I'm not talking about the teleportation. I'm talking about leaving me behind." "Oh," Kefira said, looking properly chastised this time. "Well, you know that I only have enough control to take one other person with me, right now, and I felt Revan would be the better choice. Not only is he more proficient at combat than you, but it might also have been dangerous if he was still shooting lightning down on the mages when we went over. No more excuses. Let's go back." Cirilla jerked her head back toward the center of the battalion. "You're right," Kefira gave Revan a sheepish grin. "I need to be with my unit in case they need me, and you obviously have your own duties. Be safe," Revan nodded, turning his attention back to his company completely as Kefira walked off with Cirilla. Revan surveyed the field and noticed that his platoon commanders were operating under the instructions he had given. The line wasn't perfectly straight anymore, but that didn't matter. If they had tried to keep their position perfectly, they would have been flanked by the massive horde of enemy soldiers already. The first platoon his platoon was managing, but he could tell that they were losing stamina a lot faster than the other two. "Lieutenant Lares, lead 4th platoon to relieve 1st platoon." Revan turned and commanded the other lieutenant standing nearby, ready to go. "Yes, sir." Lieutenant Lares didn't technically have to refer to Revan as sir according to their ranks. Still, his position as the acting commander of the company had been cemented in everyone's mind by this point. 4th platoon marched forward, and the soldiers of the 1st platoon made space for them to maneuver their way to the front line. 1st platoon disengaged in an orderly manner as the 4th platoon took over their duties. The plan is to distract them long enough for the specialized unit to rush in and get the civilians moving out of the camp, Revan thought as he kept watch of the action. The battle has only been going on for several minutes now, and it's already apparent that it's not going to be enough. Why hasn't the major issued the order to retreat? Revan glanced to the center of the battalion where the major and his staff were sitting on their horses. Revan could see the man calmly watching the action, and Captain Sanjin was attempting to talk his ear off. Revan shook his head. At least the major doesn't seem to be letting himself get distracted by that idiot. Revan inspected how the other companies were faring in the combat. He could already see that they had suffered casualties against the enemy tactics, despite Revan having explained them to the major. He had assumed the major would have someone pass the information down to the other captains, but that either hadn't happened, or they hadn't come up with a proper response before attacking. From his position, Revan could tell that the men of the other companies were flagging much more than even his 1st platoon had been. None of the other captains had ordered a reserve platoon, either. Everyone except his platoon was currently engaged in fierce combat with the relentless enemy. Revan's mood continued to worsen as he was impatient with the major and his orders. There wasn't any relief for any of the other troops, and there weren't any units on standby to seize opportunities. Revan looked back toward the enemy camp, and he noticed that it was finally almost empty. He could see where the civilians were corralled, and he frowned as he noticed that they were hunched over, attending to some sort of task being overseen by some soldiers who didn't seem to care one way or another about the battle. They were being put to use to do something, and Revan could only imagine what it might be. His thoughts wandered to the skills that tried to form an idea for him while he looked over the map previously. Revan noticed movement out of the corner of his eye, and he spied the specialized unit finally making their move to infiltrate the camp and rescue the captives. It seemed like everything was actually working out how they wanted it to, but Revan knew that there was no way they would be able to maintain their pace to keep their attention long enough for the civilians to make it far enough away to escape. Some might get away, which is better than nothing, but we don't know how the enemy is going to react to losing a portion of their captured workforce, Ryevin thought. As he kept a careful eye on his own company and watched the infiltrators make their way through the camp in the distance, light finally began to peek over the horizon in the distance. Something about it felt off, though, as Ryevin watched the skylight. Wait, that's the west. The sun rises in the east. Ryevin turned to look at the horizon in the east, and it was still dark. There was no sign of the sun rising yet. His stomach fell as a horn blast sounded from the direction of the light, and the cause of it finally came into view. Another enemy force, holding torches to light their way, crested a dip in the ground. That's not even the enemies that I spotted on the patrol. They're coming from a completely different direction. The infiltration force paused in their movements to look up and see them, and then the reinforcements charged into the camp. The infiltrators turned to flee, but they were drowned in the bodies of the new enemy unit. Not only a hopeless failure, but a complete and utter defeat, Ryevin thought, his mouth making a line. What the hell is wrong with the major? Ryevin was ready to sound the retreat for his men, and he looked toward the major and his staff. Ryevin's eyes bugged out at the scene before his eyes. Cloaked men moving about in the shadows had materialized, and they were laying waste to the battalion staff. The major's horse stood, saddle empty, as the staff members engaged in fierce combat all around. Ryevin searched a bit further and spotted Captain Sanjin galloping away in the opposite direction of his company, not even turning to see if anyone was pursuing him. There wasn't. Company, disengage, Ryevin commanded. First platoon, with me. Ryevin began moving forward to engage the enemy with his platoon as the other three began walking back, trying to build space between them. He noticed the lieutenant of the closest platoon from the next company that had followed his lead earlier turned to look at him as he reached the back row of the men engaged with the enemy. Ryevin didn't have time to explain anything, and he simply pointed insistently toward where the major had been. The other man looked where Ryevin was pointing, and then he frantically began trying to order a retreat as well. Jack, Ryevin motioned for his friend to rush over before he took charge of the fighting. Take the men and run. Set up a defensive line with one of the platoons 50 yards back as the others continue to escape. We'll set up a leapfrog escape as we attempt to retreat in an orderly fashion. Ryevin felt a tremendous accumulation and release of mana off to the side. A huge explosion and small quake nearly knocked Ryevin and the men from both armies off their feet. Ryevin looked toward the center of the line to see a smoking crater. Bodies and body parts littered the ground where the center of the combat had just been taking place. It didn't matter that far more of the enemy army had been decimated in the attack. Others from the opposing army were already sprinting through the hole in the center of the line. Go, 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 Ryevin yelled. He launched himself forward, infusing his sword with his mana once again. He had regained a considerable amount of mana in the short time the battle had been going on, and it should be enough for his purposes. The other three platoons managed to break away from the melee combat as Ryevin charged into the enemy, laying waste about himself with his magical sword. They turned and began to sprint under the urging of Jek, and Ryevin held the enemy back, almost single-handedly. He stood off to the side of the platoon, not directly with them, and he extended the flame of his weapon to a degree that he could swipe tens of yards at a time. Ryevin didn't have time to focus on the rest of the volunteer battalion, but he could see that they were in full rout. There was no organized retreat happening elsewhere, other than the one platoon right next to him. The fact that there was about to be no protection on either flank, with a huge force able to make use of that weakness immediately, forced Ryevin's hand. Jekyll, take the platoon and get to Lieutenant Jek. I'll buy some time. Go, go, go. Ryevin accumulated as much mana as he ever had before, and he drove it down into the ground. Over 2,000 mana points slammed into the ground, creating a huge shockwave of mana and earth. Explosions of fire with shrapnel from the destroyed ground infused in it, launched toward the enemy force. The rampaging enemy was thrown through the air, hundreds of them being torn apart in the massive spell, and hundreds more were tossed about like rag dolls. They careened through the air and they fell to the ground, unable to get up. He had succeeded in creating enough space to allow for his company, and the itinerant platoon, to get enough space to turn and sprint away. Ryevin felt exhaustion threaten to take over, and his mind exploded in a splitting headache. He didn't have time to let it slow him down, though, and he turned and followed the platoon that had already begun sprinting away. His company was in much better shape than the rest of the battalion, but that didn't mean they hadn't suffered casualties of their own. Bodies of men he had just been spending time with were strewn about the ground, and Ryevin had to crush the emotions creeping up to distract him from his responsibilities over the survivors. Ryevin quickly caught up to his company with his superior stats. He was relieved to see that they were mostly calm while running for their lives, and he would be able to assert command over them in such a state of mind. There was only one thing that was really dragging him down and distracting him. There's no sign of Kefira. Keep together, Ryevin yelled out at the running soldiers. Keep going. Ryevin kept a litany of encouragement going as the company fled. The battalion had suffered high casualties there at the end, but it had been concentrated in the center of the formation. Rievin's company had been on the far end to the right, so they only suffered the casualties from the hand-to-hand combat. There were several troops that were being assisted or carried by others, and Rievin felt extreme regret over not being able to bring the bodies of the few who had died with them. With their stats, it wasn't much of an impediment to carry the weight of another person while running. Rievin glanced back behind himself and saw the enemies chasing after them. The main bulk of the enemy force didn't give chase, as they would be too slow while maintaining their formation, but that didn't prevent smaller pockets of loose fighters from running after them. The pursuing force was strung out in a long line of individuals, and they didn't have any sort of unifying command. The tactic is very similar to how they let people rush forward in the beginning to disrupt forming up the battalion line, Rievin thought. They're just a harassing force to keep us from being able to organize. Luckily, we've been able to stay together. Can't say the same for the rest of the battalion. I don't know for sure how scattered they are, though. I can only hope someone can rally them together. The company kept running in the direction of the base camp, hoping to reconnect with others that had fled. The sun finally started to crest the horizon on the east as they ran up a short slope. Rievin looked around and back towards the way they had come. There was still no mass of soldiers pursuing in a formation, and the line of those who were was even further spread apart. "Company, halt," Rievin commanded. His skill-infused order caused the men to come to a stop, and the lieutenants and sergeants automatically dressed their ranks. "Lieutenants, orient the soldiers to face the way we came and get on line. 4th platoon in reserve." The lieutenants, including Jekyll and the platoon that had followed them from the other company, ordered the troops to form up facing the pursuit at the top of the slope. The first row of soldiers had their shield wall ready, and the pikes and halberds were leveled at the enemy charging up the slope. There were only about 30 enemies right at the front, but there were a couple hundred more in a scattered line still catching up. The platoons made short work of the disorganized soldiers, most of them unarmed, but they kept coming one at a time. Rievin knew they didn't have time to waste taking care of all of them in such a manner. "Lieutenants, order your 5th squads to step out and use their bows to target the stragglers." The back squads of the front 3 platoons stepped aside, merging together and working as one, to attack those still in the distance. The slope allowed their range to be much further, and they had the skills to improve their accuracy and power. Rievin watched for a moment to gauge their effective range, and then he got to work himself. His mana still hadn't recovered a whole lot, but he did have more than 1,000 mana still available to him. Using the new class skill, he instinctively knew what he was capable of with system assistance and what level of spell and mana would be needed to accomplish his goal. Rievin accumulated mana in his hands through the skill, draining 500 mana to create a level 6 spell. He infused fire, wind, plasma, lightning, and gravity into the complicated contraption of mana he created. A giant flaming ball took shape in front of him, looking like a miniature sun, sunspots and solar arcs included. Rievin launched the sphere into the air as it continued to grow, and he made it hover in the sky beyond the range of the archers. Whips of plasma and lightning descended from the floating ball, disintegrating people in fiery bursts as they lashed the enemies. The giant solar arcs left the environment blazing, and many of the victims didn't even leave behind scorched remains. That was only the auxiliary effect of the spell, though, as after it stabilized, it consumed itself to form a barrage of fiery lances that came crashing down to the earth. Hundreds of the lances descended with tremendous speed, covering thousands of square yards. The plasma, fire, and lightning created incredible heat, and they were connected with a field of electricity that filled in the areas between the fallen lances. Those that escaped being skewered by the blazing lances were electrocuted. The display of magical might lasted for a full minute, and once it was done, a wall of fire stood between Rievin's company and the rest of the pursuers. Hundreds had been eliminated in short order, and there were no more living enemies between the company and the wall of fire. Rievin looked at the devastation for a moment before turning back to the company. All of the men and women, no longer embroiled in combat, were staring at Rievin with slack expressions. He coughed in embarrassment. "Hey, I just figured out how to do that, and I'm almost out of mana at this point," Rievin awkwardly said, thinking that the looks he was receiving were accusatory. "We're not mad that you didn't do it earlier," Jek finally said after a moment of silence. "We're just surprised. That was a lot more powerful than anything the others in the Mage Corps did during the battle. You might have been more effective with them instead of in charge of us. We're not going to go down the path of what-ifs," Rievin shook his head. "There are circumstances behind it, but if I had been with them, I wouldn't have learned how to do it. It's complicated. Anyway, it doesn't matter, and a lot of you might have been casualties if I had been. Now that we're pretty much safely disengaged from the enemy, we can march out of here in a more organized manner. Fleeing at top speed might have gotten us out of there faster, but it's not sustainable. The base camp is still close to an hour's march away. We might be able to meet up with others who fled if they head there, and that's where all the supplies still are. Lieutenants formed the platoons up in a column and set off toward the base camp. Ryevin wished he had a communication device, but those had been distributed to the captains. That meant Captain Sanjin had theirs, even though he had been with the major the entire time. Just one more thing that man managed to screw up. Ryevin marched with his troops, setting a quick pace to cover ground but maintain stamina over a long period of time. But his thoughts weren't on the immediate situation now that they had a modicum of safety. I hope Kefira managed to get out of there all right. Kefira stumbled after the forced teleportation, Cirilla falling to her knees next to her. They had barely had time to register the existence of a tremendous accumulation of mana, and her protective item had activated and whisked them away before it could be released. The magical item in question would activate upon detecting fatal danger, and it would tap into Kefira's own abilities to send her to safety. The item would use its own mana reserves to power the spell, so it could send her further, safer than she could do on her own, even when she had full mana reserves. Chose a random direction to send her and her bodyguard, but it wasn't truly random. The person who had designed and built the magical item had designed it to tap into Kefira's abilities not just for the ability itself, but because it would subtly affect the usage and send her in a direction that she subconsciously viewed as safe. As such, there was no possibility that it would randomly deposit her in the midst of the enemy camp. Kefira was slightly disoriented, not knowing her exact position. Still, after scanning the horizon for a bit, she was able to determine the direction of the battle based on the smoke rising into the sky from the magical spells that had been flung about. We have to get back, Kefira said to her companion, both of them helping each other to their feet. We need to make sure the other mages can get away, and we need to help Ryevin. No, it's too dangerous, Cirilla denied. I'm using my position to veto that idea. We can get a bit closer and help any who escape, but we're not going back to the battle itself. That was an absolute disaster. But Ryevin, he's fine. You have to trust in his abilities for now. We can go look for him after we secure your own safety. Fine, Kefira said, her lips making a thin line. They started making their way back towards the battle, keeping to the gullies and ravines to stay out of sight. Even if Ryevin hadn't put the exercise of skylining to words, they had enough common sense to stay out of sight in such a situation. They had been teleported closer to the desolate sands, the opposite side of the field that Ryevin had been on. She wasn't familiar with any of the people on this end of the battalion, as she had spent her time and focus on where Ryevin had been located. That didn't mean she couldn't recognize people, though, and they started to encounter men and women, dressed in the uniforms and robes of orc, fleeing away from the battle. Kefira used some of her dwindling reserves of mana to launch some flares into the sky, drawing their attention to her position. The fleeing troops began to converge on her, and she let Cirilla get them sorted as she kept looking towards the battlefield. We have to get away from here. One of the men yelled, trying to convince Cirilla and the others to continue fleeing. Shut your mouth. Cirilla backhanded him hard with a gauntleted hand. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he tumbled to the ground. You will do as you're told, and you won't panic the others with your nonsense. We're perfectly safe for the moment, and we'll be safer as we gather more people. Make a formation and wait for orders. Who are you to give us commands? The man argued back fiercely, glaring up at Cirilla with wild eyes. Cirilla calmly extracted her insignia, one that matched the one Kefira had shown the major. A couple of gasps escaped some of the onlookers, and the man's expression calmed down from the panicked fear it had been. We're nobility from Wispan. Without orders from the official command chain stating otherwise, we have the authority to assume command. Now do what you're told. Yes, ma'am, the downed man said in a subdued voice, getting back to his feet to join the others. Cirilla stood with her arms folded under her chest, her mere presence and the troops forming up behind her drawing more stragglers to them. I'm going to make a couple jumps to check things out, Kefira said. She turned to look at her bodyguard who was giving her a disapproving frown. I'm not asking, and I'm not going to go very far. I'm just going to check things out. I'll be right back. Jumping, someone in the formation said in surprise. The man turned to the man standing next to him. Do you think she has connections with? Kefira didn't hear the rest of what the man had to say as she took a step forward. The single step, infused with her mana braids, took her several hundred yards forward. Her mana was at a decent level for traveling a bit, but it wasn't enough to get into a fight at the moment. She only moved in relatively short bursts to places she could see were safe. After spending a couple of hundred mana points and traveling close to a mile, she finally stepped in front of a man fleeing on a horse. She had spotted the man and recognized him from afar. She made the split decision to confront him and see what he knew about the situation. Captain Sanjin reared back with his horse, scrabbling to hold the large sack draped over the horse in front of him to prevent it from falling. He patted the horse to calm its nerves from the sudden appearance of Kefira. Captain Sanjin, what's the situation with? Kefira trailed off as she got a closer look at the sack that Sanjin was holding in place. Wait, what is that? She asked, pointing. It was clearly not a sack. Captain Sanjin turned one side of it to reveal the face of the unconscious major. We were ambushed by some high-level assassins, and the major was struck with poison, Captain Sanjin explained. I don't have the antidote on me, and the staff was caught up in the fighting. I snatched the major off of his horse, and I'm getting him back to the base camp where they should have some more medical supplies. I'm sure someone in the battalion has the cure, but it was too dangerous to try and find them in that situation. Thoughts raced through Kefira's mind at the implication of the major being indisposed. She quickly came to a conclusion and firmed her face as she addressed Captain Sanjin once more. Since the major is out of commission, I'm assuming command. You already know who I am, and I won't accept any balking this time. My bodyguard and I are rallying stragglers about a mile away. That way, she pointed to where she had come from. Take the major over there and see if any of them are from the medical corps with an antidote before you continue on to the base camp. If they have what you need, then you will assume command, under me of course. Kefira watched the warring expressions on the man's face as he tried to come up with a response. Kefira could see that he was impatient to get the major to safety. If the major has enough time to make it back to the base camp without succumbing to the poison, he has enough time for you to check with the stragglers. Yes, ma'am, Captain Sanjin made his decision. He saluted Kefira before wheeling his horse toward Kefira's stragglers. Since I'm taking command, I need to gather as many of the soldiers as I can. Kefira looked in the direction that she expected Rievin and his company were. There was a considerable distance from here to there, and there was a high chance she would get tied down by the enemy and unable to make it all the way over there and back. She couldn't use her jump spell with a group of soldiers tagging along, and she had decided to take responsibility for them. She continued to jump about on the left side of the battalion, picking up soldiers and directing them where to go as she went. It was clear that the ones fleeing at the moment had turned tail before the final disaster, but she eventually made contact with larger groups of soldiers. The enemy was chasing after the fleeing troops, but Kefira managed to spot several small groups of mages. My own mana reserves aren't enough to step forward and make a difference, but if I can get them on my side. Kefira jumped in front of a group of fleeing mages. She was familiar with almost all of the volunteer mage corps, and they recognized her as well. I've gathered many people together already, and I can lead you all to safety. Kefira didn't waste any time explaining what she could do for them first. I just need you all to create a barrier to prevent further pursuit from the enemy of our troops. If we can stop panicking and do that, we can get away. The mages had come to a halt at her sudden appearance, surprise on their faces from the clear teleportation in use. Despite being familiar with her, none of them knew the true extent of her abilities. Surprise morphed into impatience as Kefira started talking, but then it turned into determination as she convinced them to look around at the situation. All right, the lead mage said, gesturing for the others to turn and follow him. There were 6 mages running together, and they all turned to cast their spells at the enemy chasing after them. Kefira nodded her head. They had been fleeing in a panic, but after calming down and assessing the situation, they were able to act once again. People do stupid things when they don't think, Kefira mused. We don't need to kill the enemy, though nobody will cry if you do, Kefira said. Just stop them from being able to continue chasing us. I'll jump around and gather more people. Kefira took off toward another group of soldiers and mages. The display of magic drew the attention of the fleeing soldiers, but it also drew the attention of the enemy force as well. She jumped to the next group and explained her plan once more. They quickly agreed, the soldiers veering to meet up with the other soldiers, and the mages used their spells to cover their retreat. Kefira once more looked towards the other side where the rest of the battalion had been, but she was getting dangerously low on mana. She shook her head, grit her teeth, and turned her back to move with the soldiers. All of the officers had managed to survive, and Kefira quickly asserted her authority over them, displaying her insignia of nobility from Wispan. The captains may have been regulars in the chain of command, but they understood that imperial intervention was only a matter of time now, that it was very clear that this was not an internal affair. It was the duty of the Tier 4 Empire over them to step in during times like this anyway, and so none of them resisted the change of command. Does anyone have poison antidote or purification skills? Kefira asked as they marched towards their destination. I do, an officer stepped forward. Lieutenant Carroll, ma'am, I'm in charge of the logistics, and I brought a squad of supply soldiers with me to the battlefield, just in case. We have everything we need for an extended operation. Enough supplies for, he scanned the crowd, taking the numbers into account and doing some mental math, probably a couple of weeks at least. Kefira nodded her head. Select one of the faster soldiers and have him deliver the antidote to our destination ahead of us, Kefira commanded. The major was hit with poison and he's unconscious right now. We need to get it to him as quickly as possible. Yes, ma'am, Lieutenant Carroll saluted before heading off to his own men. Shortly after, a man took off running across the barren desert in the direction Kefira had directed Lieutenant Sanjin. What's our next move? One of the captains Kefira was unfamiliar with asked. We'll organize and depart for the base camp, Kefira answered. This is only half of the battalion. I was unable to make it to the other side to gather more of our strength, but they're sure to retreat to the base camp. We can meet up with the survivors there and assess our strength before making any more decisions. A wise decision, the man nodded. Kefira mentally rolled her eyes. I don't need you to tell me that, she thought. Actually, I'll just say it. I don't need confirmation from you. Kefira leveled her gaze at the man. The man's eyebrows went up in surprise. He hurriedly tried to apologize, not understanding what he had done wrong, but Kefira held a hand out to stop him. This doesn't just go for you. Kefira glanced at the other officers, raising her voice. I don't need yes men. I need all of you to think of things that I don't or can't think of, and I need you to give your honest advice. If you see a flaw in my thinking, I expect you to bring it up. That being said, I'm in command and I'll make the decisions. I can't make the best decisions if I don't have all of the information, though. Can anyone think of something that I haven't at this point? The captains shared looks with each other before the first one turned back to her. Only one, the man said. We should use our communication devices to contact the other captains and let them know what we're doing. They can get the mages on that side of the battalion to cover their retreat the same way we did, and they can know for sure to meet up with us at the base camp. Excellent suggestion, Kefira nodded. Make it happen. Oh, and let me know when you make contact with a Lieutenant Rievin. Yes, ma'am. The officer saluted. He, along with several other captains, stepped away so they could use the magic communication tools without sounds interfering with their messages. After several minutes, the first captain returned. The message has been delivered, and 2 other companies have replied with positive responses. They should be regrouping in their retreat as we speak. Good. What's your name, Captain? Kefira asked. Oh, Captain Doran, ma'am. Okay, Captain Doran. Good work. I see that you have more to say, though. Kefira quirked an eyebrow. It's just, we weren't able to make contact with anyone named Lieutenant Rievin. None of the other captains had any contact with him. I see. Kefira trailed off, looking forward as they marched. That will be all. Yes, ma'am, Captain Doran saluted before walking back to the formation. You'd better be safe over there. Report, Rievin commanded the scout that ran up to him. The company had marched in an orderly manner back toward the base camp, and Rievin had immediately resumed normal operating procedures, sending scouts out ahead. Even though the enemy, for all they knew, was long behind them, Rievin wasn't going to let himself get complacent. Sir, the base camp is gone, the scout reported. Rievin's eyebrows went up as he focused his attention on the man. Explain. Yes, sir. I did as instructed and stayed out of sight, crawling over the ridge closest to the base camp. I peered over, and the base camp was swarmed with enemies. I don't know if they came from the main enemy camp or if they were a patrol or something, but there are hundreds of them. They had the men holding the camp in irons, and they seemed to be digging in to defend the camp. Very well, good job. Go back to that ridge and keep an eye on any movement. Yes, sir, lieutenants. Rievin called out to the platoon commanders. He surveyed the company as the lieutenants came jogging over. Each platoon, when they were at full strength, consisted of 5 platoons of 10 men, 4 platoons plus the one they picked up in the rout, and they had just under 250 troops. The scouts said they were digging in and that there were hundreds of them, Rievin thought. If it were mainly those guys with the ones branded on their heads, it might be doable, but I don't know if that's the case. Not only that, it's extremely suspicious that they're here. It smells like we walked into a trap. If I had to bet, there are other patrols roaming about, and they'll try to herd us back together. Even Rievin hadn't considered the possibility that the enemy had not only known they were coming, but had spread out forces to encircle them once they arrived. It wasn't just the reinforcements of entirely different enemy armies converging. There was no telling how many men they had roaming about to stop anyone from escaping. Change of plans, Rievin announced to the lieutenants after they gathered around him. A scout reported that an enemy patrol of hundreds of soldiers has captured the base camp. Several of the officers swore under their breath at the news. We only have enough supplies on us to last a couple of days, at most, so we have to secure some more supplies, but that will have to be done with a raiding party later tonight. Have the scouts map out a route that will keep us away from spying eyes, and let's move the troops to a safe place. We'll reevaluate once we're clear. The lieutenants saluted and returned to their men to carry out the orders. The scouts knew to return on a regular basis to report the situation around them, whether they found anything or not, and so it didn't take long until several had reported painting a picture on the map of a direction the company could snake through to avoid eyes. Rievin had been right in his conjecture, and there were several bands, ranging from a couple hundred to nearly 1,000 enemy soldiers walking about in the desert. They didn't have any outposts or positions constructed atop any of the hills or plateaus in the area, probably because they don't want to give away that they're lying in wait. That will change when they realize we've figured it out, though, so we need to race ahead as much as possible. Rievin could only trust in the abilities of his subordinates, so he let the scouts come up with the route to traverse. Once they had a plan of action, Rievin gave it over to the other lieutenants to lead their platoons through the ravines and gullies, keeping out of sight as much as possible. There was nothing they could do about their tracks, and it was only a matter of time before the enemy came following after them. As long as we can get far enough away that they can't muster a superior force to overwhelm us, we should be good. The company spent the rest of the morning marching at a quick pace to get as far away as possible. Reevin kept them in a tight column, and they didn't stop to take any breaks like they normally would when hiking somewhere. "Sir, they've begun to crest the hills," a scout ran up and reported around noon. "They're all behind us for now, and we haven't seen anyone abreast or ahead of us for a little bit of time now." "Very good, continue," Reevin commanded. Reevin once more summoned the lieutenants to him. "All right, they've figured out that someone has slipped by them, and they're no longer trying to hide. It seems we've broken through their blockade, though, so we need to find a defensible location not too far away to hold off the inevitable raid that comes our way. It's only a matter of time before they either spot us or our tracks, and we don't want to be caught with our pants down when they show up." Reevin unrolled a map on the ground and motioned for the lieutenants to gather around. He scanned the map, noting their current location and searching for a decent place to fortify. He ran his fingers over the lines on the topographical map, and the other lieutenants bent over to also scan the map. "This right here looks like a good spot." Reevin jabbed his finger on a ridgeline several miles away. The map was vertically covered with lines indicating slopes, hills, and cliffs. The terrain was not at all flat, and the presence of so many hills more than made up for the lack of concealment thick vegetation would provide. "It's a pretty steep slope, kind of in the shape of a horseshoe," Reevin explained. "We can fortify near the top of the hill, and we can hide a platoon on either side, behind the horseshoe." Reevin gave his ideas for the tactics they would use to thwart the first assault on their position that he knew would be coming, and the other officers gave their opinions and recommendations. Once they had everything fleshed out, Reevin ordered the company to continue to the location as quickly as possible. It was several miles further toward their destination, but they were able to move quickly. It took half an hour to arrive at the steep horseshoe-like ridge. Reevin nodded his head at the sight, and he ordered the men to get to work digging in. The time on the system clock showed that it was nearly 1 in the afternoon. Reevin climbed his way to the top of the ridge, intentionally skylining himself with the other officers, watching the men build their fortifications. They dug a large trench behind some wooden boards they had available in their storage pouches. The little walls they built wouldn't hold up for long in a concentrated attack, but that was fine. Reevin ordered Jekyll to take command of the first platoon and had them situated in the very center of the defensive line, where the heaviest fighting was likely to take place. The new officer and Jek were tasked with heading off to either side of the hill to lay in wait for the signal to flank the enemy attackers. If the enemy showed up from an unexpected direction, they built some simple fortifications on those sides, as well, just in case. "Now we just have to wait," Reevin said, looking into the distance from which they had come. "Have the men get some rest and eat some rations if they haven't already." Reevin watched the surroundings in all directions, not letting himself get fixated on the direction they expected to be pursued from. The men were finally able to relax for the first time in several hours, but their stress levels were still pretty high. They knew they needed to rest and recuperate before the next fight, but it was difficult to do in the situation they were in. A trace of dust in the air eventually entered Reevin's vision, and he was relieved to see that it was following directly on their trail. He scanned the horizons in the other directions, but there was no indication of large forces of men moving about the desert toward their position from flanking directions. "Here they come," Reevin called out. "It seems like they weren't expecting us to pick a spot to fortify and wait for them, so they're coming in hard and fast from one direction. Lieutenants, take charge of your platoons and await the enemy engagement." "Yes, sir." The other 4 lieutenants and Jekyll saluted before moving toward their men. A couple of soldiers from each of the platoon were positioned behind Reevin on the ridgeline in order to stand out for the enemy to spot, and they would return to their platoons once they confirmed the enemy took the bait and charged towards them. On one level, the strategy used to ensnare us was intricate and well thought out, Reevin mused, but on the other hand, the tactics and strategies of the smaller units are trash. If they don't have a higher-up with them, I expect they'll just charge up the slope to their deaths. The enemy force finally came into view, and as Reevin had thought, they didn't slow down or hesitate once they spotted Reevin's company. They picked up the pace and charged into the horseshoe hill. Reevin estimated that there were about 800 or so enemies. "We have 250 men, so they're almost to the 3-to-1 threshold for conducting a successful assault." Reevin found it slightly amusing. "Too bad for them, they're mostly greatly outmatched in terms of skill and gear, so that number would need to be much higher for them like it was earlier." There was no indication of an officer standing out giving orders, and it seemed like they were just a ravenous pack of wild animals as the enemy charged to the hill. "Archers, loose." Reevin heard the commands from the lieutenants below him. He turned his head and gestured for the squads behind him to move back to their platoons. Reevin maintained his position on top of the hill. If there's a mage or an officer that stands out, I'll be able to draw their attention and counter anything they can throw at me. No such thing happened, though, and it didn't appear that there were any casters with the 800-man patrol. From what Ryevin could see, the situation was the same as the first patrol of 30 they had encountered, just scaled up on a much larger scale. Arrows rained down on the enemy, and Ryevin watched as several men with multiple arrow wounds fell to the ground, trampled by their compatriots. If an arrow managed to pierce a thigh, it was a death sentence as the man fell, or if several arrows hit the same person. Many, many more arrows, however, pierced into chests and arms, and those people acted as if nothing had happened at all. Is their main training method just to increase their pain-resistant skills as high as possible? It had been several hours since Ryevin had used his mana, and his reserves had recovered quite a bit. It wasn't full, but his high stats ensured that his mana recovered very quickly. Ryevin glanced at his mana pool and his status. Mana, 3,704, 5,310. I don't need anything fancy like last time, Ryevin mused. Just add a bit of damage to the attackers. If they were normal fighters, it would be a psychological blow too, but I don't think they'll care. Ryevin summoned his mana, and using 50 mana at a time in each of his hands, he summoned spells of varying affinities to rain down on the enemy in conjunction with the arrows. Oh wait, I almost forgot. Ryevin quickly disabled his experience siphon ability. None of the experience I got from the first battle is going to count toward my level. Ryevin shook his head. I completely forgot to take it off, getting caught up in the excitement. Ryevin mentally kicked himself for not thinking about it in the hour-long trek to the first fight. After that, he had been too preoccupied with navigating the company about safely, but there was no excuse for not paying enough attention earlier. Ryevin felt the suction in his heart disappear, and he immediately felt the difference as the strange energy of experience began to flood his being properly once more. His spells didn't always kill those they struck, but he left a large dent of devastation in the enemy lines. He threw his spells out to cause as much area damage as possible, and he wasn't targeting individuals. He still knew he killed many of the attacking force, though, as the stream of experience he felt was nearly continuous as the opponents made their way to, and then up, the slope. There's no euphoria to go with the rush of experience, Ryevin idly thought. Then again, there's also no misery associated with killing innocent people. Javelins. The command from the lieutenants issued forth, and the spears from the front two ranks sailed through the air to impale the attackers. The enemies had been reduced to a much more disorganized rabble by the time they finally reached the wooden walls. The first row didn't use their shield wall as they did in the open, and they used their pikes along with the second row to keep the enemy from breaching the walls. They stabbed and pierced the enemy, and it seemed like they would be able to hold the position indefinitely. The enemy had lost a third of their troops, and they hadn't so much as injured one of Ryevin's troops. Ryevin cupped his hands to his mouth, and he issued forth a loud whistle, instilling it with commanding shout. He was a little surprised that it worked, but he guessed it made sense because it was literally a command. The two platoons that had been hiding behind the sides of the hills emerged, silently, and they advanced on the flanks and rear of the assaulters. None of the enemy troops even kept a lookout to see if something like that would happen, and they smashed into the rear and sides with devastating effect. The two platoons scythed through the enemy with no resistance. Company, Ryevin called out at the top of his lungs. Advance. The defending platoons had been waiting for the command. The first row dropped their pikes behind the wooden barricades to draw their swords and shields as the second and third rows extended their reach to drive the ones trying to climb the walls back. The first row braced their shields against the walls, and because of how the slope and fortifications were built, they simply shoved forward, dislodging the wall and sending it tumbling down into the enemy. The three platoons manning the walls marched forward, the pikes and halberds reaping lives as the shield wall advanced. There wasn't much the enemy soldiers could do to hold the halberds down, as they just slashed through them, but the pikemen had already learned their lesson to not impale the enemy too far to let them weigh their weapons down with their body weight. The pikes stabbed forward with precision, the halberds slashed through necks, and the shield knocked the wounded soldiers down. They trampled over the fallen men, and their swords pierced into the throats of those they marched over as they pressed the assault back into the two flanking platoons. The 5th squad made sure all of the fallen enemy troops were actually dead as they advanced. The 3 platoons eventually met up with the 2 flanking platoons, and there were no more enemy soldiers standing on the hill. They stopped and looked at each other, panting before loud cheers erupted from the men and women of the company. Ryevin let them cheer for a moment before raising his voice to cut through the noise. "Excellent work," he yelled. "Dig a grave at the bottom of the hill and get their bodies buried. After that, we'll rest for 10 minutes before moving on. They'll be sure to send more soldiers after us when they don't return anytime soon." The company cut their cheers off and immediately got back to work. It didn't take much effort to build a mass grave, and they rolled the bodies down the hill into the hole. After it was covered, Ryevin had the troops move to the other side of the hill where they would step off again after their break. Great coordination, men, Ryevin addressed the lieutenants. If we can fool them with the direction we head after this, we'll be able to get somewhere safe and get a proper rest. How are we gonna do that? Jack asked skeptically. Magic, Ryevin winked. 10 minutes wasn't a long time, and the company soon found themselves once more marching forward. Instead of having them move about through the ravines and gullies, though Ryevin had them march straight over the very next hill that was situated several hundred yards away. He had the men continue on their journey, but he turned back to face the way they had come. All right, let's see if this works, Ryevin thought to himself. He gathered his mana, dropping 1,000 mana points into his outstretched hands. He envisioned the scene he wanted to replicate, and he infused it with the affinities he believed would work best. A significant portion of air, a touch of fire and water, and a helping of gravity all went into the spell matrix. Ryevin wove the spell, instinctively understanding how to do so with the assistance of the system, and he launched it into the air behind him. A swirl of clouds materialized out of nowhere, but they hung low in the sky. Ryevin was concerned they might be spotted from a distance, but it wouldn't matter all that much. They were still at the location they had just been discovered at. The cloud coalesced together, and it turned into a mini wall cloud. Ryevin used the fire affinity to gather the heat at the base of the cloud, sucking it from above to meet with the heat of the desert below. The difference in temperature caused the winds to stir in addition to what he was pumping in, and the wall cloud started to rotate. Soon a funnel cloud descended, and the tornado swept through the valley between the two hills the company had traversed. Ryevin let the tornado run, continuing to pump mana into it to maintain it for several minutes. When he finally dispelled the mana, Ryevin used his superior perception stat to gaze upon the work he had done. The desert, although it wasn't sandy like the desolate sands, had been washed clean of all traces of the company's passing. When they follow the trail we left behind, it will lead them to the horseshoe-shaped hill, and then all traces will disappear from there. Ryevin nodded in satisfaction. Hopefully, they'll assume we headed off in a different direction, or at least adhered to our previous way of traveling through the hilly terrain. Instead, we're going to march in a straight line for quite a ways, and then we'll be able to rest easy for a time. The next most important thing to do is acquire supplies to survive the desert. I missed out on several levels, Ryevin mentally kicked himself. Sure, that experience wasn't wasted. It was funneled into my bloodline, but it was only a tiny fraction of what I need. It could have given me several more stat points. Speaking of stat points, I have 55 unassigned points from switching classes and leveling up 3 times. I was putting them in my mental stats before in order to shore up the difference and ensure I could unlock a good tier 3 caster class. My bloodline made that point moot though, and now my mental stats are advancing at a much faster pace than my physical stats, and they'll do so for 60 levels. I'll need to put all of my unassigned points into strength and dexterity in order to keep up and make sure I have access to a good hybrid class in the future. Ryevin finally had time to sit down and examine all of his notifications and gains. He examined his status and placed his unassigned points in his physical stats. His vitality was perfectly fine with +7 each level, but there was a huge difference between 14 points per level in magic and 2 points per level in strength and dexterity. After assigning the points, all of his main stats were over 500, except for clarity and perception, and they weren't far off. It would only take 4 more levels until they breached 500 as well, even without putting in any unassigned stat points into them. The vast majority of people who reach Tier 4, at least in the lower tier regions, will do so with an uncommon class, at best, Ryevin contemplated. I can't use that metric for these higher tier regions though. I don't know for sure, but I would guess most people would have the chance to reach Tier 5 in their lifetimes, but not Tier 6. So that would mean most people have a combination of uncommon or rare in Tier 2 and 3, and rare in Tier 4. All of that speculation to say that my stats are mostly on par with the average low-level Tier 4. Talented people like Kefira and Cyrilla, though, will have far higher stats. I should be able to compete against someone in the mid to high Tier 3s. That's purely stats, though. My skills and affinities have advanced considerably faster than my contemporaries. I don't know what level of skills Kefira has, but I would guess that she's only on par with me currently, and I've lost 3 years of time. It's unfortunate that that happened, but given enough time, I should shoot past even the most talented people in my peer group once again. Not just my skills, but my class is legendary even without forcing the transition to make it mythic. From what I've gathered, the fact that my dad has a legendary Tier 5 class is just that, literally legendary, and I've achieved that at Tier 2. Ryevin pulled up his status page. Status name, Ryevin class, Imperial Liaison, Grand Arcanist, LVL 10. Fighter age, 1420 health, 5,450, 5,450, plus 310 stamina, 10,460, 10,460, plus 410 mana, 5,655, 5,655, plus 50 physical stats, mental stats STR, 501 plus 10 INT, 541 plus 4 VIT. 545 plus 31 mag, 590 plus 6 dex, 500 plus 10 CLA, 478 plus 1 CHA, 149 plus 1 per, 477 plus 1 LUK, 153 plus 1. Bloodline LVL 1 unknown 143,709, 10 billion. Experience 87,5200. Rievin nodded his head at his stats, satisfied with his growth. I lost about 6 levels from not turning my experience siphon off. About 40,000 experience got drained into my bloodline, and the next 6 levels would be 40,600 experience. Rievin shook his head as he stood up. He exited his tent to the sight of his company resting in the twilight. They had had a long day, especially for his first platoon. He had given them the entire night off, not requiring them to post fire watch. The company had traveled for another couple of hours, and he had the scouts keep a close watch on any movements from the enemy. They had reported dust clouds in the distance as they had spread their forces out to sweep in every direction from their last contact. Either Rievin's magic hadn't left any traces that could be found after several hours, or there were still no mages capable of finding them with the search patrols. Rievin's decision to obscure their tracks had worked out well, and they were nowhere close to locating his company. Now we have the initiative. Plans and strategy filled Rievin's head as he walked to the meeting point for the planning of the supply raid. It was imperative that they secure some much-needed supplies for surviving in the desert. The other plans, in their infant stage, would have to wait. All right, is everyone here? Rievin stepped into the firelight, with a couple of officers and squad leaders present for the meeting. There were 7 people, other than Rievin, present. 2 of the squad leaders, Marith and Rippo, were from Rievin's first platoon, and Jekyll was there as well. Despite having been awake much longer than anyone else, the 2 squad leaders vouched that the men and women of their squads were higher level than the average, thus their stamina could handle another expedition. Rievin knew the stats of his platoon, and he knew they weren't just blowing smoke. Rippo's squad was the main halberdiers in the 3rd squad, and Marith's squad was the specialized soldiers in the 5th squad. This expedition could use people from the specialized squad, but they would be leaving their pikes and halberds behind. The other squads from the other platoons were also from the 5th squads. Yes, sir, Jekyll nodded his head. Good. Has everyone taken the time to eat and review their notifications? Everyone nodded their heads. Then let's get to work. Rievin crept over the edge of the hill, observing the base camp below. They had traveled in 3 separate groups, approaching their target from different directions. They had moved along different routes than they had used to escape the noose the enemy had tried to entrap them with, but because they were much smaller forces, they were able to move at a much faster speed. Rievin had set a pace that would cause them to pant with exertion without unduly draining their stamina. They would have time to recover what they spent while they reconnoitered the base camp. Rievin focused his gaze, using his night vision in accordance with his light affinity to get a bright view of the target below. Smoke billowed up from craters in the ground, and the fortifications that his scout had told him about were demolished. He didn't spy any prisoners or anyone who looked familiar, and the enemy force occupying the base camp was still busy adding new defenses. There were at least several thousand people in the base, and most of them were in little tents, resting. A couple hundred of the soldiers continued to dig ditches, build short walls, and observe the nearby terrain. The base camp wasn't in the worst position possible, like Captain Sanjin would have chosen, but it wasn't in the best spot either. Rievin and his 2 other squads had access to hills that had higher elevations than the base, so they were able to peer down on it. Rievin had taken 1 squad to lead himself, and the other 2 squads, as he called them, were actually a combination of the other squads from the platoons. Rievin descended a bit down the hill, out of view of the enemies occupying the base. He didn't know the method to create the magic necessary for long-distance communication, so he had come up with simple signals to give to the other 2 squads. Rievin channeled his mana to create extremely tight beams of light, and he directed them toward the other 2 squads. The light didn't disperse, and it was covered by the terrain. He sent 1 quick beam to each side, signaling for them to wait until further notice. The signals he had come up with were simple: 1 beam to wait, 2 beams to converge together on his location, 3 beams to evacuate, and 4 beams to execute their plan. He didn't want anything complicated, so they kept it as simple as possible. Their mission wasn't to do any damage to the enemy's defense. They were just going to sneak in, grab some storage pouches, and sneak out. Rievin had issued an order of complete silence until they were long gone from the base, so he didn't discuss his thoughts on the state of the base. It was clear to him that another surviving remnant of the battalion had either walked into the trap and fought their way free, taking the prisoners with them, or they had deliberately assaulted the base to free the prisoners. Either way, there were no longer any prisoners in the camp. One less thing to worry about, Rievin thought with relief. That was going to be the trickiest part of the plan, much like the original plan to free the civilians. Now that we don't have to worry about that, It'll be a lot easier to secure some supplies, as long as they're still there. If not, we'll have to locate and steal some of theirs. Ryevin sat back, having a scout keep watch from each of the locations so they didn't get snuck up on, and they waited until the activity in the camp died down as they finished their fortifications and went to sleep. They weren't going to be assaulting the enemy, so it didn't matter if they had some simple defenses erected as long as they could sneak through. After about an hour of twiddling his thumbs, Ryevin once more crested the hill to glance at the camp. The sounds coming from it had lessened considerably over the last 10 minutes, and he figured it was about time to make their move. He wanted to strike when they were the weariest and least observant, so they had to time it for when more people were asleep, and before the changing of the guard if possible. He peered down at the camp, and sure enough, there were far less people keeping watch of the surroundings. There were a couple of patrols with torches making their rounds around the perimeter, reminiscent of his time in the Lord's retinue. There were a couple of short towers erected on the corners, as well, and there were men on top of the towers. They didn't have any actual, solid walls, and so there were no soldiers keeping watch atop them. Ryevin continued to watch the watchers, trying to spot any weaknesses they could exploit. After several minutes, the man on the watchtower closest to them yawned before slouching down, resting against the railing. Bingo, Ryevin thought. He waited until one of the outer patrols made their way across their path, and he descended back down to give the signal to sneak into the camp. After verifying his other two squads began their movement with his brighter vision, Ryevin signaled for the squad following him to move out. Ryevin had had the soldiers eschew their armor, and they had doused their clothes before rolling around in some mud. They had caked their clothes in dark dirt, and Ryevin had used his mana to create lines and streaks in the caked-on mud in order to break up the outline their bodies would make. He instinctively knew from his dreams that the strange clothing of his dream self had been intended to hide them from observing eyes. The creation of the designs had netted Ryevin a new skill. New skill unlocked. Tier 2, Camouflage 01. Ryevin low crawled with his squad across the open ground between the hill and the makeshift walls. There was no skill that Ryevin knew of that governed one's ability to crawl, but his athleticism and, strangely, balance and acrobatic skills directly affected his speed and maneuverability. Ryevin had to hold himself back, though, or he would have quickly outpaced those following him. He still took the lead and stayed out in front of everyone. They silently made their way to the wall, and Ryevin crouched down to assist the others with scaling the wall. Each squad had to operate independently at this point, and they would only converge to help run interference if an alarm was raised. Ryevin and the others already had locations in mind to check, from their memories of the layout of the camp when they had still been there, and Ryevin directed his squad to advance to the first location. They tiptoed their way down the alleys, staying crouched down and avoiding any light sources. Ryevin's silent step, sure step, and other stealth-related skills played a crucial role in his ability to move quickly and silently. The other squad members clearly had lower skill levels, despite being selected for the fact that they had them at all. Ryevin had warned the squads not to split up further once they had begun their mission, so Ryevin didn't take advantage of his superior speed. He remained with his squad, leading them to the first place to investigate. As he had suspected, the enemy force didn't change up the layout of the base camp, except for some minor differences where they had set up their tents and expanded the borders to accommodate the larger population. They quickly found their first target, wagons set aside to hold physical supplies and storage satchels. The first location was a bust, though, as there was nothing remaining in the back of the wagon. Ryevin shook his head to the squad members and immediately led them off to the next target, the tents nearby where the enemy might have moved the goods. This was an opportunity where it was safe to split up a little bit. There were several tents nearby, and Ryevin had the squad break up into 4 groups. 3 of the groups had 3 members, and he selected one other person to accompany him. He deliberately chose the squad member with the lowest stealth skills, as he was just going to use him as his lookout as he snuck into the tent. As the other 3 groups coordinated their efforts to silently enter the tents they had selected, Ryevin crouched through the opening of the largest tent, the flap being held open by the lookout. He didn't want to risk unnecessary movement and noise, so his partner would just hold it open as he stood outside, only letting it close after Ryevin backed out. Ryevin scanned the interior of the tent. It was furnished more than he would have expected. Several pieces to make it more homey were strewn about the inside, and a man lay sleeping on a cot in the center of the tent. There was a fold-up table and chair to the side, and Ryevin spotted a small mound of storage pouches gathered together behind the man. Ryevin snuck his way around the man, careful not to jostle anything or make any noise. The man was lying on his side, turned away from Ryevin, and Ryevin gently moved around toward where the pouches were. It was pitch black inside the tent, Ryevin using his night vision and light affinity to find his way, so he didn't have to worry about casting a shadow over the man's eyes. A change in the lighting, if the man was a light sleeper, would definitely stir him awake. Ryevin reached the pouches in short order. He grabbed the one on the top and quickly inspected it. He nodded his head as he sensed the inside was filled with foodstuff and water skins. He didn't bother checking any of the other pouches, as they had a time limit on their mission. Ryevin attached several to his person and then slowly made his way back to his partner, keeping watch. He handed the bulk of them over, and then he headed back for more. He silently arrived once more and snagged several more pouches. He wouldn't be able to steal all of them away, simply because he didn't have enough room to carry them. Out of curiosity, Ryevin glanced over at the sleeping man. His girth was much larger than the wild soldiers he had fought against already. Not only was he much larger, but the blanket he was sleeping under was clearly high-quality silk. Intrigued at the discrepancy, Ryevin glanced at the man's face, and he noticed that there was a 4 branded onto the man's forehead. This is one of the officers, Ryevin realized. According to this man's proximity to the supplies, he's probably a logistics officer. Their higher authority has so far been fairly competent, so if I eliminate this man, it might throw a wrench into their ability to project their strength. Ryevin understood from his own skills that there was a high possibility that the man would sense any hostile actions directed at him. Ryevin needed to strike him without alerting him to his presence. He had the backstab skill, which he assumed would work as a bonus to damage, even if he wasn't technically behind the man. Ryevin attached the satchels to his belt and robes, and he sidled over to the sleeping man. His sword was strapped to his back to help him sneak around, but he had sought out a long dagger to strap to his side for exactly this kind of situation. I'm not stabbing the man in the cot, Ryevin told himself. I'm stabbing the ground beneath the cot. There's no hostile action involved. Ryevin psyched himself up, convincing himself he wasn't attacking someone, but that he was simply thrusting his dagger down into the ground. Ryevin used his meditation to calm his heartbeat and breathing, and after focusing on his intent, he swung his dagger down at the ground. The man's throat just happened to be in the path of his dagger. The dagger pierced into the man's neck, and his eyes snapped open in alarm. The man started to leap up, but Ryevin threw his body on top of him while simultaneously covering his mouth with his offhand. The man was only able to groan in pain, and his eyes rolled about in panic as he tried to make sense of what was going on. Blood spurted out around the edge of the dagger, and Ryevin used his strength to slash his throat wide open. The loss of blood pressure from the gaping hole had an immediate effect, and the man died in mere seconds. His health pool, no matter how large it could have been, played almost no role in keeping him alive. I never asked my dad how much damage a slash to the throat does, but it's apparently substantial, Ryevin thought to himself as he cleaned the blood off of his dagger on the man's silk sheets. It probably has devastating health per second damage. A notification popped up in front of Ryevin's vision as he sheathed his dagger. New skills unlocked. Tier 3, Infiltration 01. Tier 4, Assassination 1. Ryevin noted the contents of the messages, and then he dismissed them immediately. The mission had been accomplished with a little bonus to damaging their logistics abilities. Ryevin crouched back out of the tent, the lookout lowering the flap, and they waited for the others to exit the tents they had searched. Everyone came out of the tents, several of them carrying new spatial pouches, but not everyone had something. Ryevin nodded his head toward the wall, and he led the squad back to the outskirts of the camp. They weren't here to disrupt the enemy camp or steal all of their supplies. They had gotten far more than they had anticipated, based on the contents of the one pouch Ryevin had inspected, and the other 2 squads might have had success as well. It was a simple matter to make their way back to the wall, wait for the patrol, and then scramble back out into the wild. Ryevin led the men in another crawl across the open field, not trusting that the observation posts were still as unobservant as they had been on their way in, and they successfully made their way up and over the hill. It was only a short while later before Ryevin spotted the other 2 squads returning to their positions, and he gave the signal to evacuate. There was no point in chancing being discovered by converging together at this point, so Ryevin simply had them retreat along the routes they had previously chosen during the planning session. 20 minutes later found the 3 squads once more merged together into one. We'll inventory the storage pouches once we make it back to the base camp. Ryevin kept it short. I'll obscure our tracks on the return. Good job, everyone. The supply raid had gone off without a hitch, and Ryevin was feeling more and more confident about using the company to harass the enemy from doing any more large expeditions. He obviously wouldn't just keep the men out in the desert. Now that they had supplies, he would be able to confidently send a small, fast group off to deliver news to Orc, and possibly other cities. It would be a long, grueling campaign, but they only had to hold out until the reinforcements from Wispen that Kefira had already called for showed up. If they were lucky, Orc and the other surrounding cities would mobilize based on the new information before Kefira's older brother even arrived. "Sir, we found something we think you should see," one of the soldiers informed Ryevin. Ryevin recognized the man. It was Jerzin, the first person Ryevin had sparred with when he took command of the platoon. "What is it, Jerzan?" Ryevin asked as he got up from his folding chair to follow the soldier out of his tent. Jerzan perked up at being addressed by name. There were some documents in one of the pouches we're inventorying. Most of them are manifests, but there appear to be notes and maps as well. Ryevin and Jerzan rushed out of the tent and headed over to where the soldiers were pulling everything out of the supply satchels they had snagged. It wasn't good enough to just sense the items in the pouches. Ryevin wanted the troops to see just how many supplies they actually had, and he made sure they kept a careful account of everything present. They didn't have a supply chain leading back to Orc, and they didn't have a reliable way to secure additional food and gear other than raiding the enemy at this point. Their supplies were their lifeline. Ryevin had sent out a group of 4 fast runners with their own supplies, now that they had enough, to run back to Orc to report the situation. Hopefully, they would be able to re-establish communication and connect another supply line, but that would be in the future. What do we got? Ryevin strode into the circle of men and women, meticulously inspecting the spatial pouches. Here, Jack handed over a sheaf of papers. There's a map with obvious supply routes and depots marked on it. There's a lot more going on here than we thought. Ryevin took the papers and flipped to the marked map. He unfurled it and laid it out on a desk that had been set up for just this purpose. Ryevin's eyes were immediately drawn to the lines connecting what were apparently several base camps of enemy armies. The map provided wasn't just local, either. It painted a picture around the entire desolate sands. There weren't as many cities on the scale of Kurlan around the desolate sands, but that didn't mean there weren't any population centers. From what Ryevin had gathered from the direction of that first additional army he had spotted on patrol, they also weren't just attacking cities in the immediate area around the sands, either. This is invaluable information, Ryevin thought. I was so focused on securing supplies that I completely neglected the opportunity to snoop for intelligence. We got lucky with this one. This is a good reminder that I'm not infallible. Ryevin's mana skills once more began to tick, trying to synergize together to inform Ryevin of something. He still wasn't quite able to grasp it, but he began to put pieces together. The enemy horde is completely barbaric, Ryevin surmised. They don't operate in a methodical, military manner. Instead, they're like raving lunatics. There was a connection to the abyss in the depths of the caverns in the desolate sands, and the spider matriarch, if that's who it was in that boss dungeon, was clearly tainted by abyssal mana. Are they connected to the abyss somehow? Are they trying to make a connection with the portal? I think I have some preliminary ideas, Ryevin said after a moment. That will be for the generals to think about, though. What we need to focus on, for now, are these supply lines and depots. Ryevin pointed to a particular spot on the edge of the map that had several lines leading off to army encampments, but there were no other connections other than that. It was outside of the circle that was drawn, surrounding the desolate sands. What's this? Anyone have an idea? Ahem, Lieutenant Lares cleared his throat, exchanging looks with the other officers. It's only speculation, of course, but we believe this is the entry point to the region. If the brands on their heads really indicate the tier of region they're from, and you've mentioned seeing a 4 brand last night, then they have to come from a neighboring empire, Lieutenant Grant added. The only problem with that is, this kingdom isn't on the border of the Wispen Empire. They would have had to travel across multiple tier 1 and 2 regions to get here. There's no way they would have made it all the way here, sacked several cities, and set up this elaborate operation without being spotted ahead of time. We believe this is a long-range teleportation circle, Jek said. They've obviously been planning this attack for a long time. If I had to guess, they had some high-level mages infiltrate the Wispen Empire, and they had them travel all the way out here to set this portal up ahead of time. I see, Ryevin tapped the map with his finger as he thought. All right. That is priority number 1. We have to figure out if that's the case or not, and if it is, we have to destroy it. As long as that teleportation circle exists, they have an infinite supply line and infinite reinforcements. Everything that we plan will be geared toward that number 1 goal. Continue with the inventory for now. Make a copy of the map and anything else you think is important, and we'll all review them on our own time. When Lieutenant Morin gets back from his patrol with his platoon from the other company, make sure he gets a copy. On that note, make sure the men are always doing something. Once we get through the inventory, have the platoons rotate on doing drill and exercise. Rest is important, and we'll get plenty of that, but we don't want to get rusty either. Yes, sir. The officers saluted and returned to their tasks. Ryevin returned to his tent to continue his reports as he waited for the copies to be made. Despite the difficulties they had faced, morale in the company was actually high. Giving the men tasks to focus on would prevent them from stewing on the debacle of the failed mission and their current circumstances of being separated from the battalion. The copies of the maps and other documents arrived several minutes later, and Ryevin put his reports to the side. He focused his attention on the map and kept notes about what he felt would be good strike points on the enemy supply lines. He cross-referenced the timetables provided in the notes from the deceased logistics officer, as well as the distances involved. The ticking from his mana skills once more intensified, and Ryevin had to stop looking at the map with a military, strategic eye. He sat back and frowned as he tried to let the skills form together as he stared at the map. He picked the map up on a whim, walked to the wall of his tent, and pinned it in place. He sat back down and stared at the lines drawn around the desolate sands. Looking at it like this, it's almost like it's a spell pattern. Ryevin stroked his chin. If these lines are weaves and these depots are knots, new skills unlocked. Tier 3, Decipher 01. Tier 4, Runes 01. Suddenly everything came together in Ryevin's mind. The mana skills synergized and extrapolated data that he hadn't learned before, and he recognized what was going on. It's a giant spell matrix. Ryevin was enlightened. It is connected with the abyss somehow. They're creating this giant spell in the desert, and they needed manpower to draw the weaves of the runes. They're not invading in the traditional sense. They're just killing two birds with one stone. They don't want the locals to interfere with their mission, and they need people to do the work, so they just took the people. It doesn't really change anything for us. There's no telling what their goal actually is or what the ramifications will be if they succeed, but at least we might be able to stop them now that we know what they're doing out here. Ryevin quickly grabbed another sheet of paper to write his conjecture down. He wanted everything fresh in his mind after the epiphany. He wrote out 2 copies of his thoughts. I'll keep 1 copy to go with my reports, but I need to get this information sent out to the higher-ups as soon as possible. Ryevin stuck his head out of his tent and motioned for a passing soldier to get Lieutenant Jek for him. Ryevin only had to wait a short moment before his friend came running over. Ryevin handed him a sealed envelope containing his hypothesis. I think I've figured out what they're doing out here, Ryevin said. Jek's eyebrows rose to the top of his head as he took the envelope. This is important information, and it needs to get to Orc as soon as possible. I know we already sent out a group to inform them of what's happened to us, but we need to send another runner to either try and catch up or to get to Orc on their own. Pick a few suitable people and send them with this missive. Yes, sir. Jek saluted and rushed off to get the mission accomplished. 4 people in the initial group sent off, and another 4 people sent off with this new information. Ryevin stroked his chin in thought. 8 people shouldn't hinder us, and their missions are imperative. Now that I'm no longer being bugged about the spell matrix every time I look at the map, it's time to make some plans. Ryevin marched alongside the volunteers of 1st Platoon. The nights in the desert were never as dark as they were in his home region, as there was rarely any overcast. The stars and moon shone brightly upon the ground, and the platoon made their way across the terrain in silence. There was no glinting off of the metallic armor the soldiers adorned. One of the supplies they had confiscated, for some reason, had been paint. Ryevin had ordered all of the soldiers of the company to paint over their armor in the camouflage patterns designed to break up one's outline. Dulling the sheen of the metal was an added bonus. Even Ryevin sometimes had a hard time spotting scouts returning to give their reports. One such man was walking alongside Ryevin, doing just that. Just like the schedule stated, there's an enemy platoon just on the other side of that ridge. The scout pointed forward and off to the side. There was a steep plateau that would be difficult for the entire platoon to climb in short order without making a racket. Good, Ryevin nodded. He dismissed the scout back to the platoon and turned to address Jekyll and Paul. Have the first 4 squads get into position just on this side of that hill. I'll take the 5th squad up the cliff with me. Remember, have the men cover their faces until I give the signal. Yes, sir. The 2 men saluted and turned to obey the command. Ryevin gathered with the 5th squad, and they silently rushed to the cliff face. Each of the members of the 5th squad could be considered an irregular, and they had a wider skill set than the main fighters of the platoons. They took out ropes with grappling hooks, and they tossed them up to secure them against some rocks and boulders on top of the cliff. Ryevin ascended the plateau with the other 10 people, and they low-crawled to the far side to peer down on the advancing platoon. The structure of the enemy army wasn't the same as Orcs. The enemy platoon consisted of 100 men, whereas Ryevin's platoon had 50. Most of those people would be the fodder soldiers with ones branded on their foreheads, though. If the 4s are in charge of the armies and overall logistics, then it makes sense that there would be 3s at the battalion and or company level, Ryevin surmised. I doubt we'll run into any 3s in this platoon. Ryevin watched the enemy soldiers as they continued to march closer to Ryevin's platoon, lying in wait. They were very specifically not marching, as they were more a disorganized mob than anything else. The member of the 5th squad reallocated the ropes they had used to climb the short plateau by tying them to rocks on this side of the ledge, but they didn't toss the ropes down just yet. Ryevin had ordered the platoon to cover their faces, and he also ordered the soldiers from the 5th squad to follow suit. He waited until the enemy was almost to the edge of the plateau, ready to step out in front of his waiting men when he launched the signal. The signal was a giant, extremely bright orb that he manifested directly in front of the enemy platoon. It shone down on them, and its sudden appearance caused them all to reel back and exclaim in shock. Ryevin had the orb descend to just over their heads before he detonated it in a loud boom. The sound and brightness of the spell caused the enemy to lose their sense of sight and sound temporarily, and that was the signal for his men to charge out. The fifth squad leapt to their feet and began pelting them with arrows as the main infantry advanced on their position, and Reevan joined them by hurling more spells down from his vantage. The first four squads of the platoon crashed into the disoriented soldiers. The enemy put up little resistance at first, but Reevan could tell the back rows were slowly regaining their ability to function. "Come on," Reevan commanded the fifth squad. Reevan and the men flung the ropes over the edge and they rappelled down the cliff. They gained their feet and charged at the back line of the enemy platoon. Reevan used his elemental weapon skill, but he didn't infuse it with anything flashy. He didn't want the light of his spells to blind his own men. He simply infused the sharpness affinity, and his sword sliced through enemies with ease. The battle only lasted a few minutes, and Reevan and the fifth squad soon found themselves meeting up with the soldiers of the first four squads. Another flawless victory, Reevan commended the troops. Mop up. The soldiers of the platoon went about making sure all of the enemy soldiers were actually dead, and after confiscating the supply pouches from some of the ones with twos branded on their heads, they dug another grave and deposited the bodies. "Let's go. We need to meet up with 3rd Platoon and get to our next destination as soon as possible," Reevan commanded. The platoon once more formed up and marched off, the scouts sent out to prevent any surprises. A notification popped up in Reevan's vision as they stepped out. New skill unlocked. Tier 3, Ambush 0. "Why don't any of them ever surrender?" Jekyll muttered under his breath. "They seem like they're brainwashed or something," Reevan commented. Jekyll looked over at his commanding officer, a question on his face. "They don't stop to think, they don't use any kind of tactics, and they never quit." Reevan ticked the points off on his fingers. "Sounds like fanatics to me." "Yes, sir, I guess you're right," Jekyll sighed. "It just doesn't sit right with me, all of this death. It's like they don't care about their lives." "I feel like we care more about their lives than they do." "That's a good thing," Reevan said, clapping Jekyll on the shoulder. "Sir, think about it. If you ever get to the point where you don't care about the lives of your enemies, you'll eventually turn into the monster you fight. It's hard, too, when they don't give us any other choice. We have to stay strong in our moral beliefs in the face of such actions. If one day you find yourself in another war with different people who do surrender, but you're so used to killing everyone to the last man, you might not even realize they've surrendered. So don't ever stop thinking about their lives, and don't ever embrace the emotions of unfeeling for them. Stare into the abyss, and the abyss stares back." Reevan hadn't meant to utter that last sentence, but it seemed like Jekyll didn't pick up on the deeper meanings behind the words. He just nodded his head as he continued to contemplate. Jekyll moved back to his position in front of the platoon alongside Paul, and Reevan marched to the side of the formation. Jekyll might be more experienced in life in general, but the man, along with everyone else in the volunteer army, didn't have any experience with combat and killing. Reevan's experiences and dreams ensured that he was the wise one when it came to matters of warfare. The strategy that Reevan and his officers had come up with was equal parts safe and dangerous. It was quite daring for their situation. Reevan recognized that the teleportation portal would be heavily guarded, so they needed to draw the defenders away. The entire scale of the enemy operation was huge, though, so they needed to create a good reason for them to do so. They had decided to split the company in two and go in two different directions. They wouldn't wait for the 8 troops sent to deliver messages to return. Reevan's 1st platoon and the 3rd platoon moved north toward the hub they suspected was the teleportation circle. They weren't making a beeline, and they weren't planning on tackling it right away on their own. Reevan needed to verify the situation, and he wanted to be there in person to lay eyes on it. The 2nd, 4th, and additional platoons moved out to follow the edge of the eastern border of the desolate sands to the south. They wouldn't immediately strike at the supply lines on the way, and they were given more of the supplies they had secured from the raid to account for that. They would travel to the far side of the desolate sands and begin wreaking havoc on the enemy over there. Reevan had split the company up in such a manner because he trusted Jekyll's competence more than any of the other lieutenants, and he was the 2nd platoon commander. That wasn't to say that Reevan didn't have trust in his officers, just that he knew how competent Jekyll was for sure. The 2 groups of platoons would travel together most of the time, but they would further split into individual platoons to raid multiple supply lines at the same time. They wouldn't keep a permanent base to return to, and they would have to build and move an outpost every time they stopped to rest. Once Reevan's platoons verified the information regarding the teleportation circle, they would loop around to the northwest of the desolate sands and do the same thing over there. The entire strategy was to isolate the armies that were already out there and starve them out. If they ever ran into a situation where it was feasible to rescue any civilians, they would try to do so, but that was no longer their priority. It was clear that there was more than just the population of Kurlan that had been uprooted from their homes. Disrupting the supply chain would inevitably put a strain on the civilian population as well, but there wasn't much more Ryevin could do about it with his current military strength. They had to destroy the mechanism. They received more food and troops from if there was to be any hope of stopping them. The plan was very risky, especially since not only did they not have any communication devices, but even if they did, the distances involved would make it a moot point. It had taken Ryevin and Kefira's party days to walk out of the desolate sands, and that had been in a straight line. The target of the enemy wasn't a circle by any means, but if looked out from a far enough distance, it was basically the same thing. The caves that housed the Lizaldans and cave spiders were located very close to the center. The first platoon marched another couple of hours through the night, not running into any other enemy forces or armies. They eventually met up with the third platoon, led by Lieutenant Lares, and they grouped back together to find a place to hole up for the day. For the foreseeable future, they would be operating at night and resting during the day. Have any success? Ryevin asked Lieutenant Lares as they marched together. Yeah, Lares nodded his head. They were exactly where the map said they would be, at the exact time it said they would be there. Like clockwork, whenever it involves the plans of people with higher numbered brands, the strategy, tactics, and execution are amazing, honestly. If their lower platoons consisted of these more competent people, then there would be no way to win. We'd find a way, Ryevin said. There's always a way.